Delicate Mother of a Villain Chapter 50 to Chapter 85. Xian didn't expect their show to be so amazing. Little Can's parents were found so quickly. After the recording of the 5th episode, Xian found out from Hanyu that Little Can's parents had personally come to pick Little Can up. Such a fast speed caught Xian off guard. In particular, Hanyu also told him that Little Can's family background wasn't ordinary. Although it couldn't be said to be extremely powerful in B City, the Gu family was one of the top wealthy families in B City. The family's power spread throughout the entire B City. They had a lot of say in politics, business, and even the military. It could be said that there were many capable people in the family. And Little Can actually went missing from such an awesome family. It had to be said that this was a very miraculous thing. Xian, you're really lucky this time. You just went to take a photo, and you actually found such a golden baby. Hanyu said with emotion. When he found out Little Can's identity, he was simply stunned. Especially when the other party expressed that he wanted to thank him, he was simply overjoyed. He had just helped Xia and make a missing person notice, and in the end, he had received such a huge reward. How could this not make him excited? He realized that Xiaoan was really his lucky star. Oh. Facing Hanyu's excitement, Xiaoan was completely indifferent. Seeing Xiaoan's cold expression, Hanyu felt as if someone had poured cold water on him, and the excitement in his heart faded a lot. However, although Xiaoan didn't care about Little Can's identity, she was still very happy that the little guy could find his family. After all, it was because it would be much more convenient for her. Secondly, after getting along with her these past few days, this child was indeed very obedient and likable. However, compared to Xiaoan and Hanyu's happiness, Little Can, who heard that he had found his parents, was not so happy. When he heard that he was about to see his parents, his whole person became gloomy. His beautiful and delicate little face was full of gloominess, like a wilted cabbage. Little Can, are you unhappy? At this time, Hanyu glanced at the little guy who was obediently walking beside Xiaoan. He saw that the little guy seemed to be very unhappy and had a sullen expression on his face. I don't want to leave Fairy Sister. With a long face, the little guy looked at Xiaoan expectantly, as if he was waiting for Xiaoan to say that he would not send him back to his parents. But how could Xiaoan say something like that? Therefore, the little fellow was destined to be disappointed. Little Can, you have your own parents. You have to go back to your parents. They must be very worried about you. Xiaoan glanced at the little fellow who seemed to be about to cry. She was a little confused. She didn't treat this little brat very well, did she? Could it be that children nowadays also looked at faces? In the end, Little Can was brought to the person who came to pick him up by Hanyu and Xiaoan Momo. Xiaoan and Hanyu really didn't expect that the person who took a plane and took all kinds of transportation to the small mountain village where they were recording the show was actually an old man who was over 50 years old. They originally thought that the person who came to pick up the little guy was not his parents, but a younger elder. But what they didn't expect was that the person who came to pick up Little Can was actually an old man with white hair. Although the old man looked very energetic. But after all, his age was still there. Even a young person would feel tired after a long journey, let alone an old man. However, this old man was indeed very imposing. There were many bodyguards in black suits beside him, and he didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Momo, Grandpa is here to take you home. The moment the old man saw Little Can, his eyes were filled with a layer of mist. His hands trembled as he walked toward Little Can with tears in his eyes. Little Can, on the other hand, hid behind Xiaoan timidly, as if he was very afraid of the old man. Momo, it's Grandpa. Old Master Gu looked at his grandson who was looking at him blankly. His tears couldn't help but flow down his face. In his entire life, he had never shed tears. He hated it when men shed tears. But this time, he really couldn't hold it in. He had lost and regained his grandson, but this grandson didn't seem to recognize him. How could he not want to cry when he felt so sad and happy at the same time? Old Master Gu, it's like this. Little Can suffered a head injury, so he temporarily lost his memory. Hanyu looked at Old Master Gu and couldn't bear to tell him about this matter. Little Can? Old Master Gu was stunned when he heard Little Can's name. Oh, Little Can is your grandson. Because your grandson lost his memory, Xian didn't know what to call him after she brought him home. So, I gave your grandson a nickname. Hearing Han Yu's explanation, Old Master Gu shifted his gaze to Xian. He looked at Xian's beautiful face and was stunned for a moment. Then, he was shocked by the coldness that was radiating from her body. The old man had experienced countless storms and waves. He had also seen a lot of people, so he was still very discerning when it came to judging people. At this moment, Xian didn't look like a celebrity at all in his eyes. Instead, she looked like a soldier who was fighting in a dangerous area. However, her temperament didn't resemble that of an organized and disciplined soldier. In this contradictory feeling, Old Master Gu felt that he must have been wrong, so he didn't take it to heart. He bowed politely to Xian and smiled at Xia and Miss Xia. Thank you so much for finding my grandson this time. Seeing how polite the old man was, Xian had a good impression of him. She nodded slightly and replied indifferently. It's nothing. Miss Xia, you are the benefactor of our Gu family. If you need anything, try your best to tell me. Our Gu family will satisfy you. Hearing Old Master Gu's words, Xian lowered her head and looked at the little guy who had been hiding behind her and hugging her thigh. She shook her head very strangely. Forget it, I don't have any requests. Your grandson and I are fated to meet. With that, Xian pushed out the little guy who had been hiding behind her. Little Can, that's your grandfather. Go home with him. Old Master Gu really didn't expect Xian to reject his suggestion so decisively. If it was an ordinary person, they would have made all kinds of requests long ago. Even if they didn't mention it, they would feel honored and excited. At the very least, they wouldn't be so calm emotionally. However, the little celebrity standing in front of him didn't change at all. It was as if she was facing an extremely ordinary person and saving an ordinary person. Just as Old Master Gu was shocked by Xian's answer, he didn't expect something even more shocking to come. He never thought that his grandson, who had always been mature and sensible, would be like a little girl at this moment, crying and saying that he didn't want to leave Xian. No. I don't want to leave Fairy Sister. I want to be with Fairy Sister and Brother Xiaoxing. The little guy who was pushed out quickly turned around and hugged Xia and thigh tightly. His eyes were red and swollen from crying as he shouted. Looking at him, it was as if his family was Xian and Old Master Gu was the bad guy who broke up their family. It was really funny. Mo, do you really not remember Grandpa at all? Old Master Gu looked at his grandson in front of him. He was really at a loss and felt a little upset. If he hadn't been so careless, his precious grandson wouldn't have become like this. I don't want Grandpa. I only want Fairy Sister. Hence, under the little guy's noises, Old Master Gu had no choice but to give in to him. He gave up taking his own private jet and followed Han Yu and Xia and back to B City on a normal plane. After all, his grandson really didn't give him any face at all. He didn't want to go home with him. He wanted to go home with Xian. However, because of Old Master Gu, Xian benefited this time and sat with him in the first-class cabin. Although Xian's income was quite high now, she still felt that it was a waste of money to sit in the first-class cabin. Miss Xia, how old is your son? After getting on the plane, Old Master Gu chatted with Xia and my son is 6 years old this year. Ah, what a coincidence. Your son is the same age as our Momo really? Xiaoan looked at Xiaoxing, who was sitting obediently next to her, and then looked at Xiao Can, who was sitting next to Old Master Gu with an aggrieved expression. She really felt that these two children were not like children of the same age. Their little star was not only taller than little Can, but also much more mature than little Can in terms of personality. Sigh, don't be fooled by how much our Momo cries now. In fact, before he lost his memory, he was a very precocious and obedient child. Old Master Gu stroked his grandson's little head as he said this. However, after his grandson avoided his touch, a disappointed expression appeared on his face again. Miss Xia, no matter what, I really have to thank you this time. Xiaoan raised her eyebrows when she saw Old Master Gu thank her again. For some reason, she felt that this Old Master Gu seemed to have a lot of things on his mind. This feeling made her feel that the truth behind Xiao Can's abduction and trafficking to the small mountain village was not that simple. Moreover, she felt that Xiao Can's kidnapping and trafficking seemed to be a little similar to Xia Jinghao's incident back then. Wait. Surnamed Gu? Abducted? It was a little similar to the female lead's experience. Suddenly, the expression on Xian's face froze. By the way, old Master Gu, I haven't asked what your grandson's name is. Xian suddenly felt a little weak. At this moment, she was muttering in her heart. It couldn't be such a coincidence, it couldn't be that bad. The little brat she casually picked up couldn't be the male lead? Ah, my grandson's name is Gu Shimo. Gu Shimo? The moment he heard the little guy's name, Xian's entire body felt unwell, because this name seems to be the name of the male lead in this novel. Ah, oh my god. Ah, how could she have casually picked up a male lead? Wasn't this the female lead's attribute? Although Xian didn't show any emotions on her face, she was cursing in her heart. Speaking of the male lead of this novel, he was also a tragic character with a tragic life experience. When he was young, his father cheated on him, causing his mother to be forced to death by an arrogant mistress. Later on, in the process of the mistress getting promoted, he was sold to a very remote mountain village by the arrogant mistress. It wasn't until the female lead was 7 years old and participated in a charity program with her mother that the male lead was brought home by the female lead and found by his family. However, when the male lead returned, the arrogant mistress had already succeeded in getting promoted, and his grandfather, who doted on him the most, had already died during his disappearance. As a result, the young male lead embarked on a journey of revenge. That life was not the usual kind of miserable. However, it was also because his life was very similar to the female lead's mother's that he finally fought his way out of the encirclement of the male supporting character that the female lead had a good impression of and won the heart of the beauty. However, now, Xian raised her head and looked at the pitiful little fellow who was glaring at her with his watery eyes. She suddenly felt powerless to hold her forehead. She really didn't want to fight with the female lead for the male lead. Damn, if she had known that he was the male lead, then she would have. Oh, no, if she had known that this little brat was the male lead, she would have definitely brought him home. Humph, after all, this little brat was the male lead's classmate, so he was also the female lead's golden finger. After all, this spoiled little brat who was crying endlessly now was going to be a great demon king who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the future. When he was not yet an adult, he had already tortured his scumbag father to death and left him with nothing in the end. As for the arrogant mistress who had forced his mother to her death and kidnapped him to the countryside, he had made her life a living hell. As for the other relatives and betrayers who had dared to covet his belongings, he had also taught them a lesson one by one. If he wasn't the male lead, to be honest, he wouldn't be any different from her villain's son. But speaking of which, this male lead and her family's villain son seemed to be a pair of sworn enemies. In the novel, it seemed that these two fought fiercely and were evenly matched. If it wasn't for the female lead's betrayal, her obedient son might not have been defeated by the male lead. However, Xian lowered her head and looked at her sleeping obedient son. To be precise, the person who had brought Gu Shimo home was her obedient son, not her. If her villain son hadn't insisted on bringing the little brat home, she wouldn't have brought Gu Shimo home. She felt that something wasn't quite right. Faced with Xian's burning gaze, the little brat, who was only pretending to be asleep, couldn't sleep anymore. At this moment, Xianxia felt very guilty, although he didn't know why. However, facing his fairy mother's scorching gaze, he always felt that he had done something wrong, that he had told a lie. He wanted to tell his fairy mother and confess some of the things he had seen. However, he was also worried that his fairy mother wouldn't like him. Xian didn't know how conflicted and guilty her good son was feeling in his heart. Even though she suspected that her obedient son was a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. For example, her obedient son was reborn. For example, her obedient son was also a book transmigrator. After all, Xianxia was really a child. Even though he looked mature, he was still a child. Therefore, Xian only felt that all of this might be a coincidence. Perhaps because of her intervention, the male lead's fate had changed. Soon, the plane arrived at B City. Because Gu Shimo was crying and throwing a tantrum about not wanting to be separated from Xian, old Master Gu and his entourage had no choice but to follow behind the production crew. The scene was extremely eye-catching. Just as Xian was thinking of leaving the airport as soon as possible and returning home, suddenly, she felt dozens of things flying towards her. Xian! You ingrate! This old lady worked so hard to raise you up, and yet you're so ungrateful. turning your back on me just like that. I'm your mother. Now that you've become famous, how can you disown your mother like this? Hearing this familiar voice, Xian looked up and saw the things flying towards her. They were 7 eggs. When she saw the eggs flying towards her, she hurriedly pulled her son aside and did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Xian used both his hands and feet to accurately catch a few eggs with his hands. Then, he lifted his leg and skillfully kicked 2 or 3 eggs away, but they didn't break. Then, the few eggs that were not broken were quickly thrown at Zhu Hong, who had thrown the eggs. Furthermore, it had hit Zhu Hong's head and face with great precision. Pa! With the sound of the eggs breaking, Zhu Hong, who had just dressed up neatly, was instantly covered in egg white and egg yolk. His appearance was truly pathetic and laughable. Wow! Damn! What a godly move! After a short silence, the fans, passers-by, and passengers waiting to watch the show at the airport were all shocked, although the recent Come On! Challenger was really super popular. Everyone knew how good Xian's skills were. But, after all, the special effects were too good, and it was a reality show. Everyone felt that the show might be a little exaggerated. Maybe Xian did have some real skills, but it couldn't be that ridiculously good. Most importantly, Xian was born with a delicate and innocent face. Therefore, everyone's impression of her was already fixed. Therefore, after witnessing Xian's godly maneuver today, everyone was shocked, especially since they were watching a real person live. So Xian is really that good. Oh my god! Xian's moves just now were so cool. This reaction speed is too terrifying. Everyone's attention should have been on Xian and the woman who threw the eggs. However, because of Xian's godly move, everyone's attention was on Xian's amazing reaction speed. This greatly disappointed Zhu Hong, who originally wanted to plot against Xian, and the paparazzi who were still waiting to shoot. Fortunately, after Zhu Hong was shocked by Xian's sudden move, she quickly regained her senses. Moreover, she thought that it was because she was covered in eggs, so she became even more shameless. Like a shrew, she rushed in front of Xian and sat on the ground, howling. What a sin! How could I have such a daughter? I worked so hard to raise her because I was worried that she would suffer if I remarried. All these years, I didn't even think about finding a man. But I worked so hard to raise her, and what did I get in return? She doesn't recognize me as her mother anymore. Oh my god! What kind of sin have I committed to have such a daughter? Didn't I tell you not to be a mistress and not to destroy other people's families? How could you turn your back on me like this? Is this how you treat me? Are you worthy of your late father? Are you worthy of me raising you to such an extent? Amidst the howls, the people in the airport were suddenly shocked. Originally, they were still thinking that Xian's skills were indeed as good as in the show. In the end, after hearing the reprimand of the middle-aged parents, they all felt terrible. Is the mistress thing true? It can't be. Xian seemed to have clarified that he wasn't a mistress. I don't think so. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, the little girl who was pulled behind Xian couldn't hold it in anymore. Nonsense. You're not my mother's mother. You're not allowed to frame my mother. You're a liar. Gu Shimo, who had been held by Old Master Gu, also broke free from Old Master Gu's hand and ran in front of Xian. Like Xiaxingchen, he also stood in front of Xian to protect her. That's right. You're lying. Fairy sister is so beautiful, so many people like her. You're the mistress. Looking at the 2 little guys standing in front of her to protect her, Xian was really amused and touched. However, when she looked up and saw a certain someone who was rolling on the ground and making a scene, the smile on her face completely disappeared. Madam who claims to be my mother, since you like to lie and spread rumors so much, then wait for my lawyer's letter. Go home on November 11th, wait until the 12th and the 3rd to resume updating. I'll update after I finish updating the little cuties. Bow. So during this period of time, the little cuties will have to bear with it for the time being. I'm really sorry. Recently, in order to compensate everyone, I've been giving out red packets for anti-theft messages. I hope the little cuties won't be too angry. Lady who claims to be my mother, since you like to lie and spread rumors, then wait for my lawyer's letter. Xian's cold and expressionless face made Zhu Hong, who was still sitting on the ground and rolling nonstop, suddenly freeze. This was the first time she had seen Xian show such a cold expression to her. In her heart, Xian had always been a submissive lamb waiting to be slaughtered by her. No matter what excessive demands she made, no matter how excessive the words she said, her stepdaughter would never resist her. Over the years, she had gotten used to this way of getting along with Xian. But she didn't expect that this time, she would make such a big fuss that her stepdaughter would actually resist. Zhu Hong was a little stunned, but when she saw Xian about to leave, she quickly got up from the ground and tried to hug Xian to stop her from leaving. However, before her palm could touch Xian, she was dragged away by a group of people in black uniforms. "Who are you? Let go of me. Let go of me." Zhu Hong's voice gradually disappeared. As her voice completely disappeared, she also completely disappeared from Xian's sight. "Let's go home." After seeing that the annoying guy had disappeared, Xian held the little girl and Gu Shimo's hands, one on the left and one on the right. Her footsteps were calm and steady as they left the airport under the scorching gaze of the crowd. Old Master Gu looked at Xian's calm appearance and narrowed his eyes slightly. His wise eyes, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, suddenly emitted a burst of light. The farce at the airport was quickly posted on the internet by insiders. Just as Xian returned home in the car, she once again dominated the headlines. The scene at the airport was completely posted on the internet. Although everyone was very curious about who the woman who threw the egg was, they were more concerned about, Xian's skills are too beautiful. Those who used to doubt the show's falsification, are their faces hurting now? I'm more curious as to how Xian managed to kick the egg with her foot without it breaking. To be honest, I was at the scene at the time. I think Xian is really too cool. I'm going to become her fangirl. However, these friendly public opinions were quickly overturned because a large number of paid posters began to enter the scene and control the comments. Therefore, the comments praising Xian's skills were quickly overturned. That woman seems to be Xian's mother, right? Is Xian bullying her mother like this? I think Xian is so well educated that she can even throw eggs at her own mother. Xian's mother seems to have said that Xian was a mistress. She ruined someone else's marriage. Isn't this a fact? I think Xian's daughter's mother's mother, is she? I feel that the matter of Xian being a mistress is indeed a little conclusive. In an instant, with the intervention of the Internet Water Army, the comments about Xian on the internet were one-sided and wildly negative. However, this time was still somewhat different from the previous time when the entire network was blacklisted. This time, Xian's come challenger gained a lot of fans after it was broadcasted. Moreover, the combat power of these fans was very strong. Therefore, this time, Xian's scandals became even more heated. After all, when two parties quarreled, the more heated it got. Xian, what do you plan to do this time? Han Yu called Xian out of concern as soon as he saw the crazy scandals online. What do you think I should do? Xian glanced at the little rascal playing on the side and narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed like the warning she gave to someone last time was not of any use. She believed that the original owner's stepmother was only able to throw eggs at the airport because of Xia Jinghao's manipulation. If that woman wasn't behind it, she didn't believe that Zhu Hong could coincidentally be waiting for her at the airport. She also couldn't believe that Zhu Hong could coincidentally film the whole thing and post it online. Moreover, the public was still criticizing her. Haha, she was really sick of this woman. Xian, I've asked around for you. The person you provoked this time isn't an ordinary person. You will be going abroad during this period of time. Why don't you go abroad and lie low for a while? Han Yu knew that it was important to strike back at this time. After all, it wasn't a good thing for a female celebrity to be accused of being a mistress. What's more, Xian, a rising star, but, lie low? Why should I lie low? Xian sneered. Although she didn't know the details of the past between Xia Jinghao, Fu Xian and the original owner of this body, she didn't know much about it. However, she was certain that the original owner of this body didn't do anything wrong. If she had to point out what the original owner of this body did wrong, it would probably be that she agreed to be the Xia family's foster daughter. Xian, I don't know who you used to be, but now, someone in the industry is saying that they want to ban you. Hanyu's embarrassed voice came from the phone. Hearing this, Xian blinked his eyes and said indifferently, "Don't worry about it." Ban me? So what if they want to ban me? Anyway, I didn't plan on being a celebrity. Xian sneered and didn't care much about this matter. On the contrary, because of the ban, Xian had a rebellious mentality in her heart. What she hated the most in her life was being threatened by others. Xian, the situation isn't as simple as you think. This time, the other party's actions aren't as petty as last time. This time, the other party really wants to kill you. Hanyu was familiar with the tricks of the entertainment industry and understood that Xian had really stepped on a hard nut to crack this time. What did being banned mean for a celebrity? It meant that the celebrity's future was completely ruined. Furthermore, the celebrity who was banned would probably never recover from this setback. Also, after being banned, the person who was banned would no longer have any right to speak. "Kill me," Xian muttered softly. She gripped the phone tightly in her hand and there was an unprecedented anger in her heart. The original owner of this body had been forced to her death by Xia Jinghao. Now, this woman actually wanted to use the same method to force her to her death, haha. She wasn't as stupid as the original owner. With this thought, Xian felt that if this woman didn't want her to work in the entertainment industry, then she was going to work in it. "Xian, go to the US and hide for a while. Once you finish filming Director Grace's film, I believe that no one will be able to ban you." Hanyu's words calmed Xian down a little. "Then, come. Challenger. What about it?" Xian suddenly thought of the first program she had filmed. Actually, Xian was very grateful towards Hanyu. This was because the other party was genuinely good to her and had her best interests at heart. Although the other party had his own interests, he was genuinely good to her and her son. Therefore, she didn't want to ruin his first program. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that. You are the soul of our program. Without you, our program would be finished." For some reason, Hanyu's words made Xian want to cry and laugh at the same time. "Aha, I understand. But, Brother Han, if I implicate you too much, you don't have to bear the burden. If you have to abandon me, then abandon me." Xian smiled as she spoke. Her tone was very relaxed, but it didn't sound like she was joking at all. "Okay, don't worry. I never make a losing deal." After hanging up the phone, the smile on Xian's face gradually disappeared. She held her phone and thought for a moment. In the end, she dialed a number. "Hello, Xian narrowed her eyes as she listened to the magnetic male voice on the phone. Her eyes were filled with coldness. "Hello, Fu Xian. You're calling because, Fu Xian, I just want to ask you something. Have I ever been your mistress?" Xian didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. However, the man on the other end of the phone remained silent. "Fu Xian, if you're a man, then say something. Don't say anything. Otherwise, I will look down on you." Perhaps Xian's sarcastic tone provoked Fu Xian on the other end of the phone, so in the end, he still answered Xian's question. "No." "Okay, then let me ask you one more time. Did I date you first, and Xia Jinghao married you later?" Yes, when the man on the other end of the phone said this word, it seemed like he still had feelings for Xian and recalled a lot of things that happened in the past. Therefore, this was an answer, and it was even a little shaky. "After you got married, did I never pester you? Did we never contact each other again?" "Yes." "Xian, shut up. I don't want to hear you talk about what you didn't do. Fu Xian, I really regret dating you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been pestered by your crazy wife." Xian said coldly. Her tone was full of disgust. "I never wanted to have anything to do with you and your wife, but the two of you just wouldn't let me go. This time, it was your wife who caused this. It was also your wife who caused the previous incident. I just want to ask, what does that annoying wife of yours want from me? Does she want me to commit suicide and send my son to the orphanage again?" Her words left the man on the other end of the phone speechless. In the end, the man on the other end of the phone finally said something. Xia, you should quit the entertainment industry, haha. Let me tell you, in your dreams. Do you think I'll quit the entertainment industry just because you want me to? I won't." Xian laughed coldly. Her voice was full of coldness and viciousness. I don't have your wife's phone number, so please tell her this. Since she wants to start a war, then go ahead. I, Xian, will accompany her to the end. Let's see if she kills me, or if I kill her. With that, Xian hung up the phone. She didn't care if the man on the other end of the phone had anything to say to her. Beep. 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 Fu Xian's thin lips were tightly pressed together when he heard the busy tone from the phone. His palm gently rubbed his wrinkled eyebrows. His handsome face was filled with exhaustion. Xian, he muttered Xian's name softly. There was a complicated look in his deep eyes. He really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Back then, he had misunderstood Xian. In his anger and pride, he had chosen the real daughter of the Xia family, Xia Jinghao. He had originally thought that Xia Jinghao was a kind and beautiful woman. Because of her love for him, she could even accept the illegitimate child that Xian gave birth to for him and raise him as her own son. Therefore, even though he still had feelings for Xian, he had only given her some financial help and allowed her to live a pure life in the entertainment industry. After he got together with Xia Jinghao, he had no contact with her. He had even almost forgotten about his love for Xia and after his daughter, Fu Anqi, was born. However, he would never have thought that the kind and virtuous wife that he thought she was just an act. After the incident at school, her true colors had been exposed. She didn't even try to hide it anymore. She had used their family's resources and connections to steal Xian's job with his precious daughter. Now, she even wanted to blacklist Xian, but Fu Xian thought of the two big shots in his family. He felt a little helpless. Just like him, the two big shots in his family also liked his precious daughter very much. As long as his precious daughter said something, even he couldn't refuse, let alone the two big shots in his family. After thinking about it, Fu Xian finally made a difficult decision. Hey, help me invest in Come On. Challenger. Withdraw all of their funds. Okay. Oh yes, help me send Xian a check for 20 million yuan. Tell her that if she needs anything, she can look for me. Take it as my compensation to her. However, Fu Xian didn't know that Xian's temper was no longer the obedient Xia and that he could summon at his beck and call. As time went by, more and more netizens criticized Xian on the internet. Because of the appearance of Xian's mother and the manipulation of a large number of paid posters, even if Xian had a lot of fans, it was still a little difficult to handle. The production team and the big shots who had originally wanted to talk to Xian about the contract were all glad that they had been rejected by Xian and didn't manage to sign the contract. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot of losses. However, no one expected that just as the haters were attacking Xian would actually choose this time to post on Weibo. Moreover, this Weibo post didn't have many words. It was just an audio recording. However, this Weibo post was much more impressive than the long Weibo posts of other celebrities. Because, the undeniable proof that Xian was a mistress didn't come. Instead, the undeniable proof that Xian was never a mistress came. Xian v. This is for Ms. Xia Jinghao who has been secretly spending money to hire paid posters to attack me. At the same time, this is for those netizens who don't know the truth. Audio, the audio that Xian posted wasn't any other audio. It was the conversation she had with Fu Xian on the phone. However, the reason why she had made that phone call was just to record the conversation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered to have any contact with Fu Xian. Therefore, every word she said was meant to solve the problem of those netizens attacking her. Once this Weibo post was posted, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Originally, everyone on the internet was discussing the fact that Xian was a mistress, and they were discussing it enthusiastically. Although Xian had clarified the last time, everyone felt that she wasn't a mistress anymore. However, this time, it was a middle-aged woman who claimed to be Xian's mother who exposed Xian as a mistress. Coupled with the manipulation of a large number of paid posters, even though everyone felt that Xian's clarification last time was quite genuine. However, it was still easy to be led astray. But this time, when this audio was released, everyone was shocked. At the same time, they also felt that they had eaten an even bigger melon. They were even more excited. In the past, everyone was still guessing who Xian was a mistress. Moreover, every time the news was revealed, it was always so vague. Everyone who watched the news wasn't very happy. But this time, Xian had exposed the man's name and the man's wife's name. This was extremely exciting. Moreover, the man's wife's name had been very popular recently. She was Xia Jinghao, who was going to participate in Mom is Back. How could the internet not have a huge reaction? F***ck. I've been watching that group of paid posters jumping around without saying who Xian's mistress is. I feel a little sick of it. In the end, Xian directly exposed the man's name in such a violent manner. And she even exposed such a huge piece of news? Pfft. What kind of mistress is this? If the conversation on the phone isn't wrong. It took so long to prove that Xian and Fu Xian were dating before Xia Jinghao and Fu Xian got married. Moreover, after Fu Xian and Xia Jinghao got married, Xian didn't have any contact with Fu Xian, right? What I want to say the most is, were those paid posters who slandered Xian and manipulated public opinion really all paid by Xia Jinghao? It can't be. She didn't seduce her husband, right? Does she have to be so resentful? I suddenly feel that Xian is a little pitiful. Not only did she meet a scumbag, but she also met such a crazy love rival. This is simply too scary. I say, Xia Jinghao doesn't want to be a rich man's wife. Why did she participate in a variety show like Mom is Back instead? It feels like she's competing with Xian. As Xian's fan, I just want to say, Xia Jinghao, you owe Xian an apology. Xia Jinghao, you owe Xian an apology. 1 + 2 + 10,086. After Xian's audio was posted on Weibo, hashtag Xia Jinghao, you owe Xian an apology. Hashtag this topic quickly became the #1 topic on the trending list. The number of people who participated in this topic was increasing at a crazy rate of a few thousand per minute, in the face of Xia and unshakable Weibo. Even if the paid posters wanted to lead the discussion, they couldn't. At this moment, Xia Jinghao, who had been paying close attention to the internet, saw that the public opinion on the internet was instantly reversed after Xia's Weibo post. The public opinion that was originally attacking Xia and was now scolding her. This really made Xia Jinghao so angry that she almost vomited blood. Xia Jinghao screamed and smashed the tablet computer in her hand against the wall. Bang! After the tablet computer hit the wall, it instantly shattered into countless pieces. Xian! Xian! You're very good. Are you bent on going against me? Fine. Then let's see who's the better one. After a long while, Xia Jinghao calmed down and muttered coldly. She decided that no matter what price she had to pay, she would definitely kill Xian. Xian didn't know that her Weibo post was so powerful after it was posted. Anyway, she did what she had to do to clarify the matter. In her opinion, this was the most effective evidence she could produce. Moreover, she could use it to attack Xia Jinghao. Regardless of whether she was going to be banned or not, she had already decided that no matter what, the more they didn't want her to stay in the entertainment industry, the more she wanted to stay in the entertainment industry. Mom, just as Xian was thinking about what to do in the future, she suddenly felt her sleeve being tugged by the little guy. After coming back to her senses, Xian lowered her head and looked at the little guy who was standing beside her. She smiled and patted the little guy's head. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Xian originally thought that her bad mood might have infected the little guy. However, she did not expect the little guy to give her a big surprise. Oh, perhaps it should be said that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a shock. Mom, this is for you. As he spoke, Xian saw that the little guy was holding a jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl in his hand. This? Xian looked at the jade pendant in the little guy's hand confusedly. At first, she was still wondering why her good boy had taken off the string of the jade pendant. In the end, when she saw the dark red stain on the pearl, she was instantly stunned. Isn't this our jade pendant? This was the jade pendant that originally belonged to the female lead, the twin dragons playing with a pearl. But why was this jade pendant in her good boy's hand? Didn't the stall owner tell her that the jade pendant was bought by a teenage girl? Faced with Xia and shocked expression, the little guy shrank back and nodded gently. Well, I saw that Mom seemed to like that jade pendant very much. Later, I asked someone online to help me buy it back. Xiaoxing originally wanted to wait until Mom's birthday and give you a surprise as a birthday present. But Mom seems to be in a bad mood recently, so Xiaoxing decided to give it to Mom in advance. I'm going back tomorrow. I'll start fixing the anti-theft measures on the 12th, and I'll try to resume updating on the 13th. Little cuties, leave a comment. When the time comes, I'll give everyone a red packet together. Finally, Double 11 is here. I wish everyone a happy holiday. #carrot. Carrot hashtag. But Mommy doesn't seem to be in a good mood recently, so Xiaoxing decided to give it to Mommy in advance. She looked at the jade pendant in the little guy's hand, and then at the little guy's big round black eyes that were full of seriousness and worry. At this moment, even if Xian was indeed a little irritated by the female lead's family, it was also at this moment that the gloom was swept away. Mommy, you don't like it, do you? The little guy saw that Xian didn't say anything and just quietly stared at him, and the little guy instantly became nervous. No, Mommy likes it very much. Xian bent down and hugged the little guy into her arms, and her forehead intimately rubbed against the little guy's forehead. Mommy really likes it. Xiaoxing gave Mommy this gift. Mommy really likes it. Although Xian didn't really care about this jade pendant, she actually didn't care about it. What she really cared about was the little guy's feelings. It didn't matter how the little guy got this jade pendant, or what kind of secret he was hiding from her. But as long as the little guy treated her sincerely, really cared about her, and thought about her, that was enough. Seeing that Xian seemed to really like it, the slight nervousness in the little guy's eyes instantly dissipated. A bright smile appeared on his face. It's good that Mommy likes it. I was worried that Mommy would be angry. The little guy hugged Xian's neck and murmured softly. He actually went to find someone to buy the jade pendant, but in the beginning, he actually had some selfish motives. Because, in his mind, a man kept telling him that he must buy that jade pendant. Later on, he saw that his fairy mother actually went to that small stall to buy the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant that he had already bought. His heart suddenly clenched. But he was never able to find a good time to tell his fairy mother that he had actually bought the jade pendant. Because, he was a little afraid of what the man in his mind said. He was also very afraid that he would lose his fairy mother. Why would I be angry? What a silly son. Xian patted the little fellow's head in amusement, but he had already begun to think about the problem of the little fellow going to school. To be honest, now that things had become so big, she really felt that it didn't cause any harm to her. Because she didn't care. But, now that this matter had been blown out of proportion, the one who was hurt the most was her son. She was already the son of a celebrity, so she could barely be considered half a celebrity. It was already eye-catching enough. But now, Xian suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to find the little fellow's school. Initially, the international school that she had chosen was the most suitable school for her son. The school itself did not accept Chinese students. If the little fellow went to that school, no matter how big her scandal was, even if the little fellow was involved in it, there would not be much of a problem at all in the school, since everyone was a foreign student. Everyone would still treat the little guy like an ordinary person. But the problem was that because of the intervention of the female lead's family, the school that she had originally thought so highly of was taken away just like that. And it flew into the hands of the female lead, who did not lack schools at all. Just thinking of this made Xian's heart burn with anger. She was also a little regretful that she had gone to look for Fu Xian, that useless scumbag. Forget it. The more Xian thought about it, the angrier she became. Glancing at the jade pendant in her hand, Xian snorted coldly. Now, the mother and son could be considered to have taken back some interest from the female lead, but now, what should she do with the female lead's golden finger? She felt that it was better to destroy the female lead's strange golden finger. With that in mind, Xian diverted all his attention from the little girl to the female lead's gold finger that he had lost and regained. At night, when the little fellow was asleep, Xian took out the jade pendant that seemed to be stained with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Just smash it into pieces. Xian murmured softly and picked up the hammer beside her, wanting to smash the strange jade pendant into pieces. Who knew that the jade pendant would not be damaged at all when she smashed it with the hammer? Moreover, it seemed to emit a cold dragon's roar. Xian's brows immediately knitted together. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the jade pendant that was not damaged at all. Why didn't it break? Taking the jade pendant that was not damaged at all in her hand, Xianxia carefully rubbed the extremely cold jade pendant in her hand. She did not know if it was her illusion, but she felt that this jade pendant was getting colder and colder. That coldness seemed to be able to enter her body through her fingers and wander around her body. Until, buzz. Suddenly, she felt the jade pendant she was wearing on her chest heat up, and the cold aura around her dissipated. At this moment, Xianxia also turned her attention to her own jade pendant. Could it be that these two jade pendants were related, or, in order to destroy the female lead's golden finger jade pendant, perhaps she had to buy the jade pendant herself? Thinking of this, Xianxia's fingers touched the jade pendant on his neck. It was a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Pa. Xianxia took off the jade pendant around her neck. Then, let's try. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia placed the female lead's jade pendant with a black imprint on the table. She then picked up her jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl and threw it at the one on the table. Just as the two jade pendants were about to collide, roar. Roar. A cold dragon's roar and a violent roar sounded in Xianxia's ears. Then, a white light and a black shadow flashed in Xianxia and fainted on the ground. Of course, this was only her body that had fainted on the ground. In fact, after her soul closed her eyes and opened them, she found that she had appeared in the place that she dreamed of every night. However, this time around, the strange thing was that there was no longer any mist around her. Did I fall asleep? No, I didn't. Xianxia looked at all this in confusion. But soon, she realized that all this should be related to the two jade pendants. After removing the white fog, Xianxia found that this place was really beautiful. There were springs, green plants, and mountains. There was a waterfall on the mountains. Above the waterfall, there was actually, dragon? Xianxia widened her eyes and looked at the dragons flying above the waterfall. And there was more than one, there were a total of 2 dragons. The 2 dragons looked very similar. Besides the fact that one was black and the other was white, there was basically no difference. Looking at the 2 dragons, one black and one white, who seemed to be fighting, she really didn't know what to say for a moment. Fortunately, she was someone who had come back from the apocalypse, so she quickly came back to her senses when she saw what was happening in front of her. Roar! Roar! Xianxia yawned when he saw the 2 dragons fighting each other, and there seemed to be no winner. He wondered if he should just go to sleep. Thinking of this, Xianxia only felt that she was getting sleepier. Huh. Xianxia yawned and rubbed his eyes. He decided that he should sleep first, so Xianxia really lay on the grass beside the spring and prepared to sleep. However, the moment she closed her eyes, she heard a whistling sound in her ear. Hey! Woman! Are you going to sleep like this? Eh? Eh? Someone seemed to be talking to her, but there were only 2 dragons here except for her. Suddenly, Xianxia opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw a huge black dragon hovering in front of her. Who are you? Xianxia frowned, but she wasn't frightened by the huge black dragon. You're asking who I am? Didn't you want to kill me just now? Hearing the black dragon's words, Xianxia suddenly realized that the black dragon in front of her should be the female lead's jade pendant. Oh, so you're that dirty jade pendant that makes people uncomfortable. Xianxia pursed her lips. Now she hated the female lead's family, so she was a little angry at the female lead's future golden finger. You're just a mere mortal. How dare you talk to me like this? The black dragon seemed to be angered by Xianxia's tone. He roared, opened his mouth, and rushed towards Xianxia and Master, be careful. Before Xianxia could react, she only saw a white shadow flash before her eyes. Then, she realized that she was actually flying. Wah! Although after Doomsday, some paranormals with the ability to fly had appeared, but she had never experienced the feeling of flying. But now, she felt like she was sitting on a dragon and flying in the sky. This feeling was not bad at all. Feeling the breeze in her ear, Xianxia, who was soaring in the sky, felt that this feeling was really great. However, just when Xianxia was in a very good mood, she heard that annoying voice again. Chen Tian, you actually called a mortal master. I find that you're really getting more and more useless. Turning her head, Xian saw that the black dragon had unknowingly flown to her side. No, to be precise, it should be said that it flew to the white dragon's side. Chen Mo, shut up. Hey! Woman, this guy under you is very useless. Do you want to be my slave? I can make you young forever and become more and more beautiful. Listening to the two dragons arguing, Xian felt that it was quite interesting. However, listening to the words of the black dragon named Chen Mo, the benefits he gave seemed to be the female lead's golden finger. However, her sister didn't tell her that there was a dragon in the jade pendant. Just as Cheyenne was sorting out the plot of this novel world, she suddenly heard a timid and very cute voice in her ear. Master, I am very useful. Although I can't make Master more beautiful, Master is already very beautiful. The white dragon who was talking to the black dragon was very cold and domineering, but now, when it was talking to Xian, it was soft and cute. At least, in Xian's ears, that was what it felt like. What are you useful for? Xian patted the sparkling white dragon under her and said with a smile. The white dragon seemed to be a little nervous. Before it could finish speaking, the black dragon interrupted. TSK. What is he useful for? He can only save people. Useless, useless. You. Hearing the black dragon belittle it, the white dragon was so angry that it almost forgot that Xian was still on its back and was about to fight with the black dragon. However, when it heard Xian's words, it was no longer angry. This is very useful. Is it because of you that the goldfish at home didn't die? In an instant, Xian understood what was going on with the tank of goldfish that had never died in his house. Yes, master. Am I really that useful? After being praised by Xian, the white dragon was so happy that it spun a few rounds in the sky. It spun until Xian was a little dizzy. Yes, very useful. Xian smiled and patted the white dragon under her. When the white dragon called her master, she already regarded the white dragon who was carrying her in the sky as her pet. However, this pet seemed to be a little too big. But it was really impressive, she liked it very much, especially when her white dragon was so obedient. TSK. How can he be more useful than me? I am the most useful, okay? I can make the person who wears me beautiful, and give her power. I can also make people unlucky and hurt. The black dragon was not to be outdone and listed its advantages one by one. However, these things were not as good as her little white dragon in Xian's ears, therefore, after the black dragon finished, Xian only gave it a very cold reaction. Oh. This so infuriated the black dragon. Woman, you really have no sense of beauty. I am obviously more powerful than that stinky white dragon. Hearing the black dragon's arrogant tone, Xian felt that this black dragon was actually not as hostile as she thought. It was an enemy. In any case, in her eyes, this black dragon was rather childish as a child. Then can you make people's bodies better and stronger? I can do that too. Looking at black dragon's hesitant manner, Xian understood that his so-called okay must be the same as the female lead in the novel, with conditions. Is there a condition to be met? For example, to do something embarrassing. How did you know? The black dragon looked at Xian in surprise, his face full of confusion. Oh, then you are really quite useless. Xian pursed her lips and instantly lost interest in the black dragon. Hey. But I can make people unlucky. I can even hurt people. There are no conditions. If you don't believe me, you can say a person's name, and I can make them unlucky. The black dragon said very eagerly. Hearing the black dragon's words, Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This ability is quite useful, but Xian glanced at the black dragon beside the white dragon. This black dragon was not as obedient as her little white dragon. It looked quite unruly. If she wanted to make this black dragon more obedient, she would have to take it slow. Anyway, since she had discovered that the female lead's jade pendant had such an effect other than making her beautiful, then all the more she could not let the female lead get it. Otherwise, the unlucky ones would definitely be her and her obedient son. Even though she had already obtained the female lead's golden finger, she was still a little jealous. But who knows if this black dragon will recognize the female lead as its master after seeing her, therefore, she must tame the black dragon before it met the female lead. Anyway, no matter what, she could not let the female lead take it back. However, Xian did not know that the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. The fact that the white dragon recognized its master was already shocking enough. It was even more impossible for the black dragon to recognize its master. In the novel, the black dragon had never appeared at all. Therefore, in the description of the golden finger that she had heard from her sister, there was no possibility of any information about the black dragon at all. Anyway, no matter what the truth was, Xian had already made up her mind to tame the black dragon. And to tame this disobedient young dragon, the first thing she had to do was to belittle it. Little White is much more powerful than Little Black. How am I not as powerful as Little White? Bah! No. Who are you calling Little Black and Little White? After arguing for an entire night, when Xian woke up the next day, she realized that she had slept on the floor for the entire night. However, her body was covered with a thick blanket and there was a comfortable pillow under her head. Other than the fact that the floor was hard, it was no different from sleeping on a bed. Lowering her head, Xian saw that the little guy was snuggling up to her and sleeping. This little rascal. Xian shook her head helplessly and stroked the little guy who had been sleeping beside her for the entire night. Fortunately, her obedient son was not too stupid. She took the blanket and spread it under her body. Otherwise, she would really be angry. Getting up, Xian gently carried the little guy to the bed. Looking at the little guy's exquisite and beautiful sleeping face, she smiled and covered him with the blanket. Then, she returned to the table where the jade pendants were placed. After last night's communication, Xian finally understood that the 2 jade pendants that she had obtained were magical weapons. The 2 dragons in the 2 jade pendants, one black and one white, were also the weapon spirits of the jade pendants. Although there were 2 jade pendants, and it seemed that the 2 dragons were enemies. However, these 2 dragons, in a sense, could also be called brothers. Although they each had their own effects when used individually, in fact, when both jade pendants were held in one's hand at the same time, they would be even more powerful. However, Xian had no interest in this kind of strange power. After all, this was a peaceful era where law was important. She only wanted to make money. As for other things, such as using powerlessness to dominate the world, she did not have any ideas. Right now, all she wanted to do was to bring her obedient son to enjoy life and find a suitable school for her obedient son. And she would slowly make money bit by bit, eat delicious food, live in the best place, and have fun. Therefore, Xian was not at all excited about getting 2 very useful golden fingers. If it were not for the fear that the female lead would get the black dragon, she would not even have any interest in taming the black dragon. She took the jade pendant with the 2 dragons playing with a pearl on the table in her hand. As expected, the stain on the jade pendant had disappeared. The pure white jade pendant was as white as snow, and the jade body was translucent. It no longer looked like the fake plastic jade that had black stains on it at the beginning. It clearly looked like a piece of the best warm jade. Xian lowered her head and looked at her own jade pendant. It had changed from a white jade pendant with 2 dragons playing with a pearl to a black and white jade pendant with 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Xian curled the corners of his lips and picked up the jade pendant that had no stains on it. The pleasant surprise of smashing the jade pendant yesterday was that she had obtained a new golden finger jade pendant that could improve and strengthen one's body. The black dragon left the jade pendant, and with Little White's help, this jade pendant was perfect for her obedient son to wear. In the future, she and her son would not have to go through so much trouble to wear jade pendants. While Xian was still happy about her wittiness, she did not know that Han Yu was receiving bad news one after another. What? All the major investors are withdrawing their investments? They are starting to cut the number of episodes of the 12-episode program? Clearly, Xian had just posted the audio to clear her name, but now, things that were detrimental to him and Xian were happening one after another. Han Yu was really confused by this development. Logically speaking, since Xian had posted such a Weibo post, this matter should have ended there. However, he had never imagined that the other party would hate Xian so much. It was as if they were going to fight to the death. What kind of deep hatred did they have for each other? If what Xian said was true, and the audio was true, and it was just a man, and Xian really had not been involved, then there was no need for this. Therefore, the conclusion that he came to was indeed as Xian had said. The other party was a crazy woman. Editor Han, this is bad. Su Jinyang and Xiaoxiao have to pay the liquidated damages and terminate their contracts with the program? This time, Han Yu could no longer sit still. He hurriedly took out his phone to see what had happened. Why did things suddenly take a turn for the worse, and why did he and Xia and become so passive? In the end, when he opened Weibo, he saw that the trending topic on the home page was #Xia Jinghao's daughter's response #. When Han Yu clicked on it, he saw that Xia Jinghao had actually brought up her daughter. Looking at the video, a beautiful and cute little girl clarified for her mother in a childish voice, and said that Xian had been pestering her father recently. Han Yu felt like the world was spinning and he almost fainted. If it was said that Xian's words were undeniable, then now that Xia Jinghao's daughter had come out to clarify and said that Xian had been pestering her father, asking Fu Xian to find a school for Xia Xingchen, and so on, most people felt that there was indeed something wrong with Xian. Most importantly, the person who had clarified was a child who was not even 5 years old. Little cuties, I'm really so sorry. When I returned home on the 11th, I didn't expect the temperature difference between the north and the south to be so big, from the hot summer to the cold winter. In the crowd, I was the only one with bare legs wearing a little skirt QAQ, so I got sick the next day when I returned home in the middle of the night. I was going to replace them all on the 12th. I didn't expect that either QAQ, my fever was quite serious, so I didn't have the time or energy to write. QAQ, I'm really, really sorry. I'll try to replace them all tomorrow. The little cuties who left comments for these chapters will all send red packets. P.S. Because I have to write a lot of words today, the red packets for the recent chapters have been delayed until tomorrow. I feel like I don't have enough time today. I have to write a lot of words. I'm really, really sorry. Also, the reason why it was locked might have been reported by some angry little cuties, so the administrator locked it. If it was unlocked, I would only be able to see it an hour after each update. I just replaced it and waited for an hour and a half, but it still hasn't been unlocked. Maybe the administrator got off work, so it's a bit troublesome. I'm really sorry. Last. I won't install anti-theft measures in the future. Bow. Note, I'll unlock the last 2 chapters first. Otherwise, I'll replace them tomorrow, and everyone will have to wait 2 hours to see them. I'll try to finish the replacement content tomorrow. Chapter 53 On the internet, Xian's audio recording to clear his name of being a mistress hadn't been released for long, so it hadn't gone viral yet. As a result, Xia Jinghao's daughter's response video appeared out of nowhere and was posted on the internet in various forms. That was much more than Xian's channels. As a result, Xia Jinghao and her daughter dominated the hot search list after Xian, as expected of the little princess of a wealthy family. Her temperament is indeed different from ordinary people. So beautiful. She's so elegant. Children don't lie. I suddenly feel that Xian is a little too much. I also think that the child is still young. He's only about 5 years old. Such a young child definitely wouldn't lie. To be honest, Xian's audio can also be faked. Even if it's not fake, if her relationship with Fu Xian is real, then the audio can also be faked. I feel sorry for Xia Jinghao and Xia Jinghao's daughter. She's so unlucky to have met such a shameless mistress like Xian. Can't you look for a school yourself? Do you have to find someone else's husband? Looking at the overwhelming number of comments scolding Xian on the internet, Han Yu's whole body was in a bad mood. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. But indirectly, he also understood which immortal Xian had offended, and how deep the hatred between the two was. Although he didn't know the whole story, based on his understanding of Xian would never tell such a lie. Compared to Xian and Xia Jinghao's daughter, Han Yu felt that Xian was more trustworthy. However, the problem was that Xia Jinghao did not personally clarify Xian's audio. Instead, he pushed his 5-year-old daughter into the picture. This caused the crowd to subconsciously lean towards Xia Jinghao. Mr. Han, what should we do now? We've already decided on the theme and location for next week's shoot. Now. The staff asked awkwardly when she saw Han Yu in a daze. After all, 2 of the guests had left, and all the sponsors of the show had withdrawn their investments. Even the TV station was not very friendly. Right now, it was really a huge crisis for their production team. Whether or not he could make it through was really a bit uncertain. Stop all the arrangements for the next episode for now. Hanyu narrowed his eyes and decisively gave the order. He understood that even if Xian released an audio clarification, it would still be useless. A plan to ban Xian from the entertainment industry was launched in the end. Now, he could clearly feel that this was only the beginning. Following this, it would become more and more disadvantageous for Xian and their program team. Ever since he refused to kick Xian out of the Come On Challenger. Now, he was in the same boat as Xian. Even if he wanted to abandon Xian now, he couldn't do so. However, he didn't want to abandon Xian at all. Others might not know, but he knew very well that Xian was now going to be the first Asian female star to enter a Hollywood movie. Moreover, she was going to play the lead role. Especially when the director was the internationally famous Grace. With these two titles, the entertainment industry, which had always promoted international films, was bound to praise Xian to the skies. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, in the face of such a big halo, no one in the industry could ban Xian anymore. Furthermore, the most important thing was, they still had the god of fortune to rely on. After all, Xian was a golden baby. Thinking of this, Hanyu's face smiled again. Suddenly, he thought of a very popular internet phrase on the internet. Today, you ignore me. Tomorrow, I'll make you unworthy of me. He felt that this phrase was really suitable for Xian Evil. Hanyu inexplicably looked forward to such a scene. Okay, I got it. Brother Han, don't worry. I won't go out for a while. After hanging up the phone, Xian's face was cold. She really didn't expect that the female lead's family would be so annoying. Originally, she thought that the female lead's father and mother were a jerk and a bad person, so at least the female lead's daughter was a little cute. In the end, she didn't expect that the child raised by these two people would be so annoying. Turning on the computer, Xian looked at the cute little girl in the video, scolding her with an aggrieved expression and speaking up for her mother, Xia Jinghao. Xian really felt that this mother and daughter pair were indeed mother and daughter. They were all equally repulsive. Moreover, they were all liars. Previously, this little female lead had stolen her precious son's place in the school. Now, she was slandering her. Now, she really felt that just taking away the female lead's golden finger was really letting her off too easily. But fortunately, her son eventually bought back the jade pendant that originally belonged to the female lead. Otherwise, if the female lead got her hands on it, it would really increase the power of the enemy and bring trouble to herself. Originally, she thought that this novel's plot would only officially start after the female lead grew up. Moreover, she didn't exist in the novel, so she shouldn't have anything to do with the main characters in this novel world. As long as she raised her villain son well, as long as her villain son stopped liking the female lead. Then, even if this world was a novel world, it wouldn't have anything to do with her. But now, Xian sneered. She narrowed her eyes and coldly sized up the cute little girl in the video. Now, she realized that she and her villain son were destined to never get along well with the female lead's family. Mom. What are you looking at? Isn't this little sister Anchi? Xianxia saw that Xian was sitting motionless in front of the computer desk. He curiously leaned over. In the end, he saw Fu Anchi's aggrieved and pitiful look in the video as she spoke. Xiaoxing, we have to stay at home obediently for now. But Xiaoxing, don't worry. This situation will be over very soon. Xian didn't avoid her villain son. On the contrary, she even played the entire video to the young Xiaoxing. Although she had messed up the plot at the beginning. Moreover, she had already taken away the female lead's golden finger that was similar to a heartthrob. But after all, she was still the female lead. In order to prevent the female lead's halo from being too strong, she still had to instill in her villain son the idea of hating Fu Anchi from a young age. Mom. Why did she say that? The little boy looked at the familiar and adorable face in the video. His eyes were filled with confusion and disgust. Xiaoxing, be a good boy. You just have to remember that this family is very annoying. They can't bear to see us living well. Xian patted the little boy's head. Seeing the slight disgust in his eyes, she smiled and said. But little sister Xianxia is wrong. Mom has never pestered Uncle Fu. And about the school. Mom said that it was just to collect interest from Uncle Fu. Mom hates Uncle Fu very much. The little boy clenched his little fists angrily. His young face was filled with anger. Good boy, don't be angry. Mom will solve these problems very soon. Seeing the little boy so angry, Xian touched her obedient son's head with relief. Now she was completely relieved. In the future, her obedient son would definitely not like Fu Anqi, the female lead. Mom, Xiaoxing really wants to grow up quickly. Then I can beat those bad people who bully you away. Hearing the little boy's angry and sad words, Xian lowered her head in amusement. In the end, she saw that her son's face was filled with annoyance and anger. Clearly, he still had the appearance of a young child, but the expression on his face was so mature. He looked really funny and adorable. It's okay. Mom is not as weak as Xiaoxing thinks. Mom can beat those bad people away by herself. It'll just take some time. Xian curved her lips. A cold light flashed across her eyes. She had plenty of time. She could afford to wait. Moreover, the higher Xia Jinghao's family climbed, the happier they would be. Later on, she would make them fall even more miserably. Also, she thought that she should seriously consider the parent-child variety show that Han Yu had told her about. Anyway, now her obedient son could not go to school peacefully in the country. In that case, she should also learn from Xia Jinghao and her mother. She could also bring her precious son to participate in some parent-child variety show. When the time came, she wanted to see whether her precious son was more popular and liked by others. Fu Anqi, the female lead, was more popular. In any case, she felt that her obedient son looked cuter. No way. Tonight, she should go back and ask the two dragons, Little Black and Little White, if they had any ideas on how to make her precious son cuter and more handsome. Of course. As long as there were no side effects. Carrot, Brother Han, about the variety show that you said was tailor-made for me, I want to bring our Xiaoxing to try it out. I just don't know if you still have the energy to film a second variety show. At the Fu family villa. Xia Jinghao. What are you doing? You said that you wanted to bring Chi-Chi to participate in some variety show called Mom is Back and I agreed to it. But now. How could you let our Chi-Chi record a video like that and post it on the internet? If people find out that our Chi-Chi lied, do you know how much trouble it will cause her? After hearing from his secretary that Xia Jinghao had created such a huge clarification online, Fu Xian rushed back without even having an important meeting. What am I doing? Fu Xian, why don't you reflect on yourself first? What are you doing? Xia Jinghao glanced at Fu Xian mockingly when she saw how angry her husband was. If you hadn't said those things to Xian, I wouldn't have asked our precious daughter to record such a clarification video. Fu Xian, this is all your fault. Hearing Xia Jinghao's words, Fu Xian clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. Xia Jinghao, I don't want to argue with you. I didn't know that Xian knew how to record. If I knew that she knew how to record, forget it. I don't want to hear your explanation. Anyway, I know that you still love Xian. You are unreliable, and I won't rely on you either. In the future, I will deal with Xian on my own. Xia Jinghao waved her hand, looking like she didn't want to bother with Fu Xian. This made Fu Xian, who was already angry, even angrier. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't have married you. If I didn't care about this family, why didn't I look for Xian all these years? Fu Xian felt his heart turn cold. He really did like Xian and Xia Jinghao. However, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Do you dare say that you didn't look for Xian? I swear, I didn't look for Xian. Fu Xian raised his right hand as if he was making an oath. Haha, then how did Xian manage to live so comfortably in the entertainment industry all these years? Xia Jinghao sneered. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. All these years, she had been secretly playing dirty tricks on Xian. She wanted Xian to live a miserable and dirty life in the entertainment industry. However, she didn't expect that Xian would be so lucky to avoid it every time. Later on, she also vaguely learned that Xian seemed to have someone protecting her from the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. I just couldn't bear to see Xian being ruined by those people. That's why I asked someone to keep an eye on her. However, I didn't do it myself. Furthermore, this was what Grandma Xia wanted. Fu Xian sighed deeply and explained to Xia Jinghao. No matter what, he had been with Xia Jinghao for so many years and they had such a precious daughter, Anqi. He really didn't want to bother with Xia Jinghao. Therefore, he tolerated her and took a step back. However, it was obvious that he did not expect Xia Jinghao to be so aggressive even though he had tolerated and retreated. Keep an eye on her? President Fu is such a good man. If you hadn't been so obsessed with Xian, you wouldn't have done such a thing. Also, please don't use my grandma to pressure me. No one knew what Fu Xian's words had provoked her, but Xia Jinghao yelled at Fu Xian and left the study, slamming the door behind her. Bang! A loud sound made Fu Xian's heart turn cold. He didn't expect that Xia Jinghao would still behave like this even though he had tried his best to tolerate her. Phew, Fu Xian let out a deep breath, feeling very depressed in his heart. He really regretted giving up on Xian and marrying Xia Jinghao back then. If only time could go back to the past, then however, Fu Xian's fantasy soon disappeared. Because his most precious daughter had appeared in front of him. Dad, don't be angry with Mom. Mom just loves you too much. Fu Anqi had unknowingly entered the study. She hugged Fu Xian tightly and looked at Fu Xian with her big, watery eyes as she spoke pitifully. Looking at his daughter's adorable and delicate face, the gloominess in Fu Xian's heart instantly dissipated. Fu Xian bent down and held his daughter in his arms. Okay, Dad won't be angry. Chi-Chi, don't worry. But Dad, Chi-Chi is really afraid that you'll leave Chi-Chi and Mom behind and go look for Xian's auntie. The little girl's teary eyes became even more moist as she spoke. Sparkling and translucent tears kept swirling in the little girl's eyes, looking as if they would fall down at any moment. No, Dad won't leave you. Fu Xian rubbed the little girl's head tenderly and comforted her gently. But Xian's auntie is so beautiful and Dad always quarrels with Mom. Chi-Chi is really scared. Sob. Chi-Chi doesn't want to be a child without a father. Chi-Chi wants to be Dad's little princess forever. Dad, can you just ignore Xian's auntie? You can only be my dad and only like Mom, okay? Fu Anqi cried pitifully and sobbed as she spoke to Fu Xian. There was no need to mention how pitiful she looked. Fu Xian's heart ached even more when he saw his baby daughter crying so hard that she was out of breath. Therefore, he didn't remember that he had quarreled with Xia Jinghao so much that he wanted to divorce Xian. At this moment, he was filled with regret as he looked at his precious daughter's tear-stained face. In order to stop his baby daughter from crying, Fu Xian repeatedly agreed to his daughter's request. Okay. Chi-Chi, don't cry. Dad promises you. Sob. Dad said so. Then let's go find Mom together. Dad must apologize to Mom. Upon hearing that he had to apologize to Xia Jinghao, Fu Xian, who felt that he had done nothing wrong, hesitated for a moment. However, when he saw his precious daughter crying even harder, he hurriedly nodded and agreed. Okay. Dad promises you, Dad is the best. Chi-Chi loves Dad the most. Xian didn't know that because of her, the female lead's family had to put on an act again. At this moment, she was discussing something serious with Hanyu. A serious matter that could decide her future. Brother Han, what are you talking about? The Challenger. Is it going to stop broadcasting? Xian didn't expect that the variety show, which was supposed to be about the interaction between parents and children, would be cancelled. But to her surprise, she heard from Hanyu that the show The Challenger was going to stop broadcasting. Yes, so we don't have to film the show for the 6th episode. Xian looked at Hanyu, who was sitting on her sofa, apologetically. I'm sorry, Brother Han. I should be the one who got you into trouble. Xian understood that the current situation was entirely caused by Xia Jinghao. Hanyu and the production team were simply implicated by her. Xian, you don't have to apologize. It was my idea to stop broadcasting. Hanyu smiled and shook her head. The Challenger. She didn't seem to care about the cancellation of the show. Brother Han, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Xian couldn't figure out what Han Yu was up to. The withdrawal of the two guests, Su Jinyang and He Xiaoxiao, as well as the withdrawal of all the sponsors, has already made it difficult for the show to continue filming. So, I'm thinking of stopping the show. Sometimes, it's a good idea to take a step back in order to advance. With Han Yu's explanation, Xian finally understood that Han Yu was indeed a sly old fox. By taking a step back in order to advance, she had taken the initiative to stop broadcasting the show. The challenger. It was the reverse psychology of his fans. Although it was the right thing to do to slander Xian, it wasn't enough. She had to be slowly banned. She couldn't be banned all of a sudden like this. Xian's popularity was already on the rise. Before she faded out of the public eye, such a quick handling would cause some rebellious netizens to change sides. Most importantly, you said that you agreed to film a parent-child variety show. So, I think that we should stop filming The Challenger. The Challenger. It was the right choice to shoot the film. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so much time and money to film the variety show with you and Xiaoxing. After all, the money that old Master Gu gave me is not enough to film 2 variety shows at the same time. Han Yu took a sip of tea and spoke unhurriedly. How did that look like the words of a person whose show had been banned and whose career was about to be destroyed? Old Master Gu? What does this have to do with him? Xian widened her eyes and said in surprise. She had thought that after she handed Gu Shimo over to old Master Gu and separated from them, they would have nothing to do with each other anymore. Haha, Xian, it has a lot to do with this. Old Master Gu, you're now our big financial backer. Even if all our investors withdraw their investments now, even if you are banned now, old Master Gu is still behind us. But we have old Master Gu behind us. We don't have to be afraid at all. At the mention of old Master Gu, Han Yu felt refreshed. Xian, I don't know if you're lucky or not. But I think you should be very lucky. After all, you saved old Master Gu's grandson. After he finished his emotional speech, Han Yu put away his complacent and carefree mood, and only then did he seriously talk to Xian about serious matters. Xian, this time you are going to the United States not only to film director Grace's movie, but also to start recording my second variety show, a parent-child interactive show with you, Little Xing, and Gu Shimo as the main characters. Eh? Wait a minute. Gu Shimo? What does this have to do with him? Didn't you say that this is a parent-child show? Hearing Han Yu's words, Xian was very puzzled and interrupted. Oh, this is old Master Gu's only request. No, I don't agree. Xian refused without thinking. Although she got along well with the little male lead, Gu Shimo, she still didn't want to have anything to do with the main characters in the novel. Sorry, I woke up a little late. Today's update is over. I will replace the next chapter tomorrow. After these anti-theft chapters are completed, I will make it up to everyone. Bow, little cuties, go to sleep first. I will give everyone a red packet. Mwah equals 3 equals, no, I don't agree. Han Yu was a little surprised that Xian would reject him so abruptly. However, he wasn't flustered at all by Xian's rejection. Instead, he was calm and composed. It was as if he knew that Xian would agree. But, after old Master Gu found out about our new show, he expressed that he wanted to sponsor us from start to finish. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Xian became curious. What? Sponsor what? Xian, I don't think I've told you about the flow of our program. But now, I think I need to explain it to you. As she listened to Han Yu's explanation, Xian finally understood that the variety show she was filming this time was simply, that's awesome. Were they filming a variety show? But I don't need to do anything. Xian was completely shocked when she heard what Han Yu had to do in the new variety show. This was because she did not have to do anything in this show. She did not have any program tasks, nor did she have any requests. There was only, her life was exposed to the audience. She lived in the best house, ate the best food, what she did in her daily life, what she did at work, and so on. Everything related to her daily life. The only drawback is that there doesn't seem to be any privacy. Xian pursed her lips. However, she didn't care about privacy. In any case, with her current monotonous life, there was nothing that she couldn't expose to others, right? Old Master Gu said that he would be responsible for all the food, clothing, housing, and transportation expenses. As for our program, it's not just a parent-child interaction program. I think we can also promote tourism. After all, there are already a lot of parent-child interaction variety shows in the country, but there aren't any tourism promotions. Although he hadn't received the program proposal yet, Xian understood the general meaning of this program. She also understood where Old Master Gu's sponsorship came from. But, Brother Han, are you sure that staying in a 5-star hotel and eating delicious food from a Michelin star chef won't make people think that you're flaunting your wealth? At this moment, Xian's heart was already moved. Although she was a little reluctant to interact with the main cast, compared to enjoying life, it didn't seem like a big deal. However, before Xian could agree, Han Yu made another big move. Oh yes, there's something else I haven't told you. If you hear about it, I'm sure you'll agree to participate in our new program. Han Yu smiled at Xian's request. Xian was about to agree to Han Yu's request, but when she saw Han Yu's reaction, she crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows, and said with some interest. What is it? Old Master Gu said that as long as you agree to participate in the program with his grandson, he'll help your son Xiaoxing to go to school. Cheyenne, who had been smiling with her eyebrows raised, suddenly became serious after hearing this. School? Tell me more about it. Old Master Gu said that he'll help you arrange for Xiaoxing to go to the best school in America. At the same time, it's also an internationally renowned elite school. When it came to this school, Han Yu could only sigh with emotion. Xiao's luck was really too good. The Ivy White elite school in the United States was not something that ordinary people could attend. Not to mention those top celebrities, even some rich and powerful people in the country would have a hard time if they wanted to go to this school. Without a strong network of connections, it was impossible to send one's child to this school. Moreover, since the establishment of this elite school, it had rarely accepted students of Asian nationality. However, these classes were not the most important. The most important thing was that the students who came out of this school were all dragons and phoenixes among men, elites among elites. Many presidents of the United States, as well as some famous scientists, studied in this school. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this school was the best in the world. Actually, Xian didn't know how good this school was, but she knew how to search for it. After a quick search and reading, she became excited. Is what Old Master Gu said true? Can he really arrange for our Xiaoxing to go to such a good school? Xian took a deep breath and looked at Han Yu with sparkling eyes. Her heart was filled with joy. She was really glad that she had brought the male lead, Gu Shumo, back. Saving the male lead in advance and changing the plot actually gave her such a reward. This was really awesome. Yes. So, Xian, do you want to take on this show? Do you want to film with Old Master Gu's grandson? Yes, 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 yes. Who wouldn't agree? Wouldn't that be a fool? Xian replied quickly with a smile. She no longer had the will to refuse to film with Gu Shumo. Alright, then it's settled then. When you arrive in America, we will start filming our second variety show. After seeing Xian nod in agreement, Han Yu patted his thigh and said with a smile. At this moment, his heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Although the show hadn't officially started filming yet, Han Yu was very sure that this show would be like the first show that he and Xian had filmed. Come. Challengers. The same fire. Okay, so what's the name of our next variety show? Perhaps influenced by the excited smile on Han Yu's face, Xian was also looking forward to the show that was about to start filming. How about Xian and Xiaoxing's travels? It sounds quite heartwarming, but it still feels a little weird. Xian blinked and thought about it seriously. We are not in a hurry about the name. After all, it will take a long time for our show to be broadcast. Han Yu said with a smile. He was not at all anxious about his and Xian's current situation. As for Xian, she was even less anxious. After all, she had already received her reward. But Brother Han, I still don't quite understand. Why do you think Old Master Gu wants me to take care of his grandson? This is really strange. Xian frowned. She couldn't understand Old Master Gu's thoughts at all. His family was so powerful, and rich. Why did he want her to take care of their child? This was really strange. Sigh, speaking of which, old Master Gu's family must be quite complicated. Although old Master Gu is in good spirits now, he is still very old. I heard that Gu Shimo's disappearance was most likely caused by someone. Moreover, old Master Gu intends to send Gu Shimo to the IVY elite school. Therefore, when he heard that you will be going to America and that I am preparing to film this show in America, he wanted to entrust Gu Shimo to you. After all, you are Gu Shimo's savior. Moreover, doesn't the young master of the Gu family like you very much? After hearing Han Yu's words, Xian suddenly understood. She thought about some of the information about the male lead in the novel and seemed to understand old Master Gu's intentions. Forget it. Just take it as finding a playmate for our Xiaoxing. Xian shrugged and said casually. However, after saying that, she felt a little amused. After all, these two little fellows, one was the villain, and the other was the male lead. Not only were they love rivals, but they were also business rivals. But now, these two sworn enemies had actually become childhood playmates. In the future, they would go to school together and live together every day. Pfft. Imagining this scene, Xian could not help but laugh. Xian, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Looking at Xian, who suddenly laughed without any warning, Han Yu was dumbfounded. Nothing, I just think that the show is quite interesting. Xian blinked and said with a grin. Then your reaction arc is really long. Han Yu did not suspect anything and shook his head in amusement. However, he did not know that the reason why Xian laughed was not because of the show. Soon, the two of them finished talking about work. Because not only did he have to go abroad, but he also had to arrange for the second show, Han Yu, who was very busy, did not stay for dinner at Xian's place and left in a hurry. After seeing Han Yu leave, the little fellow, who did not dare to disturb Xian's work, finally stuck to Xian's side. Mommy, I just heard that Gu Shimo is going to live with us again? Looking at the little fellow's aggrieved expression, Xian knew that her family's villain must have been eavesdropping just now. Yes, why? Are you unhappy? Xian rubbed the little fellow's head and said with a smile. Yes. I'm not happy. I don't like him at all. He's going to steal my mommy. The little fellow nodded honestly and did not hide his thoughts at all. Faced with the little fellow's attitude, Xian did not change her mind. Although in the novel, her good son and Gu Shimo were sworn enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. However, she felt that the male protagonist and the villain were still young and had not grown up. Most importantly, the plot had not even started yet. She might as well take advantage of this opportunity to completely change the plot of the novel and turn the original sworn enemies into. Xian lowered her head and looked at the little fellow's aggrieved expression. She blinked her eyes. Ahem. Although they might not become good friends, it would be a good change to become friends instead of enemies. At the very least, her family's villain wouldn't die so easily in the future. Although her villain did not like the female protagonist at all, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if the plot god shows his power? He won't, Xiaoxing, don't worry, even if he lives with us. He won't steal mommy away, because... With that, Xian hugged Xiaoxing. Because mommy is only Xiaoxing's mommy. With that, Xian kissed the little fellow's white and tender face. So, Xiaoxing, don't think too much with your little head. You have to get along well with Gu Shimo. After all, his grandfather found you such a good school. Xiaoxing felt extremely wronged. Not only did he not want to get along well with Gu Shimo, that annoying guy who coveted his fairy mother. He also hated Gu Shimo's grandfather for finding him a school. However, in the face of such a gentle fairy mother, he did not want to annoy her at all. Therefore, he did not resist Xian at all and nodded obediently. Yes. Mommy, I'll listen to you. Good boy, let's go. Mommy will cook you a delicious meal today. After the mother and son finished their intimate conversation, Xian happily started cooking dinner. While she was happily cooking dinner, she did not know that the internet was currently in an uproar because of the Challenger. News that the show was going to be suspended had blown up. Recently, Xian had been criticized online because of the video of Xia Jinghao's daughter, Fu Anqi. However, Although Xian was criticized, he still recorded the song Come On. Challenger. Video was really good. No one expected that the matter of Xia and being criticized would cause so many things to happen. Among them was the Come. Challenger. News that the show was going to be suspended, therefore, when the Come. Challenger. Official Weibo announced that the show would be suspended, countless viewers who had been silent were furious. You can criticize Xian, but can't you let us finish watching the show happily? I just don't understand. You keep criticizing Xian as a mistress, but do you have to ban him like this? There are so many mistresses in the entertainment industry. Why don't you ban them? Why do you have to ban Xian alone? Most importantly, can you let me finish watching the show before banning him? To be honest, I don't think a child's words are true or false. Also, Xian's audio is real. President Fu didn't step out to say that the audio is fake, right? Looking at the group of fake reviewers jumping up and down, rich people are really not to be trifled with. The person above. They haven't even released a single photo. How trustworthy can the words of others be? And the most important thing was, let me finish watching the show. Ah. I haven't seen such a good show in a long time. Come. Challenger. The suspension of the show caused many viewers who had been watching the show to be completely enraged. They couldn't tolerate it anymore. As a result, there were different voices on the internet in a situation where Xian was being slandered. Moreover, this rebellious public opinion was increasing. It actually started to strengthen Xian's momentum when Xian didn't do anything. We want the photos and videos of Xian's mistress as proof. Otherwise, you have no right to ban Xian. Protest against the suspension of the show. Challenger. It was just the netizens and viewers. Xian and the production team did not do anything to push them, and they were on the hot search list again. This was enough for many big shots in the entertainment industry to see. Come. Challenger was so popular now, and Xian was so popular, everyone was able to see the commercial value of this. However, Xian just had to meet an enemy like Xia Jinghao. Otherwise, with Xian's momentum, she would definitely be the hottest and most profitable celebrity in the industry. However, it was a pity that she was banned. However, at this moment, no one would have thought that their thinking was completely wrong. Xian didn't feel that it was a pity at all. Not only that, she also had resources and opportunities that others couldn't get. Mommy, are we leaving here tomorrow? At night, the little guy hugged Xian's arm and snuggled up to his mother as he asked softly. When Xian heard the little guy's words, she turned around and looked at Xianxia. What's wrong? Xiaoxing, you can't bear to leave here? No, as long as I'm with Mommy, I'll be happy wherever I go. Xiaoxing looked seriously at Xian. Although his tone was soft, it was very firm. Hearing the little guy's words, Xian poked Xiaoxing's little head with her finger. You're such a sweet child. But Mommy, were you bullied away? Xian, who was about to go to sleep, didn't expect her good son to say such a thing. This made her very shocked. She thought that even if her good son saw Fu Anqi's video, he wouldn't see the messy comments posted by other netizens on the internet. After all, her good son was still young and wouldn't see those terrible comments. No, Mommy wasn't bullied away. It's just that your development abroad will be better, and it'll be better for your growth. Xian straightened her expression and patted the little guy's little head with a smile. Mommy told you not to think so much. But why do you always think so much? I just don't want to see Mommy being bullied all the time. When he said this, Xian didn't see that under the quilt, the little guy's hands were tightly clenched, and his pink fingertips were white. Who said Mommy was bullied? Good son, don't you know that there's a saying that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? Xian smiled and pinched the little guy's small but straight nose. 10 years? That's too long. The little guy blinked and said with a serious expression. Seeing the little fellow's reaction, Xian's lips curled into a smile. Yes, 10 years is too long. Mommy doesn't believe this sentence, and Mommy can't wait that long. But Mommy wants to express. We're now retreating in order to advance. We still need to wait for a while. There's no hurry. Mommy, there's plenty of time. Xian had always been the kind of person who would take revenge on the spot. However, this kind of behavior was only suitable for the apocalypse. In this peaceful era where the law was controlled, if she didn't have enough capital, there was no way she could carry out this kind of behavior. Right now, she was still at a disadvantage. Not only did she not have all of Xian's memories, but she also had to guess everything about the original owner. And most importantly, Fu Xian and Xia Jinghao were really not easy to deal with. Their family was really something that a small orphan girl like her could not compete with at the moment. However, even so, she thought that before she left, she could still give them a small gift gradually. Xian fell asleep while thinking about the future. Hey! Woman, are you going to run away like this? You're too useless. You can't even deal with that kind of woman, and you still let her bully you. At this moment, Xian really regretted. Why didn't she take off the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant when she went to sleep? Opening her eyes, Xian saw two shrunken dragons, one black and one white, circling around her. Needless to say, the shrunken black dragon and white dragon were less domineering and majestic, but more cute and cute. Little Black. You're not allowed to call Master that. How many times have I said it? You're not allowed to call me Little Black. I don't want to be called Little Black, which has no meaning at all. Seeing the two dragons quarreling again, Xian thought very seriously in her heart. In the future, she must take off the jade pendant before sleeping, otherwise, every time she slept, she would be automatically pulled into the jade pendant space. Listening to these two childish dragons quarrel was really, very annoying. Okay, stop quarreling. Also, you can see what's happening outside when you're in the jade pendant? Xia. And interrupted the two dragons' childish quarrel and said with a frown. Yes, Master. The jade pendant is our eyes. If you wear the jade pendant, we can see everything you've experienced. However, Master, if you don't want us to see it in the future, we don't have to see it. Seeing Little White's obedient response, Xian felt a lot better. She raised her hand, patted Little White's head, and said with a smile. You're the most obedient. Hearing Xian's praise, Little White happily rubbed his small dragon head against Xian's palm. He looked really cute. When Black Dragon Shenemo saw this scene, he angrily circled around Xian and Little White. Che. No matter how obedient Little White is, he can't help you take revenge on that bad woman who bullied you. Seeing Little Black's jealous and awkward expression, Xian curled her lips and thought of a plan. Is that so? Little White can't, but you can? Ah. Of course. Woman, I've said it before, I'm much more powerful than that useless dragon Shen Tian. If I want someone to be unlucky, that person will be unlucky. If I want to hurt someone, no one can stop me. After Little Black circled around Xian, he proudly hovered on Xian's shoulder. Is that so? But you don't look that powerful. Xian smiled and poked the black dragon on her shoulder and said with a smile. You woman. You dare to look down on me. Good. Then I'll let you see my power. Little Black seemed to be angered by Xian's words. He angrily flew away from Xian's shoulder and floated in the air. After his red pupils darkened, he flew back to Xian's side. Done. I've already cursed Xia Jinghao, that bad woman who bullied you. Don't worry, she'll be unlucky soon. How about it? Did it work? All the anti-theft badges have been replaced. There will be no more anti-theft badges in the future. There will be as many as there are in the future. Thank you to the little cuties who haven't abandoned 12 sauce and left. Thank you for your company all this time. P.S. The red packets in front have been sent. Other than the 0 comments, I didn't send them. This chapter will continue to send out red packets. Little cuties, please leave a message. Right, I'm a little curious. What's the reason why everyone likes this article? Little cuties who don't know what to say can reply to this question. Hashtag carrot dash carrot hashtag. Looking at Little Hay's proud face, Xian thought it was quite cute. The first time she saw these two dragons, one black and one white, she felt that these two dragons were very majestic and sacred. However, after interacting with them for a while, she felt that these two dragons were just like children. Although they seemed to have existed for many years, they had been sealed in their respective jade pendants and slept for many years. If she hadn't obtained the 2 jade pendants of the twin dragons playing with a pearl and had the sudden inspiration to let the 2 jade pendants collide, the 2 dragons, one black and one white, would have continued to be sealed in the jade pendants and slept for many, many, many years. I'm not sure whether or not it's true. I have to see it with my own eyes in order to determine whether or not your curse is as powerful as it seems. Xian smiled and nodded at the head of the black dragon that flew in front of her to ask for her credit. TSK. Just you wait. She would definitely be very unlucky. However, it's a pity that my magic power hasn't recovered yet. Now, I can only do some small things. As Blackie spoke, he became depressed. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with depression. Master, I'm very useful too. The spring water and stream water in my space can not only save lives and heal the wounded, but also beautify and nourish one's skin. Although it can't make a person more beautiful, it can make a person's complexion better. Their skin will be as white and tender as a baby's. When Xiaobai saw that Xiaohei was asking for credit, he squeezed over like a child and impatiently introduced him to Xian. Master, don't you like money? You can use the water in my space to make money. I think that since ancient times, women have always loved beauty. My spring water and stream water should be able to sell for a lot of money, right? Cheyenne, who was still focused on the black dragon, heard Little White's words and her eyes lit up instantly. Little White, can the spring water in your space be taken out? Xian asked in surprise. After all, she was only able to enter the space when she was asleep. Moreover, it was only the soul that entered the space, not the body. Yes, you can. Little White nodded its sparkling white dragon head and said happily. I can use my mind to make the spring water and stream water in my space leave the space and enter Master's world. The water in the goldfish tank at home is the stream water in the space. That's why the goldfish at home hasn't died yet. Hearing Little White's words, Cheyenne's face was instantly filled with an excited expression. She thought that she could not only be a celebrity but also earn money. Good. 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 Little White, you're really too useful. Cheyenne said good 3 times in a row, which made the black dragon depressed again. For a moment, he actually felt that he was really useless, really, not as useful as his nemesis. How infuriating. $##, really. Master, it's great hey. Xiaoan's, little, Xiaoan's, too. Little Xiaoan's. But what's the difference between a stream water and a spring water? Xian pondered. Since it could beautify and strengthen one's body, there were many things she could do. However, it was not easy to open a hospital and sell medicine. She might as well open a company that specialized in selling skincare products. It was close to zero cost and investment. She only needed the water in Little White's space to earn a lot of money. The stream water can beautify and nourish one's body. The spring water has the effect of strengthening one's body, and the spirit liquid in the spring has the effect of reviving the dead. However, only 1 drop of the spirit liquid can be produced after 10,000 years. It's very rare. Xian's heart was pounding as she listened to Little White's narration. Oh my god, this cheat of hers was really too good. Luckily, she decided to steal the female lead's cheat, and luckily, she stole the wrong one. Little White was so useful. That spirit liquid was a protective talisman. This was equivalent to her and her family's villain having an extra life. With that thought, Xian hugged Little White. Little White, it's really great to be able to meet you. A golden finger like Little White would not only be useful in the current peaceful era. It was even more amazing in the apocalypse. Thinking about it, Xian was glad for her good luck. It's really great that Little White was able to meet Master. Little White rubbed against Xian's cheek and said happily. He did not know how long he had been asleep. If Xian did not appear, he might not have woken up for the rest of his life. TSK. You guys are so mushy. So mushy. So ugly, so ugly. The way Xian and Little White hugged each other intimately made Black Dragon, who was standing at the side, furious. His tone was full of disdain and disgust. However, Xian let go of one hand and opened her arms. Little Black, do you want a hug too? Xian's tone was as if she was coaxing a child, and Black Dragon immediately flew away without a trace. Seeing Black Dragon fly away without a trace and disappear, Xian blinked. Is Little Black having a stroke? Master, don't worry about him. Early in the morning, Xian opened her eyes and looked at the golden sunlight shining in through the window. Her face was full of smiles. Recently, she had been surrounded by scandals and was even banned from the entertainment industry. However, there was no depression on her face or in her eyes. There was only a bright smile, as bright as the golden light in her eyes. Mom, are you happy to be away from home? Xianxia opened his eyes and saw his fairy mother smiling brightly. He rubbed his eyes and asked curiously, what's wrong? Yes, Mom is very happy. Because Mom thinks that we are going to be rich. Xian hugged Xianxia, kissed his little head, and said with a happy smile. Now, as long as she thought of sitting on a mountain of gold and silver, she felt that she could wake up from her sleep with a smile. Rich? The little guy tilted his head in confusion and looked at Xian in confusion. Yes, we are going to have a lot of money soon, although she had not realized her plan yet, and there was no sign of a company. However, she was very confident in Little White's golden finger. Didn't you see that her and her villain's bodies were nourished by the spring water in Little White's space? There was also the whole tub of small goldfish that were still alive and kicking in the bathtub. Wasn't that the living proof? She believed that as long as she used the water in Little White's space to make skincare products, she would definitely conquer all the men and women in this world who loved beauty. As the saying goes, money from women and children was the easiest to earn. Therefore, she was sure that the money she made from starting a company was likely to be more than the money she made as a star. However, the matter of starting a company was not urgent. She still had to plan for the long term. First, she would go to the United States to explore the situation and look for opportunities. If it was possible, she might be able to start a company without spending any money at that time. If the company became big, her villain would be a rich second-generation heir with a family property. Thinking about it, it was pretty good. At this time, Xian had forgotten the original intention of her transmigration. When she first transmigrated, she still wanted to rely on her superintelligent genius to support her. But now, Mom, are you short of money? The little guy looked at his fairy mother's money-grubbing look, and his eyes suddenly curved into a pair of crescent moons. It seemed that he had not seen his fairy mother show such a money-grubbing look for a long time. His fairy mother was so cute. She was just like a greedy cat. I'm not short of money, I just feel that it's really impossible to not have money and power, Xian said with a sigh. The things she had experienced this time made her deeply realize that the peace era and the apocalypse she lived in were really very different. In the apocalypse, as long as you were strong enough, you could do anything. But in this world, it was still a world where money and power were paramount. However, Xian did not know that her casual sigh had made her obedient son take it to heart. It also made his affection for the female lead's family drop to the freezing point. If it were not for Uncle Fu, Aunt Xia and Auntie, then his mother would not have been hurt like this. Mom, when I grow up, I will definitely become a very rich and powerful person. I will definitely not let anyone bully you anymore. The little guy held Xian's hand tightly with a serious expression on his face. His pair of black eyes were full of stubbornness. Looking at the serious little guy, Xian nodded lightly and raised her hand to touch the little guy's little head. Yes, I believe that our Xiaoxing will definitely become a very rich and powerful adult. Because, in the novel, her obedient son was just that powerful. Okay, let's get up quickly and eat breakfast, then get ready to pack for the trip to the United States. Today is our last day here. Okay. After Xian and her son got up and made a hearty breakfast, the little guy went to pack his luggage. Xian, who had already packed her luggage in advance, opened her laptop. Looking at the screen full of information about her, Xian curled the corners of her lips and opened Weibo again. She raised her hand. She was just about to write a long Weibo post to denounce Xia Jinghao's family and expose all the truth. But in the end, she stopped and only wrote a line of extremely simple words. Xian V, the innocent knows that they are innocent. Yes, Xian had only typed such a short sentence. However, this was not because Xian was timid, afraid, or admitting defeat. Instead, Xian decided to play a big move. She wanted to slowly lay out her plan and then, in the end, hit the nail on the head. She wanted to make Xia Jinghao's family disappear completely from her sight. Also, she wanted to make Xia Jinghao's family completely lose their reputation. Especially Xia Jinghao. Xia Jinghao, cherish the life you have now. After saying this, Xian closed her laptop and no longer cared about the public opinion and reactions on the internet. She only wanted to happily welcome her trip to the United States to make a fortune and go on vacation. Now, as long as she thought about the new variety show she was going to film in the United States, she would feel happy. She really did not care about Xia Jinghao's trivial matters at all. She even thought that it was a little funny that Xia Jinghao was so good at causing trouble. Otherwise, she would not have been able to stay in the best hotel, eat the best food, and send her son to the best school. As for supporting the male lead, then she would support him. Only a fool would not do such a great business deal. And just as Xiaoan was happily preparing to go to the United States, she did not know that her Weibo post had caused another huge uproar. At the same time, she also did not know that the female lead's family was not doing well. Because they were hacked, the company suffered a huge loss. Moreover, Xia Jinghao was in an even worse state. She brought her daughter, Xianxia, to participate in Mom's Back. Even if she spent a lot of money, she just wanted to put on a show and didn't really want to experience life in the countryside. But today's update is over. Little cuties, go to sleep. Good night, Xiaomi. #3 hashtag 12 sauce is giving out red packets to everyone. Chapter 56. What? Everything is missing? When Xia Jinghao received the call, he couldn't believe his ears. She didn't expect that the large cart of things she had carefully prepared, a large cart of exquisite items that could allow her and her precious daughter to live comfortably even in the countryside, would all be lost. I'm sorry, madam. There was a car accident, so all the things in the car fell into the lake. But the good thing is that there were no casualties. Hearing the words from the phone, Xia Jinghao almost threw the phone away. Do you think you're more important than my truck? Idiot. Xia Jinghao was furious. At that time, he was too lazy to take his things, so he simply put all his luggage in that car. Who would have thought that the car would get into a car accident of all things? Now it's all good. All of her and her precious daughter's luggage was gone. Now, it was equivalent to them coming to the recording of the show empty-handed. Moreover, it was in a rural area where even birds wouldn't shit and the environment was very harsh. Mom? What happened? Xianxia, who was standing beside Xia Jinghao, had a puzzled look on her face. Lowering her head, Xia Jinghao looked at her baby daughter's innocent and beautiful face. She held her little hand. Let's go. We're not recording anymore. Let's go home. With that, Xia Jinghao gestured to his assistant that he was going to stop filming and go home. Her actions left all the crew members of the Mom's Back dumbfounded. When the director of the show found out that Xia Jinghao was going to leave the show, he was shocked. They hadn't even started filming and they were already leaving. Moreover, their production team did not do anything to this rich madam. Mrs. Fu, is there anything you're not satisfied with our production team? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can tell us directly. We can change it. Sushi, the director's assistant of the Mom's Back production team, said to Xia Jinghao with a smile. However, her humble and kind words were of no use to Xia Jinghao. Instead, it encouraged Xia Jinghao to be arrogant. What are you dissatisfied with? I'm not satisfied with anything. Looking at Xia Jinghao's disdainful look, Sushi forced a stiff smile and tried to control her emotions. Mrs. Fu, just tell us what you're dissatisfied with and we can definitely do it. However, when Xia Jinghao heard Sushi's words, she snorted mockingly. I want to sleep on the Hens Vividus mattress I brought. Do you have it? Hens Vividus mattress? No problem. I'll get our program crew to buy it for you right now. Even if it's by air freight. Although Sushi did not know what the hell this hen's mattress was, at least she had a breakthrough. Thus, she braced herself and agreed. However, she did not know that this Hens Vividus mattress was the Hermes of mattresses. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Xia, and you're buying it. My mattress is a limited edition. It took 10 top-notch craftsmen 250 hours to make it by hand. The price is 10 million yuan. Do you think you can afford it, or do you think your program team can afford it? Hearing Xia Jinghao's words, Su Shi and the production team members around her were dumbfounded. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's mind was F***CK. This F***king mattress costs 10 million yuan. Sure enough, the lives of the rich were unimaginable, however. Who the hell would bring a mattress when they went out? She was definitely deliberately making things difficult for them, however, this group of production team members did not know that Xia Jinghao was definitely not deliberately making things difficult for them. In fact, she really did bring such an expensive mattress. Moreover, not only did she bring a mattress worth 10 million yuan, but she also brought millions of daily necessities. Hence, this time, Xia Jinghao had suffered a huge loss when she went out. What should we do? Sister Su, Mrs. Fu insisted on leaving. She already left with her daughter and assistant. To be honest, it's good that she left. I think she's really too troublesome. She's even more arrogant than those A-list celebrities. I've never seen anyone who's more arrogant than her. After filming for so many episodes, this is the first time I've seen someone with such a bad personality like her. So what if she's rich? From what I see now, Xiaoan must have been framed by this person. Xiaoan is definitely not a mistress. Sigh, so what if she's rich? You might not know this, but Mrs. Fu brought a lot of daily necessities for the sake of living a comfortable life on the show. She really did bring a mattress worth 10 million yuan with her. And all those daily necessities added up to tens of millions. What the F***CK? No way. It's just filming for a show, yet she spent tens of millions? Don't forget, she's a rich Mrs. Fu. How extravagant. It's so good to be rich. Pfft. But all the things she brought are gone. There was a car accident on the way and all the things in the car fell into the lake. So she wanted to quit filming? Haha, that's right. How can a rich person really bear to live in the countryside? How pretentious. Don't the big celebrities in our industry also experience life in the countryside? What's so special about it? But if she didn't want to participate in the show to experience life in the countryside, then why did she? I'm guessing it has something to do with Xiaoan, right? Originally, the last guest that our production team wanted to invite was Xiaoan. Just as the production team of Mom is Back was gossiping and speculating about Xia Jinghao's departure, everyone was gossiping. Xia Jinghao, who had left with an arrogant attitude, returned to the production team once again. However, when she returned this time, she was in a sorry state. Not only was she dirty all over, but she also looked like a drowned rat. Her entire body was covered in dirty water. Someone, come quickly. Help my wife find a clean set of clothes. Seeing Xia Jinghao return in such a sorry state, all the production team members were stunned for a moment before they started to hold back their laughter. Because Xia Jinghao's current appearance was too funny, if she was a good-tempered person, they would not be so unsympathetic. But the point was that Xia Jinghao's appearance was too different from Xia Jinghao's current appearance. Hence, everyone really wanted to laugh now. They did not have any sympathy at all. Mrs. Fu, what's wrong with you? Sushi asked in surprise when he saw Xia Jinghao, who looked like a beggar who had been splashed with dirty water. After hearing Xia Jinghao's assistant's answer, Sushi finally understood that Mrs. Fu was really unlucky. When they left, they had a falling out with the production team, so they could only take a tractor from the countryside. However, halfway through the journey, it suddenly rained. Not only did it rain, but when the tractor finally arrived at the station, there was an accident at the station and the doors were closed. It was said that they would not have a car for a week. Xia Jinghao had a bad temper. When she tried to reason with someone, she was accidentally splashed with garbage. She wanted to call home and ask Fu Xian to pick them up, but no matter how she tried, her call did not go through. Because of all kinds of unlucky things, Xia Jinghao, who did not have a car to go home, could only return to the production team with Fu Anqi. Let me make this clear first. I don't want to live in the worst house. I want to live in the best house. Also, you have to prepare meals for us. Seeing that there was no way to go back, Xia Jinghao could only compromise with the production team and stay with them to continue filming. After seeing that the production team had agreed to all her conditions, Xia Jinghao felt a little better. However, what poor Xia Jinghao did not know was that if they stayed with the production team, they would not have a good life either. In fact, it was even more unlucky than what she had experienced today. Moreover, this unlucky incident was being filmed, which made her even more unlucky. Xia Jinghao's days of suffering had begun, but Xiaoan was the opposite. Xiaoan's good days had really arrived. As soon as they got off the plane, Xiaoan took the little fellow and a small team of program followers out of the plane. Then, they were picked up by a limousine to a super 5-star hotel. "Hello, dear Miss Xia, your friend has booked the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of this hotel for you. It is also the only presidential suite. I will be the housekeeper during your stay in the hotel. If you need anything, you can look for me." Xiaoan, who had never stayed in a presidential suite, felt very happy just by hearing the words top floor and only one. It was a presidential suite. And it was the top floor. And it was the only one. This accommodation environment, it was really too good. Most importantly, it was free. Filming this show was simply too worth it. Xiaoan happily held the little girl's hand and followed the housekeeper of the suite to the elevator that led to the presidential suite on the top floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. Xiaoan did not expect it to be a residential elevator. As soon as the elevator door opened, Xiaoan saw a very luxurious arched door. Looking at this door, it really did not look like the door of a room at all. "Miss Xia, I forgot to tell you that this floor belongs to you." As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, he opened the door for Xiaoan. As soon as the door opened, Xiaoan, the country bumpkin, was completely shocked by the presidential suite that she was going to stay in: a spa, a gym, a swimming pool, a hot spring. All kinds of things that one could imagine were available in this presidential suite. Xiaoan was dazzled by the housekeeper's introduction of each and every one of them. At this time, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was, wait. This must be very expensive. How much will it cost to stay here for one night? "Miss Xia, you can ask Han about this." Although the housekeeper did not answer, Xiaoan knew that this luxurious presidential suite must be super expensive. After looking at all the fancy rooms on the top floor, the housekeeper led Xiaoan and Xianxia to the room that they were going to stay in tonight. As soon as the housekeeper opened the door, he saw Fairy Sister. "It seems that the temperature has dropped recently. Little cuties, please keep warm." 12 Sauce's hands were frozen after he finished typing, but he did not like to turn on the air conditioner either. Chapter 57 Fairy Sister. The moment the door was opened, a chubby little guy ran out of the room. Then, Gu Shimo. "You're not allowed to hug my mom. Let go." Xiaoan lowered her head and looked at the little guy who was hugging her thigh tightly and acting like a spoiled child. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She did not expect Gu Shimo to be waiting for her in the hotel. At first, she thought that there would be a handover. At the very least, she would have to wait until tomorrow to receive Gu Shimo from Old Master Gu. "Let go. This is my mother. I'm the only one who can carry him." "No. Not letting go. Grandpa said that I will be living with Fairy Sister in the future. Fairy Sister will take care of me." When Xiaoan came back to his senses, he saw two very delicate and beautiful little guys playing together. She shook her head helplessly. She already had a premonition that she would have to deal with the childish behavior of these two little fellows every day in the future. Xiaoan stretched out his hand and pulled the two little guys up, one in each hand. "All right, stop arguing, you two. In the future, we will all live together. You must get along well with each other. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Xiaoan's words, the two kids, who had been arguing fiercely, finally calmed down. "Got it, Mom. I know, Fairy Sister." Xiaoan grumbled in his heart as he looked at the two little guys' pitiful faces. Looking at it now, the male lead and the antagonist were really born to be at odds. Regardless of whether there was a female lead or not, these two little ones would still dislike each other. "That's right, Fairy Sister, my grandfather asked me to pick you up for dinner." After Xiaoan put her luggage away, Gu Shimo tugged at the corner of her clothes and said softly, "Don't worry." It turned out that Gu Shimo still had a handover job. However, this little guy really wanted to see Xiaoan as soon as possible. That was why he arrived at the hotel first and waited to inform Xiaoan. Upon hearing that Old Master Gu was treating her to a famous Michelin restaurant, Xiaoan agreed without hesitation. Even the idea of resting for a while was dispelled. She packed her luggage a little and hurriedly brought the two little guys to the banquet. Oh, that Asian girl is so pretty, like a little elf. Is she an Asian celebrity? What a beautiful Asian girl. Because he was abroad, Xian didn't have to disguise himself before going out like he did in China. This time, because she was in a good mood, she didn't even wear a mask and just went out with the two little ones. As a result, he attracted a lot of attention along the way. Even though she was sitting in the dining room, everyone's eyes were still glued to her. Just as Xian sat down opposite old Master Gu with the two little ones, she saw a waiter appear in front of her with a beautiful and exquisite dessert. Miss, this is the dessert from the table next to yours. Looking at the dessert before her, Xian was a little dumbfounded. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. In the past, she had always disguised herself or gone to a private room when she went out, so she had never encountered such a situation. Now, for the first time in a peaceful world, Xian felt that being beautiful could really be used as a card. Haha, Miss Xia is really charming. Old Master Gu looked at Xian with a smile and said teasingly. Looking at Old Master Gu's smiling face, Xian calmly prepared to enjoy the delicious dessert. However, it was a pity that before she could pick up the spoon to eat, she saw the two little ones quarreling again. Waiter, take this away. My mother doesn't eat food from strangers. That's right. I'll pay for whatever fairy sister wants to eat. Take it away, take it away. Looking at the two little guys' reactions, Xian was completely stunned. However, she was not stunned because of their actions, but because these two little guys actually spoke fluent English. They really spoke fluent English. This made her, who had returned all her English lessons to her university teachers, feel a little embarrassed, although she had picked up the English class again because she was going to participate in a foreign Hollywood movie, she still couldn't understand it. But she couldn't speak as fluently as these two little guys. Fairy sister, what do you want to eat? Little can buy it for you. Grandpa said that I'm very rich. Gushimo looked at Xian with bright eyes. Like a puppy trying to please its owner, he was extremely obedient. Hearing Gushimo's words, Xian didn't react, but the little guy sitting on Xian's left became anxious. I have money too. I can also buy a lot of things for mommy. Xian and Old Master Gu looked at each other and burst out laughing when they saw how adorable the two little fellows were fighting for attention. It seems that Miss Xia has already charmed this grandson of mine to no end. If my grandson inherits the family fortune in the future, it looks like our family's business will have to be named Xia. Old Master Gu teased in a good mood. Hearing Old Master Gu's words, Xian hurriedly waved her hand. Old Master Gu, don't tease me. Haha. However, seeing that my grandson likes you so much, I'm even more assured in handing him over to you. After saying this, the smile on Old Master Gu's face faded. Old Master Gu. Forget it, forget it. Let's eat first. After eating, let's find a place to have a good chat. Okay. After Old Master Gu called for the waiters in suits quickly served them exquisite dishes one after another. Looking at the delicate plates of food, Xian tasted them one by one. He really felt that the foreigner's food was delicious, but the portions were too small. However, there were still benefits to having a smaller portion. For example, this would suppress the cruel reality of her quickly becoming beautiful because of eating too much delicious food. After enjoying the delicious foreign food, although Xian felt that it was a pity that the portion was too small, she still left the restaurant with Old Master Gu in satisfaction and went to a private club to drink tea and digest the food. Xiaoma, bring Xiaoxing out to play. I have something to discuss with your sister Xia. After sitting in the luxurious private VIP room, Old Master Gu sent the two little guys out. Although the two little guys were somewhat unwilling, they still obeyed obediently. As soon as the two little fellows left, Old Man Gu's relaxed and contented appearance was replaced by a serious expression. Miss Xia, I know that you might feel that my request this time is somewhat inappropriate, but this old man has no other choice. Seeing Old Master Gu's solemn expression, Xian asked in confusion. Isn't it just helping you take care of your grandson for the time being? It's not a big deal. You'll pay, and I'll put in the effort. This is an open deal, so you don't have to think too much about it. After hearing Xiaoan's straightforward words, the originally solemn old Master Gu did not know whether this beautiful woman in front of him was too naive or too cold-blooded. However, Xiaoan's answer still amused old Master Gu and made him feel more at ease. Great! If you do this, I'll be more at ease leaving my grandson with you. Don't worry, as long as you take good care of my grandson, I'll reward you handsomely. Or, if you have any requests, you can tell me. As long as it's within my means, I'll satisfy you. Old Master Gu was a businessman, and he had never liked to do things based on emotions. He had always preferred a relationship of interest that was clearly stated. With such a relationship of interest, he felt more secure and was not afraid of betrayal. Haven't you already paid me? Xiaoan raised her eyebrows and said with a grin. No, that's a token of appreciation for Hanyu. I haven't given you your reward yet. Furthermore, I don't know how long you'll be taking care of my grandson, so I have to give you some benefits first. Old Master Gu took a sip of his tea and said calmly. The current him was a stark contrast to the benevolent grandfather he had been just a moment ago. The current him was more like a scheming businessman, and he did not look like a good person at all. It's not convenient for me to elaborate on my family matters. But I'll really have to ask you to take care of my grandson in the future. The kidnapping and abduction last time had really frightened old Master Gu. He did not expect that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. His son was so hateful that he did not even care about his son now that he had little Qing. It was as if as long as his son was not dead, that was his bottom line. Thinking about the pack of vicious wolves eyeing his family covetously, and the restlessness in the company. Old Master Gu did not expect that in his old age, he would still have to expend so much energy to fight. For the sake of his only grandson. Okay, I'll help you take care of your grandson. But, since you've already said that you'll reward me, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Xiaoan was not pretending at all. She had never been a little white rabbit, a white lotus, or a Virgin Mary. She had always been taking advantage of others as much as she could. Anyway, since old Master Gu had already said it so bluntly, she did not have to pretend anymore. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me, as long as I can do it. I want to set up a company. Xiaoan did not hesitate to tell him about this matter. She was already short of funds to begin with. But now, since someone was offering it to her, she might as well set up a company directly. Set up a company? In the United States? Old Master Gu really did not expect Xiaoan to make such a request. He had thought that this woman would mention money. But he really did not expect that this woman, who appeared to be only beautiful, would have such ambition. Why? Can't I? No, of course you can. I'll help you. Time passed little by little. Every day that Xiaoan spent in the United States was progressing in a good direction. If he wanted to start a company, he would need old Master Gu's help. With old Master Gu's help, her son successfully entered one of the best schools in the world. Although come on. Challenger. It had really stopped broadcasting and was no longer recording. However, the recording of the new show, Xiaoan's Little Star Cabin, had also started. Furthermore, the content of the recording was extremely comfortable. They ate sumptuous meals every day and stayed in 5-star hotels. The material enjoyment was extremely comfortable. Xiaoan's mental state was presented to the most perfect state. His entire body was nourished by the material, giving off a lazy and noble aura. In contrast to Xiaoan, Xia Jinghao was extremely unlucky. Originally, she had only participated in Mom's back to slap Xiaoan in the face and make her suffer. As for going to the countryside to experience life, she really didn't even think about it. Even if she knew the program's flow, she still thought of corresponding countermeasures. She brought a lot of things to record the program, hoping that when she was recording the program, her quality of life would be similar to her usual. However, what he didn't expect was that all the things in the car were gone. What was even more unexpected was that before the filming of the show ended, she really had no way of bringing her precious daughter home. Therefore, Xia Jinghao and Fu Anqi really experienced the life of the villagers this time. This kind of life made the mother and daughter, who had always lived luxuriously, almost collapse. Little Princess Fu Anqi, who did not like to cry and was very likable, had turned into a tearful person. She cried every day. It was not good to live in, it was not good to eat, and it was not good to do quests with other children. She was crying all the time. This caused quite a few of the staff and guests to have a headache because, many times, when Xianxia cried, she would cry with the other children. However, compared to Xianxia, Xianxia's crying was still considered good, because Teardrop's mother was even scarier than her. It was as if she had reached menopause and was throwing all kinds of tantrums, especially after filming for a few days. Xianxia's face was stung by bugs and had many red spots. Although it didn't hurt or itch, it was ugly. Moreover, no matter how much powder she applied, it couldn't hide the red spots on her face. Ah. I'm not recording anymore. Not recording anymore. How can we record with this face? Listening to the sounds coming from the tent, the staff of the Mom's Back program team looked helpless and annoyed. Tell me, why did the director of our program team find such an ancestor to film the program? It was too terrifying. After so many days of filming, there hasn't been a day when there hasn't been a scene. Haha. You don't say. The director of our show didn't even want to invite this ancestor. He wanted to invite Xian, but who knew that this ancestor would insist on participating? Now, I really think that Xian is an innocent and unlucky person. With Xiaojingshao's temper, I think that Xian was definitely framed and made a scapegoat. Definitely. Have you ever seen a female celebrity get banned as a mistress? Xian must have been targeted by Xiaojinghao. Sigh, fortunately, the program is about to finish filming. Otherwise, I feel like I'll have to resign too. Sigh, let's work hard and persevere together. However, I only hope that this ancestor, Xiaojinghao, will not come to the second episode's recording. I think the director thinks so too. Just like that, the Mom's Back program ended in an atmosphere where countless staff members wanted to resign and the guests wanted to boycott the show. Xiaojinghao and her mother, who were originally glamorous and full of energy, had been scammed miserably. Both of them had lost a lot of weight. Their faces were sallow and emaciated, and their looks seemed to have decreased by more than half. Xiaojinghao, on the other hand, was even more miserable. Her face and body were riddled with scars. They were either bitten by insects or injured by falls. It was not ordinary bad luck. Originally, Xiaojinghao thought that she would be able to recuperate after leaving the village and returning home. Who knew that when she returned home, there would be a rare outage of water and electricity. Trouble would befall whoever she went to. It was as if she was possessed by the god of misfortune, causing her to be in a terrible state mentally and physically. In the end, she even fell seriously ill, tormenting her until her entire body was weak. When she finally recovered from her illness, something even more unlucky happened. For some reason, the video of her throwing a tantrum at the Mom's Back program crew and beating someone up was exposed on the internet. Before the show was even aired, Xiaojinghao had already gone viral on the internet because of this incident. Originally, many netizens suspected that Xian had been framed by Xiaojinghao. However, there had never been any concrete evidence. Moreover, Xiaojinghao's public image had always been that of a gentle and kind socialite, so most people still stood on Xiaojinghao's side. However, now that the video of Xiaojinghao beating someone up was exposed, the public opinion had completely changed. Because of Xiaojinghao's beating incident, Xian's reputation had been cleared a lot. Xiaojinghao, who had originally planned not to bring her daughter to the program, was forced to listen to the public relations team's advice and continue filming in the village. Sob sob. Mom, Chi-Chi doesn't want to go to the village anymore. It's so uncomfortable. I don't like it. Looking at her precious daughter's crying face after knowing that she had to go to the countryside to participate in the program's recording, Xiaojing felt extremely regretful in her heart. At this moment, she really regretted snatching Xia and Spot. It was such a tough program. She should have let Xian go. She should have let Xia and take her son to suffer. She could just watch the mother and son suffer. However, Xiaojinghao's intestines were green with regret now. If the video of her throwing a tantrum and beating someone up had not been exposed, it would have been fine. She could have casually made up an excuse and said that she would not participate. However, now, in order to clear her image, she had to participate in the program recording. Baby, be good. Mom doesn't want to participate either. However, because of that bad woman, we have to participate in the program. Otherwise, we will be defeated by that bad woman. Xia Jinghao hugged Fu Anqi and said gently. Hearing Xia Jinghao's words, the little girl sobbed a few times and nodded pitifully. Then let's participate. We don't want to be defeated by that bad woman, okay, good girl. After comforting her precious daughter for a while, Xia Jinghao thought that Xian must be living a miserable life after being banned from the entertainment industry. Her mood improved a lot. However, what she did not know was that Xian was not living as miserably as she had imagined. Not only was she living a good life, but on the contrary, Xian was living a comfortable and luxurious life. Whether it was in terms of life or work, she was doing very well. Not long after the filming of the new variety show, Xian followed Hanyu and director Su to visit director Grace. This time, they were visiting director Grace not only to audition for the lead role of the movie, but also to participate in the recording of Xian's Little Star Cabin. That's right. The content of this program was about Xian's life, including Xian's work in the entertainment industry. Oh. You are the embodiment of my role. Before Xian received the script and started the audition, she saw director Grace, who had just met her, staring at her with shining eyes and sighing with emotion. Seeing director Grace's expression, Xian was a little dumbfounded. She had originally thought that the so-called audition would be very complicated and difficult. Who would have thought that this legendary world-class director would think so highly of her before she had even done anything? Director Grace, aren't you going to let Xian audition for this role? Director Su coughed softly and kindly reminded her. After all, Xian was a small celebrity with no acting skills. She was just a vase. Oh, Anne's temperament and appearance are the same as the female lead in my script, Joan. No one is more suitable for the role of Joan than in. Grace looked at Xian with sparkling eyes. She was so excited that she almost hugged Xian and then let's at least audition. Director Su looked at Xian, who was frowning, and then at the extremely excited Grace. In the end, at Director Su's suggestion, Grace asked Xian to do a few martial arts moves. When Xian did a series of neat somersaults in the air without even touching the ground, she completed the audition perfectly. Clap, clap, clap. After Xian did a somersault in the air, a loud applause sounded. Grace almost slapped his hand until it was swollen. Very good. Joan's character needed such clean and nimble movements. And this role seems to be tailor-made for you. It's yours. After listening to Grace's explanation, Xian finally understood that the role she was going to play was really not difficult at all. Grace was not exaggerating at all. This role really seemed to be tailor-made for her. It was hers. This was because in this movie, she was going to play the female lead, Joan, and her biggest feature was, she could fight. She was especially good at fighting. Moreover, the background of the story also revolved around the apocalypse. However, this apocalypse was still somewhat different from ordinary zombie movies. After all, she was a famous director. Even if it was the apocalypse, it was completely different from ordinary zombie movies. People also filmed zombies, but the focus was not on the zombies. It was more on the issues of human nature and environmental protection. The story took place a few hundred years after the apocalypse. It was the story of people who left the Earth in the future and returned to the Earth. And Xian's character, Joan, was an old human who participated in the freezing plan and was frozen for hundreds of years. The impact of new and old human culture and ideas, and the salvation and redemption of the apocalypse. In short, after listening to the story, Xian felt that the story was quite good. Anyway, it was more interesting than the zombie movies she watched on the internet. How about it, and do you agree to play this role? Sorry, something bad happened recently, so I haven't been able to keep up with the daily updates. I'll try to adjust. What do you think, Anne? Do you agree to play the role? When they heard Grace's question, Hanyu and director Su, who accompanied Xian, couldn't wait to help Xian agree. However, when it came to Xian, he was still hesitating. Hanyu and director Su were anxious to death. Oh, and, do you have any concerns? Was it a problem with the pay or something else? If it's about the pay, I don't think you need to worry. You're the main character of my movie, so your pay will naturally not be small. Fortunately, foreigners, or at least Grace, were very broad-minded and magnanimous. Even in the face of Xian's hesitation, he didn't get angry. Instead, he spoke in a very friendly manner. It could be seen that Grace had a particularly good impression of Cheyenne. Xian wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. She had no reason to reject the offer. Originally, she had come to audition for the role and had the intention of getting this role. However, she had passed the audition without much audition. This made her feel a little unsure deep down. She had originally planned to see if she could act as an actress during the audition. If she could, she would earn the money and take the job. If it didn't work, then she wouldn't earn this money and just set up a company in peace. But unexpectedly, there was no acting at all in the audition. This foreign director had warmed her up and said that she could play this role. That was why Xian didn't immediately agree to Director Grace's request. She really didn't want to fight a battle that she wasn't confident in winning. She also didn't want to drag anyone down. It's not that I don't want to. I'm just afraid that I don't have the acting skills. The director had said that Joan, the female lead in the script, was tailor-made for her. And the background of the movie was indeed the apocalypse that she was familiar with. But, acting was still acting after all, she had never acted before. Haha, and you're the most honest female celebrity I've ever met. Oh, no, you should be the most honest celebrity. After hearing Xian's sincere and straightforward answer, Grace laughed out loud. Xian, Hanyu, and Director Su were all dumbfounded by his laughter. And, do you know how many celebrities are vying for this role? Clara read the script and wants to dye her blonde hair black. Even a few Japanese actresses are vying for this role. Xian didn't quite understand the weight of the names that came out of Grace's mouth, but how could Hanyu and Director Su not understand? Any one of the names that came out of Grace's mouth would be able to gather a large group of fans, each of them were top actresses and actresses. These A-list female stars were all fighting for the leading role of Joan. It could be seen that the role of Joan was really good. And now, Xian was still hesitating over this role that was as popular as a steamed bun? She was really asking for a beating. But, and you're the first one who hesitated and even wanted to reject the role of Joan. Grace looked at Xian with a smile. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt that Xian was still able to answer honestly about her acting under such circumstances. He was quite pleased. After all, before Xian came, he had already investigated this female celebrity's background. She was surrounded by scandals, had a child out of wedlock, was banned, and had no acting skills. Xian was really not a suitable actress to work with. At first, he was a little hesitant and wanted to choose a backup actress. However, the series of action scenes during Xian's audition really made it impossible for him to ignore. In his mind, Xian was the perfect actress to play Joan. Therefore, he didn't want to compromise anymore. He decided to let Xian play the role of Joan, the soul of the movie. However, he didn't expect that Xian would resist the temptation of making a comeback in such a bad situation. Instead, she was thinking about his movie. This really touched him. Oh. And you're really a kind girl. I believe in your character. I believe that you will become famous. Everything will pass. Trust me. Grace held Xian's hand emotionally. He looked very touched as he comforted Xian very seriously. However, the person who was comforted and given the good guy card was dumbfounded. What is going on? What kind of girl? What past? What is this old man thinking? Xian didn't know that Grace thought too highly of her. As a result, this old man, who had a lot of power in the entertainment industry, had a good impression of her. However, Grace didn't know that Xian's hesitation wasn't for him at all. She was just thinking about herself, she just didn't want to waste her time. If she wasn't confident, she would withdraw directly. She wouldn't waste time blindly. That was her usual style. However, she didn't expect that Grace would misunderstand her style. It was really a lucky hit. This allowed Cheyenne to not only obtain a job that others would not be able to get even if they broke their heads, but also a job that was full of benefits and no harm. She was also lucky enough to be liked by a big shot in the film industry. Therefore, when they went back after signing the contract, Hanyu and Director Su were both in a daze. They felt like they were dreaming. Hey! Old Su, why is such a big director like Grace so easy to talk to? Hanyu woke up after a gust of cold wind. Director Grace doesn't seem to be that easy to talk to. He is a very serious director. Director Su also didn't expect that Xian's audition would be so easy. Grace was also very friendly to Xian, and could it be that Director Grace is also obsessed with looks? Hanyu blinked and suddenly thought of Xian's fans. They were all obsessed with looks. Who knows, maybe this great Director Grace is someone who cares about looks. It doesn't make sense. In Director Grace's movies, the female lead is more focused on compatibility and acting skills. There are many female leads who aren't very good looking in his movies, then it can only mean that Xian is too lucky. Listening to Hanyu and Director Su's muttering, Xian rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. Hey! Who are you talking about? Luck is also a kind of strength, don't you understand? Xian realized that after she left the country and left the two idiots, Xia Jinghao and Fu Xian, her luck was really getting better and better. Not only was she staying in the best hotel suite, but she was also eating the most delicious food. Her son was going to the best elite school in the world. Now, she was even chosen as the female lead by the best director. Moreover, this female lead didn't say too much during the audition. She didn't act blindly during the entire audition. How could she refuse such a role? And the pay was high. She could also slap the female lead's parents in the face. Just thinking about it made her feel like a good deal. She definitely had to take it. The more Xian thought about it, the more she felt that she had been lucky recently. Could it be that her luck was different because she was out of the female lead's plot? Then, if she cultivated her luck here, would she not have to be afraid of the female lead's halo when she returned to the female lead's territory again? Although Xian hadn't read many novels, she had heard her sister talk about a lot of novels. So, she believed in things like luck, the female lead's halo, the plot gods, and so on. After all, she was a living person who had transmigrated into the novel world. What else was impossible? So, as she thought about it, Xian felt that her decision to go abroad was really the right one. It seemed that she must stay abroad for a long time. Develop and strengthen herself more. In this way, even if the plot started in the future, she wouldn't have to be afraid of the female lead's halo. Recently, it has not been very stable. It has been adjusted at the beginning of the month. I will work hard to give everyone a stable update. Please be considerate and bow. Chapter 60. Xian was very lucky when he went abroad, and he was still getting lucky. On the other hand, Xia Jinghao was still getting unlucky. Fortunately, compared to the first time she participated in the show, her life wasn't as bad when she participated in Mom's Back for the second time. At least his life wasn't so miserable. However, even if the standard of living in the show had improved a little, the public opinion on the internet would not dissipate for a while. In particular, some netizens had speculated that Xian was banned and the show was banned because of Xia Jinghao. Originally, Xia Jinghao's image had already collapsed a little. Now that he had such a relationship with Xian, who was still popular even though he had been banned, he became even more popular. However, this kind of fire belonged to Black Flame. After all, not long ago, Xia Jinghao was exposed for acting like a diva and scolding the staff of the program. At this time, there was still a lot of Xia and scandals on the internet. But, because of Come On! Challenger, it was too popular. It was too beautiful, therefore, when Come On! Challenger. After the broadcast stopped, a large number of netizens began to feel indignant for Xian. Now that it was revealed that Xia Jinghao was likely to be the culprit behind the show's suspension, all the netizens focused all their anger on her. Xia Jinghao, get out of the entertainment industry. Why not be a rich lady in the entertainment industry? It's so good to be rich. You can ban anyone you don't like. What's so good about Mom's Back? Come on! Challenger. It's 100 times better than Mother's Back. Originally, the production team of Mom's Back wanted Xia Jinghao to participate in their show this season to increase the viewership ratings and make a big gimmick. Who would have thought that even before the first episode was officially broadcast on TV, there were indeed gimmicks, but they were all negative, especially Xia Jinghao, this ancestor. He was really a great ancestor. Accompanying her to record the show was simply torture. Now, not only did the production team have to serve Xia Jinghao well, but they also had to clear her name and do public relations for her. This made the entire production team suffer in silence, unable to speak of their bitterness. They were all wailing in their hearts. If they had known this would happen, they would never have let Xia Jinghao replace Xiaoan. Although Xiaoan was also involved in scandals, he was at least a professional. At least he wasn't that hard to please. After filming the second episode of Mom is Back, Xia Jinghao took the listless Fu Anqi home and found that many netizens were scolding her online. Xia Jinghao was so angry that he almost fainted. She had suffered a lot in the countryside, so she had a lot of anger. As soon as she returned home, she saw a lot of people scolding her online. Some even stepped on her to praise Xiaoan, which made her even more furious. Even so, the stubborn Xia Jinghao still read all the comments on the internet. However, when she finished reading it, she was horrified to discover something. No, rather than a matter, it was more like some comments. Strange, I don't know why, but I feel that Mrs. Fu looks familiar. Familiar +1, I feel like I've seen Mrs. Fu somewhere before. I also think that this Mrs. Fu looks a little familiar. When she saw some comments saying that she looked familiar and seemed to have seen her somewhere before, Xia Jinghao's face suddenly turned pale. Although there were very few comments, and they didn't even scold her or compare Xiaoan with her. But the expression on her face was even worse than when she saw the comments scolding her. On her dignified and elegant face, there was an indescribable panic. No, it's impossible, no one can recognize me. Xia Jinghao gripped the tablet so tightly that her fingertips turned white. At this moment, she really regretted it. She regretted choosing to participate in the program in order to attack Xiaoan. After all these years of living a good life, she had been too complacent, so much so that she had forgotten that she had another identity before she became Xia Jinghao. On the other side, Xia Jinghao's bad luck seemed to be continuing. On the other side, Xiaoan, who was in the United States, lived a carefree life every day. Every day, she was either enjoying life or making plans to enjoy life. This really nourished Xiaoan and made her full of energy. He was in a very good state, and his vision had also been broadened a lot. In the past, Xiaoan was only beautiful in terms of appearance. Now, after experiencing a great degree of material enjoyment, going to some special places and meeting all kinds of people, Xiaoan's temperament had changed qualitatively. In the past, Xiaoan's temperament was only enhanced by her good looks. Now, it was her own vision and life experience that had changed her temperament. Oh. And you're even more beautiful this time. When Grace, a foreigner, saw Cheyenne again, she let out a great sound of praise. Hearing Grace's sigh, Xiaoan felt that this famous director was exaggerating. They hadn't seen each other for a week. How could there be such a big change? As the person in question, Xiaoan didn't notice the change in her temperament, which made her look even more beautiful. Han Yu and director Su, who saw Xiaoan almost every day, didn't notice it either. After all, they were too familiar with Xiaoan. Especially in their minds, Xiaoan had always been beautiful, so they weren't as sensitive as Grace. Thank you. However, although Xiaoan felt that Grace's reaction was exaggerated, she still smiled and thanked her. And, have you finished reading the entire script? After praising Cheyenne, Grace went straight to the point in a professional manner. Yes, I've finished reading it. I think Joan's character is very good. She's a bit like me, but I'm not as good as her. Xiaoan smiled and said softly. After reading the entire script, Xiaoan suddenly felt a great sense of security. Although she had never acted or been an actress, Joan's character was very similar to Joan's character. However, Joan's character was really similar to her, especially the background of the movie, which made Xiaoan feel very emotional. This double familiarity made her even more confident. She was more confident that she could act in this movie. Haha, and you're too modest. In my eyes, you're as good as Joan. You're both brave, strong, and smart women. Hearing Grace's praise, Xiaoan pursed her lips and smiled but didn't say anything. She wasn't being modest. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary girl. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, she was just a beautiful girl with a good memory. It wasn't until later that she almost became a brave and strong woman like Joan because of various things. And all of this was because she cheated with her supernatural ability. She wasn't born with it like Joan. How is it? Are you confident now? Grace looked at Cheyenne's relaxed expression and understood in his heart that Cheyenne would definitely be able to play this role well. Yes, I am. Xian nodded with a smile and said confidently. Recently, not only had she been reading the script, but she had also asked director Su, a professional, for some acting knowledge. She had also tried to play the role of Joan herself. Although she was still a dabbler, she believed that with her strong memory, she could still learn and act at the same time. She would be able to play this role well. Okay, then I'll inform you now. Next week, you'll officially join the cast. I think it's time for us to promote our female lead. Cheyenne didn't think that Grace was such a swift and decisive person. Speaking of promotion, she really saw the international media promoting the movie she was about to act in the next day. The scariest thing was that she didn't expect a foreign director like Grace to have such a great influence on the industry. The official website announced that all the actors for the movie Return to Earth had been gathered. As a result, all the major media in China released this news immediately. International director Grace's Return to Earth officially announced that all the actors are in place. The important role of Joan is rumored to be won by a mysterious Asian. The female lead of Return to Earth has been confirmed. The international A-list actress is heartbroken. This was because Grace's movies had always been very popular and had a good reputation. Therefore, although Return to Earth didn't reveal much information, there was only a brief introduction. There were still a lot of people looking forward to it. In particular, the female lead of the movie, Joan, was rumored to be an Asian with black hair and black eyes, which attracted even more attention in Asia. Of course, another important reason was that the A-list actresses in Asia were fighting fiercely for this role. Every day, there would be news that an actress was going to play Joan, or that actress was going to meet Grace and have a good chat. Therefore, before the filming of this movie had even started, it was already very popular in Asia. And now, this highly anticipated movie had finally decided on a female lead. As soon as the news came out, wouldn't it make the entire Asian internet boil with excitement, not to mention Japan, South Korea, and other Asian countries were narcissistically thinking that the female lead, who was personally chosen by Grace, was an actress from their country. Just talking about the people in China, there was already an uproar on the internet. They were all guessing which actress had won the role of Joan, and which actress was suitable for this role. Of course, it wasn't just the onlookers who were guessing who the female lead would be. Even the female stars, big and small, were guessing who the first female lead in Hollywood in Asian history would be. I'm starting to update today. I'm going to update today. Looking for nutrient solution. Little cuties, please feed me more nutrient solution. This article is participating in the I Have a Date with Xinjiang essay contest. Please vote for nutrient solution. In this round of the contest, 12 Sauce's delicate mother has been nominated for the finals. The finals will last for a month. Little cuties, please spend some energy to vote for 12 Sauce. Chapter 61, the female lead of Return to Earth, Joan, is said to be an Asian character with black hair and black eyes. Rationally speaking, which A-list or B-list actress in Asia is qualified for this role? That day, after this post was published on a famous domestic gossip forum, it gained a lot of attention. This was because the post rationally listed the photos of all the female celebrities in Asia, their English proficiency, acting skills, and so on, and gave them a star rating and overall score based on their previous works. Once such a rational post came out, it attracted the attention of countless onlookers and fans. The fans of these A and B-list female celebrities were already very strong, not to mention that this post basically collected all the popular female celebrities as if they were collecting stamps. What was even more frightening was that they had even scored him. Therefore, it was only natural that more and more people were reading this post, and the fans of the various families were tearing each other apart in the post. Return to Earth is a Hollywood movie. You have to speak English the entire time. If her English was not good, how could she act as the female lead? That's why I said that this role must belong to our bye-bye. UC-base fans actually have the nerve to brag in this thread? Who doesn't know that she didn't even graduate from junior high school? An illiterate person like her dares to boast shamelessly about being involved in director Grace's movie? Liang Jia's acting is good, but is she good at fighting scenes? Looking at the encyclopedia introduction of Return to Earth and director Grace's interview, Joan has a lot of fighting scenes, right? OP, what kind of standards are you using? This is simply too reckless. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can get 5 stars. The OP who originally posted this post just thought it was fun and curious, so he posted this post. However, what she didn't expect was that this post would become more and more popular. Not only was it pinned to the main page of the forum, but it was also reposted on various major social media platforms. For a time, more and more people were paying attention to this post. There were fans who argued, and there were also people who provided ratings for the celebrities. It also indirectly became a post for various female celebrities to gossip about. Under the attention of countless people, this post actually quietly made it to the hot search. Although the position was very low, one had to know that this was a post that was trending on its own without any trolls causing trouble. Moreover, this was the first time in many years that a post had made it to the trending list. Hence, the female celebrities who saw the commercial value of the post started to ride on the popularity of the post, which made the post more and more of a hot topic. As a result, more and more female celebrities commented on the post. It was no longer limited to only the A-list and B-list female celebrities. There were also many C-list female celebrities. Xianxia, who had been banned from the entertainment industry, suddenly appeared among this group of A-listers. If we're talking about fighting scenes, it's definitely Xianxia. In Come On! Challenger. In the zombie siege theme of the first episode, Xianxia's fighting scenes were so cool. Xianxia is a perfect match for the role of Joan in terms of both her appearance and her skills. I really want to continue watching Xianxia's fighting scenes. China has a lot of male fighting stars, but there are very few female fighting stars. I really want to see a female fighting star in China. It's a pity that Xianxia has been banned. Ha ha ha. The banned Miss Face wants to ride on this popularity to make a comeback? Dream on. She's just a mistress that everyone hates. Forget about it. Although Xianxia doesn't seem to have a good character, to be honest, she's really beautiful and her action scenes are also very beautiful. Come on, which female celebrity doesn't have a stunt double in their fighting scenes nowadays? Come on. Challenger. Instead of calling it a variety show, it's more like a movie. Xianxia's action scenes must have been done by a stunt double. Don't praise her so much. As the saying goes, where there are people, there will be conflicts. And wherever there were celebrities, there would be catfights. Even if it was Xianxia, a small celebrity who was currently banned in the country, he still had a strong fighting power. Although Xianxia was banned now, Xianxia had only disappeared for a few days. The fans hadn't forgotten about Xianxia yet, so her fighting ability was still there. Especially because of Come On! Challenger. Many of the show's die-hard fans had become Xianxia's supporters because of the show's suspension. Because of this, the fake ratings of various female celebrities became a battlefield. In the Real Beauty Contest post, Xianxia's appearance was enough to beat a group of female celebrities who boasted about their beauty. According to the ratings of the main post, although Xianxia's ratings weren't high, her fighting scenes and looks were enough to make her the most suitable female celebrity for the role of Qiong. However, it was a pity that Xianxia was currently banned. Everyone didn't think that Xianxia, an 18th-tier flower vase actress, was qualified to have anything to do with Hollywood movies. Even so, the die-hard fans still fought with Xianxia's fans. Of course, there were also some paid posters who were instigated and manipulated behind the scenes. Originally, the die-hard fans were only going to fight with Xianxia in the post, but they couldn't stop the people with ulterior motives behind it. Soon, another post appeared on the internet with the title of August 8th. Come on! Challenger. Fall for those fake moves. The person in this post was none other than Xianxia, who had always been known for her fighting skills on the show. Originally, Xianxia had been inexplicably provoked a lot of hatred in the ratings post. Now, there was a post that specialized in exposing Xianxia for using a body double during the recording of the show. After such a post was released, it instantly became popular. It became the second most popular post after the ratings post. The original poster of the post could be said to be very meticulous. He took screenshots of Xianxia's fighting scenes and looked at them one by one to prove that Xianxia had used a body double. This post could be said to be very realistic, and it really looked like that was the case. If people didn't personally participate in the recording of the show, it was really easy to be deceived. Therefore, a group of onlookers was inexplicably led astray and really took the analysis in the post as true. However, some onlookers believed it after reading the post, but some rational onlookers still didn't believe it. Especially the Come On Challenger. Die-hard fans of Xian, they didn't believe it even more. Even if the post's analysis was very realistic, they still couldn't believe it. However, if the netizens were just messing around on the forum, it was fine. It wasn't a big deal. However, the most important thing was that when Xian was actually recording the Come On Challenger, the post that used a body double as a fake character was actually claimed by a female guest, Xianxia, who was recording the show with Xian. Then, this matter was blown up. Xianxia, I'm the most read V. I just saw a very interesting post. Come on, let's watch the show. Post portal. Originally, it was just a small post. Even if many people replied and the onlookers argued, it wouldn't have much of an impact. After all, these were just guesses and not concrete evidence, but now, Xianxia's real appearance suddenly blew up the popularity of this post, and also pushed Xian to the front. However, Xianxia's Weibo reply was still a bit vague and ambiguous, so the onlookers couldn't figure out whether Xianxia was saying that the original poster was funny or that Xian's post was true. However, before these onlookers could struggle for too long, they saw Xianxia post a second Weibo related to Xian. Xianxia, I'm the most read V. Actually, I have been following someone on the show for so long. I really want to tell some secrets that everyone doesn't know, but because this is the norm in the industry, I can't tell everyone too much. But now, the show is over, and everyone has gone their separate ways, so I don't have any concerns. But after all, we are friends who have been together, so I won't be too ruthless. But in the end, I still want to tell everyone here that one must be realistic. Paper can never cover fire. Good lord, once Xianxia's Weibo post was posted, it caused a huge uproar on the internet. It forcibly stole a lot of attention from the hot topics of Xia Jinghao acting like a diva and the ratings of the female celebrities of Return to Earth. It suddenly became one of the top 3 trending topics. F***CK. Is Xianxia exposing Xia and fighting scenes? Are all the people who are actually used as stunt doubles? I knew it. Xian, this delicate and weak face, is just pretending to be a character. Oh my god. I really didn't expect Come Challenger is also fake. Reality show. This is simply too laughable. It's good that it's been taken off the air. This kind of fake show should be taken off the air. Thinking about how Xianxia was suppressed by Xia and until she didn't have much screen time, she's really pitiful. At that time I still thought that Xianxia was pretentious. Now, it seems that Xianxia is just a silly girl who speaks her mind. Haha. A useless face like Xia and who relies on stunt doubles for his fighting scenes still has the face to ride on the popularity of Return to Earth? Dream on. Other than his face, everything else is trash. That's right. Xian only has a good-looking face. Without Come Challenger, she was nothing compared to Zhongyu's skills. Without acting skills, she can't fight scenes. English? Haha. She definitely can't do it. Looking at the one-sided comments on the internet cursing Xia Jinghao's lips curled up proudly. In the darkness, she didn't turn on the lights. Only the faint moonlight shone in through the transparent window and dimly sprinkled on Xia Jinghao's body, making her exude a gloomy aura. Sigh, it's still good to be rich. Xia Jinghao glanced at the trending topics. In fact, because of her manipulation, all the news about her on the trending topics had slowly disappeared. At this time, most of the trending topics were information about director Grace's new movie and information about Xia and being defamed. Seeing this scene, Xia Jinghao was in a good mood. She put her tablet aside and slowly walked to the comfortable sofa and sat down. Xian, thank you for helping me share the burden of this cyberbullying. This time, Xia Jinghao was the one who planned everything. Originally, she had already thrown Xian, who had been blacklisted, to the side. However, when she saw Xian's die-hard fans, she couldn't help but pull Xian out to flatter him. Therefore, she came up with this idea to clear her name. Now it seemed, the effect was not bad. The millions were not wasted. He Xiaoxiao really did a good job. Seeing that Xiaoan was getting more and more popular, Xia Jinghao became more and more happy. Finally, she took a sip of red wine, put her tablet aside, and went back to her bedroom to sleep. That night, she had a good night's sleep. Even in her sleep, the corners of her mouth were curled up. However, it was a pity that her good mood was about to disappear soon. Nonsense. This is complete nonsense. Is he Xiaoxiao out of her mind? How dare she post something like this on Weibo? Although Han Yu moved the focus of his work to the US, he still paid attention to all kinds of news in China. Especially when it came to news about Xiaoan and himself, he paid even more attention to it. Therefore, even though he was in the US, he immediately noticed that Xiaoan was being defamed. Therefore, Han Yu immediately rushed to Xiaoan's presidential suite. Xiaoan, I think he Xiaoxiao is crazy. How dare she post something like this? Xiaoan was sitting on the sofa leisurely watching TV. When she heard Han Yu's angry voice, she said calmly, "Brother Han, you're wrong. He Xiaoxiao isn't crazy. She was bribed by someone." Xiaoan didn't even need to think to understand what was going on with He Xiaoxiao. He also knew who had bribed He Xiaoxiao. Was he bribed? When Han Yu heard Xiaoan's words, he was stunned. Then, he nodded. He obviously understood. That's right. If she wasn't bribed, she wouldn't have been willing to pay the liquidated damages to leave the cast. And this time, they won't release such fake news that can be exposed so easily. If there was no one backing her up, how could He Xiaoxiao post such a fake Weibo that could be easily exposed? But she's really stupid. We recorded the entire scene 24/7. How could she say that you used a stunt double? All she had to do was post the video and everything would be solved. Han Yu didn't like the ungrateful He Xiaoxiao to begin with. Now that he saw her slandering Xiaoan's Weibo, he disliked her even more. So, when Han Yu mentioned He Xiaoxiao, he gritted his teeth and scolded her for being as stupid as a pig. "Brother Han, maybe she thinks that I've been banned. Come. Challenge her. Now that the show has been suspended, she can't appear again. That's why she's acting so unscrupulously," Xiaoan said nonchalantly. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry. Regardless of whether they came out to clarify things, she would still be the winner in the end. So, she wasn't in a hurry at all. The more the Chinese people scolded her, the more they would be slapped in the face when the movie and show aired. But while Xiaoan wasn't in a hurry, Han Yu was, and he wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about Xiaoan cough cough cough. Of course, Han Yu was also a little selfish. "Xiaoan, don't worry. Leave the matter of you being slandered by He Xiaoxiao to me. I'll definitely make He Xiaoxiao pay the price for her actions this time. I'll make sure she can't stay in this industry anymore," Han Yu said righteously to Xiaoan, as though he was fighting for Xiaoan's justice. Seeing Han Yu like this, Xiaoan turned off the TV and looked at Han Yu with a smile. "Oh? What do you plan to do?" "Just like I said earlier, the Challengers program is recorded 24 hours a day. As for the fake news about you using a stunt double, I'll just ask the company to post the video of you on the internet, and this matter will be resolved." Han Yu's words didn't surprise Xiaoan at all. This matter was very easy to solve in the first place. It was He Xiaoxiao's way of doing things that was too stupid. However, they could understand why He Xiaoxiao was so bold. After all, whether it was the banned Xiaoan or Han Yu's challenger, the program team was completely speechless. Hence, they didn't take this matter to heart. Moreover, they had such a big boss behind them. Even if they understood, they wouldn't care. Then what? What else do you want to do? Brother Han, based on my understanding of you, you must want to use this matter to do something. Xiaoan curled his lips. His black eyes stared straight at Han Yu, as though he could see through Han Yu's thoughts. Xiaoan, don't stare at me like that. You're making me nervous. Han Yu touched his thumping heart and complained in his heart. Xiaoan was really a human pheromone. She sat across from him and didn't do anything. All she did was stare at him, and it was enough to make him nervous. My idea is very simple. Currently, Xiaoan's little star cabin has finished editing an episode. I was thinking, why don't we take advantage of this and broadcast the show? Hanyu took a sip of mineral water and calmed himself down. Then, he told Xian his thoughts after seeing the series of scandals. Xian, think about it, if we don't take advantage of the current popularity. If you don't appear in front of the screen and have no exposure, your popularity will disappear. The audience and fans are very forgetful. When the time comes, when you're not popular anymore, we'll have to start all over again. It's hard to say whether or not it'll be a hit. That's right. You'll definitely be popular again because of Return to Earth directed by Grace. However, the broadcast cycle of the movie is too long. You can wait, but I can't. So. Hanyu looked at Xian expectantly. However, before he could finish speaking, Xian interrupted him. So, you think that this is an opportunity for me, but it's also an opportunity for you. Xian wasn't stupid. She understood what Hanyu meant. She also understood that Hanyu's plan was beneficial to both of them. However, to her, it didn't matter if she became popular earlier or later. After all, Hanyu was responsible for the livelihood of all the employees in the company. Moreover, this was his dream. Therefore, Xian didn't think too much about it and nodded. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Brother Han, you can do whatever you want. I don't have any objections. However, if you choose to broadcast our second variety show now, I'm afraid you won't be able to broadcast it on TV. After all, I'm still being banned. It was rare for Xian to kindly remind Hanyu, although she also understood that Hanyu knew this better than she did. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Cheyenne, you don't know, but thanks to you, Director Grace introduced me to a person. Our second variety show, Xiao's Little Star Cabin, doesn't need to be broadcast in China. We can broadcast it on TV in America. As soon as Hanyu said this, Xian was dumbfounded. Huh? TV in America? This time, Xian was really impressed by Hanyu. She really didn't expect Hanyu to be able to break into the market of a capitalist country like America. Seeing Xiao's dumbfounded expression, Hanyu laughed out loud and spoke in a good mood. However, it's not even set in stone yet. Our show is still under review, so this time, we have to play a big game. We have to prove to them that even though we're banned, we still have a huge influence in China. Seeing Hanyu's ambitious look, Xian calmed down. She didn't understand these things, but looking at Hanyu's confident appearance, there must be no problems. Well, Brother Han, I'll leave everything to you. If you need me to do anything, just let me know. I'll cooperate with you. Xian, who didn't know much about the entertainment industry and didn't want to spend too much effort on it, expressed that she would rather be a hands-off boss and quietly watch Hanyu kill everyone. The second episode of the 2-in-1 Thick Mushroom is presented. Nutrient solution please. Little cuties, hurry up and feed me. Vote for me. This article is participating in the I Have a Date with Xinjiang essay competition. Please vote for Nutrient Solution. In this episode of the competition, 12 Sauce's delicate mother is in the finals. The finals will last for a month. Little cuties, please spend some effort to vote for 12 Sauce O. Chapter 62 #Xia and stunt double #. Come on. Challenger. Fake. Under the marketing of some people, these topics quickly occupied the top searches on Weibo in China. Even if Xian was banned, this momentum still suppressed the other news. Half of the popularity of Return to Earth was stolen by Xian, and the incident of Xia Jinghao acting like a diva, which was originally criticized by netizens, quietly disappeared from the trending search list. At this moment, the netizens had changed their direction. They were all criticizing Xian and the fake Come On. Challenger. At this time, except for a small number of Come On. Challenger. She was a die-hard fan. The rest of the people were basically internet trolls. After all, Xiaoxiao's hammer was too hard. If his real body came out, it meant that Xiaoan had used a body double, so there was no doubt about it. If it was a fake hammer, Xiaoxiao would be crazy enough to come out with her real body. Therefore, under this theory, most of the netizens firmly believed Xiaoxiao and believed that Xiaoan had used a body double. I've always found it strange. Xiaoan looked so weak that she could be pushed to the ground with just a push. How could she have such clean moves? The zombie siege episode was filmed at night. The quality isn't high, so it must be a scam. How could Xiaoan be able to climb over a wall? What a joke. Originally, I thought that Xian was nothing much, but now. It seems like Xian is someone who knows how to fake his character. He must be a mistress. It's good that a woman with bad morals like Xian is banned. He deserves to be banned. In just one night, more and more people were criticizing Xian on the internet. The popularity of Xian was overwhelming. All the major social media forums, all the major social media apps, and countless users were discussing the matter of Xia, and countless big shots in the entertainment industry were looking at Xia's momentum. None of them could not help but sigh. Xian was really born to be popular, regardless of whether it was good news or bad news. As long as it was related to Xian, it was a hot topic. Unfortunately, Xian didn't have a good manager and didn't know how to manage a business. Therefore, such a good seedling was wasted just like that. In the future, she would probably be banned forever and become an actress hated by everyone. However, this group of people didn't have long to feel regretful. Soon, all of them, including the group of internet trolls, were slapped in the face. On this morning in China, everyone went to school, went to work, and stayed at home. It was no different from the mornings in the past. However, on such an ordinary morning, a video quickly became popular on the internet and was shared by countless netizens. F***CK. This video. It's amazing. Oh my god. Is this really Xian? Is this video real or fake? Too cool. In the early morning, a person who claimed to be the photographer of the Challenger Xian, who was following the cameraman's little brother, suddenly posted a video post in the country's most popular forum. In the post, he explained his identity and helped Xian clear Xia's name of being Xian's body double, violating the contract by posting this post. He also added a set of HD videos at the end of the post. The set of HD videos was none other than Xian's fighting scenes in the zombie siege theme, although each video was very short, only a few dozen seconds. However, Xian's face in the video was very clear. Because it was at night, each video was carefully processed and the brightness was adjusted so that people could see Xian's face clearly. Such a simple and crude post without any bullshit quickly became a hot topic on the internet. At noon, this simple and crude post quickly became a hot topic on Weibo and became the focus of everyone's attention. #Xian's fighting scenes #this hot topic quickly jumped to the top of the trending list in just half a day. Moreover, it was in the morning when there wasn't much traffic. One could imagine that when the traffic was at its peak at night, this new trending topic would probably take the top spot on the trending search list. This video can't be fake, right? Does he Xiao really have the guts to fake it? I suddenly feel like my face hurts. Between he Xiao and the cameraman, who's the one lying? The video doesn't look fake. I think Xian can really fight, right? Fortunately, I didn't choose a side before. But I can't choose a side now. What if there's a reversal? Dog head, save me. He Xiao was so angry that her teeth hurt when she read the comments on the internet and watched the short video that showed her face in high definition for a few seconds. She never thought that Xian would be banned. Challenger. Even after being banned, there was still someone who could jump out to clear Xian's name. This was simply beyond her imagination. She originally thought that since Xian had already been kicked out of the entertainment industry, Hanyu and the others wouldn't jump out to help Xian despite the pressure. Moreover, there was still a big Buddha standing behind her. No matter how she looked at it, there wouldn't be a problem for her to step out. However, how could she have known that Hanyu and Xian were already tied together? This time, it was to promote the next show that they were working on together. It's fine. As long as the main character of the show doesn't step out, then it's fine. Anyway, she could still say that these videos were fake. She would do it. He Xiao quickly posted on Weibo to attack the cameraman, saying that those videos were fake. After he Xiao's Weibo post was posted, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the already turbulent waters of a lake, causing the waters to become even more turbulent. Ha ha ha, this show is getting better and better. Xian's incident this time can be called the most amazing reversal of the year. I want to know if there will be any more reversals. 6666. I want to know who the final winner is. Although I don't think the videos are fake, but damn it, Xiaoxiao can't be that stupid, right? I'm looking forward to another reversal. There was no need to wait until nighttime. Because of Xiaoxiao's reply, Xia and substitute incident directly climbed to the top of Weibo's trending searches. Most of the other topics on the hot search list were related to Xiaoan and Xiaoxiao. Things like hashtag Xiaoxiao angrily condemns fake videos hashtag, and hashtag Xiaoan's real and fake substitute hashtag. There were even things like hashtag Xia and substitute votes hashtag. There were really all kinds of news related to Xia and dominating the trending topics on the internet. Looking at these trending topics, Xia Jinghao frowned even though she was happy to see Xia and being criticized. But this time, she really felt that there was something wrong with this. She inexplicably felt that the video sent by the cameraman who stood up for Xiaoan was a signal. Also, why didn't he choose to clarify for Xiaoan in the evening when there was the most traffic, but chose to do it in the morning when there was very little traffic? Could it be that he had some other tricks up his sleeve? The more Xia Jinghao thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She inexplicably felt that Xiaoan might not be as miserable as she thought. With this thought, Xia Jinghao's expression became more and more unpleasant. She took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello, help me find out where Xiaoan is right now and how she's doing. Actually, Xia Jinghao was right. The cameraman really was a signal flare. He really did have some other tricks up his sleeve. As a matter of fact, after a whole day of fuss about the real and fake stand-in, at 8 p.m., when the internet was at its peak and all the netizens were discussing this matter, another bomb exploded. What's more, the bomb this time was a nuclear warhead. The entire internet was in an uproar because, come on. Challenger. Who was right and who was wrong? Why don't you all take a look at our come on? Challenger. It was a 24-hour, unedited video. I believe that anyone with eyes can tell whether Xiaoan used a stand-in or not. P.S. Xiaoan, I'm so glad that our program team didn't delete these videos and was able to clear your name. Video. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, everyone was dumbfounded, including Xiaoxiao and Xia Jinghao. No one would have thought that come on. Challenger would actually release a 24-hour unedited video just like that. This simply shocked everyone, and when they clicked on the unedited video, they were once again shocked. Because Xiaoan's martial arts skills in the video were simply insane. Originally, the program had only aired a little of Xiaoan's escape by climbing up a tree. It hadn't edited the video of the entire program team searching for her and being wiped out by her into the program. However, the video, which was not edited at all, showed this crazy scene. This made all the viewers laugh. Their impression of Xiaoan also skyrocketed. I'm going to die of laughter from Xiaoan. Ha 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 ha, she's too talented. The Challenger program team is too bad at editing. Such an interesting scene, yet they didn't edit it into the program. I'm going to die of laughter too. Xiaoan is simply too cute. How can this be called a stand-in? It's really like what the program team said. As long as you're not blind, you can tell that Xiaoan didn't use a stand-in. I feel bad for the program team. They were thinking of ways to mess with the guest, but in the end, Xiaoan didn't even jump into a trap. She even messed with the program team to 2333. I was wondering why the difference between the first and second episodes was so big. It seems like the program team was unwilling to lose to Xiaoan in terms of martial arts skills, so they decided to compete in terms of brainpower in the second episode. I really like watching Xiaoan compete with the program team in terms of wits and courage. It's simply too entertaining. XD, I'm begging the program team to release the entire video of the last few episodes. Although the video is long, it's all the essence. It's so good. After watching the unedited video, I deeply feel that Xiaoan deserves to be popular. Although the whole video is good without any editing, Xiaoxiao really affected my comfort level too much. Whether it's on or off the show, she's so disgusting. Xiaoxiao should be the one banned from the entertainment industry. I'm disgusted by Xiaoxiao +1. Xiaoan has already been banned, yet she still came out to slander Xiaoan. She's simply harboring evil intentions. Xiaoxiao is really the epitome of stupidity and viciousness. She posted such righteous words on Weibo to slander Xiaoan for using a stand-in. If the program team hadn't released the unedited video of the entire episode, Xiaoxiao would have really dug her own grave. I'm begging Xiaoxiao. I'm begging He Xiaoxiao to get out of the entertainment industry. Come. Challenger. When the official Weibo posted a clarification video, He Xiaoxiao's face was slapped until it was swollen beyond compare. It also allowed Xiaoan, who had been banned from the entertainment industry, to once again increase her popularity with the audience. Come. Challenger. Was also very obviously a big winner. It attracted a lot of netizens who had not watched the show before. Because of Xiaoan's incident, they became die-hard fans of Challenger after the show was aired. As the traffic on the internet was at its peak, new topics such as #Xiaoan's unedited video #Xiaoan's true goddess #He Xiaoxiao's face slapping day #He Xiaoxiao get out of the entertainment industry etc. once again refreshed the hot search list and occupied a lot of attention. Xiaoan also created a new miracle. Even though she had been banned, she was still able to control the traffic in her hands and appear on the hot search list whenever she wanted. It also refreshed the image of Xiaoan in the entertainment industry that countless people had of her. Even though they knew that Xiaoan had offended the Fu family and the Xia family, there were still many big shots in the entertainment industry who wanted to sign Xiaoan, who was such a treasure, to their own hands. Think about it. She had been banned and was surrounded by scandals. She did not have any exposure at all. However, she appeared on the hot search list as she wished and cleared her name as she wished. Where else could you find such a female celebrity who was so popular with the audience? Furthermore, Xiaoan was at the lowest point of her career. It was so cheap to sign her at this time, therefore, the big shots who had the ability, background, and foresight all had their eyes on Xiaoan. Unfortunately, they could not find Xiaoan's whereabouts even after asking around in the entertainment industry. How could they know that Xiaoan had flown to the United States a month ago? However, even though Xiaoan was in the United States, the internet was still full of all kinds of topics about Xiaoan. Just as Xiaoan's figure was everywhere on the internet in China and many netizens were discussing Xiaoan, at this moment, Xiaoan did not have the time to watch the war of public opinion about her on the internet. She also did not have the time to be happy that she did not appear in the show and succeeded in slapping people in the face again. Because, son. You're mommy's good son. You're amazing. Xiaoan looked at the laboratory. Xianxia took out the original essence that he had analyzed from the composition of the spatial stream water. She was so excited that she was about to jump up and down. She had never thought that her genius son would actually be such a genius. How old was he at such a young age? He had really come up with a fake version of the spatial stream water. Mommy, this is only an incomplete failure. The effect is not as strong as the water you gave me. It's only 1/10 of the effect. I've just started learning this and there are still many components that I haven't analyzed yet. In the face of Xiaoan's excited expression, the little guy was like a little adult, frowning tightly. Even though he had been learning from the professors and experts in this field these days, he still could not create the perfect formula for the water essence. The composition of the water that his fairy mother gave him was too complicated and difficult to study. It's okay. 1/10 of the effect is enough. Our son is amazing. Looking at the dejected expression on her good son's face, Xiaoan hugged the little guy in her arms and planted a kiss on his forehead with a smile. Originally, she wanted to use the spatial water to start a skincare company that would make a lot of profits with a small capital. However, when she really started the business, she realized that if she used the spatial water directly, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Even if she secretly put it into her skincare products, she would not be able to handle it if there were too many of them. Therefore, she thought about whether she could analyze the composition of the spatial water and make a fake version of the formula. However, she did not know anything about this and she could not let others know about the spatial water. The more she thought about it, the more her plan to start her own business was delayed. She was worried all the time. However, she never would have thought that after her family's genius heard her casually mentioned worries, he would actually do what he said and really want to help her solve her problems. She also did not think that she would just casually agree to the little guy's request and use her connections to find a laboratory to rent. She did not take her genius son's words to heart at all and let the little guy do whatever he wanted. He actually did it. She had made the thing she wanted. Although it was only a failed half-finished product, feeling Xiaoan's fragrant and warm embrace, the little guy's lips were tightly pursed. In his heart, he made up his mind that he must study all the ingredients in the miraculous water source for his fairy mother, and create a substitute with the same effect as the water source. Thinking of this, he bit his lips unwillingly. It seemed that he still had to ask for help from the person who would appear in his mind from time to time. First update. I'll be late by a lot. I guess I can only read it tomorrow morning. Little cuties, go to sleep first. I'll read it tomorrow morning. Xiaomi equals 3 equals PS, 12 sauce has been nominated for the finals. Little cuties, please go to Xianxia's WAP page or website to vote for me. The voting method is to use the WAP page or the website to open 12 Sauce's delicate mother's profile page. Next to the title, you can see the red words "Please vote for the nominated works." Everyone, please move your fingers and vote for me. App users, please log into the WAP page for me, or open the website to vote for me. Oh, there are so few votes. Please vote. Chapter 63. After experimenting with the stream water in the space, and then experimenting with the knockoff made by his genius son, Xianxia simply didn't know what to say. Indeed, it was just as her genius son had said. The effects of the knockoff he had researched were indeed not as good as the spatial water. The effects were at most 1/10 of the effects. But even if it was only 1/10 of the effect, Xianxia was already satisfied. After all, being able to research it was already the best result. In the beginning, she thought that since she had some money now, and old Master Gu was also a help, she could set up her own research team. But firstly, it was hard for her to explain something as powerful as the spatial water. Secondly, what if someone leaked the secret and there was a traitor? What should she do then? So even if she didn't want her son to get involved, she had no choice but to pin her hopes on him in the end. After all, in the novel, her family's villain had the highest IQ in the entire novel. Even the male lead in the novel could not compare to her obedient son. However, she wasn't too surprised that her son, who was only 7 years old, was able to analyze a portion of the spatial water's composition and even make a low-grade counterfeit version of the spatial water. After all, in the novel, he was a big shot who had created chemical and biological weapons. For him to create a skincare product, it didn't seem that unbelievable. Good son, don't you have anything to ask your mother? Xianxia touched the little fellow's head and asked with a smile. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia blinked and looked at his fairy mother with pure eyes. Ask what? Aren't you going to ask me where I got the water from? Xianxia stared at the little fellow and said softly. In fact, Xianxia already wanted to tell her precious son about the secret hidden in the jade pendant when she saw how sensible and well-behaved her son was. I don't want to ask. Anyway, if mommy wants to tell Xiaoxing will naturally know. Looking at the little girl's innocent and serious look, Xianxia's heart was really warm, and he couldn't help but smile brightly. Our little Xing is truly the best son in the world. Mother is really lucky to have a son like you. Although the sentence sounded a little exaggerated, it was what Xianxia truly thought. In the past, she didn't like children very much. However, after interacting with her villain son for a while, she felt that children didn't seem as annoying as before. Now, she truly regarded Xiaoxing as her own son. Hearing Xianxia's words, the little guy seemed to be a little shy. He lowered his head, and there seemed to be a faint blush on his fair and tender little face. Mommy is the best mommy in the world, the little guy's soft voice almost melted Xianxia's heart. Okay, mommy is the best mother in the world, and Xiaoxing is the best son in the world. It's in our family. After saying this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Xianxia smile, the little guy also raised his head and revealed an incomparably brilliant smile. After this interruption, Xianxia forgot to tell the little guy about the space inside the jade pendant. In the following days, Xianxia began to get busy because of the low-grade space water formula that the little guy had made. During the day, not only did she have to go to the acting tuition class introduced by Director Grace, but she also had to go to the set to see how other actors acted. When she finally went home at night, Xianxia still couldn't rest. She still had to continue to prepare for the opening of the company. Fortunately, old Master Gu was quite a loyal person. He knew that Xianxia had never opened a company before and had no experience in this area, so he found an elite in this area to help Xianxia. In this way, Xianxia lived a very fulfilling life in these busy days. The recording of Xianxia's little star cabin was also very smooth. Although Xian was busy, the capitalist life she enjoyed was not affected too much. Xian still ate and drank every day and lived an extremely luxurious life. However, her life was on the right track and she had a good time. But Xiaoxiao was much more miserable, ever since the Challenger. After the unedited video of the whole process was posted on the internet, Xiaoxiao, the internet celebrity who used the holidays to attack Xian, had her good days come to an end. She was attacked by countless netizens with the keyboard all day long. Originally, this internet celebrity had quite a lot of fans, but after this incident, it could be said that she had no fans left. Basically, most of her fans had removed their fan status because of this incident. Only a small number of die-hard fans still hadn't abandoned Xiaoxiao. However, in the face of all the mockery on the internet, this small group of die-hard fans was like nothing and couldn't help Xiaoxiao at all. Their comments were completely drowned out by thousands of ridicule and insults. Compared to Xiaoxiao's miserable state in the Chinese entertainment industry, Xian, who was still being banned, was doing better than before. Han Yu also didn't expect that the Challenger unedited video of the whole process would be so effective after it was posted. It was so good that Xian and the program team gained countless fans. Butterfly Blue TV station even suggested the Challenger suggestion to continue airing. Of course, Butterfly Blue wasn't the only TV station that was willing to extend an olive branch to Xian while he was still being banned. A few other TV stations with high viewership ratings also threw out olive branches to Han Yu and were willing to spend a lot of money to buy Han Yu's broadcast rights. Han Yu was overjoyed. Originally, he only wanted to prove to the American TV stations that Xian had a lot of market in the country and was also a very capable variety star. However, he didn't expect that an unintentional move would yield good results. He didn't expect that his clarification would make his program and Xian come back to life. Even after being banned by the big shot, Xian was still able to win the hearts of the people with her charm. In this way, she created a new miracle and proved to countless people that she was born to make a living in the entertainment industry. Even if she was banned and didn't have any exposure, she could still rely on her own strength to create waves and regain the love of countless viewers and netizens. Therefore, when faced with the big scene that he had unintentionally created, Han Yu immediately decided to upload the unedited videos of the remaining episodes onto the internet to attract popularity and increase the number of fans for Xian and his own program. Therefore, while Xian was busy learning how to act and start a company, her popularity in the country increased even though she was banned. There were no signs of being banned at all. As for Challenger, the ratings and popularity of the game were getting higher and higher. Even if it was stopped airing, there was still a lot of support from the audience. It almost became a classic work of God. This also made Han Yu, a little newbie in the entertainment industry who changed careers halfway, become a god with a variety show. Haha, does anyone think that Xian and Han Yu are a perfect match? It's very interesting to watch the two of them battle with wits and courage. After watching Challenger, the unedited video, I really like Xian. At first, when I watched the show, I thought that Xian was very cold. She was a neat and cold goddess. I didn't expect that after watching the unedited video, I would realize that Xian is actually so cute. She's a big foodie and a little money grubber. I really love the unedited Challenger. Goddess Xian is really down to earth. It's really unexpected and too cute. I hope Goddess Xia continues to film Challenger. I've watched the first few episodes of Challenger 10 times. I really want to see writer Han and director Su continue to film this show, no matter how much dirt Xian has on the internet, no matter how bad people say Xian's character is, I only believe it. I only believe in my own eyes. Challenger. Xian is definitely not a bad person with bad morals. Looking at the comments praising Xian on the internet, Xia Jinghao was really angry and helpless. She felt that she and Xian were really incompatible. As long as she had anything to do with her, she would never get any benefits. When she was young, she was kidnapped together with her. She was abducted and sold to the countryside, while Xian was safely adopted by her family and lived a happy and wealthy life. And now, even her background and ability were better than Xian's, a small celebrity who had no power or influence to protect her. However, every time she pranked Xian, nothing good came out of it. Even if she used the resources and connections around her to ban Xian, what was the result? She didn't get any benefits at all. On the contrary, every time she pranked Xian, Xian would get better results. This was simply infuriating. She was so angry that her heart, liver, and lungs hurt. Sometimes, she thought that she should just forget about it. After all, Xian's life was not as good as hers. However, she felt indignant. She was indignant about all the suffering she had suffered over the years and all the terrible things that she didn't want to think about. So, Xian became her only outlet, and also her only target for revenge. "Mom, are we still going to the countryside?" Just as Xia Jinghao was deep in thought, her baby girl's sweet and soft voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Hearing her daughter's words, Xia Jinghao was pulled back to reality and frowned subconsciously. She didn't know if she didn't record the show, but once she did, she felt that the audience who loved to watch this kind of variety show was sick. The scriptwriter who planned this variety show was also sick. What was so good about watching people suffer like this? She had recorded 3 episodes, but she still couldn't get used to life in the countryside. Even if she brought a lot of things to adjust the quality of life, the countryside was still the countryside. There was no filtered water, no nutritious food made by Michelin chefs. There were also no leisure facilities like beauty salons or spas. The scariest thing was that there were a lot of mosquitoes in the countryside. Every time she went there, her skin would become allergic. Her precious daughter had also been bitten here and there were bruises all over her body. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. "Baby, Mom will think of a way. Bear with it for a while. Soon, we won't have to go there anymore." Xia Jinghao touched her baby girl's tanned little face and felt her heart ache. She dared to guarantee that by the time her precious daughter finished recording the entire 12 episodes, her and her precious daughter's looks would definitely drop by a lot, so, she had to withdraw from Mom is Back. That show, withdraw. She had to withdraw, therefore, Xia Jinghao was troubled by her own problems and could only focus all her attention on her own matters. She couldn't spare any attention on Xian's matters. She didn't have time to care about that stupid woman, He Xiaoxiao. Of course, she didn't have any contact with He Xiaoxiao personally. Even if He Xiaoxiao wanted to look for her, she wouldn't be able to find her. "Xian! Xian! Let me tell you a piece of good news." Early in the morning, before Xian could get out of bed, she was disturbed by Han Yu, an uninvited guest. She didn't wash her face or brush her teeth. She sat on the sofa in the living room with a sleepy face. Han Yu, on the other hand, stood in front of her in high spirits, his face flushed with excitement. "Huh." Xian yawned and rubbed her eyes. Her voice was hoarse and sleepy as she said faintly, "Brother Han, what's the matter so early in the morning? Can't you wait until I wake up?" "I can't wait, Xian. Let me tell you, didn't I tell you last time that Grace introduced a friend who works at the TV station?" "Yes, what's wrong? Has the show been approved?" Xian muttered nonchalantly. However, she didn't expect that her nonchalant reaction would be met with an excited reply from Han Yu. "That's right. Xian. Our show, Xiao's Little Star Cabin, has passed the initial review. The TV station in America is interested in buying the rights to our show, however, it's not 100% confirmed yet. We still have to change the recording and dubbing of the show to the English version and submit it to the TV station for a second review. If it passes this time, our show can really be broadcast in America. And it's a TV station that pays for it," Han Yu said excitedly. When he was recording Xiao's Little Star Cabin, he didn't expect that his second variety show would be broadcast overseas, therefore, when he was recording, he filmed it according to the domestic standards. However, he didn't expect that after he followed Xian to America, his luck would be so good that it defied the heavens. He could actually broadcast a Chinese variety show filmed by Chinese on foreign television. Who knows, maybe he and Xian could become popular overseas. "So, Xian, from now on, you have another task." "What task?" "You have to dub the dubbing of the second show in English every day." Little cuties, this article participated in the I Have a Date with Xinjiang essay competition and is now in the finals. I hope that everyone can vote for the final match and feed me the nutrient solution. the finals will last for a month, from December 1st to December 31st. Little cuties, please spend some energy to vote for 12 Sauce O. In the lush green forest, the trees were overgrown with weeds. Birds were chirping happily, mixed with the buzzing of mosquitoes. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the lively chirping of birds and insects. Instead, it was the actors who were filming in the forest. There were groups of actors, some wearing beautiful costumes, some wearing high-tech protective suits. Some had blonde hair and blue eyes, some had red hair and some had green eyes. Everyone had their own characteristics, and there were quite a number of handsome men and beautiful women. However, among them, the one who attracted the most attention was Xian, who was wearing a white dress. She had jade-like skin, dark eyes, and long hair. Oh, no, at this time, she was in the middle of filming the movie Return to Earth. She should be called Joan. Who are you? Why are they buried in the ground? I am. The woman's eyes seemed to be a little dazed, but soon, a bright light bloomed in her black eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and her ink-colored hair fluttered behind her ears. Raising her hand, the woman gently raised her hand and lifted her fluttering hair. Joe. Cut. Grace watched the first scene of Joan's appearance, and he was satisfied with the end of Cheyenne's first shoot. Director, how was my acting? After hearing Grace shout cut, Xian walked towards Grace. Today was the first time she had acted in a real sense. Although she had gone to a professional cram school during this period of time, she had spent every day in the studio trying to figure out how others acted and listening to Grace. However, it was her first time standing in front of a camera and acting with a group of professional actors. This feeling was like the first time she encountered zombies after the outbreak of the apocalypse. She was very nervous. And, you did a great job. Although you are still a little immature in some areas, you have already acted out the feeling that I want. Grace looked at Xian's nervous appearance. He patted Xian's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Hearing Grace's praise, Xian felt a little embarrassed. She didn't think that her acting was that good. The actors who acted with her were all famous actors in Hollywood. For example, Lionel, who played the male lead, could be said to be the most popular actor in the United States. Not only did he have an extraordinarily handsome appearance, but his acting skills were even better than his handsome appearance. 3 years ago, he was the youngest person to win the Academy Award for Best Actor. This also caused his net worth to skyrocket. He stood at the top of the pyramid and became one of the top 3 richest people in the world by Forbes. However, this did not put any pressure on Xian. Other than when she was acting with this group of very impressive professional actors, she would feel a little pressured. But at other times, she didn't think much of them. But to be honest, the actors who acted with her were all better at acting than her. Therefore, she really didn't think that her performance was that good when she acted with such a group of professionals. But just as director Grace said, she had indeed acted out the so-called feeling. After all, she had personally experienced the apocalypse. And, it's okay. Take your time. I learned from Han that you haven't acted much in the past. Our movie will take a long time to shoot. We have plenty of time to act better. Seeing Xian's lack of confidence, Grace said such encouraging words to Xian in a particularly amiable manner. This sentence also rekindled Xian's motivation. Originally, if it weren't for a good director like Grace, she really had made up her mind to not take on any other shows or be an actress after this show. Okay, I understand. Director, don't worry. I will work hard. Xian said very seriously. She had always been a person who would give her 100% effort in whatever she did. Perhaps it was because of director Grace's encouragement, or perhaps it was because the actors who acted with her were so good at acting that she was brought into the role. When the second scene began to shoot, Xian acted better than the first scene. It was as if her whole body was shining, attracting the attention of all the staff present. Director Grace really has a good eye. This Asian girl really looks like Joan who just walked out of a script. Yes, when I read the script, the Joan in my mind should be a mysterious and radiant girl. She is so beautiful, even more beautiful than Allison. Even though her acting skills are still immature, her looks are simply too outstanding. Unknowingly, Xian, who had just officially started shooting, had become a popular person in the crew. Even though most of the actors and staff were foreigners, they were still conquered by Xian, a Chinese girl with black hair and dark eyes. However, Xian, who lived a busy and fulfilling life every day, didn't know this at all. What she only knew was that her acting seemed to be getting better and better. And acting wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. Moreover, compared to other people, she even had a huge advantage. That was her photographic memory. Her photographic memory didn't seem to be very useful in the post-apocalyptic world, but in a peaceful world, it was very useful. Let's not talk about other things, but let's talk about her acting. Other people had to work hard to read the script and memorize long paragraphs of lines. Sometimes, some people would even have to reshoot because they forgot their lines. However, she didn't have this problem at all. Her photographic memory never made it difficult for her to memorize her lines, which gave her more time to figure out the role. This also allowed her acting skills to undergo a qualitative change when she was acting against this group of professional actors. It made her more and more dazzling. However, soon, when the plot progressed to a small climax, the group of people found that Xian, the Asian girl, was not just beautiful. Cyborg. Oh no! We are surrounded. This scene was not shot in the forest, but in front of the green screen in the studio. This was a special effects scene, and the post-production special effects had to be done. Therefore, this scene in the room attracted quite a number of the production crew staff to come and watch. Of course, this scene was also the scene in which the female lead, Joan, really appeared. In the early stage, Joan, who was dug out from the soil by the people of the future, had always been delicate and weak. She was despised and protected by the people of the future. Except for the protagonists who liked Joan, the other people of the future almost treated Joan as an invisible person. However, from this scene onwards, Joan's character began to awaken in a real sense. In the plot, Joan was regarded as a delicate and transparent vase by the people of the future. In reality, Xian was also defined by most of the staff members. They had no interest in watching the gossip on the internet in China, and they didn't know Xian, who had never appeared in foreign newspapers. Therefore, they didn't know Xian at all. That was why they didn't trust Xian's character, Qian Lai. After all, they hadn't watched Come Challenger. This was a variety show, therefore, the fight scene that had awakened Joan attracted a large group of foreign staff members. They were really curious about how a delicate and weak Asian girl like Xian would act in this fight scene. And the result simply made their jaws drop. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. When the biohuman with scary makeup appeared, Joan, who was wearing a long white dress, immediately tore her long dress into a miniskirt that was not in the way. Just as everyone was drooling over Xian's fair and slender legs, they were all stunned in the next second. One by one, the biohumans fell to the ground, one after another. She killed all the biohumans in one fell swoop. She was able to fight against 10 biohumans at the same time. In the face of Xian's ferocious fighting skills, all the staff members were dumbfounded. Among them were the friends who were acting with Xian and the biohumans with special makeup. For a moment, the whole place was silent. However, Xian was dumbfounded. According to the script, after she defeated these people, there would be other people who would act with her. However, she had already finished acting for a few minutes. Where was the person who was supposed to continue with her lines? Was there going to be a repeat of the NG scene? Cut. What's wrong with you guys? Grace was very familiar with Xian's skills. But even so, she was still amazed when she saw Xian's real swords and bullets fight scene with her own eyes. However, he reacted very quickly. Unfortunately, it was useless even if he reacted quickly. The actors under him didn't react quickly at all. To think that you are professional actors. Is that all you are capable of? How could you be in a daze during the filming? Looking at Cheyenne's perfect fighting scene without a single flaw, Grace was really a little angry. Such a good fighting scene had to be res hot because these people were in a daze. It was infuriating. After being reprimanded by Grace, the big and small actors were a little embarrassed to face Xian. They knew how perfect Xian's fighting scene was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in a daze. Who would have thought that such a delicate and weak little girl like Xian could actually fight so well? Her petite body was actually able to store such an explosive power. you can't judge a book by its cover. It was too scary. I'm sorry, director. I'm sorry, and everyone was apologizing to Grace and Cheyenne. In contrast to Grace's anger, Xian accepted their apologies calmly. It's okay, director. I can do better. Just now, I felt that Cheong's image shouldn't be so rough. It's not beautiful. Nutrient solution. Little cuties, please log on to the WAP website and vote for me. The voting method is very simple. Just click on the front page of Delicate Mother's profile and click on the red words next to the title. Shortlisted work, please vote. Just click on it and you will enter the voting page. Then, you can choose, forced to dress up as the villain's delicate mother, and click, vote. However, this method is only suitable for the web page and WAP page. Little cuties who use the Xianxia app, please go to the trouble of logging on to the computer web page or mobile phone WAP page to vote for 12 sauce. QAQ, please PS. I'm a little tired today. I'll update once. I'll update again tomorrow. Bow. Please vote more. Chapter 65 It's okay, director. I can play even better. Just now, I felt that Joan's image shouldn't be so rough. It's not beautiful. Xian said this because in the script of Return to Earth, although Cheong's character was similar to hers, there were still some differences. That was, right. Joan was a dancer before she was injected with the purifying agent. Her movements are indeed more graceful. Even when she fights, she has to have a sense of beauty. Grace was so fascinated by Xia and Chinese Kung Fu that he forgot about some of Cheong's characteristics. It wasn't until Xian mentioned it that he remembered that the fighting scenes for Joan's character couldn't be so rough. When he was looking for the female lead, Joan, his main target was a dancer. Unfortunately, he had seen several famous dancers and felt that they were not good enough. That was until a friend accidentally recommended Xian to her. And, can you? Actually, whether or not she knew how to dance was not very important. After all, the script was his, so he could change it however he wanted. However, he also hoped that Xian could do it. Like what she said, she could play more beautifully. No problem. Xian nodded with a smile and said confidently. Speaking of Joan's character, the biggest difference between her and Joan was that she was a dancer. The female lead, Joan, was a carefree and happy dancer before Resident Evil broke out on Earth. When the biohazard crisis broke out, she was one of the purifiers who joined the 100 People Project. She was injected with the purifier together with the other contractors and was frozen in the laboratory, waiting for the biohazard virus on Earth to be eliminated. Although Cheyenne was not a dancer and had never learned any dance, she was still a dancer. However, her body was very flexible, and the beauty transformation ability made her learning ability very strong. There was a saying that went, if you haven't eaten pork, don't tell me you haven't seen a pig run. She had seen all kinds of people in the post-apocalyptic world. She had also seen people who were pretentious and beautiful. Therefore, she could really imitate the beauty of the movements. After all, it wasn't too difficult. Alright, and let's do it again. Grace clapped her hands and let everyone finish touching up their makeup. After Xian changed into a new white dress, she waved her hand. Action. As soon as Grace's voice fell, all the actors once again repeated the scene they had just performed. His actions and lines were exactly the same as before. However, when Xian started the fight scene, her movements were completely different from the previous scene. If the set of fighting moves just now were said to be done in one go, clean and very explosive, then it could be said to be done in one go. Then this time, Cheyenne's fighting moves were really much more beautiful. Every movement carried the gentleness of a woman, but it did not lose its strength. If the foreigners knew Tai Chi, they would understand that although Xian's style was soft and looked very beautiful, it could be used to overcome the strong with softness. Of course, Xian didn't like this style of fighting. It was too flashy, and because of the excessive pursuit of beauty, it was much less aggressive. It was the most impractical in the post-apocalyptic world. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, they pursued killing zombies with one blow and killing them with the fastest speed. Everyone looked at Xian's beautiful, dance-like movements and fell into a daze again. This time even Grace was violently shaken. However, this time everyone was stunned by Xian's beautiful and extremely beautiful movements. Therefore, this time, after Xian's set of moves, she NG'd again. And, I'm really sorry. When Grace came back to her senses, she was simply annoyed. Xian's set of moves just now could be called perfect. Such a set of action scenes could be called a classic. He had been acting for so many years, but he didn't dare to say that he was an action director. However, among all the action movies he had seen and directed, there was no one who was as good as Xian in a fight scene, whether it was the simple, rough, and handsome fighting style, or the beautiful and flawless fighting style. Xian was one of a kind. Looking at Grace's annoyed expression, although Xian was a little tired of the repeated NGs, she still said again. It's okay, let's do it again. Director, this time I will definitely play better than before. Xian wasn't lying. After all, it was her first time imitating such a flashy fighting style. If it was the second time, she would be more skilled. Therefore, she was still very confident. However, hearing Xian's words, Grace's eyes immediately lit up, and the annoyed expression on her face turned into excitement. Oh. Really, En? That's really great. Hearing Xian's words, the others were also very curious. After all, in their eyes, Xian's play just now was already super beautiful and perfect. But now, Xian actually said that she could play better than before? However, this time, you can't be in a daze and NG. I don't want to take it a fourth time. Xian glanced at the actors who were working with her and said very seriously. Hearing Xian's words, the others nodded a little embarrassedly. Did you hear that? No more NGs. Regis also repeated again. The expression on his face was extremely serious. It was as if he would eat someone the next time they NG'd. Okay. Director, this time we definitely won't NG again. We definitely won't NG again. After receiving everyone's assurance, Grace took a deep breath and sat back in the director's chair. Action. After a day of filming, Xian returned home, feeling extremely hungry. Because of today's action scene, she really consumed a lot of physical strength. After calling room service and asking for food to be delivered to the suite, Xian collapsed on the sofa. However, Xian didn't close her eyes to rest for long before her phone rang. Because this was the United States, no one knew her phone number except for her baby son, Hanyu, Director Su, Director Grace, and Gu Shumo. Xian didn't even need to look at the caller ID to know that it must be Hanyu who was calling at this time. Hello, Xian picked up the phone weakly. Sure enough, the caller was Hanyu. Hello, Xian, let me tell you a piece of great news. Our show, Xian's Little Star Cabin, has been bought by FX. Hanyu's excited voice successfully made Xian frown, and she moved the phone away from her ear. Oh. Xian's lack of interest didn't stop Hanyu's excitement at this moment. Xian, our show has been bought by FX, so there might be some changes to our show. Also, you have to come with me to FX. Change? What change? Xian grasped the key point and asked in confusion. Haha, you'll definitely like this change. That means we'll have to change hotels. Change hotels? That's right, change hotels. When signing the contract, FX felt that we could change hotels for every episode. After hearing Hanyu's explanation, Xian felt that it was quite interesting. Even though she was quite comfortable in the hotel's presidential suite, she didn't want to move at all. However, since it was a show, she would follow instructions. Okay, I got it. After speaking, Xian was about to hang up the phone. However, just as she was about to hang up, Hanyu added another sentence. Oh yeah, FX really likes your image. After a while, we'll have a joint promotion with FX, and we'll also have to do some makeup photos. You should prepare and conserve your energy. We have to be in our best condition. After replying to Hanyu, Xian hung up the phone. She suddenly realized that after coming to America, she seemed to be getting busier and busier. Even though her life was quite enjoyable, she was really busy from morning to night every day. Sure enough, filming was laborious and time-consuming. In the future, she should take fewer shows. Just as Cheyenne was preparing for her movie, her company, and her variety show, Lin Chen suddenly realized something. At this time, China was stirred up by a new round of news about Xia, and originally, the topic of Xiao's unedited video had not died down. At this time, because of another piece of news, Xiaoan once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And this piece of news was, let me tell you something big. Xiaoan's second variety show is about to air on FX in America. The news is absolutely true. When this piece of news came out, not many people believed it at all. After all, the American TV stations had never aired an Asian program before. You must be bluffing. Xiaoan can't even survive in China. How can she appear on an overseas variety show? I don't want to say this, but can Xiaoan speak English? And on an American television station? Even though I'm a casual fan of Xiaoan, I also want to see Xiaoan's new work. But I don't believe that Xiaoan's show can be broadcast on an overseas television station. This melon must be the funniest and most exaggerated fake melon of the year. I'm not worshipping foreigners, but Xiaoan is not qualified to appear on an American television station at all. Not to mention a paid television station like FX. The shows they buy are all very commercial shows, okay? Their television station has always been about money. Why would they be so stupid as to buy a show from a C-list female celebrity in China? Aren't they bored out of their minds? Fake. It's really too fake. Just as the people in China did not believe the words of the informant, they did not expect that very soon, they would be slapped in the face again. A very inconceivable fact was right in front of their eyes. It was like a dream. 1. Nutrient solution. 2. Little cuties, please log on to the WAP and computer websites to vote for me. The voting method is very simple. Just click on the introduction page of the Delicate Mother and click on the red words next to the title, Shortlisted Work, please vote. Just click on it and you will enter the voting page. Then, you can select the category of forced to dress as the villain's delicate mother and click on Vote. However, this method is only suitable for web pages and WAP pages. For those of you who are using the Xianxia app, please go to the trouble of logging into your computer's web page or mobile phone's WAP page to vote for 12 sauce. QAQ, please, PS, first update. Tonight, there will be a 2-in-1 thick mushroom. So, little cuties, please vote for me. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Xiaoan's new variety show was about to be broadcast on America's FX television station, she was being mocked. At this moment, Xiaoan had already brought the two little guys to take the final makeup photos for the show. Gushimo, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to stick to my mother like this. Ha ha ha. I'll stick to her, fairy sister likes me anyway. You. Ha ha ha. After removing her makeup and changing into her own clothes, Xiaoan walked out of the dressing room and saw the two little guys bickering again. She couldn't help but find it a little funny. The mother and son pair had been living with the little male lead for quite some time now. It wasn't that the three of them didn't have a good relationship. But if they had a good relationship, the villain and the male lead in the novel would always quarrel. But the good thing was that after the first fight between the two little guys, they didn't fight again. But Xiaoan could tell that Gushimo didn't hate her villain. As for his own villain, cough cough, he really didn't like this little male lead. It could be said that their auras didn't match. But what surprised her the most was that she didn't expect the domineering CEO male lead in the novel to be so childish. Alright, he was a child. He was quite childish when he was young. But this little male lead wasn't just a little childish. He loved to make funny faces and act spoiled. Every time, he would make her villain's son so angry that he wanted to die. Just like now. Seeing her obedient son's red cheeks from anger, Xiaoan walked over in amusement. Xiao Can, you're bullying Xiaoxing again. Xiaoan pulled Xiaoxingchen into her arms and said softly. Because Xiaoan was still used to calling Gushimo Xiao Can, and surprisingly, Gushimo also liked the name Xiao Can. So ever since Gushimo moved in with them, Xiaoan had been calling him that. I didn't. It was clearly Little Star who bullied me. Immortal sister, don't be fooled by Little Xing. He's not that weak. Gushimo pouted and acted like a spoiled child to Xiaoan mom. Seeing that Gushimo wanted to ask for a hug from his fairy mother, Xiaoxingchen hugged Xiaoan tightly and refused to let go. Alright, stop fooling around. Now that we're done with the photo shoot, it's time for lunch. Where do you want to eat? As soon as Xiaoan's voice fell, he saw the two little guys look at each other, and then said very tacitly, "Mommy, you can eat wherever you want. Fairy sister, you can eat whatever you want." Hearing the two little guys answer in unison, Xiaoan couldn't help but chuckle. These two little fellows were really a pair of clowns. Although they usually quarreled endlessly, they really listened to her and were very well behaved and sensible. "Okay, then, let's go eat hot pot. I haven't eaten authentic hot pot for a long time. Let's go to Chinatown for hot pot today." Without thinking at all, Xiaoan decided where to go to solve the problem of eating. Although after coming to the United States, everything was good, and she didn't have to spend money on food and accommodation, after going abroad, she realized that she had a Chinese stomach, although she was a foodie and liked to eat all kinds of delicious food. She still loved to eat Chinese food, especially spicy food. Then let's go eat hot pot. With that, Xiaoan led the two little guys. Cough. There was also a large group of photographers who went to Chinatown. The arrival of this group of people obviously attracted the attention of many people in Chinatown. But fortunately, this was a foreign country, and even many people in Chinatown were Chinese. But they rarely paid attention to the domestic entertainment industry, so not many people knew Xiaoan, the queen of topics, who was in full swing in China. Even if they stopped to look at Xiaoan's group, it was only because they were attracted by Xiaoan's heaven-defying looks. However, even if most people didn't know Xiaoan, in this era of information, and in an era where overseas travel was as common as dogs, how could Xiaoan avoid being recognized? Many young people saw that Xiaoan was so beautiful, they all picked up their mobile phones and quietly took photos. And the Chinese tourists who recognized Xiaoan took out their mobile phones excitedly and took photos of Xiaoan. They even recorded videos. "Brother Xiaopeng, did you say that the hot pot in this restaurant is delicious?" Because the photography team was brought from China by Hanyu, and this time, the person responsible for following Xiaoan was also the last come. Challenger. Cameraman who was responsible for following Xiaoan. So, Xiaoan addressed him a lot more intimately. "Yes, but I heard from a friend that it's delicious." Speaking of this, Brother Xiaopeng looked at the restaurant's entrance and couldn't help but frown. The restaurant looked really old and shabby from the outside. It looked like it wasn't doing well and was about to close down at any time. "Xiaoan, why don't we go to another restaurant?" Brother Xiaopeng said to Xiaoan very tactfully. These days, he had been following Xiaoan and was very clear about Xiaoan's standard of living. The great aunt of their production team ate the best food and lived in the best accommodation. But now, standing in front of such a shabby hot pot restaurant, he really couldn't bear to see his fairy-like lady eat in such a place. Not to mention whether Xiaoan could adapt to such an environment. Xiaoan was as beautiful as a fairy in the sky, so eating here didn't seem like a good enough match for her. The more Brother Xiaopeng thought about it, the more he felt that he shouldn't have suggested such a place on impulse. There were many popular restaurants in the US. He should have just told Xiaoan to look at it herself. But now, Xiaoan did not know that in such a short period of time, little Fatty's heart was already filled with so many thoughts. She didn't care about the restaurant's environment. What she cared about was whether it was delicious or not. Looking at the two big red lanterns hanging in front of the hot pot restaurant, Xiaoan took a deep breath. Wow! It smells so good. Smelling the spicy and fragrant hot pot smell, Xiaoan made up her mind without hesitation. This is it. Let's go. With that, Xiaoan held the two little guys' hands and walked into the hot pot restaurant. Ding-ling. When the red, traditional China wooden door was pushed open, the wind chime hanging at the door rang, reminding the owner of the restaurant that customers had arrived. Welcome. Hearing a crisp, authentic Chongqing accent, Xiaoan knew that she must have come to the right place. After walking into the restaurant, Xiaoan realized that although the restaurant's environment wasn't very good, the interior decoration was still acceptable. Although she could tell that this restaurant didn't have much money. The restaurant wasn't very decorated, but the decorations were very warm and clean. The main color of the restaurant was red. The screens, fans, and other China-style decorations made this small hot pot restaurant exude a Chinese flavor. To be honest, Xiaoan liked this simple China-style decoration, although it was a little shabby. After sitting down with the two little guys, Xiaoan looked at the menu. While she was looking at the menu, the waitress in a red cheongsam with a ponytail who had brought them in just now was staring at Xian in a daze. Being stared at, Xian raised her head from the menu and looked at the waitress. What's wrong? What's the matter? Looking at the little girl's stuttering and blushing face, Xian tilted her head and said lightly. If you have something to say, just say it. If you can't say it, then don't say it. Hearing Xian's words, the little girl seemed to muster up some courage. She took a deep breath and said loudly. Are you a celebrity? Are these photographers taking pictures of you? If it's possible, can you help promote our Heji hot pot restaurant? Although we can't afford to pay you, as long as you and your friends come to eat, we won't charge you. Cheyenne blinked when she saw the little girl bowing with her eyes closed and shouting these words at her. Then, he said very calmly. Oh, I see. Hearing Xian's words, the little girl was a little confused. She couldn't figure out if the celebrity in front of her, whom she didn't know, had agreed or not. What do you mean? The little girl looked at Xian dumbfoundedly. Stupid. Fairy sister must mean that if it's delicious, she'll promote it for you. If it's not delicious, she'll be too lazy to promote it. Gu Shimo, who was sitting next to Xian, made a face at the stupid waitress and muttered. Really? The waitress suddenly became excited. Our hot pot is very delicious. You'll definitely like it. Then I won't order. Just serve me your best food. Xian put the menu aside and said to the waitress with a smile. She didn't feel much about promoting it. Anyway, Hanyu told her that the direction of the show's current transformation might be related to promoting food and accommodation during travel. Anyway, whatever she thought was delicious would definitely appear on the show. At this time, the little girl at Heji Hot Pot Restaurant didn't know that her move was completely unnecessary, even if she didn't ask. As long as Xian came in and thought that the hot pot was delicious, then it would definitely be promoting their hot pot restaurant, He had earned a place to eat and dash for free. That's great, but I hope the hot pot restaurant's hot pot is delicious. Hot pot is here. Just as Xian was eating hot pot, domestic and foreign forums were abuzz because of her. Just like the hot pot on Xian's table at this time. And there was no other reason for this. It was because the video of Xian appearing in Chinatown was posted online. Nutrient solution please. Everyone please vote for 12 sauce, PS, because it's really late, I can't post the two of them together. In order to prevent the little cuties from getting anxious, I'll post one chapter first. There's still one more chapter. It'll be very late, so the little cuties should go to sleep first. Seeing that 12 sauce is so hardworking, everyone please vote for me and give me more nutrient solution and support for the finals. Carrot? Please. Not long after Xian entered the hot pot restaurant, photos and videos of her appearance in Chinatown were posted on the largest social media platform in the United States. When the blogger posted the photos, he just lamented that he met a beautiful foreign star in Chinatown. He didn't expect it to cause such a big response. However, what was surprising was that when his photos were posted on the internet, it attracted a lot of attention. In an instant, the number of likes and replies reached a terrifying level. Wow. This Asian is so beautiful? Was she a celebrity? Which country is she from? I'm not being racist, but I really think that if she had blonde hair and blue eyes, she would definitely be prettier. It's really beautiful. I think she's even prettier than Sister Sweet Allison. I really want to know who this foreign celebrity is. Please enlighten me XD. The blogger who posted Xian's photo did it casually and didn't want to make a big fuss. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. This also caused Xian to go viral on foreign social media platforms. Look at my finished product. What does everyone think? She does look better with blonde hair and blue eyes. Carrot. A photoshopped photo quickly went viral on all major social media platforms in the United States. And this photo was none other than Xian's. Originally, the blogger who first published Xian's photo was just sharing beautiful things. However, due to the popular comments saying that blonde hair and blue eyes were prettier, a certain Photoshop guru who had a lot of fans became interested. In his boredom, this big shot quickly changed Xian's black-haired and black-eyed photo to blonde hair and blue eyes, and it was a refined product. Therefore, as soon as this photo was posted, Xian went viral on all the major social media platforms in the United States. This was because Xian's photo, which had been edited to make her blonde hair and blue eyes, was simply too beautiful. Oh my god, I feel like I just saw an angel. That's what angels are like, right? She's so beautiful. Just looking at her makes me feel like my bad mood has been cured. If the photo retouching guru promoted Xian, it might at best make Xian an internet celebrity for a while. However, there was another person who made the craze for Xian explode in America. Want to know who this beautiful girl is? I think I'm in love with her. No one would have thought that the most popular playboy in the American rock circle, Travis, who had over 100 million fans, would actually post such a tweet. Although everyone knew that Travis was a playboy, such a standard American bad boy had never publicly confessed to a girl on his Twitter account. Therefore, when this tweet was sent out, it had the power of an atomic bomb. The entire United States was in an uproar. In an instant, Xian became the target of everyone's search. However, at this moment, Xian was, wow. It's so delicious. After watching the mutton roll in the hot pot cooked, Xian threw it into his red and moist mouth, completely disregarding his image. You two little guys, help yourselves to what you want to eat. When it came to delicious food, Xian would never pay attention to the other people at the table. Even her own son was no exception. Seeing Xian eating so happily and being so down-to-earth, it was really very appetizing. Most importantly, Cheyenne also had a face that was so beautiful that it defied the heavens. That made her even more alluring. In the past, when Xian was eating Western food with a knife and fork, the photographers hadn't realized that Xian, who ate slowly and elegantly like a noble princess, actually had this side of her that was wolfing down her food. Moreover, even if she ate a little hurriedly, it did not look vulgar at all. Instead, it made people feel that she was especially cute and made them especially hungry. Not only were the photographers stunned by Xian's eating, but even the two little guys were stunned. Fairy sister looks so good eating. I'm hungry. Gu Shimo blinked and stared at Xian with his bright black eyes. After Xianxia came back to his senses, he very obediently and sensibly cooked Xian's favorite lamb rolls and beef rolls for Xian. Mom, I'll cook for you since you're eating. Don't burn yourself. Seeing Xianxia put pieces of meat on his plate, Xian was a little amused. She rinsed the meat in boiling water and put it back in her good boy's bowl. Good boy, eat it yourself. Hot pot tastes better when you cook it yourself. Oh. Okay. The little guy blinked and said a little dejectedly. Mom knows you're sensible. Good boy, fill your stomach first, then take care of Mom. It was rare for Xian to free her hand. She patted the little guy's head and then buried her head in the hot pot again. Seeing that more than half of the meat and dishes on the table had disappeared, Xian's phone rang. Fairy sister, your phone is ringing. After the phone rang, Xian did not seem to hear it. She did not move at all and just focused on eating the hot pot. Gu Shimo, who did not know much about Xian's gluttony, reminded her in a low voice. Don't worry about it. Let's eat first. We'll talk after dinner. However, Xian shook her head and did not intend to answer the phone at all. When she was eating, nothing could disturb her. Yes. Oh, Gu Shimo widened his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood how much of a glutton his fairy sister was. Unfortunately, although Xian refused to answer the phone during dinner, she could not escape the fact that her meal was interrupted. Xian, Brother Han is calling. Chubby Bro handed his phone to Xian and said helplessly. Brother Han called your phone but couldn't get through, so he called me. It seems like something big has happened. Hearing Chubby Bro's words and seeing that the call was connected and the phone was handed to her, Xian had no choice but to put down her chopsticks, wipe her hands with a towel, and answer the phone. It was said that something big had happened. Hello. Xian, don't eat the hot pot. Come back quickly. As soon as the phone was placed to her ear, Xian heard Han Yu's anxious voice. Huh? What? What are you talking about, Brother Han? Xian answered the phone with a blank face. She had no idea what Han Yu was talking about. If you don't come back now, you won't be able to come back later. Come back quickly. Brother Han, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Besides, I haven't finished the hot pot yet. I'll go back after I finish it. Xian glanced at the remaining half of the hot pot and smacked her lips as she spoke. Ever since she came to the United States, she had not eaten such delicious hot pot for a long time. So no matter what, she had to eat to her heart's content before she could go back. Oh my God! Don't you see how many people are gathered at the place where you are now? If you still want to eat, you won't be able to come out after you finish eating. Hearing Han Yu's nonsensical words, Xian was a little confused. She subconsciously raised her eyes and looked at the other seats in the hot pot restaurant. In the end, she saw that the restaurant, which was originally empty when they arrived, was now full of people. And the entrance of the restaurant and the windows were filled with people. And most of them were foreigners? She could understand if there were Chinese people with black hair and black eyes watching her eat. After all, she was a Chinese celebrity. But what was wrong with this group of foreigners? She was not a foreign celebrity. Even if there were programs to be broadcast and movies to be released, they had not started yet, had they? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Brother Han, what happened? Suddenly, Xian had an ominous feeling in her heart. Xian, you're famous in the United States. Don't talk about it for now. Hurry up and come back before there are too many people gathered there. The media hasn't arrived yet. I'll tell you in detail when you come back. Hearing Han Yu's anxious and excited words, Xian could not care less about her appetite. She nodded softly, hung up the phone, and quickly left the hot pot restaurant with the two little rascals. It was really not easy to leave the hot pot restaurant in Chinatown. It was crowded like a wet market. It was full of people. If it were not for the fact that there were many cameramen from the program team, Xian and the two little rascals would probably have been squashed. After they finally got out of Chinatown, they got into the nanny van and drove to the hotel where she was staying. Xian and the group saw that as soon as they drove away, media vans stopped in Chinatown. Many reporters carrying cameras rushed out of the vans. Seeing this scene, Xian sighed with emotion and sighed with relief. It was really as Han Yu had said on the phone. If she had really waited until the hot pot was finished before leaving, it would have been really difficult to get away. However, it was really a pity that he had not finished his hot pot meal. The third update is over. Today's update is over. I'll continue tomorrow, so, for the sake of 12 Sauce's hard work in writing the third chapter, please give me more nutrient solution and spend some time to vote for me. Please, the voting method was very simple. Just click on the introduction page of Delicate Mother and read the red words next to the title, Shortlisted Work, Please Vote. Just click on it and you will enter the voting page. Then, you can choose Forced to dress up as the villain's delicate mother and click on Vote. However, this method is only suitable for web pages and WAP pages. For those of you who use the Xinjiang app, please go to the trouble of logging onto your computer's web page or mobile phone's WAP page to vote for 12 Sauce. QAQ, please. Chapter 68. When Xian returned to the presidential suite, she saw Han Yu sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for her. Xian, you're finally back. When Han Yu saw that Xian had returned, he hurriedly put down his tablet and stood up to greet Xian and Brother Han. What's going on? In response to Han Yu's eagerness, Xian frowned slightly. Her mood was greatly affected by the fact that she hadn't finished her hot pot. What happened? Seeing Xian's unhappy expression, Han Yu laughed out loud. Xian, I've realized that you're really blessed by the heavens. You're destined to be in our circle. Brother Han, what are you talking about? Take a look at this. Han Yu handed the tablet that he had tossed aside to Xian. After taking the tablet, Xian asked the two little guys to go back to their room to play. Then, he picked up the tablet and started to look at it. When she finished reading the content on the tablet, she was speechless. I'm just having a meal. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? Am I a national treasure, a giant panda? Xian was speechless when she saw that her photo had been uploaded to the internet and had been edited to look like a blonde. Just 2 photos were enough to make her unable to eat hot pot. Based on the current situation, it would be impossible for her to eat so happily again. Pfft, Xian, you're right. Aren't you the national treasure panda now? You know what? You're really popular in America now. Totally popular. Hanyu, who was amused by Xian's words, burst into laughter. Xian rolled his eyes at him and said angrily. Just these 2 photos are enough to make me popular? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Is it so easy to be a celebrity in America? Of course, it's not just these 2 photos. What really made you popular is this. Hanyu grabbed the tablet and swiped a few times on the screen. Then, he showed the tweet to Xia, and looking at the Twitter message on the screen and the number of likes and comments under the Weibo message, she was stunned. Who is this person? He's a world-class idol. Currently, he has over 100 million fans on social media. He's a rock singer. Those 2 photos of yours could only make you an internet celebrity in America that could expire at any time. However, with his Weibo post, you've become a celebrity in America. Hanyu said with a sigh. He did not expect that Xian would become famous so early in the United States. He thought that if Xian could make a name for himself in the United States, he would either rely on their variety show or the movie directed by Grace. However, he did not expect that Xian would become famous in America because of a scandal. Cough cough cough. Although this matter could not be considered a scandal, it was still a scandal. So? Compared to Hanyu's excitement, Xian was much colder. So? So we're going to be rich. FX just called and said that they want to change the content of our contract. They'll give us better treatment. Now, the initiative is in our hands. With our variety show, we don't have to look at other people's eyes. Now, we can choose any American TV station. Hanyu became more and more excited as he spoke. When he thought about the benefits that they would reap from Terrence's popularity, he was so happy that he would wake up in his sleep. However, while he was excited, Xian was angry. Before Hanyu could finish his grand plan, Xian interrupted him. Stop. The more I listen, the more uncomfortable I feel. At this moment, Hanyu realized that Xian seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong? Becoming famous because of a man? Sorry, I'm not interested. Xian said impatiently. She was not like other female celebrities who had a special desire to become famous. Moreover, even if she wanted to become famous, she did not want to rely on a man. Xian, don't be angry. I didn't mean that you relied on a man to become famous. What I meant was that we took a shortcut. As for whether you can gain a foothold in America, it's still up to you. Hanyu looked at Xian with a smile. He was worried that this lady would do something stupid if she got angry. Xian was now his money tree. Shouldn't he protect her well? Now, although you've been pushed to the forefront by Travis and become a celebrity in the United States, you become a celebrity. However, if you want to become famous in America, you have to show your true capabilities. Don't worry, we definitely won't rely on a man. Xian snorted softly when she heard Hanyu's words. However, she was still a little unhappy. Every time she thought about how she had finally found an authentic hot pot restaurant and was having a good time, she would feel uncomfortable in her heart when she thought about how she had to rush back without even finishing her hot pot because of this lousy person. The most infuriating thing was that from now on, she would not be able to go out to eat like she used to. Xian, are you still angry? Actually, there's no need for that. Travis might have just casually done it. Hanyu was originally just trying to comfort Xian. However, he did not realize that his words had angered Xian even more. Casually done it? He just casually did it. I've lost a delicious hot pot. As soon as Xian said this, Hanyu was stunned. He did not know what to say next. He thought about it, but he did not expect Xian to be angry because of this matter. It seemed that Xian's slogan of not relying on a man was fake. What she really cared about was that Travis had made her angry because she could not eat hot pot. Well, this kind of weird thinking was indeed something that a foodie like Xian would do. What kind of person is this? She's a celebrity. How could a celebrity make such comments? Xian still couldn't calm down and mumbled angrily. Hanyu was silent for a while before he found his voice again. Xian, don't be angry. If you want to eat, I'll take you out for another meal tomorrow. It's my treat. I'll definitely let you eat to your heart's content. You're treating? It's okay. I don't need to pay to eat at that hot pot restaurant. Xian pursed his lips and said with a smug tone. But if you must treat me, then treat me. You have to at least let them make some money. That restaurant is not easy to run. After he said this, Xian seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, when the time comes, you have to promote them during the post-production editing of the show. I promised them. Hearing Xian's words, Han Yu did not know why, but he had a feeling. That was, who knew, their show might even become a show that sold advertising. At this moment, Han Yu did not expect that his thoughts were not wrong at all. His original intention was to show ordinary people the lives of celebrities. Furthermore, it was a variety show that leaned towards the interaction between parents and children. But what they never expected was that their show would eventually turn into a guide to selling sales of marketing strategies. Cough cough cough. Xian, let's put these things aside for now. Don't wander around alone with the photography team for the next few days. You're very popular now and attract too much attention. Let's keep a low profile for now. Just work in two places. If you want to eat anything, ask the staff or brother Han to bring it to you. Han Yu coughed a few times and said the second most important thing. Just as Xiaoan suddenly became popular in the United States, the group of foreign media who could not find Xiaoan's agent flooded his cell phone with calls. It was either this person who wanted to book a program or that person who wanted to book an interview. There were simply too many people to count. Therefore, if Xiaoan was exposed to the public these days, he was sure that Xiaoan would definitely be blocked by the American people. Got it, Xiaoan said weakly. Although she had eaten in the suite for a period of time, she was already tired of eating there. Now, because of a foreign male celebrity, she could not go out to taste delicious food. This made Xiaoan very angry. He better not let me meet him. Otherwise, I won't let him off. Yes, yes, yes. I heard that Travis is a playboy. His style is not very good. It's better not to meet him. Moreover, Han Yu did not think that Travis really fell in love with Xiaoan at first sight. Xiaoan was good-looking, but it was impossible for a playboy to fall in love with her at first sight, right? Lu Zhou guessed that Terrence had only sent that tweet because he thought it was fun. After all, he had heard that Travis had dated countless girlfriends, but he had never posted on Twitter. There was no reason for him to casually break this rule for a stranger like Xiaoan whom he had never seen before. Therefore, Terrence's Weibo post must have been something new. However, Han Yu did not expect that he had guessed completely wrong. He felt that Terrence was just messing around. Saying that he liked her was just a casual remark. He didn't take it seriously at all. However, he was really wrong this time. Of course, Han Yu was not the only one who was wrong. It should be said that the domestic and foreign netizens were all wrong. Xiaoan quickly became popular in the United States, and there was no delay in her popularity in China either. Although there was a time difference between the United States and China, there was no time difference between the internet and gossip. While the American media was in a frenzy because of Xiaoan, the domestic media was not calm at all. Travis also had a lot of die-hard fans in China, and the number of fans was also quite large. The news that Xiaoan was in the United States made countless netizens dumbfounded. What? Xiaoan is really in the United States? Does that mean that Xiaoan's second show will be broadcast in the United States? Please give me the nutrient solution. Please vote. Chapter 69. After learning that Xiaoan was actually in the United States, many people in China thought of a rumor that broke out a while ago. That was, Xiaoan's new variety show was going to be broadcast on America's FX television. Could it be that the rumor that the show will be broadcast on FX is true? That's impossible. Wasn't Xiaoan banned? How could he have such an ability? Appearing on American television? But soon, this kind of questioning and shocking comments began to develop in another direction. F***CK. Don't you think Xiaoan has become prettier again? He always felt that it was better than in Come On. Challenger. The feeling inside is even more beautiful. So the goddess is actually a foodie. I really want to bump into my goddess in Chinatown. Watching the goddess eat is really appetizing. The blonde version of Xiaoan really looks like an angel. Too beautiful. I really didn't expect that the foreigners who have always had a strange appreciation for Chinese beauties weren't blind this time. It's the same as our taste. Should I say that Xian's beauty is mighty and domineering? My goddess is really at the top of the beauty pyramid. Now, she had even conquered the playboy Tyler. I'm convinced. What's the use of banning Xian in China? Xian can still make a name for herself overseas with her looks. Lick the screen. The goddess is getting more and more beautiful. Countless comments praising Xian's appearance broke out like bamboo shoots in spring. Almost all the onlookers were praising Xian's beauty. Even if professional haters wanted to criticize Xian, they couldn't do anything when faced with such a beautiful face. They could only watch helplessly as Xian was praised by netizens for her beauty and became a trending topic. What? Was Xian really in America? And there's really a show that's going to be broadcast on America's FX television station? Xia Jinghao only remembered to call the private investigator she sent to investigate Xian when she saw that Xian was on the trending topic again. After the call went through, she found out that the rumors on the internet were actually true. Xian really had a show that was going to be broadcast on America's FX television station. If it was a domestic show, she was 60% confident that she would find someone to suppress Xian's show and prevent it from being broadcast. But now, she was actually overseas. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't reach out to a foreign television station, especially AF*King American pay TV station. When she thought about how she could only watch as Xian appeared on a foreign television station and made a name for himself overseas, Xia Jing was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter from gritting them. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xia Jinghao thought that if she had stopped Xian before she left the country, Xian might have been trapped by her now. But why didn't she think about it? How could she have stopped Xian? Mrs. Fu, I called you a while ago, but you seemed to be busy. Hearing the words from the other end of the phone, Xia Jinghao finally realized that she had been busy with her daughter's 6th birthday. She really didn't care about anything else. No matter how important it was, she had pushed it to the back of her daughter's birthday. Forget it, forget it. I got it. I will still give you the money. Continue to keep an eye on her. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jinghao looked at Xian's unbelievably beautiful face on the laptop screen. She felt really terrible. She subconsciously walked over to the mirror in the walk-in closet and carefully looked at her exquisite and beautiful face. She had been living like a princess for so long. She used all the expensive skincare products. She even had professional beauticians and nutritionists to take good care of her. But her face was still not as beautiful as Xian's. She didn't look as good as her in the past. Otherwise, Fu Xian wouldn't have been so easily snatched away by her. Xia Jinghao raised her hand and gently stroked her smooth and delicate face without a single wrinkle. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that Xian's face was much prettier than hers now. She also looked much younger. How on earth did she become more and more beautiful, in the United States? Xian, FX has decided to take advantage of the popularity and broadcast Star Cabin in advance. As time passed day by day, Xian's popularity in the United States did not decrease day by day. Instead, it became more and more popular as if he had hired an army of ghostwriters. However, Han Yu could understand. Xian was really too mysterious. That was why she had piqued the curiosity of so many foreigners. In addition, because of the photoshopped photo of Xian with blonde hair and blue eyes, there was now a trend on the internet. Many netizens photoshopped Xian's classic sneak photo. Therefore, Xian's popularity didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. This also led to more and more media companies looking for Xian. They all wanted to invite Xian to appear on their shows. But only God knew that he wasn't Xian's manager at all. However, it was also because of this unexpected explosion of popularity that Xian and the program's value rose a lot, and the treatment they received also increased a lot. Basically, they all looked up to the A-list celebrities in the United States. It couldn't be helped. FX was really quite rich, so they were so rich. In addition, Xian's popularity was really unstoppable. In addition, the quality of Star Cabin was really good. Therefore, in terms of treatment, Han Yu didn't think that they were getting too much. Oh, it's fine if it's broadcast in advance. Xian didn't care too much. Originally, she didn't care much about whether the show was broadcast in advance or later. Why aren't you excited at all? This is broadcast on American TV. You're the only one in our country. Han Yu rolled his eyes a little speechlessly. Sometimes, he felt that Xian wasn't like a celebrity at all. She was more like a big boss, everyone owed her money. In short, she was the kind of big boss that couldn't be offended. What's there to be excited about? It's going to be broadcast anyway. Xian pursed her lips. She didn't feel anything about her show being broadcast overseas. In her opinion, whether it was broadcast domestically or overseas, it was the same. Can we not worship foreign things so much? You make it sound like our show is so high and mighty that it can be broadcast in the United States. Hearing Xian's complaints, Han Yu almost choked to death. However, thinking about it carefully, Xian seemed to be quite right. Ahem. How am I worshipping foreigners? Forget it, forget it. I won't talk about it anymore. I can't win against you. Han Yu waved his hand. He didn't want to argue with Xian on this matter anymore. Therefore, he changed the topic to another person. Oh right, Xian, that Telly seems to be serious. What do you think? Who? What Tellys? Xian heard this name but couldn't remember it for a moment. However, she seemed to have an impression of this name. Seeing that Xian didn't seem to remember, the corners of Han Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Oh. I remember now. The Tellys you're talking about is the asshole who ruined my hot pot and made me unable to go out to eat. Han Yu originally wanted to remind Xian who Tellys was. However, after hearing Xian's explanation, he was completely speechless. Okay, he finally understood. If he wanted Xian to remember someone and have a deep impression of him, he had to start with the food. Han Yu took a deep breath and said helplessly. That's right, it's him. Why did you suddenly mention that asshole? Because the asshole you're talking about seems to be looking for you. Han Yu facepalmed and said helplessly. Originally, he thought that Tellys, that playboy, was just casually reposting it and didn't take Xian seriously. However, he had never expected that the other party had not just casually sent him out. Instead, he had truly placed Xian in his heart. Looking for me? For what? Xian frowned slightly and said with a displeased tone. In her heart, she was extremely disgusted with that foreigner called Terence. Whenever she thought of him, she would think of her unfinished hot pot. It seems like he really fell in love with you at first sight. After Han Yu said this, he couldn't believe it. Although it was said that everyone loved beauty, falling in love with a photo at first sight, especially one that had been edited, was really a little strange. Haha. Xian was silent for a second before he replied with a sarcastic expression. Even though Xian didn't say a word, Han Yu understood what Xian meant. Which was, love at first sight my ass. No way. No way. Not even a window. Ahem, I understand. Han Yu nodded. In fact, he didn't want to bring it up at first. After all, Tellys was a playboy and wasn't a good match. However, he brought it up out of curiosity. He really wanted to see what Xian's attitude would be. After all, Xian didn't have any scandals in the entertainment industry and had never been in a relationship. Even though he already had a son. If you don't have anything else, you can leave. Xian waved his hand and asked him to leave. Looking at Xian's emotionless face, Han Yu felt wronged. It's almost lunchtime. Aren't you going to ask me to stay for lunch? Because of the filming over the past few days, Han Yu learned from the photography team that Xian's culinary skills were quite good. If you want to stay, go eat with your company's photographer. Xian said ruthlessly. That's not fair. Fatty has already tasted your cooking. I haven't tasted it yet. Facing Han Yu's pitiful and aggrieved look, Xian rolled his eyes speechlessly and said with a look of disdain. If you're going to act like this, then leave. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. To be honest, I really want to try your cooking. Let me try it. Han Yu instantly changed his expression and laughed out loud. He said very sincerely. Then you can stay. But if you want to eat, go wash the vegetables for me. Also, wash the pots and bowls after the meal. Xian didn't want to let Han Yu take advantage of her. She had been quite annoyed with cooking recently. Because she couldn't go out to eat delicious food, and because she was really tired of the Western food here. Therefore, she, who had a Chinese stomach, was very virtuous and made delicious food for herself every day. But it was a pity that she couldn't buy many of the ingredients she wanted to eat in the United States. After all, she couldn't go out to buy the ingredients herself. Usually, she would ask the program staff to buy the ingredients for her. No problem. I'll wash the vegetables. I'll wash the pots and bowls too. Today, I want to see if your culinary skills are really as good as what little Fatty says. Originally, Hanyu thought that Fatty was exaggerating because he had been abroad for a long time and hadn't eaten authentic Chinese food. So when he ate Xian's cooking, he flattered and praised it so much. But when Hanyu saw Xian cooking in the kitchen, his knife skills, and the way he stir-fried the vegetables, he knew that Xian was really good at cooking. After eating Xian's cooking, he almost swallowed his tongue. It's too delicious. Xian, how can your cooking skills be so good? Hanyu couldn't believe that this table of dishes was cooked by Xian. If he hadn't seen Xian cooking in the kitchen with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this table of delicious food was cooked by Xian. The standard of this table of dishes could basically be compared to the best chefs in the country, plus, with Xian's looks and identity, it was basically close to being a 5-star chef. Xian glanced at the man who was wolfing down the food as if he hadn't eaten for a few days. She said faintly. Talent. Oh, it's indeed talent, talent, Hanyu nodded in agreement as he ate. Uncle Han, don't talk when you eat. The teacher said not to chew while eating. It's very rude. Gu Shimo looked at Hanyu with a smile and made fun of Hanyu. Faced with a table full of delicious food, Hanyu, who hadn't eaten authentic Chinese food in a long time, couldn't find the time to teach this brat a lesson for daring to make fun of him. By the time he was full, Hanyu had already forgotten about what had just happened. Burp. I haven't eaten such delicious Chinese food in a long time. After coming to America, I've been eating Western food all day. I'm so sick of it. Gu Shimo laughed when he saw Hanyu patting his round belly. Xianxia, who didn't like to laugh in front of others, was also amused by Hanyu's appearance. Hanyu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Xian, why don't I pay for your food and you can count me in for your meals in the future? Unfortunately, his little scheme was destined to be rejected by Xian. No, thank you. I refuse. Why? You're cooking 3 servings anyway. Isn't it the same as cooking 4 servings? Hanyu looked at Xian gloomily. He felt wronged. He was one of Xian's few friends and they had known each other for so long. In the end, she couldn't even bear to have a meal with him. I don't really like to cook. Besides, there's a big difference between 3 servings and 4 servings. Xian glanced at Hanyu and said coldly. She was extremely protective of her food. Also, you ate too much just now. I'm not full yet. Hanyu finally understood. Xian rejected him so decisively because he ate too much and stole her food. However, even though he ate a lot, Xian ate a lot too. Suddenly, he remembered that during the filming of Come Challengers, The Legend of Instant Noodles. Legend had it that Xian ate almost 10 servings of instant noodles by herself. In the past, he didn't believe it. He felt that the production crew was exaggerating and that everything they said was fake. Now that he thought about it, the legend must be true. It seemed that not only was Xian a foodie, but she was also a big eater. Suddenly, he had a new idea. Xian, I just came up with a new plan for the show. I think this plan is especially suitable for you. Seeing how excited Hanyu was, Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, Don't worry. What plan? Let's create a celebrity kitchen. You'll be a chef and open a restaurant overseas. Then, like an ordinary person, you'll open the restaurant every day and invite customers to eat. Stop. Xian immediately interrupted Hanyu, who was talking non-stop, and said very decisively. I will definitely not participate in this show. Why? There isn't a variety show like this in the country yet. I think that after this show is broadcast, it will definitely be very popular. Hanyu said gloomily when he saw that his plan was rejected by Xia, and I don't care if this show will be popular or not. In short, whoever wants to be a chef can be one. I don't want to be one. I have no interest in being a chef at all. She was quite willing to start a show and just focus on eating and drinking. But to want her to be a chef? Not a chance. There were no windows. My mom doesn't want to be a chef. She doesn't like to cook at all. Xianxia said seriously with a straight face. She looked really cute. That's right, that's right. Fairy sister can just cook for me and Xiaoxing don't cook for other people. Gushimo also said, not to be outdone. However, just as the little guy finished speaking, he started arguing with Xiaoxing again. Who said that mom has to cook for me and you? I don't want mom to cook every day. When I grow taller, I'll cook for mom. I didn't say that fairy sister has to cook for us. Also, I want to cook for fairy sister in the future. Idiot. Don't copy me. I'm not stupid. I didn't copy you. Seeing that the two little guys were arguing again, Xian glared at Hanyu fiercely and looked at Hanyu with an expression that said, it's all your fault. Seeing that the two little brats were arguing so fiercely, Hanyu touched his nose a little guiltily and decisively carried out the 36 stratagems. Leaving was the best strategy. Well, I still have some things to deal with at the company. I'll leave first. Bye. Thus, Hanyu quickly left Xia and Sweet. Looking at Hanyu's fleeing figure, Xian finally remembered that Hanyu, this bastard, had run away before he could even wash the bowl. With a stomach full of displeasure, Xian finished washing the dishes that were supposed to be Hanyu's. She wiped her phone and was about to pick up her phone to send a text message to Hanyu to pay for the meal and dishes. In the end, before she could open the text message interface on her phone, a call came in. Moreover, this call was an international call. Looking at the string of unfamiliar numbers, Xian was a little puzzled. Only a few people knew her phone number, and they were all registered. This unfamiliar number, who the hell is calling? Filled with doubts, Xian picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? A familiar male voice quickly came from the phone. Xian? Is this Xian? I'm AI Luan. AI Luan? Why do you have my phone number? When Xian heard the voice from the phone, she immediately thought of the photographer, AI Luan, who helped her take photos. When she didn't have much money, she was his exclusive model. I asked Director Su about it. Oh, Director Su. Xian held the phone and nodded slightly. Then, he asked with some confusion. She then asked curiously, why are you calling? It's like this, didn't I take a set of photos for you before? I said that I was going to use them to participate in an international competition, right? Yes, I remember. Why? If AI Luan hadn't called, Xian would have forgotten about this matter. After all, this wasn't a big deal to her. Although Alan said that if she won the photo shoot or the competition, he would give her hundreds of thousands of yuan. But now, a few 100,000 yuan was really not a big deal to her. So gradually, she forgot about it. It's like this, the competition has already started, and my photos have already been submitted. Daily request for nutrient solution. Daily request for voting. The voting method was very simple. Just click on the introduction page of Delicate Mother and read the red words next to the title, Shortlisted Work, Please Vote. Just click on it to enter the voting page. Then, under the category of Forced to Dress as the Villain's Delicate Mother, click on Vote, and that's it. However, this method is only suitable for web pages and WAP pages. For those of you who use the Xinjiang app, please go to the trouble of logging onto your computer's web page or mobile phone's WAP page to vote for 12 sauce. QAQ, please here's the thing, the competition has already started and I've already submitted my photo. If you win the award, I think it will be of great help to your current situation. AI Luan's loud voice came from the phone. It was obvious that the person on the other end of the phone was worried about Xian. Thank you, AI Luan. Xian wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. She could tell if a person was good or bad to her. She smiled and said softly, but AI Luan, don't worry, I'm fine. However, the smile on Xian's face quickly disappeared in the next second. I saw the news about you. Are you really going to fall in love with Terrence? How is that possible? I've never seen him before. Please don't put me together with that person. Xian said in a very unhappy tone. Hearing Xian's words, AI Luan realized that his model really didn't like Travis. Not only that, but she also felt disgusted, therefore, AI Luan quickly apologized. Sorry. But Xian, don't worry, I'm confident that I can win the award this time. You'll definitely be more famous. Let's talk about it after you win the award. Facing the confident AI Luan, Xian smiled and said. Okay. Xian, just wait and see. I'll definitely get first place in front of you. But when I really get first place, I hope that we can work together again. As a reward, I'll be an internationally famous photographer and I'll be your photographer. AI Luan said confidently. Pfft, you haven't even competed yet. You're already talking to me about your conditions. So you're not calling to care about me, but to work with me? Hearing AI Luan's somewhat arrogant words, Xian laughed out loud and said jokingly. Of course, I'm also more concerned about you. But recently, after I saw the highly edited picture of you with blonde hair and blue eyes, I had a new inspiration. That's why I'm telling you all this. Alright. Don't explain, I promise you. When you get first place, we'll work together again. Xian couldn't be bothered to listen to those nonsensical explanations. She smiled and agreed to AI Luan's request. After all, when she was in dire straits, AI Luan was one of her friends who had helped her. Moreover, taking photos wouldn't take much time. Good. Xian, it's a deal then. When I get first place, I will be the first to tell you. Alright. After making an agreement with AI Luan, Xian hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she still felt like laughing. First place? They won't really get first place, right? She murmured softly. If AI Luan could really get first place in the international photography competition, then she would definitely continue to be popular. She shouldn't be that lucky, right? Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. The photography competition had nothing to do with the entertainment industry. It shouldn't be as exaggerated as she thought. However, Xian would never have thought that things were not as exaggerated as she thought. In fact, it was even more exaggerated. At this time, no one would have expected that a new Venus goddess would appear in Asia. She was the goddess of photography and fashion, the goddess of Venus and the goddess of muses. After completing the English dialogue for the second episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin, Xian stretched her back without any care for her image. Huh. She rubbed her eyes and felt that her work schedule had been too full recently. If it weren't for her jade pendant, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. Mom, are you tired? Let's go home and sleep. The little guy saw that his fairy mother seemed to be very sleepy, so he quickly held Xian's hand and said very obediently. Gu Shimo, who was originally holding a camera, saw that Xianxia was so obedient to Xian, so he put his camera aside and joined in. Fairy sister, are you tired? Let me help you massage your back. Looking at the two obedient little guys helping her massage her back and the other one helping her massage her legs, Xian felt that she was really like a rip-off Zhou who hired child labor. Quick, take a picture of this scene. We can use it as a highlight. After checking that there were no major problems with the dubbing, Han Yu walked out of the studio and saw such a happy family scene. He hurriedly called for the cameraman and took a lot of pictures of Xian and the two little guys. Brother Han, don't broadcast this. Ha, why, are you scared? Han Yu looked at Xian, who was casually leaning on the sofa. The more he looked, the more he felt that Xian was quite suitable to be in a Republic of China drama. Wearing a cheongsam. Even someone as lazy as her could sit in such a relaxed and elegant manner. He really felt that after coming to America, Xian's temperament had improved by quite a bit. It was no wonder that a group of people in China were saying that Xian seemed to have become prettier. I'm leaving. I've been too busy recently. Every day after filming, I have to do my own side business, and I have to be dragged here by you to dub English. I really don't have any time to rest. I'm going back to bed early today. As Xian spoke, she stood up from the sofa and waved at Han Yu. She then held the two little guys' hands and left the studio. She then returned to her hotel. Wait, Xian. When Xian was about to leave, Han Yu hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Xian stopped in her tracks and glanced at Han Yu questioningly. Our show is scheduled to air at 10 p.m. next Friday. Remember to watch it then. When Xian heard Han Yu's words, she blinked in surprise. She really did not expect their second show to be broadcast so soon. She thought that it would be broadcast at the beginning of next month at the earliest. So soon? Yes, FXTV will be promoting our star cabin soon. Also, FXTV will be releasing your set photos online today. I will wait for FX to release the set photos before I ask the Chinese official Weibo to post it. Remember to log into your Weibo account and repost it. Han Yu was in a good mood as she spoke to Han Yu. She could not wait to see how the Chinese people would react when the set photos for Xia and Star Cabin were released on their official Weibo. Hee, she was a little excited just thinking about it. Oh, okay, I got it. Xia nodded and agreed. Although she wasn't as evil as Han Yu, when she thought about the broadcast of the show, she knew that it would be a huge blow to Xia Jinghao, who had been scheming against her, blacklisting her and trying to ruin her reputation and make her lose everything. Perhaps that crazy woman was going to go crazy at home. Thinking of this, Xiaoan suddenly felt a little impatient. After returning home, Xiaoan coaxed the two little guys to sleep. It was rare for her to surf the internet at home and read the gossip in the country. Although there was a time difference between China and the United States, Xiaoan was still very interested in reading gossip. Of course, this gossip was not her own gossip, but Xia Jinghao's. Although most of Xia Jinghao's scandals had been deleted, how could the internet be cleaned up so easily? As long as one was willing to look, one could still find a lot of things. Xiaoan saw Xia Jinghao's scandals. Wow! That crazy woman, Xia Jinghao, really went to the countryside? Pfft! The environment was really terrible. How could that crazy woman, Xia Jinghao, live here? Oh my god! Xia Jinghao was really tortured when she went to record a show. She really suffered a lot. Xiaoan looked at the news of Xia Jinghao's participation in Mom is Back and laughed so hard that her stomach almost hurt. At this moment, she was very glad that Xia Jinghao snatched this parent-child interactive show from her. Otherwise, if she really lost her mind and signed the contract to participate in this show, she would regret it so much that her intestines would turn green. The more Xiaoan thought about it, the more she felt that she was really too lucky. Pfft! Is this considered retribution for evil? Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it? Xiaoan said in a good mood. The depression that she originally felt towards Xia Jinghao for scheming against her dissipated a lot. So, was Xia Jinghao's bad luck fulfilled by Xiaohei's curse, or was it because of her bad personality? Smiling, Xiaoan didn't bother about Xia Jinghao's matter anymore. She closed the gossip page and was about to go to bed. In the end, her phone started to vibrate. She picked it up and saw that Han Yu had sent her a text message. The makeup photos have been posted. If you're not asleep yet, log on to Weibo and repost it before you go to bed. P.S. For traffic, repost it on the Challenger's official Weibo. Looking at Han Yu's text message, Xiaoan blinked her eyes in amusement. Then, she replied with a simple OK before she opened Weibo and logged into her Weibo account. As soon as Xiaoan logged into her Weibo account, she was almost stuck. There were countless private messages, comments, reposts, and likes. There were really too many. As one could imagine, Xiaoan had not logged into her Weibo account for a long time. Ignoring the red dots, Xiaoan directly followed Han Yu's instructions and opened the Challenger official Weibo account. On the first Weibo post on the homepage, she saw that the Challenger's official Weibo account had just reposted Star Hut's official Weibo account a few minutes ago. After she clicked on the repost, she typed a line of words. My second variety show, smile. JPG, although Xiaoan did not say much and only sent a simple message. However, it shocked the entire entertainment industry. The reason for this was very simple, and that was, damn. Xiaoan's second variety show really aired on FX in the United States? Asking for the nutrient solution, asking for the finals. PS, don't buy the next chapter for now. Come back tomorrow. Xiaoan v. My second variety show, smile. JPG, // come on. Challenger. V. It was clearly 9 o'clock in the morning, and the traffic was not at its peak. However, as soon as Xiaoan's Weibo was posted, the entire internet went into an uproar. No one had expected that Xiaoan would secretly film her second variety show in America. Moreover, it was even broadcasted on American television, especially since FX was one of the 4 major TV stations in the United States. They had a lot of paid subscribers. This also meant that if Xiaoan's variety show could be aired on this TV station, it meant that the TV station was very optimistic about her second variety show. Are you serious? Xiaoan's second variety show has finished filming and is about to be broadcast on the TV station? The second show is too awesome. It was broadcasted on American television? This is the first time in history that a purely Asian variety show aired in America, right? Is Xiaoan being banned? Why do I feel like laughing? Is there any celebrity who has been banned living such a glorious life? She was banned in China and debuted in America. She's really 6,666. Am I the only one who wants to know what kind of show Xiaoan's Little Star Cabin is? I can't tell anything from the first official set photos. I only know that Xiaoan seems to have become even more beautiful. Look at how fashionable Xiaoan's first set photos are. Could this be a fashion show? Because the official Weibo only released a set of makeup photos, and those photos were all of Xiaoan himself, no one could tell what kind of variety show Xiaoan's second variety show would be. Therefore, the netizens on the Chinese internet began to speculate wildly about what kind of variety show Xiaoan's Little Star Cabin was. At the same time, the people in the country were guessing, and the people abroad were also guessing crazily. However, the foreign audience was happier than the domestic audience. Because they had the trailer to watch. After FX released the first set of photos on their official website, they quickly released the second and third sets. Moreover, the trailer for Xiaoan's Little Star Cabin was released on the official website and TV stations. At first, FX TV wanted to gradually promote Star Cabin and wait for the right time to broadcast it. But now, FX had completely gone against their original decision. How could he do it so quickly? Therefore, the set photos and trailers were released wave after wave. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, who would have thought that Xiaoan would be so popular now? No one had expected that the originally unknown Asian girl, Xiaoan, would suddenly become popular in the United States. What's more, she had hooked up with the hottest Tracy Fire. So, wasn't FX trying to ride on this wave of popularity by airing the show first? They even gave an Asian program some prime broadcast time in the second-tier primetime slot. If this were in the past, they wouldn't even have dared to think about it. After the set photos and trailers were quickly released, the American audience, like the audience in China, were also excited. However, the main reason was because, I finally know who this Angel is. So Angel was filming this show when she was in Chinatown. I have to watch it. So, what kind of variety show is Angel filming? Looking at the set photos and trailers, it seems like the guests are only an adult and 2 children. What show is this? Although I don't know what show Angel is filming, but I'll definitely support it. I think the show is very interesting. But Angel is prettier. So, will Tracy appear on Angel's show? After the netizens in the United States saw the makeup photos and the trailer, they started to discuss Xiaoan even more fervently. Because of Xiaoan's picture of blonde hair and blue eyes, a group of foreigners gave her the nickname Angel, even though she was a Chinese without an English name. Moreover, the nickname Angel was widely spread and was accepted by countless foreign netizens. When people mentioned Xiaoan, they would affectionately call Xiaoan Angel. As a result, Xiaoan's English name was now Angel. Very quickly, some Chinese netizens who knew how to surf the internet couldn't wait to get the latest news about Star Hut from the Chinese official website, so they surfed the internet overseas. In the end, when they saw it, the Chinese netizens exploded again. F***CK. Xiaoan's second variety show seems to be a parent-child interactive reality show. I saw on FX's official website that Xiaoan's son also had a set photo taken. And it's also in the trailer. The American netizens didn't know that Xiaoan had a son, and that the son was Xianxia. But the Chinese netizens were quite clear about this. Therefore, when they saw the set photos and trailers of Star Hut, wouldn't they be so shocked that they exploded? Oh my god. They're overseas after all. They really dare to film anything. Bringing an illegitimate child with an unknown father to film a show? What's wrong with having an unmarried child? Don't they have human rights if they don't have a father? Off topic. I think Xia and Sun is really good looking. The kind that's handsome and exquisite. Off topic. So, who's the extra little boy? Is he also Xia and Sun? I'm going off topic. The two little guests are really cute. One gives off a cute and innocent feeling, while the other is as sensible and cute as an adult. I really want two sons like this. Xian is really a winner in life. With two children like this, why would she still want a man? But speaking of which, Xian's second reality show is really too interesting. I really want to watch it. Just as the netizens were endlessly discussing the set photos and trailers that they saw when they climbed over the wall, the production team saw that they had achieved their goal. So, they didn't want to spoil the netizens' appetite and directly released the remaining set photos and trailers. Moreover, there was an additional announcement video compared to the one released overseas. The new video was a trailer of Xian's luxurious residence. In the video, Xian was wearing beautiful clothes and walking around the presidential suite with the two children. Every time the door of a room was opened, there would be English words explaining the function of the room and what kind of room it was. There was another video that introduced the room. Because the tone of the video was very bright, it wasn't clear if the hotel's tone was more towards the European and American style, or if the show deliberately adjusted the tone towards the European and American style. Looking at the trailer posted on the official Weibo account, it really felt like watching an American TV series. Especially an American TV series with a very well-funded and luxurious cast, because in the trailer, Xian's living conditions were really too good. However, Xian's second show had a very luxurious cast. The most interesting thing was that Xian's second show actually had Xian communicating in English the entire time. And the two children were also communicating in fluent English. This really shocked the Chinese netizens. What kind of amazing show is this? Not only is she living in such a luxurious house filming a show, but when did Xian speak English so fluently? That's amazing. Xian's spoken English is really perfect. It's just like an American dubbing. Not only is Xian's English so fluent, but the two children's spoken English is also very good. This must be fake. When did Xian speak English so fluently? Why do I remember Xian saying that she didn't know how to speak English when she participated in a show before? That can't be. Although it's in English, that's definitely Xian's voice. Don't guess anymore. It must be dubbing. Look carefully at the way Xian's lips move in the trailer. She's clearly speaking Mandarin. The English was indeed added in later. Xian and the two children's lips move in Mandarin. 6666. I just want to know where the production team found such an awesome voice actor. That voice is actually exactly the same as Xian's. That's right, the voice actor is really awesome. Not only does the voice imitate perfectly, but his English is also very good. Don't tell me he's actually a foreigner? The production team's hypocrisy is unacceptable. But it's understandable that the show is being broadcast on American TV. Why would foreigners like to watch a Chinese variety show? It'll definitely flop. Especially since Xian doesn't even know how to speak English. Because of the matter of Xian's English, there were some negative comments. Perhaps it was because of the manipulation of some people, but very soon, the matter of Xian's dubbing and inability to speak English became a trending topic. #Xian's dubbing actor #Xian doesn't know English They had clearly just started promoting the show, but in the end, there were already scandals so quickly. On Weibo and forums, the video of Xian saying that she didn't know English when she was on a variety show in the past was quickly spread everywhere. In the trailer, the shape of Xian's mouth was also magnified infinitely, and the words that Xian was mouthing were even marked out. When people in the industry saw this, they knew that someone was deliberately trying to make trouble for Xian. However, this actually couldn't be considered as scandals. After all, it wasn't a big deal to use a dubbing actor to dub English for someone who didn't know English. It wasn't like they could broadcast a show on another country's TV station and still speak Mandarin, right? It was quite tiring to look at the subtitles. In order to make the show look good, it wasn't a problem to find a dubbing actor to dub English for the show. Of course, the average netizen could understand what these people were thinking. Therefore, although there were people on the internet who were criticizing Xian's dubbing, there were also people who were fighting for Xian. In short, no matter what, Xian's popularity was very high. He had clearly been banned, but this topic still dominated the headlines in the country. Although there were objections to Xian speaking English on the Chinese internet, and there were people who were manipulating people to criticize them. However, Han Yu wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was quite happy to see that there were still people in the country who were criticizing Xian. After all, this saved him from having to promote the show. In this day and age, who wouldn't be criticized if they wanted to become famous? He was quite grateful to the person who was working tirelessly behind the scenes to criticize Xian. If it wasn't for that person, Xian might not have achieved what she had today. Especially if it wasn't for that person, Xian might not have been able to survive in the entertainment industry after filming her first variety show, The Challenger. At this moment, if Xia Jinghao knew that Han Yu was actually thinking this, she would probably be furious. Fortunately, she didn't know. Go ahead and criticize me. When the time comes, I'll release the video of Xian's dubbing in the recording studio. Hee, I'll save another sum of money for the promotion. Han Yu chuckled. The expression on his face was a little wretched. This little bit of evil humor really made Han Yu feel very happy. Although he couldn't get any benefits from Xian, he couldn't do anything to her. However, his IQ was still much higher than that of the haters on the internet, therefore, Han Yu had such a bad taste. He looked at the domestic internet that was defaming Xia and more rampant. He calmly waited for the right opportunity. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was time for the broadcast of Xian's Little Star Cabin. On this day, after Xian finished filming in Company Matters, she returned home and took a bath. After changing into her pajamas, she sat in front of the TV and waited for her second program to be broadcast. Her first program was Xian's Little Star Cabin, which she liked very much. It was a variety show that she filmed with her son. If there was a reason why she liked this program so much, it was because it was very relaxing and enjoyable for her to film. The most important thing was that she was filming a show with her obedient son. What else could be more meaningful than filming a parent-child program with her son? When she was old and her son grew up, he would be able to watch this program. How wonderful would that be? Mom, Uncle Han said that our program will be broadcast on FX at 10 p.m. tonight. Xian had just opened a bottle of red wine and placed a bunch of snacks and food on the table. She was about to pretend to be rich and watch TV. Unexpectedly, the two little rascals, who were supposed to be sleeping on the bed, jumped out at the same time. It will be broadcast very late tonight. Be good and go to bed first. You can watch the recording tomorrow. Considering that the two little rascals were still young and shouldn't stay up late, Xian wanted to send them away. Unfortunately, the two little rascals were determined to stay up late and watch TV with Xian. Fairy sister, let us stay and watch TV with you. This is a program that the three of us filmed together. Xiaoxing and I want to watch it with you. As he spoke, Gu Shimo shamelessly pulled Xiaoxingchen to Xian and acted coquettishly. Xiaoxing, don't you think so? The two of us just want to watch TV with you, right? Xiaoxingchen didn't like Gu Shimo and didn't want to watch TV with Gu Shimo. More importantly, she wanted to shake off Gu Shimo's hand. However, they had the same goal now, so Xiaoxingchen nodded her head. A pair of big watery eyes stared unblinkingly at Xian as she spoke in a softer voice than usual. Mom, I just want to watch the program that we filmed together. She looked at the two beautiful little rascals staring at her unblinkingly. They were simply too cute. Even Xian, who had a very strong resistance to soft cuteness, was defeated. She shook her head helplessly and patted the sofa next to her. Well, since you have a day off tomorrow, I'll let you stay up all night. Come and watch the program that the three of us filmed together. Yeah. Long live fairy sister. Thank you, Mom. Seeing that Xian agreed, the two little rascals' faces showed bright smiles. Thus, Xian, who was only going to watch the first episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin by herself, suddenly had two little followers. Accompanied by pleasant music and a 3D cartoon that was full of childlike interest, Xian and the two little rascals' faces soon appeared on the TV. At the beginning of the program, Xian and Xianxia got off the plane together and then took a private car to the hotel. Xianxia was very satisfied when she saw that it was only her and her fairy mother at the beginning of the program. However, after seeing that Gu Shimo also appeared on the program, the smile on the little rascal's face suddenly faded. Haha. I'm here too. Wow. So this is what it feels like to be on TV. Gu Shimo muttered happily when he saw that he was on the stage. So noisy. Be quiet and watch TV. Xiaoxingchen glanced at Gu Shimo, who was also sitting next to his fairy mother, and snorted coldly. TSK, I know. After making a face at Xiaoxingchen, Gu Shimo sat quietly next to Xian and continued to watch TV. Xian, on the other hand, was watching the second variety show that she and Han Yu worked together on. Although she didn't know much about reality shows, she clearly felt that Han Yu's second reality show was better than the first one. Whether it was in terms of the plot or the special effects. Han Yu's control of the entire program was quite good. She also liked this new show very much. While Xian and the two children were watching TV, many American families were also watching this variety show. Moreover, the number of viewers was not small at all. At first, many people were watching this show out of curiosity. However, they didn't expect that the more they watched, the better the show became. After the first episode of the show was broadcast, the viewers who were watching with curiosity were all won over by Xian and the two children. Of course, they were also won over by the novel plot of the show. They had never seen a variety show that described a celebrity's daily life. What did the celebrities eat? What did they do at work? What kind of place did they live? How did they educate their children, and so on. This series of events made the group of Americans unable to stop watching even if they wanted to. Although the main character of the show was Chinese, they spoke English. In fact, it wasn't much different from the variety shows filmed in their country. In particular, watching this show, they could see in detail what a presidential suite looked like, the price of the food in those Michelin restaurants, what was there, whether it was delicious, and so on. It was really too attractive. Hence, when the first episode of Xia's Little Star Cabin was broadcast, it was already very late. However, none of the viewers felt sleepy at all, because watching TV was really too enjoyable. Many viewers didn't choose to go to bed immediately after watching the show. Instead, they stayed up late to surf the internet. They were either discussing the show with their friends or recommending the show online. In short, that night, Xian used her own abilities to once again become a hot topic on the internet. This time, it wasn't because of a man. It was truly because of herself. The Little Star Cabin is really too interesting. Watching the lives of celebrities is really interesting. I just don't know if our celebrities live the same lives as Chinese celebrities. This is the first time I've seen a presidential suite. It's amazing. Although I can't afford to live there, watching it in detail on TV is really enjoyable. So that's Angel's son. He's really too cute. Just like a little angel. It's a pity that the first episode didn't show what Angel was like when she was working. I really want to know what Angel is like when she's working. It's so slow, only one episode a week. I really hope to see the second episode soon. I'm looking forward to the content of the second episode of Angel Goes to Work. According to the standards of an Asian show, Xia's show was completely exploding. The amount of discussion on the internet might not be comparable to the talk shows or reality shows of some big-name celebrities. However, Xian was a Chinese, and it was only the first day of the broadcast. It was already very impressive to have such a huge amount of discussion, especially since the show had such a good reputation. With one look, it was obvious that the show's viewership ratings would continue to rise. Sure enough, when the next day arrived, many of the netizens came over to watch FX TV station's second day of broadcast after being recommended by the netizens online. Even the TV station hadn't started to promote the show yet. Xia's Little Star Cabin was also a hot topic. Many American viewers promoted Xia's Little Star Cabin on their Twitter, Instagram, and other social networks. There were even quite a few celebrities who were posting their opinions on the show. For a moment, those who didn't know about Xia's Little Star Cabin and weren't interested in watching it were extremely curious. They all started to watch Xia's Little Star Cabin. Before anyone could react, Xia's Little Star Cabin had already become a hot topic. If it could become a hot topic overseas, then there was no need to talk about it in China. Chapter 72. This was because the netizens were really curious about Xia and second variety show. Therefore, as soon as Xia and second variety show aired on FX in the US, the translation team in China found the right resources and started translating overnight. While the American audience was watching the next day's broadcast, the Chinese audience was also watching Star Cabin with Chinese subtitles translated by the translation team. Speaking of which, it was quite funny. Xian was a Chinese, and Star Hut was also a Chinese scriptwriter, a Chinese director, and a Chinese cameraman. The entire program team was made up of Chinese people. However, in China, they still had to rely on translators to successfully watch the show. Moreover, they had to wait for foreigners to finish watching it first before they could queue up to watch it later. It really made many of the audience members feel a little awkward. However, when they finished watching the show and were attracted by the plot, they became even angrier. Xian and all the members of the production team are clearly from our country. Why should the show be broadcast overseas? Yeah. Look at how Xian is mouthing Chinese. Why did it air in America? How infuriating. The show is so good, but I have to wait until it finishes airing in America before I can watch it. Am I even human? It's useless to be angry. Who told our country's entertainment industry to have nothing better to do than to ban Xian? If not for this incident, come on. Challenger. Also, they would not suddenly stop broadcasting when the momentum was great. And Xia and's Little Star Cabin will not be broadcast in the United States. It's all Xia Jinghao's fault. Didn't they say that she used her connections to blacklist Xian? How disgusting. Because Xia and Star Cabin was really good, and the quality of the show was really high. Hence, after watching the show, the people who were watching it were all infuriated. If it wasn't for the ban, they wouldn't have to wait for the subtitles to be translated. Moreover, they wouldn't have to wait for others to finish reading before they could read it again. For a moment, Xia Jinghao, who had already calmed down on the internet, was once again exposed by people to be whipped. Many netizens even went to Xia Jinghao's Weibo and used their keyboards to criticize her. Those who were not well-mannered used all kinds of profanities. Xia Jinghao, who read the news on the internet every day, was furious. However, scolding Xia Jinghao was just scolding Xia Jinghao. However, more netizens were still discussing Xia and second variety show. Originally, I was wondering why it was called Xia and Little Star Cabin. It turns out that Xia and son is called Little Star. That's why it's called Little Star Cabin. I didn't expect Xiao Ken to not be Xia and son, but the little boy she rescued from the human traffickers in the mountain village when she was on a job. Does anyone feel that Xia and's looks have become even better in Star Cabin? It's really beautiful. There's definitely nothing to say about her looks, but what's more certain is that the production team's funds are definitely more abundant. She's staying in such a good hotel, and it's even a presidential suite. Goodness gracious, the production team is really generous. That presidential suite is so cool to stay in. There's also a rooftop garden and a swimming pool, although I'm a fan of Challenger fans. I have to say that the content of Writer Han's second variety show is even more interesting. The theme is too novel. Writer Han's brain is too flexible when it comes to filming the lives of celebrities. She can even think of such a show. Hehe, I really like watching Xian and Little Star interact with each other. It feels especially warm. Also, Xian's clothing, food, housing, and transportation are all so exquisite. The lives of celebrities are really different from ordinary people. Although the first episode has a 120-minute plot, I still feel that it's too short. The ending was actually cut off at the place where Xian was going to work. What do you think? Xian's job in America is? It should only be acting, right? But isn't Xian a vase? It shouldn't be acting, right? Who would have thought that a variety show broadcast in America would cause such a craze in China? Weibo's trending searches and forum posts all had the shadow of Xia and's Little Star Cabin. It was simply overwhelming the other variety shows in China. It was definitely a crushing victory. And among them, Xia Jinghao's Mom is Back was included. Who would have thought that Xia and's Little Star Cabin would be broadcast on the same day as Xia Jinghao's Mom is Back? It was fine if it was broadcast on the same day, but at least Xiao's little star cabin was not broadcast in China. Star Cabin would only be translated and uploaded online by the translation team the day after Mom is Back was broadcast. But even so, the popularity of Star Cabin still completely crushed the popularity of Mom is Back. Even if the guests invited for Mom is Back were all big shots, it was still useless. After all, if the show was not well done, no matter how good the guests were, it was useless. In addition, some of the guests were not good at all. Even if the show's editing efforts and editing in a better direction, there was still not much improvement. At most, she would not look so annoying, but she would not be likable. At night, Xiao Jinghao took advantage of the quiet night to turn on her computer and sit in front of her computer desk. She took a deep breath and then, as if she was going to do something unspeakable, she opened a video with a straight face. A burst of pleasant music quickly appeared in the study room. Then, a familiar voice appeared on the computer. That voice was not anyone else's voice, but Xiao's voice. Xiao Jinghao looked at Xiao's beautiful and flawless face on the computer screen. Her fingers were tightly clenched in the palm of her hand. She did not expect Xiaoan to be able to live so freely in the face of being banned in the country and losing all her endorsement shows. She looked very energetic and her complexion was very rosy. Even without watching the show, she could tell that Xiaoan was living a good life in the United States. But how could she not be living a good life? She stayed in a luxurious presidential suite in a 5-star hotel and ate at Michelin restaurants. Even if she did not travel in a luxurious car, she would still travel in a comfortable nanny van, thinking about the tough days she had to go through to record Mom is Back. Also, that illegitimate child could actually go to the world's top elite school. Their precious daughter could not even get in. The more she watched, the angrier Xiao Jinghao felt, especially when she compared it to the tough days she had to go through to record the show. She was even angrier. She did not expect that after all her scheming, she would steal Xiao's show and ban her from stardom. In the end, she did not expect that Xiaoan would lead a better life. It was as if it was because of her that Xiaoan had such a good life. Mom, what are you looking at? Just as Xiao Jing was so angry that her face was unrecognizable and she was about to smash something, a sweet child's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Hey, isn't this Brother Fu Yu? Xiao Jinghao turned her head and saw her precious daughter wearing a lace princess pajamas and holding her teddy bear in her hands. Baby, why are you here? Why aren't you asleep yet? I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to look for Mom. Fu Anqi rubbed her eyes and squeezed into Xiao Jinghao's arms with a smile. Mom, when did Brother Fu Yu go on a TV show? Also, who was the other boy with Big Brother Fu Yu? He's so cute. Fu Anqi stared curiously at Xia Xingchen and Gu Shimo in the video that was still playing on the computer screen. Baby, it's too late. Mom will take you to bed. Xiao Jinghao frowned as she looked at the images on the screen. She wanted to turn off the computer and coax her precious daughter to sleep. However, who would have thought that her precious daughter would become addicted to watching TV? She quickly stopped Xiao Jinghao from turning off the computer. Mom, I want to watch more. Let me watch more before I go to bed. Fu Anqi blinked her big watery eyes and pleaded coquettishly. In the past, Xiao Jinghao would agree to anything her precious daughter asked for. Even if there were some things that she could not agree to, after Fu Anqi acted coquettishly, Xiao Jinghao would still reluctantly agree. This time, the smart Fu Anqi thought that it would not be an exception. It was just watching a TV show. It was not a big deal. But Fu Anqi did not expect that her mother, who loved her the most, would refuse her this time. No. You're not allowed to watch this. Xiao Jinghao became even angrier when she saw that even her precious daughter liked watching TV. Without saying anything, she turned off the computer and spoke to Fu Anqi in a fierce tone. This was a mother that Fu Anqi had never seen before. At this moment, Fu Anqi only felt that her mother was so terrifying. It was as if she had seen a ghost in a horror movie. It was so terrifying. You're not allowed to watch this, do you understand? Wah. Fu Anqi had never seen her mother in such a terrifying state. She shouted at her and burst into tears. She cried very loudly. Fu Xian, who was working in another study, heard the noise. Hearing that his precious daughter was crying, Fu Xian hurried from his study to Xiao Jinghao's study. What's wrong? Why is Anqi crying? As soon as Fu Xian entered the room, he saw his precious daughter looking at Xia Jinghao in horror and crying loudly. Fu Xian had always doted on children. He hurriedly walked to his precious daughter and snatched the child from Xia Jinghao's hands without any explanation. "Dad, Mom doesn't allow me to watch TV. She even yelled at me." Fu Anqi was in Fu Xian's arms. She hugged her father's neck tightly and sobbed as she complained. "You're already an adult. Why are you still throwing a tantrum at a child? Don't you know that our Chi-Chi is timid?" Hearing that his precious daughter had been wronged, Fu Xian mercilessly reprimanded Xia Jinghao. Xia Jinghao, who was already angry, felt even more upset when she saw her precious daughter complaining about her and her husband scolding her without even asking. She walked out of the room without saying a word. Seeing Xia Jinghao leave inexplicably, Fu Xian frowned and softly coaxed his daughter for a while before asking. "Chi-Chi, why did your mother scold you? Please give me some nutrient solution, please. Will the little cuties give me some? 12 sauce is about to fall off the cliff. //o//////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Read it tomorrow. Chapter 73 Inch Chi-Chi, why did your mother scold you? Because I want to watch TV. I want to watch TV with brother Fuyu. Fu Xian did not expect that after Xian was banned from the entertainment industry, he would still be able to live so comfortably. As he looked at Xian's beautiful and flamboyant face on the computer screen, his heart felt as though it had been hit by something. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Such a beautiful woman was once his. However, he had lost. Dad, brother Fuyu seems to be very happy now. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Fu Xian lowered his head and looked at his precious daughter who was sitting in his arms and watching TV with him. Yeah, Fu Xian seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly chuckled and murmured softly. But you can't call him brother Fuyu anymore. His name is Xianxia now. Daddy, why did big brother Xiaoxing change his name? Why did he change his surname? Is it because he's not daddy's child? Fu Anqi blinked her big watery eyes and asked doubtfully. Yes, he's not daddy's child. When he said this, Fu Xian didn't know why, but he felt bitter in his heart. In the years since he married Xia Jinghao, he had never gone to see Xian again. But that didn't mean that he didn't have her in his heart. Even though he seemed to love his daughter more on the surface, he still cared about his son in his heart. After all, that was his and Xia's son. Girls were raised rich, while boys were raised poor. His son would be his successor in the future. However, it never occurred to him that the son he had with Xian was not his son. To think that he, Fu Xian, had raised someone else's son for 6 years for nothing. As for the man who made him a cuckold, he still didn't know who he was. He didn't know who the other man in Xian was besides him. But, Dad, brother Fuyu isn't this auntie's child. Why did he change his name after this auntie? The soft voice of a child interrupted Fu Xian's train of thought. However, although the voice was soft, it sounded like a bomb in Fu Xian's ears. Boom! Fu Xian felt as if something had exploded in his head. He hurriedly grabbed his daughter's thin shoulders. Chi-Chi, what did you say? Although Fu Xian knew that children's words carried no harm, his own daughter's words were too shocking. At the same time, it ignited an unknown hope in his heart. Yes, expectations. He hoped that Xian had never betrayed him. However, Xiaoxingchen reminded him all the time that Xian had indeed betrayed him. Because he was not Xiaoxingchen's father. It hurts, Dad, it hurts. Fu Anqi, on the other hand, kept complaining that it hurt because Fu Xian had grabbed her too hard. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. I used too much strength. Tell me why you were so. Seeing that his precious daughter was about to cry, he hurriedly let go of her and wanted to continue questioning his daughter. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Xia Jinghao, who suddenly appeared. Fu Xian. Let go of my daughter. If you're angry with me, just take it out on me. Don't take it out on my baby. However, Xia Jinghao, who had just left, reappeared in the room. She quickly walked to Fu Xian's side and took Fu Anqi, who was sitting on Fu Xian's lap, into her arms. Xia Jinghao, what nonsense are you talking about? Looking at Xia Jinghao's face, Fu Xian felt more and more disgusted. Originally, he was able to continue living with Xianxia because of his precious daughter. That was why he was able to continue living with Xianxia. But now, he really couldn't fight anymore. Moreover, if Xianxia's words were true, then, you know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. With that, Xianxia left the study with Fu Anqi in her arms. Watching Xianxia leave with the child in her arms, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, considering that his precious daughter was more obedient, Fu Xian didn't say anything and kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to alert the enemy, so he decided to wait until Xianxia was not at home and ask his precious daughter properly. He wanted to ask his precious daughter why she would say that Xian's Little House with the Stars became a hit. It was a complete hit. It had only been a few days since the show aired on American television, but all the restaurants and hotels that Xian had visited had already become popular online. Regardless of how expensive the food was, there were still many people who went to the restaurants that Xian had eaten at. This was because Xian's table manners were simply too attractive and appetizing. As a result, the sales of these restaurants increased tremendously. Every day, people would come to these restaurants because they wanted to try the same delicacies that Xian had eaten. As for the 5-star hotel that Xian was currently staying in, it was also because Xian was staying in the show. Many domestic and foreign tourists, fans, and netizens all came to book the hotel. Although Xian was staying in a presidential suite that cost a few 100,000 yuan per night, it was true that most people couldn't afford to stay there. However, they could still afford to stay in a normal room. After all, in the show, Xian had not only highlighted how luxurious the presidential suite was. At the same time, Xian's program also highlighted how good the service of the hotel was and how delicious the food was. Nowadays, there were many hotels that either had bad service, were not clean enough, or brought their own breakfast and desserts that tasted bad. Therefore, choosing a hotel to stay in had become a problem for many netizens. However, from Xian's Little House with the Stars, they saw that the hotel that Xian was staying in was not only very clean, but the service was also very good. Most importantly, in the show, Xian loved to eat the hotel's breakfast and desserts very much. One could imagine that the breakfast and desserts in this hotel must be very delicious. Alright, this was indeed the most important point. Therefore, the Gu family's new 5-star luxury hotel in the United States was packed to the brim with customers who wanted to meet Xian by chance and experience the celebrity hotel. All the rooms had been fully booked. This completely dumbfounded the hotel manager. Back then, he had been grumbling about how Xian, this unknown celebrity who had appeared out of nowhere, had come to their new hotel to freeload and even stayed in the most expensive and luxurious presidential suite. In the end, who would have thought that she was the god of wealth? Who would have thought of this? Not only did the hotel manager not expect this, but old Master Gu also did not expect this. Originally, he had only wanted to do her a favor and ask her to take care of his precious grandson. But who would have thought that not only did she not do him a favor, she even made him owe her a favor? This was really awkward. Faced with this current situation, Han Yu, as the main producer of the show, also did not expect this. Originally, he was already quite satisfied with the number of views for the first episode of Little House with the Stars. He did not have much ambition and thought that the show would become a hit in an instant. However, he did not expect that it would only be a few days. It had not even been a week, but Xian's celebrity effect had already become so exaggerated. It was as if Xian had become the most popular trend now. Xian, we are really popular now. You have really become a big star in America. When Han Yu said this, he still felt that it was a little unreal. However, when Xian heard Han Yu's words, she frowned slightly and seemed a little unhappy. Brother Han, let's put these words aside first. I have something to tell you now. What is it? I want to change hotels. Recently, it has been really inconvenient for me to go in and out. Ever since the show had been broadcast, it had been fine for the first and second days, but after the third and fourth days, it had become very inconvenient for her to go in and out of the hotel. Every time she went in and out, she would be surrounded by a group of people. A group of people would surround her and chatter endlessly. They spoke in all kinds of languages. It was simply so noisy that her brain was about to explode. Ah, Xian, even if you didn't mention it, I still wanted to tell you about changing hotels. I thought you might be used to it, so I was too embarrassed to mention it to you. I didn't expect you to bring it up first. When Han Yu heard Xian's request, he burst out laughing. Originally, one of the important things that he wanted to discuss with Xian was that she needed to change to another hotel to stay in. However, the reason why he brought up the matter of changing hotels was not because he was worried that Xian's address would be exposed. Instead, it was because our show already has a sponsor. FX has also suggested that we change the hotel for each episode. And the restaurant. Because of the recent celebrity effect of the show, many people with keen eyes saw the value of Xian's little star cabin and also saw the commercial value of Xian. Therefore, there were already many people who called to cooperate with him. After hearing Han Yu's words, Xian did not immediately agree like before and let Han Yu decide. Instead, she gave some suggestions. Bro Han, I understand what you mean. I also accept the suggestion of changing hotels and restaurants for the next episode of the show. When Han Yu heard Xian's words, he smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Xian spoke again. But, Bro Han, I want to personally inspect the hotels and restaurants. If the hotels and restaurants don't meet my standards, then I have the right to refuse to cooperate. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Han Yu was stunned. He asked in confusion. Your standards? What standards? The standards of the hotels will be the same as the ones I'm currently living in. Of course, I'm not talking about the level of luxury. I'm talking about the level of hygiene and service. Xian said calmly. As for the restaurant standards, I will only be able to appear on the show if the food is delicious. If it's not delicious, even if you film it, it won't appear on the show. After hearing Xian's request, Han Yu burst out laughing. Okay. Xian. I never thought that there would be a day when you would care so much about your career in the entertainment industry. In the past, you didn't seem to care about the entertainment industry at all. You could quit whenever you wanted. But I didn't think that you would actually care about your own image now. The more Han Yu spoke, the more amused he became. At the same time, he also felt gratified. He was gratified that Xian had finally grown up. She really wanted to continue in the entertainment industry. Don't worry, Xian. I definitely won't cheat you. If I can agree with you, then I'll definitely choose the best companies. I won't ruin our show and your image for such a small amount of money. Don't worry. Han Yu said softly as he patted Xian's shoulder. However, what he didn't know was that Xian didn't care about whether she could continue in the entertainment industry or not. What she really cared about was, what a joke. If her image was ruined now, who would buy her company's products in the future? She wanted to be the spokesperson for her company's skincare products in the future. Now that she was a celebrity, she could even enter the overseas market. If she was the spokesperson for her company in the future, it would be even more profitable. Just thinking about it made her very excited. However, Xian didn't tell Han Yu about her true thoughts. She also didn't tell Han Yu about her company. After all, there was a saying that a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. Although Han Yu was indeed very good to her, she had to leave a way out for herself, didn't she? She had a trump card that no one except old Master Gu knew about. This way, she would be more at ease. She would also be more confident, especially when she was dealing with Xia Jinghao. Okay, since you said so, I'm relieved. Xian smiled and said softly. I thought that you would be very reluctant to leave this place. Now, it seems that we can move out tomorrow. Han Yu didn't expect that persuading Xian to move out of the hotel would go so smoothly. After all, Xian lived very comfortably here, and she always made her own decisions. We can move out today too. There are too many people staying here. Although this presidential suite has its own elevator, we are always surrounded every time we leave the hotel. It's not very convenient for me, little Xing, and little Xian frowned. Although it was indeed very comfortable to live here, she felt that it was better to forget about being surrounded like a gorilla every day. We might not be able to move today. Our next hotel is also a 5-star hotel, and the suite that they gave you is also a presidential suite. However, the hotel said that they have to tidy it up today and can only give it to us tomorrow. Han Yu shook her head and told Xian about the hotel that they were going to. They still have to tidy it up? Yes, but don't worry. Although the previous owner just left, it's still a presidential suite, so you don't have to worry about hygiene. The room will be thoroughly cleaned, and the mattress will be replaced. Oh, then we'll move out tomorrow. Xian waved her hand nonchalantly and then changed the topic back to what she was concerned about. So in the future, when we're filming, you guys will choose the restaurants for me? Yes, although we'll be working with businesses for the rest of the show, we'll definitely consider whether it suits your taste. Hanyu had worked with Xian for a long time, so she smiled and said, "Don't worry, the restaurants that the production team will arrange for you will definitely be very delicious." This is a good idea. I don't have to look for it online anymore. Xian smiled and said happily. Filming a show would always involve cooperation with businesses, so there would be benefits. Anyway, it was fine as long as the food was delicious. Xian, we really didn't expect you to become popular so quickly this time. There are already a lot of people calling me to ask about working with you. I think. Hanyu looked at Xian's happy expression and paused for a moment before speaking seriously. I think it's time for you to find an agent. Agent? When Xian heard this term, she was slightly stunned. In her mind, she immediately thought of the woman who claimed to be her agent when she first transmigrated and gave her a good scolding. Although, she had never seen that woman from the beginning to the end. But after all, she had just transmigrated, so her memory was still fresh. Yes, when we were in China, I wanted to ask you to find an agent, but you happened to be banned at that time, so I forgot to tell you. That's why I forgot to tell you. But it's different now. You're popular in America now. You definitely need an agent to help you manage your work. No, it was not a definite need. It was a definite need. Xian, it's very important to have a good agent in the entertainment industry. He can bring you contacts, resources, and help you in your career. Stop, stop, stop. Hearing Hanyu babbling like an old father, she hurriedly interrupted Hanyu. I don't want an agent. Ah? Why? If you don't have an agent, how are you going to get work? Hanyu was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what Xian was thinking. How could an artist not have an agent, especially someone like Xian, who didn't even tell the public how to contact her and was completely cut off from the outside world? You, Hanyu. If I have to find an agent, then I'll choose you. Xian looked at Hanyu with a smile and said jokingly. Me? Xian, can you stop joking? How can I be your agent? Hanyu wanted to roll his eyes when he saw Xian's playful look. He was a good scriptwriter. Although he had started out halfway, his future as a scriptwriter was limitless. The 2 variety shows that he had personally created had achieved great results. He wasn't bragging, but he was now a legend in the entertainment industry. There were a lot of people who wanted to work with him. Why would he give up his career as a scriptwriter and become Xian's agent? Xian, stop fooling around. I'm being serious here. I'm not fooling around. I understand what you're saying. But the kind of agent you're talking about is only needed when a celebrity isn't famous, right? Hanyu couldn't help but nod his head when he heard Xian's words. Xian's words were not false. When a celebrity was too famous, the role of an agent was not that big. However, if a celebrity wanted to climb to the top, he still needed an agent to help him. I know that an agent is very important. But Hanyu, I don't want to climb to a high position in the entertainment industry. All I want is a sense of security. The only reason I want you to be my manager is because you're someone I trust. If it weren't for the things that Xia Jinghao had done, she wouldn't have been so vigilant. However, she was now a thorn in Xia Jinghao's side. She felt that it would be better to let Hanyu be her agent than to let someone she didn't trust be her agent. Xian, you're too vigilant. The entertainment industry isn't as complicated as you think. Actually. Before Hanyu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xian again. This time, Hanyu was completely stunned by Xian 1. I'll film a variety show for you unconditionally. Xian threw out her conditions without hesitation. She stared straight at Hanyu with a calm smile on her face. The only condition is that you'll be my agent and help me with my work. Gulp. When Hanyu heard Xian's conditions, he couldn't help but gulp. It was obvious that he was tempted by Xian's conditions. After all, based on Xian's development, this condition was very generous. Also, if we have any future collaborations, I'll prioritize your company. Xian's lips curled as he continued to speak with a smile. Okay. When Han Yu heard the additional conditions, he couldn't sit still anymore. He took a deep breath and nodded his head heavily. However, Xian, I really don't have time to be your agent. And what I did was definitely not competent enough. If you really want a sense of security, then I'll recommend someone to you. This person is absolutely reliable. Although she may not have much experience, she's definitely more suitable than me. Who? Su Tian. This chapter was replaced last night, but I don't know who reported it. It was locked for the whole night and only unlocked when I called in the morning. If it was a reader who reported it, I hope everyone can wait for the anti-theft chapter to be over a day before reporting it. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome to unlock it. If you're lucky, it'll be unlocked in 2 to 3 hours. If you're unlucky, it'll be like today, locked for the whole night. The next day, I have to wait for the administrator to come to work and ask the administrator to unlock it for me. Smiley face, angle, nutrient solution, smiley face, angle, sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so the replacement was late. There's no next chapter for today. Everyone, go to sleep. I'll try to write the replacement chapter early tomorrow. P.S. The next chapter will be replaced tomorrow. Su Tian? Xian didn't expect Han Yu to recommend such a person to her. Although she didn't have much of an impression of this person, she still remembered this person with her powerful memory. Su Tian was none other than the employee she met the first time she went to Han Yu's company to discuss a contract. Ah, it's her. Why did you recommend her to me? Xian looked at Han Yu in confusion. She didn't understand why Han Yu would recommend such a person to her. Didn't you say you wanted someone you could trust to manage your career? Then I can say that Su Tian is definitely the best candidate. Han Yu smiled and said with certainty. However, when Xian heard Han Yu's words, she raised her eyebrows. Really? Why do you say that? Su Tian isn't just anyone, she's Boss Su's niece. You're saying that Su Tian is Director Su's niece? Xian didn't expect that the girl she had only met a few times was Director Su's daughter. Of course, she's his biological niece. Also, Su Tian is your fan. Han Yu smiled and nodded. He then explained the 2 most important reasons why he recommended Su Tian to be her agent. When Xian heard that Su Tian was her fan, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was wondering why she always felt that Su Tian was always absent-minded when she saw her the previous few times. So she was her fan. Also, that's not all. The reason why I recommended her is that this child also graduated from a proper media school. And as you know, she is old Su's niece. Her family also has some connections in the entertainment industry. Although Su Tian is still a little young, it's more than enough to take care of a celebrity like you who's already popular and doesn't have much ambition. After Han Yu's analysis, Xian felt that Su Tian was the best choice for her to manage her career in the entertainment industry. They were trustworthy people on Han Yu's side, and they were also her fans. Thinking about it, how could they not betray her? Xian nodded decisively. Okay, but since you're not going to be my agent, I'll pass on the variety show. Even though Xian had already decided to use Su Tian, she still had to pretend. Hey! Xian, you're too stingy. Having Su Tian as your manager is much better than having me as your manager. You even reduced the conditions by half. Why are you becoming more and more stingy? You're so popular now. Han Yu instinctively rolled her eyes and complained when she heard Xian's words. However, even though she complained, Han Yu did not take it to heart. After all, to be able to get the priority of cooperation from Xian, this stingy guy, was already taking advantage of him. In the future, there would be many people who would want to work with Xian. If he could obtain this authority, it would already be a great benefit. Not to mention, Xian was really using Su Tian as her agent. Do you think you're at a disadvantage? Okay, then let's not work together. Xian could tell that Han Yu was faking it. She was actually very satisfied. Hence, she teased him with a smile. No. I'm very satisfied. Very satisfied. Don't worry, I'll settle the matter of your agent right away. I'll inform Su Tian now and ask her to come to the United States to see you first. Okay, I'll have to trouble you, Brother Han. After saying goodbye to Han Yu, Xian stretched her back and thought that her two children should be coming back soon. In the end, just as she was grumbling in her heart, she saw her two little guys coming back with bruises. What happened to you two? Xian could not believe her eyes. Her precious son and old Master Gao's precious grandson both had bruises on their faces. It was a shocking sight on their fair and tender little faces. Mom, we're fine. We just accidentally bumped into. Xianxia saw that Xian was at home and was caught red-handed by her. He quickly pursed his lips and muttered in a low voice. However, Xianxia was very smart in front of others, but in front of Xian, he became a little fool. He did not know how to lie at all. Every time he lied to Xian, his little head would involuntarily lower, and his big black eyes did not dare to look at Xian at all. The moment she saw the little fellow's expression, she knew that her son must be lying. However, even if the little guy didn't lie and didn't say anything, she could guess that her precious son had gotten injured in a fight with someone. The injuries on the two little guys' faces were too obvious. Xiaocan, be good. Tell Auntie the truth. What happened? Seeing how stubborn her precious son was, Xian did not force him to tell her the truth. After all, it was easier for her to make a move on Gushimo. Sure enough, Xian did not even have to threaten or bribe Gushimo. He had only said one sentence, and Gushimo had already confessed everything. Fairy sister, actually, it's not our fault. Today was actually because. After listening to Gushimo's explanation, Xian finally understood that everything that had happened today was all because his dear son was from a single-parent family. Furthermore, he was Asian. That was why today's situation was like this. Racial discrimination. Xian's mouth was tightly pressed together. She did not expect that her dear son would encounter this kind of racial discrimination when she did not encounter it. Fairy sister, you can't blame Xiaoxing for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Xiaoxing for being too attractive to girls. Before Gushimo could finish speaking, Xiaoxing jumped to Gushimo's side and covered his mouth. Shut up. Why are you so talkative? Woo-woo. Xiaoxing. How can you be so inhumane? Looking at the appearance of the two little fellows, Xian chuckled. She was not stupid. Although Gushimo did not finish his sentence, she understood why these kids were fighting. Although it was indeed racial discrimination, there was a very important point, and that was, her dear son was really too popular with foreign girls, so it caused the other boys to be jealous. But to be honest, in the novel, the villain did not seem to be that popular with girls, right? And the male lead was very popular with girls. So, Xiao's eyes were full of laughter and ridicule as she looked at the two little radishes, the little male lead and the little villain. So, was it because of her intervention that the situation had completely changed? So, Xiaocan, how did you get injured? Don't tell me you're also very popular with girls. Xian teased the two little fellows with a smile. It had to be said that these two little guys were still children. Xiao's words not only made Gushimo blush, but also made Xiaoxing, who had always been a little adult, blush. No, fairy sister, I'm not as popular as Xiaoxing. There are a total of 6 girls in our class, 5 of them like Xiaoxing, and the other girl is a tomboy. Anyway, no one in our class likes me. Gushimo. After Gushimo finished speaking, Xiaoxing's face became even redder. Her rosy cheeks looked really cute, and people really wanted to take a bite out of her. This also made Xian realize that compared to Gushimo's beauty, her good son's appearance was really not feminine at all. And the girls in Europe and America were not like the girls in Asia who liked pretty boys. So, her son was more popular than the male lead, Gushimo, in Europe. It didn't seem strange. So, how did you get injured, little guy? Me? I'm just trying to protect him. Gushimo touched his nose, raised his little head, and said proudly. Hearing Gushimo's words, Xian really didn't expect the relationship between these two boys to be so good now. Although they quarreled all day long, was the relationship between these two little guys really developing in the direction of brothers? If that was really the case, then she was really happy to see it happen, This way, her villain would have one less enemy in the future and one more useful ally. Who needs your protection? If you weren't a hindrance, I wouldn't have this injury on my face. Xianxia looked at the proud expression on Gushimo's face. He wanted to kill this little brat who was trying to steal his mother away from him. Thinking about what happened today, he felt really aggrieved. If Gushimo hadn't picked up the love letter he threw away and read it out loud, he wouldn't have gotten into a conflict with those people in class. Although there was a little racial discrimination. But those who could attend Ivy elite school not only had high IQ, but also had powerful family backgrounds. Especially the class he was in. Although there were very few students in the class, there were only 15 people. However, these 15 people were all of noble status. They weren't just rich. Moreover, each of them had to maintain their aristocratic status and act like a noble. Why would they do something like a gang fight? So, in the end, it was all Gushimo's fault, this big fool. Hey! Xianxia. In order to help you, I even got beaten up. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have thought of that. Anyway, I'm loyal enough to help you get beaten up. Oh, I really have to thank you. Seeing the two little guys quarreling as usual, Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and pulled the two little fellows to her side. He carefully examined the two men's wounds with his left hand and right hand. After examining the two little guys from top to bottom, inside and out, Xian was finally sure that the two little guys weren't lying. Other than some bruises on their faces, there weren't any major injuries. It was just that the two little guys had soft and tender skin and looked especially scary. But even so, Xian's heart still ached. After she brought the iodine and band-aids, she applied the iodine on the two little guys. Ouch! Fairy sister, it hurts. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. Xian saw that her obedient son didn't make a sound, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. She sighed softly when she saw how Gushimo cried out in pain every time he touched the iodine. From this point alone, she could see the difference between Gushimo and her obedient son. Even if Gushimo did not have a good father who loved him, he had a good grandfather who loved him dearly. So Gushimo still cried and acted like a spoiled child. It was all because he had a happy childhood. Although he had been abducted for a period of time, because she had rescued him in time, he didn't have a twisted mentality. He was still so sunny. But, Xian's gaze landed on her obedient son. She looked at the wounds on her son's face. There were clearly more wounds than Gushimo's, but he still stood there quietly and let her apply the medicine on his wounds. At this moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable pressure in her heart. Who said that a rebel was born to be a villain? If he had parents who loved him, a family who loved him, and a sunny childhood full of love, would he still become a villain in the future? Does it hurt? Xian lowered her head and asked Xianxia softly. Mom, it doesn't hurt. Xianxia shook his head and said softly. Looking at the precocious and sensible appearance of the little guy, she actually hoped that her obedient son would be more willful. Xiaoxing, if it hurts, tell me. I'm your mother, not an outsider. I can tolerate everything about you. Xian put aside the cotton ball in her hand and reached out to pull the little guy into her arms as she spoke softly. Listening to the gentle voice beside her ear and smelling the warm and pleasant scent on her mother's body, Xingqian's nose started to sting. Mom, does it hurt a lot? Yes, Xiaoxing, can you be more willful next time? If it hurts, you have to tell me. Yes, you have to tell me what you like and what you don't like. Yes, if I did anything that made Xiaoxing unhappy, you have to tell me. No matter what I do, I won't make Xiaoxing unhappy. You child. Gushimo, who was standing by the side, was extremely jealous when he saw Xian hugging Xiaoxing and speaking so gently to him. A trace of gloominess flashed across his dark and bright eyes. His little face, which had always been bright and beautiful, also suddenly darkened. But then, a sunny and harmless expression appeared on his face again. Sister Fairy, it's not fair. I want a hug too. Soon, after applying medicine to the two little guys, Xian began to think about the idea of giving the two little guys a fitness class. According to the two little guys, the fight this time was between the two of them and the five of them, that's why they were injured. If it was 2 against 2, or 2 against 3, they wouldn't have been injured. After all, these two little guys, one learned taekwondo, and the other learned self-defense skills from Xianxia in the apocalypse. Therefore, the fighting strength of these two little guys wasn't bad. This was why the group of tall and strong foreign students who grew up eating steak didn't take advantage of them. However, after all, the difference in size was there. If that group of people went back this time and also practiced fighting skills, the two little guys definitely wouldn't be able to get away so easily like this time. Therefore, this also made Xianxia have the idea of teaching the two little guys fighting skills again. Xiaoxing, Xiaocan, in the future, you have to wake up early every day to learn fighting skills from me. Xian patted the two little guys' heads and said immediately. Moreover, she has already planned to use the spatial water to improve the physical fitness of the two little guys. Although her baby son had the jade pendant left by Xiaohei to improve his physical fitness, it was still not as good as the spatial water full of spiritual energy. Especially Gu Shimo, this little guy, didn't have her son's jade pendant as a cheat, so his physical fitness was even worse. She thought about it. Through the conditioning of her physical fitness, coupled with the fighting skills she taught him, she believed that in the future, not to mention 2 against 5, even 2 against 10, her two little guys would definitely be able to do it calmly, of course, if the opponents were a group of ordinary little guys. Really? Sister Fairy, can I also learn from you like Xiaoxing? When Gu Shimo heard Xiaoan's words, his eyes immediately lit up, and his whole little face was full of excitement. This was because he had seen Xiaoxingchen's fighting moves today. That attack power was simply a lot stronger than the taekwondo he learned. Therefore, he was very envious in his heart. Now that Xiaoan took the initiative to propose to teach him, how could he not be happy? After all, he was still a boy, and boys like this kind of fighting and killing. Okay, but I have to say first, if you learn from me, you can't complain or give up halfway. Yes. Fairy officer. Gu Shimo imitated the police on TV and saluted. Looking at Gu Shimo's comical appearance, Xiaoan shook her head in amusement. Gu Shimo and her family's Xiaoxingchen were really two extremes. But to be honest, the little male lead in front of her was really very different from the male lead her sister described. Mom, aren't you going to scold us for fighting with our classmates and possibly causing you trouble? Compared to Gu Shimo's excitement, Xiaoxingchen was much more hesitant. This was because he was always thinking about Xia, and rather than protecting himself, the person he wanted to protect more was his very mother. Hearing the little guy's words, Xiaoan was stunned for a moment. Then, she gently looked at Xiaoxingchen and gently shook her head. Mom is not afraid of trouble. Mom is just afraid that you will be bullied outside. And this time, it's not your fault. Xiaoxing, don't let others bully you because you're afraid of trouble. If we're not wrong, then don't be afraid. Fight back righteously. Of course, we can't hit people first. Xiaoxing, Xiaocan, you have to remember that even if we want to hit people, we have to stand on the moral high ground. Even if we want to hit people, we have to have a good reason. Even if we want to hit people, we have to make sure that they can't find fault with us. Of course, the most important thing is that we have to wait for the other party to make the first move. If this was the apocalypse, Xiaoan would definitely not say such a thing. But now, this was a peaceful world, and the place where the two little guys were staying was not an ordinary place. Therefore, she could only educate the two little guys like this. Although, according to her original intention, if it was something that could be solved by force, then she would definitely not say anything. Okay, Mom, I understand. Fairy sister, I'll remember. Just like that, Xiaoan's little star cabin ushered in a new content that could be filmed. However, on the other hand, the cameraman had to work harder every day. Because this novel new filming location was that every day at 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoan would take the two little guys to practice fighting moves and exercise their physical fitness. And every morning, Xiaoan would personally make nutritious meals for the two little guys. The photographers were envious and jealous when they saw this. Not only did they have to get up early, but they also had to watch the two little guys eat such a delicious breakfast. This group of young men and uncles who had already grown up complained one after another. Xiaoan was the mother of other people. With this new exercise, Xiaoan and the two little guys' lives became more nourished and nourished. At the same time, they also moved into a new hotel. The new hotel was also a 5-star hotel, and the three of them stayed in the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite. Although the presidential suite this time wasn't as big as the previous presidential suite, it was the most suitable for Cheyenne and the two little guys at the moment. This was because this suite came with a sky garden. Every morning, Xian led the two little guys to bathe in the warm sunlight and practice fighting skills. This really made Xian very satisfied. However, the only thing that made Xian dissatisfied was that this presidential suite was filled with trash left behind by the previous owner. Dear Angel, good morning, I really hope that I will accompany you to eat breakfast. Love you, Tyler. Dear Angel, this bouquet of everlasting flowers is like my love for you. Love you, Tyler. Dear Angel, Xian looked at the exquisite little cards that she could find almost every day. She was about to go crazy. When she was cooking, she would take cutlery from the cupboard, and a small card would fall out. When she accidentally looked at a small ornament, a small card would also fall out. Even if she was sleeping on the bed and accidentally touched something under her pillow, a small card would appear. God knows how many cards that lunatic Triss had left in this presidential suite. Moreover, they were all mushy and followed her around like a shadow. When she went to the toilet to draw tissues, she could draw a small card that greeted her and expressed its love for her. Xian really couldn't stand it. Hanyu, inform the person in charge of this hotel. If they don't get rid of all the small cards in my room, terminate our cooperation with them. After Xian made the call, she threw the small card into the toilet bowl. After watching it flush down the drain, she felt much better. She really didn't understand what Terrence was up to. The two of them hadn't even met before, but this person was still chasing after her. It was simply too tiring. Now that she thought about it, Tyler must have known in advance that she would be staying in this hotel's presidential suite. That was why he prepared so many cards in advance. He was really too annoying. Xian had already hated Tyler because of the hot pot. This time, under the constant attack of the confession cards, she hated this foreigner even more. With a stomach full of anger, Xian went to the filming set of Return to Earth. The good thing was that her scenes today were still fighting scenes and not some delicate emotional scenes. Therefore, Xian's scenes were quite good even though she was angry. After all, it was a fighting scene, so the impact was quite strong and it had a particularly strong aura. Haha, and our whole family is now your fan. We all like the star cabin that you and your son filmed together. My sister even wants you to give her an autograph. And I heard that Tyler is chasing after you? Don't say yes to that bad boy. He's a playboy. If you have to choose, you might as well choose Lionel. He's much more homely than Tyler. Yeah, Lionel just broke up with his girlfriend recently. The two of you are quite compatible. Oh right, where is the star cabin filming now? Can you give us a spoiler? And you can bring your son to visit us next time. Because of the broadcast of the star cabin, Xian was now even more popular among the crew. And even though Xian had a casual personality, the words she said were often not very pleasant to the ears. But the strange thing was that she was very popular with foreigners. No matter what, everyone in the crew liked Xian very much. Okay. I got it. Thank you. Xian, who was tired of dealing with them, finally got rid of this group of people. He was so tired that he didn't know what to say. She preferred the beginning when no one gossiped with her and they were serious about acting with her. And the movie is almost finished. The crew and I are now thinking about when to announce you as the female lead. Xian had just sat down in her chair to rest for a while when she saw director Grace walk over and stand in front of her. Huh? Isn't the movie not going to be released until next year? There's no rush to announce it, right? Xian looked at Grace in confusion and said strangely. It's true that the movie won't be released until next year, but it still needs to be promoted. The other actors and roles have already been announced. Now only you, the female lead, need to be announced. Hearing Grace's words, Xian nodded, indicating that she understood. Okay, director. But you can decide when to announce it. I don't care. Xian said with a smile. Anyway, it didn't make much of a difference to her whether the movie was announced earlier or later. She was busy at the moment and did not have much energy to deal with other jobs. Therefore, Xian didn't care too much about the official announcement that would raise his status day by day. Haha, and you are definitely the most unambitious artist I have ever seen. I don't know if this is good or bad. But I like your character very much. Grace laughed when he heard Xian's reply. To be honest, everyone was staring at the movie Return to Earth. And the most interesting thing was who would play the mysterious female lead that had yet to be announced. If it were any other artist, they would have started to advertise it on the day they signed the contract. But Xian did not care at all, as if she did not care whether the official announcement was made or not. This kind of indifferent to fame and fortune behavior was really too special in the Vanity Fair of the entertainment industry. This also made Grace really like Xian, who was good at her work and hardworking, but had no ambition, from the bottom of his heart. I'm not as tall as you make me out to be. Xian vaguely felt that she was being thought too highly of. She was not a person who was free from vulgar interests. She was worldly. Haha, and I'm looking forward to appearing in the second episode of Star Cabin. Well, it was better not to explain. Anyway, it would not be clear. After the movie was shot, Xian returned home. Just like last week, she took a shower and prepared a lot of food. Then, she sat in front of the TV with the two little guys and waited for the second episode of Star Cabin to be broadcasted. When the second episode was broadcasted, all the viewers sitting in front of the TV were completely dumbfounded. Because it connected to the end of the previous episode, at the beginning of the second episode, there was a scene where Xian went to the set to discuss the role with the director. At the beginning of the second episode, Xian did not show her face when she went to meet the director. Most importantly, perhaps because of the confidentiality agreement, her voice was edited during the discussion with the director. However, there was still a group of sharp-eyed viewers who recognized the director who appeared in the second episode. It was the internationally famous director, Grace. Therefore, this episode was still very exciting. It was even better than the first episode, however. The focus of the second episode was completely on the director who appeared at the beginning without showing his face. This time, before the program ended, many foreign netizens began to discuss it on the internet. Wait a minute. Is the director who appeared at the beginning of Star Cabin director Grace? It looks like her from the back. But is Angel an actress? Why is she in contact with director Grace? Could Angel be acting in director Grace's new movie? Return to Earth? I heard that the female lead is an Asian actress. Could this Asian actress be Angel? Wow. I think it's very possible. What should I do? I'm looking forward to Angel's performance. It can't be. Although Angel is popular now, she wasn't very popular in the past. She can't be director Grace's female lead, right? That's hard to say. Director Grace has always valued ability, not fame. I think that if the director at the beginning is really Grace, then it's very likely that Angel is the female lead of Return to Earth. But I heard that the female lead of Return to Earth has a lot of fighting scenes. Angel is a petite girl who needs protection. She shouldn't be able to do that, right? Why must we assume that Angel is the female lead? If the female lead of Return to Earth is Asian, then the other supporting roles could also be Asian. Amidst the endless discussions online, the second episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin once again became a hot topic. Moreover, this time, the second episode was even more popular than the first episode. In fact, right after the broadcast, it had already become a trending topic overseas. The next day, it was the headline of the newspaper. The reason for all this was not only because Xian's Little Star Cabin was really good, but also because the director who appeared at the beginning of Xian was very likely to be Grace. And Xian was very likely to be the female lead of the most anticipated movie recently. Return to Earth. Therefore, all this made Xian popular in the overseas entertainment industry once again. She became the most talked about female celebrity at the moment. Moreover, she was the first female celebrity from China to occupy the overseas hot search list in history. After the second episode of Star Cabin was broadcasted, countless programs and talk shows were discussing the hot search effect of Xian, a small China celebrity, in the United States. They were also guessing whether the director who appeared in Star Cabin was Grace. And whether Xian was the mysterious female lead in Grace's new movie. Just like that, after only 2 episodes of Star Cabin were broadcasted, Xian had already exceeded the expectations of the program team and FX television station. She became a shining new star in the United States. She successfully survived in the cruel entertainment market in the United States and became a popular female celebrity with countless fans. Of course, Xian, who became popular overseas and dominated the hot search list and headlines, also dominated the hot search list and headlines in China. It was just that it was a day or two later than in the United States. Although domestic netizens could climb over the wall to look for resources of Star Cabin overseas. But those who could climb over the wall could still be found in the minority. And even if they did find it, they would not be able to understand the screen full of English. Therefore, by the time domestic netizens found out about Director Grace, it was really a few days too late. However, although it was a day or two later, the degree of impact was no less than in the United States. Especially because it was Xian, this explosive speculation was even bigger than the reaction in the United States. Oh my God. Is the director who appeared in the first episode really Grace? Xian is really the female lead of Return to Earth? I'm not dreaming, am I? Wasn't Xian banned? When did she get such good resources? Nutrient solution, smiley face, angle, don't buy it for the time being. Replace it tomorrow. After the second episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin was translated by the domestic translation team and posted on the internet, a group of people were stunned. They were all extremely shocked. And the reason for their shock was all because of the director who appeared at the beginning of the second episode. Although the director was a behind-the-scenes worker, and most people knew that stars acted in movies and TV shows, they didn't know what the director looked like. Especially when the director of the second episode of Star Cabin was a foreign director. Logically speaking, it was even more impossible for him to know. However, Director Grace's movie was no ordinary movie. This was because his movies had always been highly praised and box office sales, especially when he was one of the directors with the highest box office sales overseas. More importantly, the foreign director was the highest-grossing director in China. The plot and special effects were excellent, and Director Grace had a unique eye for choosing actors. Therefore, such an excellent director, especially one who could produce superb special effects and top-notch graphics, was very important. Therefore, he had a lot of fans in China. As a foreign director, he was easily recognized by many Chinese audiences. Therefore, when they recognized that a director who looked like Grace had appeared on Xian's variety show, and that he was Xian's director at work, they were even more shocked. Some time ago, the female lead of Grace's Return to Earth had been hyped up. And now, Xian was working on a film set that was suspected to be directed by Grace. What did this mean? This meant that Xian was most likely the most mysterious female lead in Return to Earth. Therefore, the domestic netizens were more likely to explode than the foreign audience. After all, this was the first time a female star from China had played a leading role in Hollywood, and it was the only one in all of Asia. How could this not shock all the onlookers and make them feel proud? F***ck. Could it be that Xian has really become the new main character of Return to Earth? Anyway, I think the director who appeared in the second episode of Star Cabin is Director Grace. Even if it's Director Grace, that doesn't mean that Xian is the female lead. Xian is playing the female lead? Forget it. Did her acting skills pass? Did you pass your English test? Other than being able to fight, there's nothing else about him. No, she's also pretty. But if Xian is really the female lead in Return to Earth, it would be quite good. After all, none of the female celebrities in our country have been the female lead in a Hollywood movie. Are there no other actresses in our country? If Xian really becomes the female lead, won't she be embarrassed overseas? Just as the netizens were arguing endlessly about the possibility of Xian being the female lead of Return to Earth, another voice gradually appeared on the internet. This was another kind of voice, and it wasn't any other kind of voice. Instead, it was the internet water army that discredited Xian. After grasping Xian's weakness, they began to attack him. They said that Xian couldn't speak English, that Xian's acting skills weren't good, that Xian couldn't be the female lead of Return to Earth, that these were all hype, etc. They said everything in such a convincing manner that people were convinced. After all, Xian had indeed publicly said on the show that she couldn't speak English. Moreover, her acting skills were indeed quite bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been called a vase by many domestic directors. Of course, this time, the internet water army didn't just attack Xian with words. At the same time, they also very deliberately created a video compilation. Xian had said on a variety show that she couldn't speak English. There were also various clips of Xian's various roles in television and movies. It would have been fine if they hadn't been edited together. However, after these clips were edited together, Xian's acting skills were really at the level of a disaster. Although it was a little exaggerated, Xian's various roles were really dull and had no acting skills to speak of. She was definitely a vase with no acting skills at all. Under the efforts of the Internet Water Army, most of the onlookers really felt that based on Xian's standard, there was no way she could be the female lead of director Grace's film. She couldn't speak English, and she didn't have any acting skills. A professional director like Grace would definitely not give her a minor role. Therefore, Xian must be creating hype. I originally thought that Xian would be the female lead of Return to Earth, but after watching the video clip, I realized that I was really thinking too much. Given how serious director Grace is about the film, he definitely wouldn't let Xian on his set. Director Grace is a serious and good director. That's obvious to all. He definitely wouldn't take a fancy to a vase like Xian who doesn't have any acting skills and can't communicate well. The news on the internet right now must be Xian's doing, right? After all, to be honest, Xian is currently being banned. If she doesn't have any popularity, even if she's popular in the US, it's useless. I suddenly feel a little speechless. Why did they deliberately find someone who looks so similar to director Grace to film the show? This is too much. I feel bad for director Grace being taken advantage of by Xian. I'm looking forward to Return to Earth announcing the female lead. Let's give her a slap in the face. Xia Jinghao looked at the comments about Xian on the internet and felt extremely proud. Although she spent a lot of money every time she dealt with Xian's internet water army, money couldn't buy her happiness. As long as she could make Xian unhappy and destroy Xian, she would be happy. However, is Xian really the female lead of Return to Earth? Xia Jinghao murmured softly. Her expression became a little ugly again. If Xian was really the female lead of Return to Earth and if the director of the second episode of Star Cabin was really Grace, then even if she didn't want to, Xian would definitely soar to the top. And she would no longer be able to use her connections and background to ban Xian. Because, when that time came, even if she wanted to ban Xian, she wouldn't have the ability to do so. When he thought of this, Xia Jinghao's breathing became sluggish. His deep and serene eyes became increasingly gloomy and cold. No, that's impossible. I know how capable Xian is. How could she possibly be the female lead of Return to Earth? She wasn't even qualified to be the female lead of an ordinary domestic director's film. Thinking of this, the expression on Xia Jinghao's face eased a lot. In her heart, she firmly believed that there was no way Xian could be the female lead of Grace's film. Even if a variety show was broadcast on foreign TV stations, so what? She wouldn't be able to do anything. She should think about how to get Xian back. She had to get her somewhere she could reach. The United States was too far away. She couldn't do anything to Xian. At most, she could only slander Xian in China. Just as Xia Jinghao was thinking about how to get Xian back, her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her thoughts. Xia Jinghao took out her phone and looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen. She knew it by heart. She answered the call. Hello, why are you calling? Miss Xia, recently someone has been investigating. What happened back then? What? The United States, ha ha ha, Xian, I think he really wants to pursue you. Don't be angry. Han Yu, who had been very busy recently, rushed over alone because of Xian's phone call. After understanding the development of the matter, he was really overjoyed. He really didn't expect that the playboy's method of wooing someone would be so strange. Little Card even came up with such a trick. He must be very thick-skinned. Pursue my ass. Do you think I care about him pursuing me? I've never seen such a shameless person. This is already a form of harassment in my life. Xian looked at Han Yu and laughed loudly. She was angry when he talked about such trivial things. God knew, she originally thought that after Little Card's matter was resolved, there would be no more problems. Who would have thought that the lunatic would actually change his tactic of coming to her place every day to coincidentally bump into her, and now, he was staying in the same hotel as her. She had to see him every day, and she was almost disgusted to death. Pfft. But Xian, didn't you also beat him up as soon as you saw him? Let's call it even. Seeing Xian gnashing her teeth in anger, Han Yu wanted to laugh. It wasn't that he didn't have sympathy, nor was it that he didn't side with Xian. It was because this was the first time he saw Xian in such a terrible state. All along, Xian was the one who made others unable to do anything to her. It was really rare for Xian to be unable to do anything to others like this. Especially, it made him feel quite good. After all, he was the one who couldn't do anything to Xian every time. Haha, call it even? Don't mention this to me. I've never seen such a thick-skinned man. Xian sneered. At the mention of the beating, Xian's heart was filled with anger. If she had known that Tracy Y was a pervert, she would have ignored the big pervert with blonde hair and blue eyes. When they first met, she was really annoyed by Tracy. Moreover, when she found out that the mortal guy was Tracy, she really couldn't hold back and directly beat up that pervert. Unexpectedly, after beating him up, not only was the man not afraid of her, but he even said that he liked her even more. This F***king made Xian feel aggrieved. If this was the apocalypse, Xian would have gotten rid of this annoying guy without a second thought. However, this wasn't the apocalypse, she definitely couldn't make a move. Since she couldn't beat him up or kill him, she could only hide. However, he moved next door to her. Wasn't that infuriating? Moreover, she met such an annoying guy every day when she went in and out of the house. It was simply infuriating. No. I want to change hotels. The more Xian thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided to move out of here as soon as possible. Change hotels? But we haven't finished filming this episode yet. Han Yu really didn't expect Xian to hate Travis that much. He originally thought that all women liked good-looking people. Although Terrence was a little too pretty, he was really handsome and good-looking. Moreover, he also asked around and found out that Travis had never pursued other girls like he pursued Xian. However, as the person involved, Xian hated Travis to the core. I don't care. I'm determined to continue staying in this hotel even if we haven't finished filming. Besides, isn't this episode almost finished? Xian frowned, her eyes full of determination. Alright. Since you don't want to see him, let's move out. Han Yu nodded helplessly and didn't make things too difficult for Xian this time. I can't let anyone know where I'm staying. If I see that pervert again, I'll stop filming. Xian quickly said when she thought about what happened this time. Otherwise, even if she moved out of the hotel, it would be a waste of time. Got it. Don't worry. This time, no one will know. Han Yu shook his head in amusement and asked curiously. But Xian, are you really not planning to fall in love and get married? Fall in love? Get married? I've never thought about it. Xian pursed her lips and said disapprovingly. Falling in love is better than eating. Getting married is better than sleeping. Why should I waste my time? Moreover, if I get married, I'll have to give half of my assets to someone else. Only a fool would get married. Han Yu's mouth twitched when he heard Xian's words. He really didn't know what to say for a moment. He took a deep breath and said softly. Xian, if you get married, you'll definitely find a man who's richer than you. Half of your assets might not even be enough to cover a fraction of his. Hey! Han Yu, you're looking down on me too much. Xian was unhappy when she heard this. How do you know that my assets will be less than his? Moreover, do you think I'm marrying because I'm greedy for his assets? Let me tell you, I can live well on my own. Why would I want to marry someone else? Just as Xian was speaking angrily, the two little guys came home from school. The two little guys had just finished school when they heard the last sentence. When they heard Xian say that she was getting married, the two little guys reacted like they were the boss. What? Fairy sister, you're getting married? Mommy, you have someone you like? Xian and Han Yu burst out laughing when they saw how nervous the two little guys were without even changing their shoes. Han Yu, in particular, laughed exaggeratedly. Fairy sister, I won't allow you to get married. If you must get married, then marry me. Hanyu laughed even louder when she heard Gu Shimo's words. She was laughing so hard that she was out of breath and almost fainted from laughing. Gu Shimo. You shut up. When Xianxia heard Gu Shimo's words, he immediately pinned him under his body and started beating him up. Hanyu was just joking with Xian, but she didn't expect that the two little guys would fight like this after they came back. Hanyu couldn't be bothered to laugh when she saw the two little guys fighting. She and Xian each pulled one of the two little guys apart. What are you fighting for? If you keep fighting, then get out of here. Xian pulled Xiaoxingchen away and patted his little head speechlessly. Mommy, Xiaoxingchen raised his head aggrievedly, looked at Xian, and said weakly, Mommy, are you really going to marry me? Mommy, are you really going to get married? If you get married, will you abandon little Xing? Xian rubbed Xiaoxingchen's little head in amusement and heartache when she saw his pitiful appearance. What nonsense are you talking about? When did Mommy get married? Really? The little guy's eyes lit up when he heard that Xian wasn't going to get married. But soon, he pinched the corner of his clothes awkwardly and said softly, Mommy, if Mommy is happy, then Mommy can get married. However, as long as Mommy is happy, we can actually get married. It's just that Xiaoxing doesn't want to be separated from Mommy. You silly child, what are you thinking? Mommy doesn't want to get married. Mommy's family is very happy now. Really? Mommy, I'm very happy now too. Hanyu sighed softly when he saw the mother and son hugging each other warmly. In his heart, he had already attributed the reason why Xian didn't want to get married to Xiaoxingchen. He regarded Xian as a great mother, however, he didn't expect that whether Xian wanted to get married or not had nothing to do with Xiaoxingchen. She was a selfish hedonist through and through. If she really fell in love with someone and wanted to get married, then no one could stop her. However, Xian really didn't think that after experiencing the betrayal of the apocalypse, she, who had a heart of stone, could fall in love with anyone. Fairy sister, Xiaoxingchen is too good at pretending. Gu Shimo looked at Xiaoxingchen's weak appearance and the way he pretended to be weak with Xian. He immediately pouted angrily and wanted to complain. However, before he could finish speaking, Xiaoxingchen suddenly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Mommy, Gu Shimo, and I are doing our homework. Xian looked at Xiaoxingchen and then at Gu Shimo, who was being held hostage by her son. She smiled. Okay, go ahead. Be good and don't fight. I know. Hanyu laughed again when he saw Gu Shimo being dragged further and further away by Xiaoxingchen until he couldn't see them anymore. Xian, I say, these two little clowns of yours are really too cute. Yeah, they are both very cute children. Xian smiled and nodded. In the past, she hated children and hated taking care of them. But now that she had two little brats, she felt that children were quite cute. Especially her two little brats, they were really too cute. By the way, Xian, your new agent, Su Tian, will be arriving in the United States soon. Hanyu had been gossiping with Xian for a long time and almost forgot about the important matter. Xian nodded and smiled when she heard Hanyu's words. Do you feel a lot more relaxed now? That's right. I'm already very busy with my own things, but now I have to be busy with your things all day long. There are simply too many people who want to see you recently. I can't sleep well because of all the noise. The more Hanyu spoke, the more emotional he became. He thought to himself that he had been working for Xian for a long time for free. Now that Su Tian is here, I'm completely free from you. Thank you for your hard work. But to be honest, Xian Tian is much more competent than me. I've been busy recently and haven't had time to pay attention to the news in China. But Su Tian has been keeping an eye on you. She said that someone has been defaming you recently. So, before she arrived, she asked me for Director Grace's phone number. Xian asked curiously when she heard Hanyu's words. Why does she want Director Grace's phone number? Of course it's to give you, the female lead, an official announcement. Look at you, even you don't pay attention to the news in China. According to Su Tian, the haters are saying that you have no acting skills and can't speak English, so you're not the female lead of Return to Earth. You're just using Director Grace to hype yourself up. Hanyu told Xian everything that had happened in China. Hearing those words, Xian felt that it was too ridiculous. Was the opponent too stupid, or did the enemy think she was too stupid? How dare they defame her? Wasn't they digging their own graves? I understand. Su Tian wants Director Grace to give me an official announcement about the female lead. Xian immediately guessed Su Tian's intention. Yeah, and not only that, she's even more thoughtful than us. She's busy establishing a character for you now. Establishing a character? Xian blinked his eyes. He really felt that it was a novel idea. Establishing the character of a hardworking, studious, and conscientious actress. After saying that, Han Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just you wait, Xian. I have a feeling that Su Tian is very talented as an agent. With Su Tian as your agent, I can guarantee that your image will never be tarnished again. Xian hadn't expected that Han Yu's words would come true. She soon saw the results. Because of the video clip produced by the Internet Water Army, Xian was being tarnished on a large scale. However, no one had expected that they would be slapped in the face so quickly. Just as the edited video of Xian's bass performance was being shared all over the internet, the number of views had already exceeded 100 million. Suddenly, a video clip of Xian learning English and acting skills quietly appeared on the internet. Xian's learning classroom has started. #learning from Xian's first class. Little Sunday JPG, video. This Weibo account didn't have a verified account. Furthermore, it was a newly created account. However, because of her Weibo username and the video attached to her Weibo account. Soon, the number of fans on this Weibo account increased from single digits to 5 digits. The video wasn't very long. Even if many clips were edited together, it was only about 10 minutes long. However, in these 10 minutes, all the onlookers were shocked. This was because in this video clip, Xian was seriously learning English and acting skills. The onlookers who watched the video started to leave sincere comments and repost it. This also made this Weibo post and the video trending not long after it was posted on the internet. #learning from Xian also became a super hot topic. F***ck. Am I seeing things? Is Xian's learning ability that fast? I feel that Xian is learning really fast in the video. I heard that Xian's son is a genius. This must be hereditary. I used to wonder why Xian's son was so smart. It turns out that it's because of his mother's genes. So the English in Star Cabin is really spoken by Xian herself? I suddenly feel that Xian is really amazing. Xian's learning classroom is really interesting. I want to continue watching. From the video, it can be seen that Xian is really serious about learning English and acting skills. So, is she preparing for Director Grace's return to Earth? Xian's learning classroom quickly became popular on the internet. The number of views quickly exceeded tens of millions. More and more people were watching Xian's learning videos. Moreover, with the release of the second and third lessons of Xian's learning classroom, more and more people were moved by Xian's seriousness. Although each video was only about 10 minutes long, it could be seen that Xian was really serious about learning. Her improvement was also very obvious. However, even so, the internet trolls did not give up on criticizing Xian. Instead, they continued to criticize Xian for pretending to be innocent. However, this time, the onlookers were not so easily brainwashed. Because soon, a video of Xian in the recording studio adding English to the program was released on the internet. Moreover, Star Cabin's official Weibo was very smart to sell a wave of misery. Xian's Star Cabin v. At first, Star Cabin was going to be broadcast in China, but Xian was inexplicably banned. Come on. Challenger. Was suspended. In the end, we could only broadcast it in America. However, when we were filming, we never thought that we would broadcast it in America, so all the dialogue was in Chinese. This is also why Xian spoke in Chinese instead of English in the program. Therefore, when Star Cabin decided to premiere it in America, we troubled Xian and the two little guys to dub an English version for Star Cabin. If you don't believe it, we can also provide the dubbing video. It had to be said that this Weibo post was posted at just the right time. It was also reasonable and well-founded, At this time, no one could doubt that Xiaoan could not speak English, and no one could doubt that Xiaoan's learning videos were actually a show to clear her name. When a person who did not speak English could speak English when she went abroad, and she could speak fluent English, what could it mean? It could only mean that this person was really serious and diligent in learning English. Otherwise, how could she have changed from a person who did not speak English to someone who could dub an English dub for a program and broadcast it on American TV and receive great praise? It had to be said that Su Tiantian's move was really beautiful. Even if it was Hanyu, his original plan was to just post the video of Xiaoan's dubbing in the recording studio. That would be the end of the matter. Especially since he had been so busy with his career that he had forgotten about this matter. However, it was fortunate that he had something to do at the last minute and forgot about it. Otherwise, there would not be such a huge response. Let's not talk about anything else. Xiaoan is really diligent and serious in her studies. Xiaoan is already so old, yet she can learn English well. I'm going to start learning English too. I feel that English is much more difficult than acting. Since Xiaoan can even overcome English, acting should be no problem for her, right? Xiaoan is the most serious female celebrity I've ever seen. To be honest, Xiaoan was banned for no reason at all. If she wasn't banned, why would such an excellent variety show like Star Cabin be broadcast in America? I feel sorry for Xiaoan and the production team. Such an excellent variety show was ruined because of some selfish people. Did anyone notice that whenever there is news about Xiaoan doing well, there will always be public comments to slander Xiaoan? I'm puzzled. Don't tell me someone hired fake reviewers to slander Xiaoan? Although I hope that Xiaoan can come back to develop her career and continue to present us with better works, the entertainment industry is really too bad. However, the domestic entertainment industry is really too dark. If Xiaoan is doing well abroad, actually, I can accept it if she doesn't come back. I strongly urge the domestic entertainment industry not to ban Xiaoan. I strongly urge Xiaoan to come back to develop her career. Just as Xiaoan's learning video and Star Cabin's dubbing video had been completely whitewashed, the discussions had reached a peak. Su Tiantian's good impression of Xiaoan had reached the highest level. Su Tiantian's good impression of Xiaoan had been set up again and again. No one dared to say anything bad about Xiaoan at this juncture, and no fake reviewers dared to continue slandering Xiaoan. All the netizens were discussing whether Xiaoan would come back to China or not. The entire domestic entertainment industry seemed to be in a state of peace. But at this moment, on this calm lake, another deep-water torpedo was thrown into it. On the official homepage of the movie Return to Earth and Grace's official homepage, there was a piece of news that shocked the entire world. That was, the female lead of Return to Earth that everyone had been talking about had finally been officially announced, and the female lead that countless A-list and B-list actresses wanted to play was actually Xiaoan. After the second episode of Xiaoan's Star Cabin was broadcasted, some people had already guessed that Xiaoan would be the female lead of Return to Earth. But when the official announcement came out, everyone was still shocked by Xiaoan's name. After all, Xiaoan was a candidate that no one had expected. To the American people, they didn't even know who Xiaoan, this Chinese celebrity, was. To the Chinese audience, Xiaoan was just a vase actress. Playing the female lead of an internationally renowned director? What a joke. However, no matter what everyone thought, Xiaoan was already a foregone conclusion that she would be the female lead. Regarding Xiaoan, the American audience wasn't dissatisfied with this result because of Xiaoan's Star Cabin. On the contrary, they were full of anticipation. They were looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Xiaoan, this beautiful girl from China, would bring them. As for the Chinese onlookers, they felt that their faces were really hurting. Only now did they realize that every time they faced Xiaoan, they would always be slapped in the face by Xiaoan. They seemed to have experienced this kind of thing quite a few times. Ah! Xiaoan was really the female lead of Director Grace's Return to Earth. This is too scary. I feel like I'm getting slapped in the face by Xiaoan every time I criticize Xiaoan. Next time, I'll definitely stand on Xiaoan's side. Believe in Xiaoan and you'll live forever. I'll get angry with anyone who badmouths Xiaoan next time. Why do I feel like I'll be slapped in the face by Xiaoan next time? Xiaoan always brings us miracles time and time again. I feel like Xiaoan hasn't had it easy. She's really worked hard to get to where she is today. I can guarantee that the ones who have been slapped in the face the most now are definitely not our group of melon eaters. Hehe, those who have terminated their contracts with Xian, those in the entertainment industry who have offended Xian, I'm afraid their intestines are green with regret. Also, all the female celebrities in China are probably jealous of Xian. Pfft. I suddenly feel like this is a good scene. Although the audience kept getting slapped in the face, they knew very well that they were just a bunch of onlookers. Even if they got slapped in the face, it wouldn't be a big loss. But it was different for the people in the entertainment industry. This was really what many onlookers were complaining about. At this time, the media moguls in the entire domestic entertainment industry were all regretting it, those who terminated their contracts with Xiaoan, those who changed their minds and didn't want to sign a contract with Xiaoan, those who banned Xiaoan's shows, television stations, and so on, were all regretting it so much that their intestines couldn't be any greener. They were already regretting it when Xiaoan's Little Star Cabin was broadcast on America's FX television station. As a result, they now had the title of Grace's first female lead. This really made all the media moguls in China regret their lack of foresight. Such a big money tree was actually let go of by them just like that. Now, they could only watch as Xiaoan made a name for himself. And they, the group of investors who missed the opportunity, really lived up to the saying, "Today, you can ignore me, but tomorrow, I'll make you unworthy of me." Nutrient solution please. Feed the little cuties a little. =3 PS, don't buy the next anti-theft product yet. Change it tomorrow night. After it was confirmed that the director of the second episode of Xiaoan's Little Star Cabin was Grace, and Xiaoan was indeed the female lead of Return to Earth, Xiaoan's value skyrocketed in China. Originally, she was just a small-time celebrity who had been banned from the entertainment industry. Her career should have been in a gloomy state. However, no one had expected this. She was a small celebrity who had been blacklisted and rejected by all the directors and program teams. She had actually managed to find a way out in such a hopeless situation. Moreover, it was a broad path. Her future career as a celebrity would be much broader than many people's, the female lead of director Grace. Moreover, it was an authentic Hollywood blockbuster with special effects, and she was the female lead with the most scenes, not the female lead who was just a pretty face. Needless to say, once the movie was released, Xiaoan would definitely be promoted to an A-list actress. If she acted well, she might even win an award at an international film festival. After all, it was normal for the male and female leads of Grace's movies to win awards. Even if she didn't win an award, Xiaoan's future stardom, not to mention her international status, was definitely not something that other female celebrities could compare to. No matter what, Xiaoan's current momentum was unstoppable. She was definitely the only female celebrity in the country. It really made all the female celebrities envious and jealous. Therefore, for the first time, Xia Jinghao was not the only one who was slandering Xiaoan. Other female celebrities who were jealous of Xiaoan and thought that Xiaoan was a threat to them also hired a water army to slander Xiaoan. Even if there was no evidence? That didn't matter, as long as it could affect public opinion. However, it was a pity that Xia Jinghao's water army had slandered her in the past. Moreover, they had slandered Xiaoan so logically. They had brainwashed the netizens into attacking Xiaoan online, but all of them had been slapped in the face. Moreover, they had been slapped so hard that their faces were swollen. So now, they were slandering her without any evidence. Sorry. The netizens did not want to be slapped in the face again, therefore, Xiaoan's reputation had been washed clean. If anyone wanted to splash dirty water on Xiaoan, they wouldn't be able to do so. Even if they hired a water army and marketing accounts, it would be a waste of money. After all, the series of face slaps this time really taught all the onlookers a profound lesson. America, ha ha ha, Tian, you little girl. I realized that you are usually quite soft, but this time, you really did it swiftly and decisively. That's called ruthless. Han Yu brought Su Tian to the new hotel where Xiaoan was currently staying. He sighed with emotion. Originally, he had chosen Su Tian for Xiaoan. He did not expect much from Su Tian's work ability. He just followed Xiaoan's request and found the safest candidate. However, he did not expect that Su Tian, who usually looked quite honest and soft, would turn out to be. This time, she showed him such a skill. She shocked all the negative public opinion about Xian in the country. Moreover, this step-by-step also attracted a lot of fans for Xianxia. How did you come up with Xianxia study class? She's really talented. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Xian looked at Su Tiantian curiously. Su Tiantian was just like her name. She looked sweet and soft, and her voice was also Tiantian's. If Han Yu had not told her that Su Tiantian was the one who handled the domestic matters, she would not have known that Su Tiantian was so capable. I was just putting myself in her shoes. I'm also a fan of Xian, so I've watched all of Sister Xian's recorded videos. Seeing how serious Sister Xian is in studying, I really like it. Moreover, the people around me who watched the video also had a good impression of Sister Xian. Su Tiantian looked at Xian embarrassedly and said softly. People who study hard will always have a good impression of people. Moreover, Sister Xian has really improved very quickly. Therefore, I thought of editing all of those small videos of Sister Xian's learning. Perhaps it was because she saw Xian, but Su Tiantian's voice became softer and sweeter when she spoke. Her aura also weakened by a lot. The current Su Tiantian did not look like the person who had done such a big thing in China and made such a beautiful turnaround. Pfft. Tiantian, your current appearance is the most normal one I've ever seen. Han Yu saw that Su Tiantian had returned to the way he remembered her, so he laughed and teased her. Tiantian, thank you for this time. From now on, I will leave all my work in the entertainment industry to you. Looking at the fan manager in front of her who was a little shy when she saw her, she smiled and said. Su Tiantian, who was still very shy, immediately became serious when she heard Xian's words. Sister Xian, don't worry, I will definitely be your manager. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Su Tiantian secretly thought in her heart. No matter what, she must help her goddess reach the top of the pyramid in the entertainment industry in the future. So that she would not be in such a passive situation and be slandered by others in the future, she must make her goddess a legend in the entertainment industry. However, Su Tiantian did not know that her goddess had no interest in the top of the pyramid in the entertainment industry at all. However, what Xian did not expect was that after Su Tiantian became her manager, she really did it. Because of the movie Return to Earth and director Grace's official announcement, Xian's fame grew even more. When the third episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin was broadcast, the number of people watching the show on FX TV had broken through a terrifying number. It had become the most watched show on FX TV. At the same time, it was also the most watched variety show in the United States. Now, Xian's Little Star Cabin was completely popular in the United States. Xian's celebrity effect became even more terrifying. She was clearly only a Chinese and was not considered an official celebrity in the United States. She couldn't even be considered a third or fourth tier celebrity. However, with her black hair and black eyes, she managed to become a trend in the United States, where white skin and blue eyes were the norm. Its effect was also a very terrifying realm. Ever since the third episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin was broadcast, some restaurants and shops that were originally not famous became super popular because of Xian. The sales volume was completely different from before, and the biggest change was in Chinatown's Heji Hot Pot restaurant. No one would have thought that Heji Hot Pot restaurant, which was about to close down in America's Chinatown, would come back from the dead in an instant after Xian's recommendation. This hot pot restaurant, which originally had few customers, became popular after the third episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin was broadcast. There was an endless stream of people coming to eat hot pot. And it happened to be winter now, so this hot pot restaurant was overcrowded every day. The queue for hot pot was so long that it stretched out to the streets. This made all the other restaurant owners in Chinatown envious and jealous. After watching the third episode of Xian's Little Star Cabin, I went to Heji Hot Pot restaurant to eat hot pot. It's really delicious. I really like Angel's recommendation. Now, the thing I look forward to the most every week is Xian's Little Star Cabin. Not only can I enjoy life with Angel by watching this show, but I can also find out where the good food is. It's really great. I strongly recommend Heji Hot Pot restaurant. Angel's recommendation is really great. Heji Hot Pot restaurant is really delicious, and it's also cheap. I'm going to eat there tomorrow. The third episode of Xianxia's Little Star Cabin is really great. The way Angel eats is really beautiful, and it's really appetizing. So, after watching it, I went to eat there the next day. Fortunately, I went there early. It's not easy to book a seat at Heji Hot Pot restaurant these days. I'm looking forward to the fourth episode of Xianxia's Little Star Cabin to continue recommending delicious restaurants. After the third episode of Xianxia's Little Star Cabin was broadcasted, more and more businesses wanted to cooperate with Xianxia because of the popularity of Heji Hot Pot restaurant. Everyone could see Xianxia's commercial value, so they were competing with each other to show their strength and sincerity with their rewards. It was like bidding in an auction house. The price was higher and higher. The remuneration was simply higher than the price of many American A-list celebrities. There were even many people who wanted to use their connections to open the back door for cooperation. In the face of these big shots olive branches, Xianxia, who was too lazy to ask them one by one, threw all the trouble to her newly appointed Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian was very touched by Xianxia's trust. It was as if she was injected with chicken blood, and she screamed according to Xianxia's requirements. Xianxia's requirements were quite simple. That was, the food must be delicious, the things must be fun, the accommodation must be clean, the service must be good, and the breakfast and dessert must be delicious. In this way, according to Xianxia's standards, Su Tiantian was very busy. Looking at so many businesses who wanted to cooperate, Su Tiantian, who had been carefully screening for Xianxia, felt that Star Cabin could be filmed for many, many episodes. In foreign countries, Xianxia had already caused such a sensation and had become the hottest celebrity in the United States. Then, in the country, Xianxia's status must be even higher, although Xianxia's current development was not in China. She did not have any jobs in the domestic entertainment industry, but the domestic entertainment industry was still firmly dominated by Xianxia. Although Xianxia's Star Cabin was not broadcast on domestic television, it did not affect Xianxia's domestic viewership at all. It was just a foreign variety show, without any well-known video websites buying it, and without any domestic promotion. However, the number of views and downloads of Xianxia's Star Cabin had reached a terrifying number. It simply beat all the other variety shows. Even Mom's Back, which had the strongest lineup, the most word of mouth, and the highest viewership ratings, could not beat this wild foreign variety show. Moreover, it was broadcast on Friday night overseas, and it was translated and put on the internet on Saturday in China. It was broadcast together with many primetime domestic variety shows. The hot topics of the day were all about Xianxia's Star Cabin. If other variety shows wanted to be on the hot searches after the broadcast on the same day, they would have to buy the hot searches. However, this foreign variety show was frequently on the hot searches. Topics such as #Xianxia's hotel #, #Xianxia and eating hot pot #, what did Xianxia recommend today? These topics were really casual. They could be on the hot searches whenever they wanted. It really made many other variety shows in the same industry envious and jealous. Of course, the most jealous of them all was the production team of Mom's Back. Because some of the higher-ups in the production team of Mom's Back made a wrong judgment and replaced their cash cow, Xianxia, with Xia Jinghao. Now, several of the higher-ups who made the decision had already resigned. Their hearts were completely destroyed. However, even if they regretted it now, it was useless. The show was already a mess. Moreover, it was even worse because of Xia Jinghao, who was such a big Buddha guest. After all, there were rumors on the internet that Xia Jinghao stole Xianxia's guest spot and that Xia Jinghao was the one who banned Xianxia. When Xianxia's momentum was so strong, Xia Jinghao had already become the target of boycotts on the internet. As for the variety show Mom's Back, it was also very unlucky to become the target of boycotts. The viewership ratings fell again and again. It was useless to whitewash Xia Jinghao. However, although Xianxia's momentum was very strong, the real reason for Xia Jinghao's bad luck was that Xianxia's side also made a move. They set the pace and returned an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. They returned an eye for an eye on Xia Jinghao. Although this didn't have much of an impact on Xia Jinghao, who wasn't in the entertainment industry, it was still a little bit of interest. At the same time, Xianxia also became a nostalgic target for many people in the Chinese entertainment industry. Every day, Xianxia would have a fixed topic. And that was, I really hope Xianxia comes back to China to develop. Goddess, come back. Although it's good to be overseas, it's better to be in China. Goddess, come back. China's entertainment industry needs you. When will Xian come back? The ban in China has already ended. Please come back to the Chinese market. I want to see the China version of Xian's Little Star Cabin. Even if he doesn't come back to China, can he create a China version of Little Star Cabin? Xian really received the pleas of China's public, however, it was a little too late. After all, Xian had already opened a company in the United States. Furthermore, his son was still studying in the United States. In the short term, Xian didn't plan to come back to China. What? Xian, are you saying that you don't plan to come back to China after filming Return to Earth? Han Yu looked at Xian in disbelief. Although he felt that Xian was doing well in the foreign entertainment industry, he was still Chinese. After all, they were still Chinese. The main battlefield was still in China. Xian, we are Chinese after all. It's fine if we come to the United States once in a while. If you really want to stay here, I don't recommend it. Seeing that Xian didn't seem to be moved, Han Yu hurriedly pulled Su Tian aside. Tian, you are her manager now. Come and talk to her. However, Han Yu didn't expect that Su Tian was completely different from him. I don't have any opinions. I will follow wherever Sister Xian wants to develop her career. You are really her fan. I finally understand that fans can't be the manager of celebrities. Seeing how anxious Han Yu was, Xian spoke unhurriedly. I'm not saying that I won't return to the Chinese market. I just mean that I will stay in the United States. It doesn't mean that I won't take any jobs in China. Xian spoke her mind. She wasn't very interested in acting. As for variety shows, she felt that it was a bit too time-consuming. So, what? You only plan to film commercials? You want to be a spokesperson? After Han Yu heard Xian's words, he didn't feel good. With Xian's current situation, it would be perfect for her to be a variety star and a movie star. After all, Xian had filmed 2 variety shows before. She was born with a sense of variety and popularity. As for her acting skills? He had visited Xian's class before. Xian's acting skills had improved under his own learning, as well as the guidance of international directors and foreign actors. Her acting skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, with Xian's current ability, she could return to China to film a big production by a big director. She could increase the box office and viewership ratings, continue to develop her popularity, and officially become one of the top female celebrities in China. But now, you are simply wasting your popularity, Xian. As an artist, especially a female artist, you have to rely on your youth. You can't make a mistake at this time. Han Yu tried his best to persuade Xian to return to China after filming Return to Earth. If she stayed in the United States, there would still be racial discrimination. It would be very difficult for her to develop overseas. However, these words were completely useless to Xian. Brother Han, I know you are doing this for my own good. But I definitely can't return to China now. Xiaoxing and Xiaokan are still studying here. They are still so young. Moreover, her company was also here. Anyway, she had already decided long ago that when her company was successful, she would go public. She would return to China. Otherwise, what could she use to compete with that scumbag couple? Just her status as a top celebrity in the entertainment industry, forget it. After all, what could a top celebrity in the entertainment industry do? In this day and age, the rich still couldn't win against the powerful, right? You can let the 2 children stay in school. If you are worried about them, you can fly over to see them. Although Han Yu understood Xian's feelings as a mother, he still didn't want to see Xian ruin her own future. Mr. Han, don't say that. Actually, I don't think it's a bad thing for Sister Xian to stay in the United States. You say that the American market isn't easy to survive in, but that's for other people. I believe that Sister Xian will definitely succeed in the American market. Su Tian rationally analyzed Xian's development in the United States for Han Yu. I'm not blindly following Sister Xian. I'm also thinking about Xian's future. Actually, for the time being, it's a very reasonable choice for Xian to stay in the United States and let those who sincerely want to work with her come over to film advertisements and endorsements. Although variety shows are the best way to attract popularity nowadays, Sister Xian has already filmed 2 variety shows. Moreover, the popular star Cabin has already finished airing in the United States and hasn't been released in China. Therefore, it's not a problem for Sister Xian not to return to China now. As she spoke, Su Tiantian's lips curled into a proud smile. Also, Mr. Han, I think you've been too busy recently. You don't know that many domestic television stations and video websites have been looking for us to cooperate. They want to obtain the broadcasting rights for the China version of Xia and Star Cabin. Upon hearing this, Han Yu immediately understood what Su Tiantian meant. You're saying that even if Xia doesn't return to China, her Star Cabin can still be broadcast in China? That's right, Mr. Han. Sister Xia talked to me yesterday. She didn't say that she would never return to China. She just said that she wouldn't return to China for the time being. While she's in the United States, we can broadcast the China version of Star Cabin in China. After all, this show was originally planned to be broadcast in China, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you've already made up your mind? After hearing Su Tiantian's words, Han Yu thought about it carefully. This really wouldn't hinder Xia's development in China at all. They had already filmed 18 episodes of the show, especially now that the overseas version of Star Cabin had not finished broadcasting yet. After the overseas version of Star Cabin had finished broadcasting, they would broadcast another edited version of the China version of Star Cabin in China. This period of time would be enough for Xian to gain a foothold in the domestic entertainment industry. Mr. Han, we wanted to tell you, but you haven't stopped talking for even a moment. Xian looked at Han Yu in amusement. She also understood that Han Yu was sincerely looking out for her. After transmigrating to this novel world, the person she should be grateful to the most was Han Yu. Ever since she transmigrated, he had helped her a lot. Although she had also helped him a lot. In a sense, the two of them were partners who benefited from each other. Fine. I can't win against you 2 young ladies. Han Yu waved his hand and didn't want to talk to Xian and Su Tiantian anymore. Mr. Han? Are you angry? When Xian saw Han Yu's stern face, he shook his head in amusement and said with a smile, "Don't worry." Okay, don't be angry. Ever since you got an agent, I realized that you don't tell me anything. Tell me, have you accepted a lot of work behind my back? I just want to trouble you. Seeing Han Yu's aggrieved look, she and Su Tiantian both burst out laughing. Yes, Mr. Han, you are a big shot now. You are a gold medal scriptwriter. We just don't want to waste your time. Hey. You 2 young ladies, I was talking about your problems, but you were making fun of me. What kind of big shot am I? However, although Han Yu said this, he couldn't hide the happy and proud smile on his face. Recently, Han Yu was just like Xian. He was flushed with success. Although he was only a scriptwriter and program planner behind the scenes, but because of the success of 2 consecutive variety shows, moreover, he had managed such a popular artist like Xian. His status in the domestic entertainment industry was like a carp that had leaped through the dragon's gate. He had leaped up and become the hottest scriptwriter and program planner. And the media company that he started with his good friend had also developed into the most promising big company. Now, he was very busy. Every day, there were many celebrities in the company. Their management companies came to him to seek cooperation. There were also many investors who wanted to invest in his next variety show. Therefore, he was indeed very busy during this period. Okay, Mr. Han, you should go back to China. If you need my help, I will go back to China to help you. Although Xian was stingy and selfish, she was very loyal to those who really treated her well and helped her. Really? You're the one who said it. You're not being polite with me, are you? When Han Yu heard Xian's words, his eyes lit up. His sparkling eyes were full of excitement. However, he soon began to feel suspicious. After all, he had been with Xian for such a long time. He understood Xian's character. He wasn't used to such a generous Xian. If you think I'm being polite, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Xian looked at the suspicious expression on Han Yu's face. She rolled her eyes and said in annoyance. Hey! Don't. It's my fault. Han Yu's face immediately filled with smiles as he laughed. What a joke. The current Xian was no longer the Xian of the past. Based on Xian's temper, it was very likely that no matter how much money they spent, they wouldn't be able to invite her to film a TV series or movie together. After all, she was rich now. It wasn't like the past where money was enough to invite her. Soon, after chatting with Han Yu for a while, Su Tian represented Xian and made a decision with Han Yu on which domestic TV station and video website Star Hut should cooperate with and when it should be broadcasted. After discussing this matter, Han Yu really said goodbye to Xian and Su Tian. Now that the American version of Star Hut was on the right track and Xian had Su Tian as a capable and independent agent, he didn't have much to do in the United States. Therefore, this was the last time he would see Xian in the United States. If he returned to China in the future, he wouldn't have so much time to see Xian. After all, his work schedule was packed to the brim with work after he returned to the country this time. He had been scheduled until next year. Xian, I'm leaving. If you and Tian have any problems in the United States, feel free to come back to China and find me. Okay, Brother Han, you can go back. Tian and I will be fine here. Yes, Uncle Han, don't worry. I will take good care of Xian. Okay, I'm flying tomorrow. You don't have to send me off. Let's meet in China if we have the chance. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye. Goodbye, Brother Han. Goodbye, Uncle Han. Just like that, Han Yu, who produced a super popular reality TV show in the United States, returned to his hometown in glory. In the United States, only Xian and his family were left. However, although Han Yu left, it didn't affect Xian at all. His life went on as usual. With Su Tian taking care of things, Xia and Star Cabin filming went smoothly. Xian didn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It was all arranged by Su Tian. Xian only had to focus on filming the show. Just a few days after Han Yu returned, the 4th episode of Star Cabin was broadcast. If the 3rd episode of Star Cabin was said to be popular because of his hot pot restaurant, then the 4th episode of Star Cabin was said to be popular because of Xia's family of 3 and Xia's martial arts training every morning. That's right, martial arts training. The video of Xian waking up at 6 o'clock every day to train with the 2 little guys was also edited into the show. Moreover, the United States was a country that worshipped China's Kung Fu very much. Therefore, when the 4th episode of Xia and China Kung Fu training with the 2 little guys, it immediately caused a craze on the internet. Many foreigners, after watching the 4th episode of Star Cabin, strongly requested the production team to release the complete video of Xia and China Kung Fu training with the 2 little guys. Moreover, because of the popularity of Xia and Star Cabin, the audience watching Star Cabin wasn't just limited to the United States and China, the range of viewing had already spread to the whole world. There were all kinds of translated versions of the show in various countries. Italy, Canada, Russia, Germany, Japan, and South Korea. There were all kinds of countries. It could be said that Xia and Star Cabin was now popular all over the world. As for the 4th episode of China Kung Fu, it naturally caused the whole world to be curious about China Kung Fu. After all, the movements that Xia taught the 2 little guys were too beautiful and sharp. Just by looking at the video, one could tell that Xia's training wasn't some showy but impractical martial arts, it was for real, and it felt very powerful. Oh my god. In the past, I didn't believe that Angel could play the role of Joan, the female lead of Return to Earth. After all, Joan's character has a lot of fighting scenes. But after watching the 4th episode of Star Cabin, I feel that Joan's character really belongs to Angel. She really has Kung Fu. I beg the production team of Star Cabin to release the complete teaching video. I also beg for the complete teaching video. There's too little Kung Fu content in the show. I also want to learn China Kung Fu from Angel. I'm a fighting coach. I'm very responsible for saying that the Kung Fu that Angel taught the 2 little guys is real Kung Fu. Although every move is simple, it's very powerful. There's no fancy moves. Angel is really the most amazing female celebrity I've ever seen. She looks petite, but she actually knows Kung Fu. She's so charming. Now I'm looking forward to Angel's performance in Return to Earth even more. I want to see the petite little China angel explode with her little Universe XD, I don't know why, but I suddenly want to see Xian shoot a fighting competition show. The broadcast of the fourth episode of Star Cabin caused Xian's China Kung Fu craze in the entire United States and even the whole world. Audiences from many countries were shocked by Xian, a petite and weak-looking Chinese with black eyes and black hair. They were also attracted by her reverse charm. So much so that everyone couldn't wait for Return to Earth to be released as soon as possible. This was also what the production team of Return to Earth didn't expect. They hadn't even started promoting the movie yet, but in the end, there was already such a large-scale publicity effect. Of course, this also led the production team to take advantage of the sudden popularity to start promoting the movie. This virtuous cycle also made Xian and her Star Cabin even more popular. It also let more people in the world know that there was such a beautiful and delicate but very powerful female celebrity like Xian in this world. Although it could be said that Xian relied on Chinese Kung Fu to suddenly become popular abroad, it was also popular in China. Although everyone understood at a glance that Xian didn't teach China Kung Fu like in wuxia novels. However, the video of Xian teaching the two little guys still shocked many China people. Now, no one questioned Xian's use of a substitute anymore. She really knew Kung Fu. Although the Chinese people didn't worship China Kung Fu as much as the foreigners, Xian's actions still amazed most of the Chinese people. Although it wasn't as brainless as the foreigners who didn't know China Kung Fu, it still attracted a lot of fans. Moreover, the China people were like the foreign audience. They were also shouting, begging Xian's Star Cabin to release the full version of the practice video. Xian's learning classroom begging Xian to open a martial arts class for us. I want to learn Kung Fu from Xian. Begging Xian's learning classroom to open a martial arts class. I really want to learn Kung Fu from Xian for self-defense. I feel that it's very difficult to learn from watching the video. I really hope Xian can come up with a simplified version of women's self-defense. Xian and the staff of the Star Cabin production team didn't expect that the content of Xian teaching the two little guys to practice Kung Fu would be so eye-catching. They also didn't expect that such a clip could cause a global sensation. This really made Xian and the staff of the production team dumbfounded. Rolling around begging for nutrient QAQ little cuties, hurry up and feed me some I'm about to fall down crying. PS, the next chapter is anti-theft. Don't buy it for the time being. Come back tomorrow night. If there was a topic that was the hottest in the world right now, it would be Xian's China Kung Fu. No one would have thought that a celebrity reality show would be able to create so many hot topics. Who would have thought that this variety show, which was filmed by China and had the participation of Chinese people, did not have a big director, a big production, or the participation of any big celebrities? This could be considered as a small transparent show that was not famous, but now, it actually caused such a big craze. The fourth issue of Xian's Star Cabin let the whole world know that Xian was a female star from China. Then, the fifth and sixth issues of Xian's Star Cabin completely promoted Xian and the Star Cabin to the whole world. Countless TV stations in various countries wanted to buy the broadcasting rights of Xian's Little Star Cabin. They wanted to introduce this global popular variety show to their own countries to make money. During this period of time, Han Yu and Su Tian were extremely busy with phone calls. Alright, I got it, CEO Han. Okay, I'll be careful. No problem. When Xian saw that Su Tian had finally hung up the phone, she looked at Su Tian with a faint smile. What's the matter? Why did Brother Han call? She now realized that ever since she hired Su Tian as her assistant, this little girl had been very busy. Her phone rang nonstop every day. Xian, who was by her side every day, realized that she had really become a big star. This manager of hers was really busy every day. Brother Han said that the broadcasting rights of Star Cabin have been sold to several countries. He said that he will send us a new contract in a few days and ask you to sign it. Hearing Xian's question, Su Tian walked over with a smile and said happily. Contract? Xian blinked and looked at Su Tian in confusion. Oh, CEO Han said that he didn't expect our show to be so popular, so he wants to change the contract with us. Because she was worried that Xian would misunderstand, Su Tian immediately explained. But don't worry, Sister Xian. This new contract is more beneficial to you. CEO Han gave you a bonus for the show. Judging by how popular Star Cabin is now, CEO Han must have spent a lot of money. Hearing Su Tiantian's explanation, Xian laughed. Tian, don't you think CEO Han is very honest? No, I think CEO Han is very smart. He's using this way to win you over. After all, Sister Xia, CEO Han Yu Tian CEO Han Yu, CEO Han Yu. So I think CEO Han is just making an investment by giving you a bonus. Su Tian didn't play along with Xia and just because Han Yu was her uncle's good friend and her elder. Instead, she carefully analyzed the benefits of this matter. Seeing Su Tiantian's serious and careful look, Xian really sighed with emotion. Han Yu really found her a good agent. She didn't mention her ability, but she had to give her full marks for her loyalty, and this was what she cared about the most. Haha, well said. Tian, I like how honest you are with me. Xian patted Su Tiantian's shoulder and praised her. Su Tian, who was praised by Xian, couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She smiled like a blooming flower. Oh, I was praised by my goddess, that's great. I must work harder for my goddess in the future. By the way, my role in Return to Earth is about to be completed. You can consider helping me select some advertising endorsements. The filming of Return to Earth had been going on for a long time. Since the first episode of Xia's Little Star Cabin, she had started to join the crew. Now that the 6th episode of Little Star Cabin had been broadcast on the TV station, her scenes were about to be completed. Su Tiantian's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that Xian was about to start accepting jobs. After all, ever since she became Xian's agent, she had received a lot of calls from people who wanted to work with Xian. However, her goddess was really too lazy. She didn't have any ambition at all. Now, apart from filming the variety show Little Star Cabin and the movie Return to Earth, her arrogant goddess really didn't have any work to do. Sister Xian, I've selected a few good jobs for you. Since you said that you wouldn't be returning to China for the time being and would only accept advertisements and endorsements, there are only a few left. With that, Su Tian took out her work notebook. She handed over the good advertisements and endorsements that she had selected to Xia's requirements to Xia, and looking at the advertisements recorded in the notebook, there were advertisements from China and foreign countries. Even if they were just advertisements and endorsements, there were still a lot of partners for her to choose from. Are these all advertisements and endorsements? It doesn't take much time to film them, right? Xian raised her head and looked at Su Tian as she asked softly. Yes, that's right. They are all advertisements and endorsements. It doesn't take much time to film them. Su Tian nodded and explained to Xian with a smile. Sister Xian, everything is set according to your standards. These Chinese brands all meet your requirements and can be filmed in the United States. Upon hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian nodded in understanding. She tapped her fingers on the notebook and asked casually. Are all these brands reliable? Although she did love money, she was about to open a company. Moreover, she was going to be the spokesperson for her company's products. She couldn't afford to lose her good image because of some small profits. Don't worry, Sister Xian. I've investigated these brands in detail. They are not small companies. Su Tian replied with a smile. She thought about the remaining brands that she had selected for a long time before she was able to keep them. She really wanted to know which brand was lucky enough to receive Xia's favor. However, what she did not expect was that Xia's choice gave her a big shock. Because Xia's choice was something she had never thought of before. Sister Xian, although these brands aren't big international brands and there are very few advertisements for luxury goods, I believe that once your movie is released. Before Su Tian could finish speaking, Xian interrupted her. Then I'll take all of them. All right. Yi Zichen nodded. Subconsciously, Su Tian nodded in agreement. But before she finished speaking, she came back to her senses. Huh? Sister Xian, what are you talking about? You'll take all of them? These advertisements? Su Tian widened her eyes and looked at Xian in disbelief. She felt like she was hallucinating. Her goddess, who had always been lazy and didn't like to work, was actually working hard? This was impossible. okay, I'll take all of them. Of course, if you can arrange it. Xian glanced at Su Tian, whose mouth and eyes were wide open, and said matter-of-factly. But you. You weren't so hardworking in the past. Su Tian opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say the words in her heart. However, even so, Su Tian still reminded her. Sister Xian, although I didn't select a lot of endorsements, there are still more than a dozen brands. Although the endorsement fees for these brands are very high, the brands aren't very high-end. But, after all, most of them aren't high-end brands. I think we should just take a few and pass it on. As for the rest, let's wait for director Grace's movie to be released. At this time, Su Tiantian's heart was filled with regret. She originally wanted to select a few more brands for her goddess to choose. She thought that even if she gave a few more, her goddess would probably only choose one or two. But now, her goddess had decided to choose all of them, which was out of the ordinary. This was too scary. Although increasing exposure was good, what if the international luxury brands felt that their goddess temperament was too down-to-earth and didn't have any sense of style and fashion? What should they do? Why wait? After the movie is released, we'll continue to accept endorsements. Xian said indifferently. Seeing that Xian wasn't very clear about some of the twists and turns in the fashion industry, Su Tian had to explain to Xian again. After Su Tian finished explaining, Xian still didn't want to change her mind. Why can't the international brands be compared to the small brands with affordable prices? Anyway, the quality of the products is up to standard, and the remuneration given to me is the same, or even more. So why should we differentiate? Tian, I still say the same thing. It's not worthwhile for us to take the initiative to snatch those resources that everyone else is snatching. If it's ours, it's ours. If others don't intend to consider us, but we snatch it, then I don't care at all. In short, just let nature take its course. Su Tian helplessly finished the second half of Xian's sentence. She was really helpless. Although this was her first time being an agent for a celebrity, and her first time being an agent, she was still a brand new newbie. However, she dared to guarantee that in the entire entertainment industry, there was no artist who was more indifferent to fame and fortune and didn't compete at all. Looking at Su Tiantian's sullen look, Xian chuckled. She felt a little sympathy for Su Tian in her heart. She actually followed such an unambitious boss. Okay, Tian, why don't you help me choose 6 brands from this list? I won't accept all of them. You help me choose. Seeing that Xian finally didn't insist on accepting more than a dozen brand endorsements, Su Tiantian's face smiled again. Okay. Sister Xian, I'll help you choose the 6 best brand endorsements. Just as Su Tian was contentedly picking out endorsements for Xian, no one would have thought that she really didn't have to waste time picking out endorsements anymore, because her goddess, Xian, had risen in value again, this time. The endorsements that Su Tian had originally chosen had to be sent back for a new round of bidding. The HS International Photography Awards competition was the most prestigious photography competition in the world. It was also the most popular photography competition in the world. Every year, there would be thousands of photographers participating in the competition to pursue their dreams. This year's competition also had a lot of contestants. In fact, because this year's competition was even grander, there were even more contestants participating. As there were too many photographers participating in the competition, the duration of this year's competition was extended. As a result, the final selection was held at the end of the year, the longest it had ever been. On this day, the annual HS International Photography Awards competition finally came to an end in London, England. In the end, the first place was finally decided by the professional judges. This time, it was really the most difficult decision to make in the history of the competition. It didn't mean that there were too many works that could reach first place this year. It also wasn't because the works this year were too bad. On the contrary, the works this year were all very outstanding. Especially the work that they had struggled with for many days before deciding to win first place. This work of photography was simply too outstanding. It was amazing. It could be said that the moment they saw this work of photography, they had already decided in their hearts that it would be this year's winner. But, the only shortcoming of this work of photography which was also the thing that made them very conflicted, was, the model in this work of photography wasn't an ordinary person, but a celebrity. If she was just an ordinary celebrity, it would be fine. After all, if people didn't look carefully, they wouldn't find out. But the strange thing was that the model in this work of photography wasn't an unknown celebrity. Instead, it was someone who had recently exploded in popularity, and had even become popular all over the world. She was currently the most popular international celebrity. How could such a world-famous star be the model of the first award-winning photography competition? Needless to say, this would cause a huge uproar. What's more, there might even be negative comments about the photography competition being unfair. That was why the judges of this year's HS International Photography Awards competition were so conflicted, but in the end, all the judges chose to go back to their original intentions and gave the first place to the outstanding work of photography that would cause a huge uproar. That's right, the photographer who won first place in the HS International Photography Awards competition was none other than AI Luan. The celebrity model that countless judges were conflicted about was Xianxia. When the results of the HS International Photography Awards competition were announced, just as the judges had expected, this year's competition caused a huge uproar on the internet. Of course, the person who caused this uproar was the model, Xianxia. Originally, the attention of the HS International Photography Awards competition wasn't very high. After all, it was a professional photography competition, not a popular entertainment competition. The people who paid attention to this competition were all photographers and photography enthusiasts. Therefore, when the results of the competition were announced, it didn't cause a huge uproar immediately. Everyone was more concerned about the fact that the winner of this year's HS International Photography Awards competition was actually a Chinese. Until, some people recognized that the model in the first place photo called Hope and Redemption was actually their goddess. Then, they couldn't remain calm. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. You might not believe it. The model in the first place photo of this year's HS International Photography Awards competition is actually my goddess Xianxia. Oh my god. Xianxia's photo is so good. It's really like the name of the work, Hope and Redemption. As expected of the winning work of the first place. It's really great. I can really see the feeling of hope. Xianxia's face is too magical. When I saw Come Challenger. At that time, I felt that Xianxia was a very powerful person. When I saw Xianxia's Star Cabin, I felt that Xianxia was a very hardworking mother. When I see the photo of Hope and Redemption now, I see in Xianxia the conflicting survival instincts of despair, hope, and redemption. Xianxia is really too magical. Now, I feel that she can really act Return to Earth well and be a good actress. The award-winning photo of Hope and Redemption, taken by AI Luan for Xianxia, went viral on the internet. After everyone saw this photo, they praised it to the heavens and were very excited. After all, this was the first time China had won this international photography award. Wasn't that very proud? Cough cough cough. Although because Xianxia was popular now, AI Luan, the photographer, had completely stolen the limelight. Everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia, the photography model. However, AI Luan didn't care much. He was a behind-the-scenes staff. Anyway, his work had won the first prize and he had become the first place of the HS International Photography Award competition. He was also the first Asian and China person to win this honor. That was enough. Gradually, the photo of Hope and Redemption spread further and further. It spread to Xianxia's base camp, America. Although Xianxia did not put on any makeup in the photo of Hope and Redemption, she did not deliberately do anything exquisite. She was wearing a simple white dress, which could even be called a simple one. Her wet hair was not styled at all. It was casually draped in front of her collarbone. The background of the photo wasn't too complicated. It was just a withered tree with a green bud growing out of it, and a bright full moon. Even though it looked like a simple and ordinary photo, the foreigners were able to understand it. They even sincerely fell in love with this photo called Hope and Redemption. Many foreigners who did not have much feelings for Xianxia fell in love with this black-haired, black-eyed Chinese girl when they saw Xianxia's performance in this photo. At that moment, Xianxia's most liked photo of blonde hair and blue eyes on INS was also surpassed by this photo of Hope and Redemption. Every foreigner's impression of Xianxia was not limited to the photoshopped photo of her blonde hair and blue eyes. It was all because of this award-winning photo of hope and redemption that changed their opinion of Xian. In a real sense, all the foreigners accepted the black-haired, black-eyed Xian. They also felt that this Chinese girl, whose hair, eyes, and skin color were different from theirs, was so beautiful. Sister Xian. Why didn't you tell me beforehand that you were a model for AI Luan? And you even took such a photo to participate in the international photography competition. As Xian's manager, Su Tian was really caught off guard by the HS Photography Award. She was very busy, so she did not pay attention to the HS Photography Award winning work at all. In the end, she was still informed that her goddess had become popular again. When she finished reading the latest trending topics, she was in a bad mood. She was derelict in her duty. As Xian's manager, she was really derelict in her duty, seeing his agent, Su Tian, so angry, depressed, and a little self-blaming. Xian blinked and apologized without being in a position to do so. Sorry. I forgot about this too. Xian was telling the truth. She wasn't lying at all. She really forgot about this matter. Although later, Alan called again and told her that the work of the two of them had won the first place, she still didn't know what to say. However, she was not a photography enthusiast, nor was she a photographer, so she did not take this matter to heart. Who would have thought that she would become popular again after being a model for a photo shoot? God knows, it was just a photo shoot. Seeing how innocent Xian was, Su Tian did not know what to say. She could only let out a soft sigh and said rather helplessly, Sister Xian, next time, no matter what you do, you have to tell me in advance, okay? Su Tian looked at Xian very seriously and spoke in a very serious tone. I'm your manager, so I have to know what happened to you before anyone else. You see, just like this time, if I hadn't found out in time, I would have signed all those endorsement contracts. Then we would have lost a lot of money. At this point, Su Tian felt lucky. Fortunately, she had been very careful in selecting the endorsement contracts. Every brand had done their own research and evaluation in order to choose the best 6 brands for their goddess to work with. If she had not been so careful, she would have signed all the contracts by now. She would be crying her eyes out right now. The value of their goddess now was very different from the value of their goddess in the past. In the past, Xian had become popular all over the world because of the variety show Star Cabin. Her popularity was comparable to the top celebrities in the United States. However, Xian was still a relatively inexperienced celebrity. Especially since she had become popular because of the variety show, she did not have much status. Therefore, when it came to fashion resources, Xian was simply too weak. Not a single fashion magazine or international luxury brand was willing to work with Xian. As for celebrities without fashion resources, no matter how popular they would still be mocked by others. Unfortunately, not everyone could get their hands on fashion resources. Especially the top international brands, many celebrities in the domestic entertainment industry were fighting for resources. Even a first-tier brand might not necessarily be able to snatch the image spokesperson of those top international luxury brands. It could be said that fashion resources were definitely a tempting pie that all celebrities wanted to get their hands on. In the past, Su Tian had thought that her goddess was so unmotivated and lazy that she did not have much hope in fashion resources. However, she had not expected that her goddess would give her such a big surprise. She was the model for the first prize of this year's HS International Photography Awards. The HS International Photography Award competition wasn't a well-known competition. However, the popularity of the HS International Photography Award competition was definitely the highest in the photography world. In particular, the HS International Photography Awards was related to public welfare. Of course, the most important thing was that the photography industry was also involved in the fashion industry. Therefore, Xian was really lucky this time. Sister Xian, you might not know this, but just now, I received a lot of invitations from famous international luxury brands. They all want you to shoot an advertisement for them. Although the other party did not say that she was going to be the brand ambassador, this was enough to make Su Tian happy. After all, shooting an advertisement for a brand was one step closer to becoming the brand ambassador. Seeing Su Tian getting more and more excited, Xian was a little amused. This girl was clearly a little angry just now, but now she was excited. Yes. It's up to you. Xian nodded with a smile. At this moment, she was thinking about when her company would officially open. This was a very important matter. Sister Xian, I think. Why don't we accept all of them? Anyway, they're all international brands. It won't hurt your image if we accept all of them. Suddenly, Su Tian said very seriously. Huh? All of them? Xian did not expect Su Tian to be so ruthless. She looked at her agent in confusion. Yes. Accept all of them. Anyway, you were prepared to accept all of the endorsements last time. This means that you're actually very free. Looking at Su Tian's matter-of-fact expression, Xian did not know if she had dug a hole for herself or if she had dug a hole for herself. Anyway, she thought that since there were only benefits and no disadvantages to her, then she would accept all of them. It's up to you. See for yourself. After seeing Xian nod, Su Tian was so excited that she almost jumped up. What she was sure of now was that in the near future, her goddess would definitely become a big shot in the fashion industry after the variety industry and the film industry. With her goddess's ever-changing temperament, she did not believe that her goddess would not be able to take down a few top international brand ambassadors with such an opportunity. Just as Su Tian was full of confidence and rubbing her palms together, she was operating the fashion resources for Xian. The evaluation of the award-winning work, Hope and Redemption, was getting more and more popular on the internet. Admittedly, it was model Xian who made this work popular in the beginning. However, as time passed, the award-winning work, Hope and Redemption, allowed more people to understand the concept it wanted to express. This also allowed more people to recognize AI Luan's Hope and Redemption and the annual HS International Photography Awards because of Xian. Soon, under the influence of Xian and Hope and Redemption, the HS International Photography Awards became popular. Not only did it become popular among photographers and photography enthusiasts, but it also became popular among countless ordinary people. Countless people paid attention to the charity activities of the HS International Photography Awards because of Xian and Hope and Redemption. Public welfare and charity had always been a problem that the whole world paid attention to. Many famous people were also doing public welfare and charity, whether they were doing it sincerely or not. However, they could receive a lot of praise and influence if they did it. This was also the reason why the HS International Photography Awards was so popular. However, no one would have thought that the charity activities would make the HS International Photography Awards respected and paid attention to. As for Xian, he had also received the attention and respect of others. However, Xian did not receive attention and respect because of the charity activities of the photography awards. She was completely because, oh my god, have you guys seen AI Luan's latest interview? I almost forgot that Xian has been abducted before. AI Luan also became popular because Hope and Redemption became popular after winning first place. Countless interviews were thrown at him, and when he was interviewed, he inevitably had to talk about Xian and some of the things that happened during the shooting of the award-winning work. AI Luan naturally said that Xian had saved Gu Shimo from being abducted in a remote village. Once this interview was broadcasted, it reminded people of the Challenger. Was it the missing child's notice that was posted? They didn't hear the full version back then. They only knew that Xian had saved a little boy during the shoot. Although they admired Xian, they quickly forgot about it. This time, AI Luan used a lively and interesting tone to explain the whole thing. This time, Xian became a big hero in everyone's hearts once again. Those who had previously doubted Xian's Chinese kung fu skills were all showy and impractical were now slapped in the face. After all, Xian had saved a kidnapped child from the hands of a strong villager. Soon, AI Luan's interview was translated by the foreign media to their own country. After the English translation, the foreign netizens were even more excited and shocked than the Chinese netizens after watching the interview. They all praised Xian on the internet. Such a move also shocked many big shots. Among them were directors, producers, and big shots in the fashion industry. Su Tian didn't expect that at all. She was still panting as she came up with a strategy for Xian's promotion in the fashion industry. Who would have thought that a meat pie would fall from the sky and hit her in the head? What? Are you telling the truth? Your brand wants to invite Xian to be the ambassador of the Asian region? Are you inviting Xian to attend the Paris Fashion Week in spring? Fashion magazine's cover. Shoot? On this day, Su Tiantian's legs turned to jelly as she answered the phone. However, it wasn't because she was tired, but because she was scared. She never expected that the fashion resources that she had been scheming to get for her goddess would all come knocking on her door. What kind of luxury brand ambassador is this? What kind of high-class fashion week was this? What top 5 fashion magazine covers? These were all in her original plans that she hadn't realized. But today, they were all realized. How could Su Tiantian's legs not turn to jelly? Did this feel so surreal? What the hell is going on? Su Tiantian muttered softly as she turned on her computer. In the end, she discovered that her goddess had become a hot topic on the internet again. After quickly reading through what had happened, Su Tiantian deeply felt that it was time for her to find some assistance. She really didn't understand why her goddess was so stingy. Apart from herself, she didn't even hire an assistant. Originally, she had thought that she alone would be enough. But now, it seemed that she still had to quickly hire a few assistants to help Xian. No, to be more precise, to help her. She had to deal with the advertisements every day, be responsible for communication, and arrange Xian's schedule. She was so busy that she couldn't cope. How could she have the time to keep an eye on what was happening on the internet every day? So, she had to hire people. After muttering to herself, the action-oriented Su Tiantian quickly got to work. However, she also knew Xian's character. She didn't like strangers and found it difficult to trust them. So, Su Tiantian very cleverly planned to hire an assistant from Xian's fan group. This way, Xian wouldn't be able to find any fault with it. And the new assistant would also work very hard. Thinking of this, Su Tiantian felt that she was really too quick-witted, because Su Tiantian herself was a veteran fan of Xian's fan group. Su Tiantian didn't spend too much time looking for an assistant. She immediately found a suitable candidate, and Xian didn't know that her team was gradually growing at this time. Huh. Xian yawned and lay on the sofa without a care for her image. Because of the completion of her role as Jonan returned to Earth, Xian was officially unemployed and became a jobless person. However, on the surface, her main job was unemployed, but her secondary job was about to rise. Sorry, yesterday I was rushing the word count for another article, so I stopped. Tomorrow I'll try to finish the last 2 anti-theft chapters and try to adjust it over the weekend. Please don't be angry, little cuties. Leave a comment for this chapter. I'll give you all a red packet. Oh, crack. Okay. That's right, that's it. Angle, your expression is a little colder. Xian, who was currently shooting for the cover of the international edition of Vogue, had never expected that she would have an English name, and this English name really made her a little speechless. Angle. Angel, what is this? Don't tell me that the English name is not given by me. Why didn't she know that her English name was Angle? However, no matter how much Xian argued, everyone called her Angle, so she had no choice but to accept it. After all, she had corrected them many times. She wasn't called Angle, but people would always call her Angle. Okay. It was done. Thanks for your hard work, Angle. Seeing that the photographer was done, Xian's entire aura changed. She had been noble and arrogant just a moment ago, but after being informed that the shoot had ended, she immediately returned to her lazy self. Although her style was still the same and her appearance was still the same, without the flash, she became more amiable. Sister Xian, are you tired? After thanking the photographer and looking at the photos, Su Tiantian ran over to Xian and offered her a cup of Xian's favorite cream cheese. If this was an ordinary female celebrity, why would she drink such a high-calorie drink? If she drank a large cup of milk tea, she would probably die of obesity. However, this was not a problem for Xian at all. Other female celebrities were afraid of getting fat, but Xian was not afraid of getting fat at all. At most, she was afraid of becoming more beautiful after drinking too much. It's all right. Xian took the milk tea from Su Tiantian and took a big sip with satisfaction. It was too delicious. Seeing Xian happily drinking milk tea, Su Tiantian was really glad that her foodie goddess had a physique that allowed her to not gain weight. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to restrain her goddess's ability to eat. Sister Xian, we have to do an exclusive interview with Vogue magazine in the afternoon. But it won't take up much time. We're going to shoot tomorrow. While drinking milk tea with satisfaction, Xian obediently listened to the schedule Su Tian arranged for her. Because of the HS International Photography Award competition, she, who had just lost her job from Return to Earth, was busy again. It made Xian feel like he had an endless number of magazine covers and endorsements every day. Fortunately, his manager wasn't Zhou Boppy, he was still very considerate of her. He knew that she didn't like to be too busy and tired. She liked to enjoy corruption. Therefore, she tried her best to share her work evenly so that she wouldn't be so busy. After briefly telling Xian about the schedule for the past week, Su Tian raised her head and looked at Xian. By the way, Sister Xian, I hired a few assistants for you. After your interview this afternoon, I'll take you to see the assistants I hired. As soon as Su Tian finished speaking, Xian frowned and asked in confusion. Did I say I was hiring assistants? Sister Xian, you didn't say that. It was my idea to hire assistants. Su Tian looked at Xian with a smile. Sister Xian, I really can't handle it alone. So some time ago, I hired a few assistants from our fan group to help. Hearing Su Tian's words, Xian widened her eyes and looked at her good agent in surprise. Hire assistants from your fan group? What the hell is this? How can a celebrity hire assistants like this? Yes. Su Tian smiled and nodded her head. She said proudly, Sister Xian, I promise you. The people I hired are all very good, not only are they your die-hard fans, but they're also very good in terms of education and ability. At this point, Su Tian felt that she had to give herself 32 likes, although not all of the people she chose learned from the entertainment industry, they weren't related to it. But each of them had their own unique skills, she was already impatiently waiting for their arrival. I don't care about their education or ability. What I care about is whether they can be trusted. Xian waved her hand. She wasn't interested in standing at the top of the entertainment industry anyway. Nothing else was important. What was important was that they were worthy of her trust. Don't worry, I guarantee that they can be trusted. They are all super senior fans of your fan group. They are all senior members of your fan group. Hearing Su Tian's promise, Xian was really a little curious. Why did she feel that this fan club of hers was so strange? What senior members? Sure enough, everything related to the entertainment industry was very mysterious. Although Xian didn't really want to hire assistants, she knew that she had too many jobs now. Su Tian was busy running around every day, so she couldn't handle it alone. So she accepted Su Tian's request to hire assistants. After having a sumptuous lunch, Xian went to do an exclusive interview with Vogue. She was busy until the evening. When Xian returned home, she saw the assistants that Su Tian had hired for her. Hello, goddess. When Xian saw the assistants that Su Tian had hired for her, she was shocked. Wow, Su Tian had hired a few assistants for her. She counted back and forth many times. There were a total of 11 people. Hearing these people call her goddess, Xian almost choked on the snacks in her mouth. Okay. But don't call me goddess. Xian sat down on the sofa and asked these people to sit down too. In the end, when this group of people saw her, they were all very excited, everyone stared at her with burning eyes. They did whatever she asked them to do. When she asked them to sit down, they sat down. When she asked them to drink water, they all drank water together. It was as if they were bewitched. This time, Xian was sure that these people hired by Su Tian were really trustworthy. Okay, don't be too nervous. We'll be working together in the future, so you can all call me Sister Xia. And seeing these people so nervous that they didn't know where to put their hands, Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although she was a celebrity and was temporarily in the entertainment industry, she had never chased after a celebrity before, whether it was her previous self or her current self, she had never chased after a celebrity before. Therefore, she really didn't understand this group of celebrity chasers. However, Xian was also a person who would be good to others if they were good to her. She thought that since these people were so loyal and came to work for her, she didn't mind treating them better now that she was so rich. She would pay them a little more to make them more loyal. Okay, tell me. What are your specialties? What did Tian Tian ask you to do? Xian smiled as he looked at the dozen or so people and said in an amiable manner. However, after Xian smiled, she saw that half of the dozen people who were sitting neatly on the sofa were stunned. And a few of them even fainted? Fainted? Looking at the people who fainted on the sofa, Xiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She glanced at Su Tian Tian. Su Tian Tian smiled a little awkwardly and muttered softly, "Too excited, too excited. It's not a big deal. You'll get used to it in the future." In this atmosphere, Xian understood that these 11 people really had their own specialties. And after listening to Su Tiantian's introduction, they were really quite awesome. Anyway, these 11 people graduated from a professional makeup school and were taught by famous teachers. They were very proficient in makeup. There were also graduates from fashion design schools who were very talented in matching clothes and styling. What was more frightening was that there were accountants and computer programming students among these 11 people. Hearing this, Xian was completely stunned. What did these people have to do with the assistant of an artist in the entertainment industry? What did they have to do with each other? Xian couldn't help but speak her mind. Big Sister Xian, the people I recruited were all carefully selected by me. In the future, we will use our own makeup artists and stylists. This way, we can dress you up more according to your image. As for the accountant, she will be in charge of our accounts in the future. She will calculate the taxes and so on. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian turned her gaze to the gloomy otaku who wore black-rimmed glasses and had bangs that almost reached his nose. What about him? What does a computer programming student have to do with us? When he heard his goddess talk about him, the gloomy otaku was very excited and straightened his back. However, when he heard that his goddess seemed to dislike him, he became a little listless. Sister Xian, don't underestimate our programmer. He can be of great use. As she spoke, Su Tian lowered her head and leaned close to Xian's ear. This computer programmer is very skilled. He is a hacker. I see that there are often people who deliberately hire people to slander you on the internet, so I thought that if we have a skilled hacker, we can find out who is slandering you. Also, he will help us deal with some of the negative comments on the internet. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Needless to say, Xiaon really felt that this manager of his was really worth it. It was simply a perfect consideration of her situation and needs. He was really perfect without a single flaw. Good. Tian, the way you handle things really makes me feel at ease. Xian hugged Su Tian happily and said very happily. This action made more than a dozen assistants sitting in a row very envious. Everyone saw that their goddess was so affectionate, and they all thought that they had to work hard and get the goddess's love and hug. Hee. I will make you feel even more relieved in the future. In the end, the 11 assistants recruited by Su Tian were assigned to their own positions under the arrangement of Su Tian. In addition to 1 assistant for herself and 4 assistants for Xiaoan, the other 6 went to work in the temporary office that Su Tian found. No one would have thought that a small team of 11 assistants would develop into an internationally famous brokerage company in the future. This was something that no one would have thought of. After having assistants, Xiaoan and Su Tian felt that their quality of life had improved a lot. Su Tian was also not as busy as before. She could immediately know the time related to Xiaoan on the internet. As for Xiaoan, this time, she really experienced what it was like to be a superstar. Other than wearing clothes, she really lived the life of a landlady who had her clothes and food prepared for her. This feeling really made Xiaoan feel very good. At the beginning, she was not very used to it, but later, she began to enjoy it. However, although she enjoyed it, Xiaoan was still very serious about her work. Because of the HS International Photography Award competition, she really got a lot of fashion resources. Especially the cover of fashion magazines, she really got a lot of them. First, it was the cover of Vogue magazine, and then there were many cover photos of other fashion magazines. There were also a lot of advertisements and endorsements. However, although there were a lot, Su Tian only chose the best and the best endorsement deals. As for products that were cheap, Su Tian would not accept them. No matter how much money was offered, she would not accept them. Just like that, under this busy situation, Xianxia's cover photo for Vogue magazine was sold, and it was also because of the cover of Vogue magazine that Xianxia's fashion resources were completely opened. Originally, the award-winning work of hope and redemption had made many big shots in the fashion industry very interested in Xianxia, this fashion newbie. However, they could not take the risk just because of a photo, right? They had to observe this newbie in the fashion industry more. However, when many big shots in the fashion industry were watching, the cover of Vogue magazine confirmed that this newbie, Xianxia, was really very fashionable. Her performance was simply too perfect. Although Vogue had done a great job for Xianxia, it wasn't a big deal. The same clothes would give off different vibes when worn by different people. And the same style would give off different vibes when worn by different people. Therefore, a good style would not be able to give a person a good sense of fashion. Especially Xianxia's cover photo, it was simply too charismatic. Her gaze and tension perfectly reflected her beauty, but it did not steal the limelight. It also showed the charm of her style. Such a simple magazine cover immediately gave Xianxia a few more top fashion resources. Have you seen this issue of the international edition of Vogue? Xianxia is the cover model for this issue. And there are color photos and text interviews in the inside pages. Vogue's cover this issue is simply too beautiful. It's a pity that it's the international version. I don't understand English. What did Xianxia say in the interview in the inner pages? Urgent. Find a translator. Please translate Xianxia's interview in Chinese. I just want to say that Xianxia's cover photo is simply too beautiful. It's definitely the best cover photo in all of Vogue's history. Bracket. There's no other. I feel that Xianxia is definitely the most versatile female celebrity. Not only is she good at variety shows, but she's also good as a model. Furthermore, to be able to play the female lead in director Grace's movie, her acting skills must be very good. Now, she's just short of singing. I'm looking forward to Xianxia releasing an album. I want to buy it. Xianxia's cover photo is beautiful not only because she's beautiful. It also has a very fashionable vibe. The expression in her eyes is not empty at all. It's very meaningful. Moreover, the most important thing was that I actually understood this kind of exaggerated fashion style. This is the first time I've understood fashion. The sales of the international version of Vogue had always been relatively stable. They didn't need any celebrities to increase their sales. They had always gone for the cool, top-notch style. However, the magazine's staff had never expected that this issue's cover photo of Xianxia, a foreign female celebrity who wasn't considered a top-notch celebrity, would actually be able to bring in so many sales. Every issue of the magazine was printed and distributed according to a fixed number of copies. Sometimes, there would even be an endless supply of copies. But this time, what? All of the magazines have been sold out? They're going to print more copies? No one had expected that Xianxia's first appearance in one of the top 5 fashion magazines would cause such explosive sales. The international version of Vogue was actually sold out. The sales volume had more than doubled compared to previous years. Not only did it sell like hotcakes in the US, UK, and other places, but it also sold the most through electronic sales channels, and the country with the most purchases was China, followed by Japan, Korea, and other places. With the purchasing power of netizens from so many countries, the sales volume of the magazine in the US had simply blown up. Shocking. China's female celebrity Xianxia's magazine cover sales have broken 100 million. Vogue magazine's highest sales volume has broken record. China's female celebrity Xianxia is about to become the biggest dark horse in the fashion industry. China's female celebrity's first cover photo of the top 5 fashion magazines has broken 100 million sales record. Because the sales volume was simply too frightening, many of the mainstream foreign media outlets were all praising Xianxia. And with such a frightening sales volume, it really made the international fashion mogul see Xianxia's unlimited commercial potential. Therefore, just as the foreign media had reported, Xianxia was really going to become the biggest dark horse in the fashion industry this year and next. After all, although the fashion industry had always been cold and aloof, they had always been particular about being cool. But even if they were cool and aloof, they still needed to eat, drink, and defecate. They also needed to make money and expand into foreign fashion. Not to mention that Xianxia wasn't cool enough. Even if Xianxia wasn't cool enough, With such a strong merchandising ability, many of the top luxury brands would also lower their bottom line. What's more, Xian now had the traffic and popularity. What was there to be proud of? She still had it, the HS International Photography Awards competition. The female lead role of director Grace, these were all very cool, of course. Most importantly, Xian had the huge potential to open up the China market. In the eyes of the foreign fashion moguls, the China market was the biggest market. As long as they took over the China market, it would mean that their company's value would double. It would definitely be the most profitable business. Therefore, this time, the very smart fashion moguls all had their eyes on Xian. They all extended an olive branch to Xian, wanting to grab hold of Xian, the cash cow that could open up the China market, in their hands. Therefore, Su Tiantian started to feel conflicted, because the top international luxury brands were all here. Which brand was she going to choose to work with? Sigh. I'm really worried. Xian, who had just returned from the company, was really puzzled when she saw Su Tiantian sighing when she saw her. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Did something bad happen? As soon as Xian's voice fell, Su Tiantian glanced at her goddess sadly. It's not that something bad happened, but that too many good things happened. Speaking of this, Su Tiantian felt helpless. Too many good things? Xian took off the jewelry that her personal stylist forced her to wear as she walked towards the open kitchen. She went to the refrigerator and a snack cabinet to take a lot of food and drinks in her hands. When she was empty, she turned back to Su Tiantian. Seeing how carefree her goddess was eating and drinking, Su Tiantian sighed again. There are too many brands that want to cooperate with you. I don't know how to choose. You choose. She thought that it was better to leave such a big matter to the person in question. Anyway, every brand was a top international luxury brand. Choosing any one of them would not be a loss, so it was better to let her goddess choose. I choose? Xian blinked. Just as she sat down on the sofa and opened a bag of cheese chips, she saw Su Tiantian holding her work notebook in front of her. Okay, you choose. Su Tiantian nodded and pushed the notebook into Xian's hands. Xian lowered her head and looked at the slides that introduced the brands on the screen. She was dumbfounded. These are all? Although she was not very interested in luxury goods, she had been in the entertainment industry for so long. She could not say that she was 100% familiar with these brands, but she still knew some of them. And now, the brands that Su Tiantian asked her to choose were all luxury brands. The cheapest one was a luxury brand that could only be bought with a 5-digit price tag. Yes, I really don't know how to choose. Sister Xian, you can choose for yourself. Whichever brand you like, we'll cooperate with them. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian looked at the brands in confusion and then looked at Su Tiantian. What should I do if I don't like any of them? Xian was not lying. Although she liked to enjoy life, eat the best, and live in the best, she was not interested in luxury goods that had no practical use and were only used to show off. She was too lazy to spend money on them. Since her debut, the clothes she wore, the bags she used, the shoes she used, even if she had luxury goods, they were all left behind by the original owner. She had never bought them herself. Then what should we do? Now that all these brands want to invite you to be their ambassador, we definitely can't choose all of them. Su Tiantian looked at Xian awkwardly. She finally understood what it meant to be a sweet burden. God knew how much she wanted to accept all these invitations. Then let's choose the one that pays the most and offers the best conditions. Xian did not think as much as Su Tiantian. She was a very realistic person. She decisively made the decision for Su Tiantian. After hearing Xian's words, Su Tiantian also felt that this was the best solution. Since they couldn't accept all of them, then they would choose the best treatment for the candidates. Thinking of this, Su Tiantian still felt a little incredulous. Those brands were all the top luxury brands in the world, and they were all first-tier brands. These brands were simply out of reach for the big stars in the country. It should be known that these top brands would not easily give out the title of ambassador. Many of them were given to the celebrities' close friends. For these kinds of short-term collaborations, they did not receive any endorsement fees, nor were they qualified to endorse any products. They could only borrow the brand's products when they attended events. But even so, there were very few celebrities who were qualified to do so. Even for the first-tier celebrities in the country, it was very rare for them to be given the title of ambassador. The domestic celebrities could be said to have fought hard for the top luxury and fashion resources. But now, Xian, a small star who had been banned in the country and basically didn't have any works in her own country, had actually received countless invitations from top brand ambassadors for her to choose from without doing anything. Moreover, this ancestor did not seem to care at all. Without any consideration, she chose the brand with the best conditions to work with. If the first-tier female celebrities in the country, the first-tier celebrities in the country, knew about this, they would probably want to bite Xian to death. However, what they did not know was that Xian, this ancestor, was still to come. At this time, the top fashion industry was undergoing a change. Many of the big stars in the foreign fashion industry could smell that Xian would soon become the most sought-after celebrity in the fashion industry. However, the domestic news was much less well-informed. Their impression of Xian was still stuck at the stage of a female celebrity in a variety show. They did not expect Xian to step into the fashion industry. To be precise, they did not expect Xian to step into the fashion industry so soon. After all, if one wanted to make a bloody path in the fashion industry, one would not be able to do it without qualifications and style. Xian, on the other hand, didn't have any qualifications or status. So annoying. All they say is Xian, Xian. Can't these people write something else? Xianxia looked at the internet, which was full of topics about Xian. She felt angry in her heart. Sister Jia, don't be angry. This Xian is just a lucky bastard. He can't even compare to you. Seeing that her boss was angry, her assistant, Xie, quickly comforted her. Speaking of her boss, she was really unlucky. Speaking of which, she was an A-list female celebrity in the country. She was also a big star with good acting skills and good looks. She had also fought for the role of Joan in Grace's Return to Earth. Moreover, Xianxia was the Chinese actress with the best chance to get this role. Because she knew that her weakness was fighting scenes, she put aside her work for half a year to find a professional to learn fighting scenes. However, she did not expect that Xian would appear halfway through. If it had been any other actress, it would have been fine. However, it had to be Xian, that vase who had played many supporting roles for Xianxia. Xian. This almost made Xianxia die of anger. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that she had been insulted. I didn't expect director Grace to be as vulgar as other commercial directors. She actually used stars with no acting skills. Xianxia sneered and her tone was full of sarcasm. Yes. With Xian in Grace's movie, it will definitely be a flop. We don't have to worry too much about it. Just watch the show. Xie agreed with Xianxia very flatteringly and said very seriously. Hearing Xie's flattery, the anger in Xianxia's heart subsided a lot. By the way, we spent so much money on Gucci. Can we get the title of China's ambassador? In a good mood, Xianxia remembered that she had been working with Gucci recently to get the title of China's ambassador. Because she was now considered to have a lot of traffic and works, she now only needed a luxury fashion resource to improve her status. Recently, she had been looking for all kinds of channels and resources to get the title of Gucci's ambassador for China. Moreover, with her ability, she really had a chance. Originally, Xianxia was very confident about the title of ambassador. However, she didn't expect that her assistant would tell her, Sister Jia, Sister Feng called while you were filming. She said, what did she say? Seeing Xie's hesitant look, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. She said that we might have a competitor. Originally, it was agreed that it would be you, but halfway through, someone came in. Gucci's senior management wants to work with another female star. Hearing Xie's words, Xianxia was stunned. After a long while, she spoke. Another female star? Is there any female star in China more qualified than me? Seeing Xianxia's angry look, Xie shrank her head. She regretted it now. Why did she pick up Sister Feng's call? Otherwise, she wouldn't have to suffer Xianxia's anger. Yeah, I'm also very confused. Other than Jia, I really can't think of any other female star in China who can compete with you for the ambassador position. Could it be Yusibe? Liang Jie suddenly thought of Yusibe. Although Yusibe was a newcomer, her acting was very good. Although she didn't get the title of Best Actress, her popularity was still higher than Liang Jie's. Or Bai Yuan. After mentioning a few names, Liang Jie didn't think that any of them were better than her. She had a lot of connections behind her. In order to get Gucci, she had worked for a long time. But now, Liang Jie couldn't take it lying down. In the end, she directly called the rich man behind her and asked him to find out who had stabbed her in the back and wanted to compete with her. Her sugar daddy didn't disappoint her. Soon, she found out who was fighting with her for the Gucci ambassador position. What? Xian? Are you kidding me? Is it really Xian? Liang Jie didn't expect to hear this name again. It was the name of a female star that she looked down on. Is it true? Gucci already sent the contract to Xian? After hanging up the phone, Liang Jie didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She didn't expect Xian to be that Qing Yaojin. Moreover, this was the second time that Qing Yaojin had stolen something from her. Xian. Why is it Xian again? Liang Jie was so angry that she threw the phone in her hand. Her pair of beautiful and seductive eyes were full of anger. Jie, don't be angry. Even if Gucci is gone, we can still work with other brands. However, before Xie could finish comforting her, Liang Jie interrupted her. No. I have to become Gucci's ambassador no matter what. Liang Jie pursed her lips and snorted coldly. Her beautiful black eyes were filled with coldness. Xian, are you trying to compete with me? Let's see who can win. Poor Xian. She didn't know that she had gained another enemy without knowing anything. She didn't do anything, but everyone hated her to death. Of course, even if Xian found out, she wouldn't care. Xian, I just asked Xiaowu to do some research. I think there are a few brands that don't meet our requirements. For example, Gucci isn't as good as the other brands. Xian, who was busy deciding on an auspicious date for her company's grand opening, interrupted Su Tian without lifting her head. Then let's exclude Gucci. After speaking nonchalantly, Xian lifted her head and looked at her agent. Tian, you can make your own decisions. You don't have to ask me. Seeing how nonchalant Xian was, Su Tian was a little curious about what her goddess was busy with. She clearly didn't have any endorsements to shoot recently, but her goddess was still so busy that she was nowhere to be seen. She didn't even bring her assistant with her when she went out. Xian, what have you been busy with recently? Why are you being so mysterious? In the end, Su Tian couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked this question out of her mouth. Me? Come here. Let me tell you. My company is about to open. Me? Xian smiled and waved at Su Tian, motioning for her to come over. The obedient Su Tian walked towards his goddess. The moment she lowered her head, she heard something inconceivable in her ears. Come here, let me tell you. I'm going to open my company. Open? Start a company? Su Tian couldn't believe her ears. She had been Xian's agent for some time. How come she didn't know that her goddess had started a company? When did all of this happen? Seeing that Su Tian looked like she had seen a ghost, Xian also laughed mischievously. Seeing her goddess laughing, Su Tian was even more certain that her goddess must be joking with her. Sister Xian, you're joking with me again. Su Tian, I'm really not joking with you. I really opened a company. Xian saw that Su Tian didn't believe her and thought that she was joking, so she looked at Su Tian very seriously and said very seriously. Su Tian, I am now solemnly informing you. I, Xian, really started a company. Furthermore, they intend to hire me as the company's spokesperson. This time, Su Tian was completely dumbfounded. Because at this time, she finally understood that her goddess was not joking, she was being serious, thus, she swallowed her saliva and asked in disbelief. Hire me as a spokesperson? Sis Xian, what kind of company are you running? No matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't figure out why her goddess, who was so lazy and only liked to enjoy life, suddenly became so diligent. Now, she even wanted to start a company and even wanted to endorse herself. With such a big investment, it seemed like she was really serious about starting a business. However, with her goddess's current wealth, she didn't need to start a business at all. As long as she was a celebrity, she could lie down and count money. She didn't need to worry about the risks of starting a business. Therefore, no matter how Su Tian thought about it, she really couldn't figure out what was wrong with Xia. And I'm running a skincare company. My current products are only skincare products. Xian looked at Su Tian with a smile and said softly. Originally, I just started it for fun, but you said that if I need anything in the future, I must tell you, my agent. So, I'm telling you when the company is about to open. By the way, I'm telling you secretly. Other than you, I haven't told anyone, not even Hanyu. Su Tian, who was still shocked that Xian was running a skincare company, was completely moved when she heard Xian's words of trust. It could be said that she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Sister Xian, Su Tian was so moved that she couldn't speak. She looked at Xian and pursed her lips tightly. In the end, thousands of words turned into one word, Sister Xian, don't worry. No matter what you do, I'll support you. Looking at Su Tian as if she was swearing, Xian felt funny in her heart. She also felt that having Su Tian as her agent was really the best choice. Yes, I know. Come and choose the auspicious date for the company's opening with me. Xian waved her hand and said to Su Tian. Now, the store and products for her skincare company were all ready. It could be said that everything was ready, and they only needed an auspicious date for the opening. Old Master Gu found a fortune teller who was said to be a geomancer and gave her a few dates. This made her feel conflicted about which date to open for business. Su Tian walked over and looked at the dates on the book with Xia, and Su Tian quickly picked a date. Sister Xian, let's open on this day. Looking at the date Su Tian picked, Xian frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Why on this day? The day that Su Tian chose was neither the earliest nor the latest day of the zodiac auspicious day. The most important thing was that Xian had never considered the later days of his life. Sister Xian, since you have decided to be the spokesperson for your company, shouldn't we do some publicity before the opening? Are we going to take promotional photos for the endorsement and hang them in the store? Seeing Xian's frown, Su Tian guessed that her goddess really had the same thoughts as she had. She wanted to pick an auspicious day to open early. Is it really okay to get the endorsement so soon? Xian blinked. She had planned to be the spokesperson for her company when she had more commercials. In this way, no one would think that the company was hers, right? But Xian was really thinking too much. How could a normal person be so suspicious? Sister Xian, do you not want people to know that this company is yours? Then all the more reason for you to get the endorsement deal done as soon as possible. As Xian's agent, Su Tian made a lot of decisions for Xian. So, she was more experienced in this kind of operation. Sister Xian, all the jobs you've taken are for the top luxury brands in the world. You should wait for those commercials to be released before you shoot the commercials for your small company. That's the only way people will be suspicious. Oh right. I almost forgot that you don't take on cheap products for me anymore. Hearing Su Tian's words, Xian finally came to her senses. Yeah, so Sister Xian, let's hurry up and shoot the commercials and promotional photos for your company's products. After speaking, Su Tian continued to ask. So, Sister Xian, did you find an advertising company to plan your commercials? No. Did you find a photographer for the commercials? No. This time, Su Tian really couldn't stay calm. She was speechless as she looked at her goddess. She really doubted how her goddess had managed to run the company so smoothly, given her attitude of being a hands-off shopkeeper. Then I'll hurry up and contact them for you. Su Tian wanted her to hurry up and contact the advertising company and photographer, but she was interrupted by Xia and Tian. You don't have to go through so much trouble. I've already thought about it. For the commercials, we don't need anything fancy. We just need to shoot the face and the skin. Although Xian really didn't think of hiring an advertising planning company, she felt that there was no need to make the promotion of skincare products so flashy. It was enough to shoot the actual product. Well, even though her skin didn't improve because of her own skincare products, she still had to admit that her skin didn't improve. However, the spatial water was indeed able to improve one's skin. It was definitely more effective than many big brands. As for the photographer can just get AI Luan to shoot for me. Anyway, he said that in the future, he'll take photos for free. Xian smiled as she spoke to Su Tian. Looking at Xian's nonchalant expression, she finally understood that her goddess was really good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Although it seemed like she didn't do anything, she had already done everything well. Alright, as expected of the goddess who could open a company in private, if she didn't have the ability, she really wouldn't be able to run a company. Especially in the United States. But, although the most important things were settled, Su Tian was still very worried. Xian running a company wasn't a problem. Which celebrity didn't have their own side business, but the skincare company? Sister Xian, I'm not saying that I doubt you. Are you sure there's no problem with your skincare products? Are all the procedures for the products complete? Actually, from the bottom of her heart, she still didn't want Xian to start a skincare company. After all, everyone's skin was different. If there were some problems with the skincare products, it would be a big problem. Especially if someone found out that Xian was the boss behind this company and deliberately created problems, it would really be very troublesome. Don't worry, the procedures are very complete. Seeing Su Tian's worried expression, Xian decisively decided to tell a white lie. Look at my skin. Is my skin good? Seeing Xian point at her 100% bare face without makeup, even if she had seen it countless times, she would see this face every day. As an experienced beauty lover, Su Tian was still mesmerized by her goddess. Yes. Sister Xian, your skin is even more tender than a baby's. I've never seen anyone with better skin than you. Su Tian nodded heavily and said to Xian very seriously. She was considered a professional in the entertainment industry and had seen dozens of celebrities, big and small. She had seen Chinese and foreign stars. But she really hadn't seen anyone with better skin than Xian. Even when she went to shoot commercials and endorsements, many people often sighed and said that their goddess's skin was too good. Many people also quietly asked her how Xian usually skincare, what skincare products she used, and what kind of food she ate. But only God knew that she had never seen her goddess use a facial mask. She also rarely saw Xian use skincare products. The bottles and cans on the makeup table didn't have product labels and looked like unbranded products. As for food? If she said that her goddess didn't eat any skincare products and only ate junk food every day, those people would probably want to beat her to death, right? Thinking of this, Su Tian suddenly widened her eyes. Wait a minute. Don't tell me that the unbranded skincare products on the makeup table are the products of Goddess Company? Just as Su Tian was in a daze, Xian patted her shoulder and said to her, wait a minute. Wait for me, I'll get something for you. When Su Tian came back to her senses, she saw Xian walking out of the bedroom. In her hand, she was holding the skincare products that she had seen before without any product names. Gulp. Su Tian swallowed her saliva and looked at Xian in a daze. These are the self-made skincare products that I've been using. They are the products of my company in the future. Do you think that there will be a problem with my skincare products when my skin is so good? Will they not sell well? Xian stuffed the bottles in her hand into Su Tian's hands and said to her with a smile. Looking at the mini bottles and jars in her hands, Su Tian felt that her palms were burning. Which girl didn't want her skin to be good? This was also why so many people would rush to buy skincare products even if they were sold at sky-high prices. At this moment, Su Tian was not worried about Xian's skincare company at all, because Xian's face was the best proof. The skincare company that her goddess opened was definitely going to be a dark horse in the skincare industry. It was definitely going to be popular. I didn't bring back the company's products. I'll get someone to send some over tomorrow. When the time comes, you can send them to Little Wu and the others and let them get a set. Because the assistants in her work team were all very loyal to her, and Xian was not a stingy person. Therefore, she had always been very generous to those who were loyal to her and worked for her. She also didn't give them a normal salary just because they were her fans. Instead, she gave them the best treatment. after all, they were all very capable. Okay. I got it. Thank you, Sister Xian. When Su Tian heard that Xian was going to give each of them a set of skincare products, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. But soon, she thought that her goddess's company had just opened, so they should buy it themselves. This way, they could support her goddess's business. Although her goddess was very rich, she still had to give them a token of her appreciation. Sister Xian, that set of skincare products must be very expensive, right? Let's wait until you open for business and buy them from the store. It can be considered as supporting you. Thinking that her goddess's skin was so good, her skincare products must be very expensive. However, she didn't expect that her goddess's skincare products were really not expensive at all. It's not expensive. It's only a little over 1,000 yuan per set. Xian blinked. Because it was a counterfeit version of the dimensional water and a first-generation skincare product with weaker effects, she didn't set the price of this set of skincare products too high. It was just that her skincare products were classified as high-end skincare products. Besides, even if it's a little expensive, so what? You are all my friends. You take care of me every day. I can still afford to give you these things. It had to be said that Xiao's personality and EQ were really much better now than when she had just transmigrated from the apocalypse into this novel world. Her words and actions were very heartwarming. So, wasn't Su Tian touched by his gesture? Therefore, Su Tian worked even harder for Xiao. At the same time, she was very competent in helping Xiao improve the other 11 assistants' impression of her. After relaying Xiao's words to the other 11 assistants, the other 11 assistants were all as touched as Su Tian. Everyone was full of energy and worked even harder for Xiao originally. Being able to work for his goddess was already a blessing. Moreover, their goddess gave them a very high salary, their goddess paid for their meals and accommodation, and their salaries were much higher than their peers. Now, their goddess was going to give them the same brand of skincare products that were super useful. Wouldn't this group of people be completely taken advantage of? Therefore, in this way, with everyone working very efficiently, Xiao's work progress was really very fast. This also gave her more time to shoot the endorsement advertisement for her company's skincare products. In the end, Xiao did not hire any advertising planning company to do the advertisement for her skincare products. According to her own ideas, she shot a very simple, or even crude, endorsement advertisement. However, although the advertisement was very simple, it was very simple and straightforward. There really wasn't anything fancy. They just turned off all the filters and beauty filters, and used a high-definition camera to shoot a video of her washing her face at close range. She completely exposed her true self to the camera. However, even so, even if the filters and beauty filters were turned off, when the final product was out, Xiao's skin looked as if it had come with its own beauty filter and the effect of skin grinding. It was very good. Compared to a product endorsement advertisement, a product publicity photo would definitely be very beautiful and gaudy. After all, product publicity photos were taken by the famous photographer Ai Luan, who had won an international award. Therefore, product endorsement videos and product endorsement photos were two completely different extremes. However, the final result of the shoot was very good. Just as Xiao's product endorsement advertisement and product publicity photos were done and the preparations were in full swing, the other advertisements that Xiao had shot some time ago also appeared on TV and billboards. However, because those endorsement advertisements were shot a little earlier, there were not too many high-end and luxurious brands in them. Even if there were, it was not in the capacity of an image spokesperson. It was just an ordinary advertisement. Very quickly, the TV screens in the United States and the giant screens in the major shopping malls were dominated by Xiao's advertisements, shoes, clothing, sunglasses, etc. None of the advertisements overlapped with the category of items. Moreover, the style of each advertisement was very different. There were cool ones, exquisite ones, cute ones, mature ones, and all kinds of styles. Once again, everyone realized that Xiao was really an angel who could change her appearance. Angel is definitely the most changeable celebrity I have ever seen. Moreover, she can still maintain her beauty. Every style of angel is able to highlight the product's value. She is really a magical Eastern angel. Oh my God! The products that Angel endorses are so beautiful. My classmates are starting to buy the same model as Angel. I feel like I can see Angel greeting me every day. Oh my God, I feel very happy every day. I hope that Angel can shoot more advertisements. Before Return to Earth is released, I can only rely on these advertisements to survive. My grandmother and mother both like Angel very much. They all say that Angel is as beautiful as a doll. Although Xianxia's advertisements on American TV weren't as dense as those on Chinese TV, Xianxia's advertisements weren't as dense. However, when Xianxia's advertisements appeared on TV in China again, all the netizens were excited. This proved that Xianxia was no longer banned by the Chinese media. On the TV screen, Xianxia was wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam. She was endorsing the largest liquor brand in China, which was also considered a top liquor brand. That graceful figure, those exquisite and beautiful facial features, and that fair and smooth skin that was like blue and white porcelain, really made everyone fall head over heels for her extremely Chinese style. This was a Xianxia that they had never seen before. No one would have thought that Xianxia would be so beautiful in a cheongsam. Moreover, she actually had a very retro elegance on her body. When she picked up the bottle of liquor that was very curvaceous, she was like a glass of wine that had a long history and was very tasteful. She was so tempting. I'm going to become Xianxia's fangirl today. It's too beautiful. Xianxia's cheongsam is so beautiful that it's against the rules. As a girl, I feel like I'm already gay. How can someone wear a cheongsam so beautifully? I've always thought that Xianxia was beautiful, but I felt that she was just beautiful. However, after watching Xianxia's liquor advertisement today, I feel that Xianxia's real beauty is not only her face, but also her ever-changing temperament. After seeing Xianxia's advertisement on Chinese TV, does this mean that Xianxia's ban is over? Is Xianxia going to return to China soon? Su Tian had only chosen one domestic advertisement for Xianxia. However, it was also because of this advertisement that everyone in China was mesmerized by Xianxia's cheongsam photo. The uproar it would cause in the country would be even greater than the response abroad. On the same day, Xianxia's liquor advertisement became a trending topic. As for the liquor that Xianxia endorsed, it began to sell like hotcakes on the same day the advertisement appeared. By the next day, the liquor that Xianxia endorsed was almost sold out. By the third and fourth day, the liquor that Xianxia endorsed could no longer be bought on the market. However, this wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that the already expensive liquor had been hyped up to an even more expensive price. However, even so, there were still people who were willing to buy it. This made the higher-ups of the winery pleasantly surprised. Originally, they were quite dissatisfied with the high remuneration they had offered to hire Xianxia and were even asked to go to America to endorse Xianxia's advertisement. If it weren't for a certain someone's insistence, they wouldn't have agreed to such a ridiculous request and wouldn't have let Xianxia act in the advertisement. Now, as they watched the sales of the wine endorsed by Xianxia increase again and again, they felt extremely fortunate to have signed the contract with Xianxia in the first place. What did businessmen value the most? The commercial value of a celebrity. When they hired a celebrity to be their spokesperson, there was no doubt that it was because of their commercial value. In this day and age, whoever had a lot of fans and popularity would definitely have a lot of endorsements. As for their character? Did they have any works? Sorry, that wasn't important at all. Xiao Li. Hurry up and contact Miss Xianxia's manager. We need Miss Xianxia to be our spokesperson for all our products. No matter how harsh the conditions are, we must fulfill them all. We must sign Miss Xianxia. However, just as the higher-ups of the winery were determined to sign Xianxia, the other businessmen in the country weren't fools either. After all, after seeing how the liquor that Xianxia endorsed was selling like crazy, they already understood the benefits that Xianxia could bring. The businessmen who had originally discussed cooperation with Xianxia and were told to give up on Xianxia because they were told to go to America for the shoot, were now filled with regret. Now, the businessmen who had originally ridiculed and looked down on Xianxia all changed their attitude. They all sent someone to America to communicate with Su Tian face to face. Therefore, just like that, after Xianxia finished filming all the endorsements that she had done at the beginning of Return to Earth, it was a virtuous cycle. Many more endorsements came looking for her. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just ordinary endorsements. this time, all the businessmen came with the sole intention of signing a contract with Xian as their spokesperson. Every brand, especially those in the country, desperately wanted Xian to be their brand spokesperson. However, Xian didn't have to deal with these troublesome matters. She just had to relax and enjoy life. She just had to dress up beautifully for the shoot. China. Xianxia bit her lip unwillingly when she saw Xian's picture of the blue and white porcelain Xianxia on the internet. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that Xian's look was really beautiful. Xiai, have I ever taken a picture of the Xianxia? Even so, Xianxia, who saw Xian as a rival, still wanted to compete with Xian to see who was more attractive. Although she didn't think that she was as good-looking as Xian, Xianxia felt that her figure and temperament were better than Xian's. Especially, she was more feminine than Xian. Xiai sighed helplessly when she saw her boss's expression when she saw Xian acting up again. Her boss was really obsessed. She was clearly different from Xian. Furthermore, she was an A-list actress with a bright future ahead of her. Yet, she couldn't accept it and wanted to compete with Xian, who was just a rising star. Jiai, you have acted in a drama before, so you have a Xianxia look. You have also been voted as one of the most suitable female stars to wear a Xianxia. Hearing Xiai's words, Xianxia felt a lot better. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh, right. By the way, did Sister Feng call me again when I was filming?" Recently, she had been waiting for her agent to call her. Today, she even got distracted when she vaguely heard her phone ring. "Yes, Jiai. I was just about to tell you." Xiai nodded and replied obediently. "What did Miss Feng say?" Xianxia asked anxiously when she heard that it was really her agent who had called. "Miss Feng didn't tell me why she was calling you. She only said that you should call her personally after filming and that she would tell you personally." As soon as Xiai finished speaking, she saw Xianxia eagerly make the call. Soon, the person on the other end of the phone answered. "Hello." It was Miss Feng's voice. Xianxia hurriedly asked when she heard that it was her agent's voice. "Hello, Miss Feng. Why did you call me just now?" "Here's the thing, Jiai. We really got the title of Gucci's ambassador for China. Now, you are Gucci's ambassador for China." Xianxia, who had always been good at acting as an introverted actress, was as excited as a child when she heard the calm and joyful female voice on the other end of the phone. She jumped up and down. "Really? That's great. I won." Xianxia was so excited that she kept muttering these words. She really didn't care about her image at all. After she calmed down a little after being happy, she asked curiously. "What about Xian? Didn't the Gucci executive say that Xian is the best candidate?" Although it was a question, Xianxia's tone was full of pride and mockery. "Xian? I'm not sure. But Gucci's ambassador is 100% confirmed to be you. In a few days, Gucci's official Weibo account will announce that you are the ambassador for China." Xianxia heard how certain her agent was. She even said that the contract was set in stone and would not change. Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. "Miss Feng, I want to ask you for a favor, what is it?" "I want to." After Xianxia told her what she wanted to do, the woman on the other end of the phone couldn't help but cry out. "Jiai, what are you thinking? You're already Gucci's ambassador, so you don't have to make things difficult for a small celebrity like Cheyenne. She couldn't compete with you, right?" Although Xianxia knew that the woman on the other end of the phone was right, she didn't want to do anything. However, she really didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity to mess with Xian. "Miss Feng, can you help me this once? Don't you see that Xian is in the limelight now, and she likes to snatch things from me? If I don't take advantage of this time to teach her a lesson, there won't be such a good opportunity next time." Perhaps Miss Feng was really moved by Xianxia's words, as she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, I'll handle this. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on filming." "Okay, Miss Feng." After hanging up the phone, a bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face. She happily looked at the phone that she had just hung up. "Xian, you're in for it this time, let's see how you compete with me next time." As Xianxia's smile grew brighter and brighter, her assistant, who had been watching the whole thing from the side, felt a little cold. Why did she feel that her boss was getting scarier and scarier? The United States. "And, are you free these days?" Xian had just returned from the store she was about to open in the Mall of America when she received a call from Grace. Return to Earth hadn't finished filming yet, so she was surprised that Grace, who was so focused on his work, would call her. "What's up, Director Grace? What's the matter?" "Oh, and it's like this. I have a friend who is filming an American TV series. I talked to him about you, so he wants to invite you to play a role in his TV series." "An American TV series? Acting again?" Cheyenne blinked her eyes. After she finished acting in Return to Earth, she really didn't plan to act in any more movies. As for a TV series? She had never thought about it. "Well, I've shown you. The quality of this TV series is very good. Although you're not the female lead, the setting is very good." It was rare for Xian to hear so much from director Grace, who was so busy that it had nothing to do with his movie. However, it could also be heard that director Grace was really considerate of her. "Thank you, Director Grace. However, I still need to discuss this matter with my manager." Xian didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. He just replied to Director Grace. "Okay, and call me when you've made up your mind." Okay." After hanging up the phone, Xian blinked, shook her head, and murmured softly. Acting is too time-consuming. Should she refuse? After all, she had a lot of endorsements and advertisements now, and her family's skincare company was about to open soon. She had a premonition that she would be very busy in the future. "Well, I'll just refuse." However, poor Xian had decided to refuse even now. However, when it came to Su Tian, her decision was rejected. As for the reason was, of course, that this American TV series was very good, and most importantly, the director and scriptwriter of this TV series were very famous, and the role played by Xian, just as director Grace said, the role was very good. Except for the fact that she wasn't the female lead, there was really nothing to nitpick about this role. Just as Xian decided to refuse the invitation of this American TV series and was about to have dinner. She didn't know that in addition to Xia Jinghao, another inexplicable enemy had begun to set a trap for her. On the Chinese internet, a group of marketing accounts and paid posters quietly appeared and began to promote. It said that Xian got the role of Gucci's ambassador for the China region. Newcomer Xian got the role of Gucci's ambassador. That's amazing. I finished it a long time ago, but it was reported again, so it was locked again. I called and the customer service said that it might be unlocked tomorrow. The next chapter will probably be unlocked tomorrow morning. Everyone, come back tomorrow morning to read it. I'll try to replace the rest of the anti-theft parts tomorrow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The most sensational news in the entertainment industry was the collaboration between Xian and Gucci. Everyone knew how difficult it was for a celebrity to get an international luxury brand. Especially when it was a celebrity from China. It was as difficult as getting a role in a Hollywood movie. But now, Xian, a small celebrity who was popular but had no works and no qualifications, actually received this special honor. How could Xian not be the center of attention? After all, even some of the top celebrities in China didn't have such an awesome fashion resource like Xian. They didn't even have a collaboration with Gucci's best friend, let alone an ambassador. So when Xian became Gucci's ambassador, the Chinese internet exploded. Of course, it wasn't just the netizens who were shocked. Even the celebrities in the entertainment industry were shocked by Xian's decision to become Gucci's ambassador. They really had an indescribable sense of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards celebrities like Xian, who had been banned and had become more and more awesome after being banned, and who were doing so well. 6666. I just want to know, how did Xian become Gucci's ambassador? Xian doesn't have any works other than popularity, right? Xian's development is too fast. She just appeared on the cover of the top 5 fashion magazines a few days ago, and now she's Gucci's ambassador? Isn't this a little too fast? I don't know what this has to do with anything, but I'm still so happy that my goddess became Gucci's ambassador. Gucci hasn't made an official announcement yet. Aren't you guys jumping to conclusions too early? Who knows if Xian is using Gucci to create hype? The Chinese internet was in an uproar because Xian became Gucci's ambassador. Meanwhile, overseas, Sister Tian, look at this. Someone suddenly revealed that Sister Xianxia is Gucci's ambassador in China. Su Tian frowned when she heard her assistant, Xiaoli, who was in charge of collecting information about Xianxia, report this to her. Looking at the tablet that Xiaoli handed over, she quickly skimmed through all the news about Xianxia in the country. Something's wrong, Su Tian muttered softly. She immediately realized that something was wrong. Although Gucci did intend to work with them and let her goddess become Gucci's ambassador in China, she didn't want Gucci to do that. However, they did indeed refuse to work with Gucci. Furthermore, they had already negotiated with the other two companies to be China's ambassador. Sister Tian, the public opinion on the internet is quite positive about Sister Xianxia and becoming Gucci's ambassador in China. It's just that. Su Tian hurriedly asked when she heard Xiaoli's words. What is it? In this matter, she felt that there was a hint of a sinister plot. Gucci had no reason to use them as a sieve in China. Therefore, someone must be digging a hole for Xianxia. There are also some negative comments saying that Sister Xianxia is using Gucci to promote her. They also say that Gucci hasn't made an official announcement yet and that Sister Xianxia is just using herself for publicity. As soon as Xiaoli finished speaking, Su Tian's brain immediately reacted. Someone was really digging a hole for her goddess. Moreover, this hole wasn't small. Thinking of this, her eyes narrowed. She already had a very clear answer to this matter in her heart. Sister Tian, what's wrong? Is it serious? Apart from Xianxia and Su Tian, who knew that Gucci was interested in collaborating with them and rejected the contract, no one else was aware of the twists and turns involved. Therefore, when Assistant Xiaoli saw the news related to Gucci, she didn't sense anything wrong. However, Su Tian was different. Su Tian was very clear about the twists and turns in this matter. It's not that serious. Su Tian curled her lips and snorted coldly. Her eyes were filled with coldness. If one were to say that this matter was serious, it wouldn't be that serious. After all, they still had trump cards in their hands. But, if they didn't have those trump cards in their hands, they would have really fallen into someone's trap this time. Is that so? Do you want me to do anything? This was the first time Xiaoli saw Su Tian's cold expression. She was so scared that she trembled. There's no need. I'm going to visit Xianxia first. Keep an eye on the internet for me. After speaking, Su Tian quickly left their temporary office and rushed to the hotel Xianxia was currently staying at. Recently, the endorsement commercials were almost done, and the company's first store was also settled. Therefore, Xianxia really had nothing to do recently. Other than staying in the hotel he was staying in, he really didn't go anywhere else. As a matter of fact, Su Tian didn't even have to make a phone call. Instead, she found Xianxia leisurely eating and drinking junk food in the movie room of the hotel. Sister Xianxia, when Xianxia heard Su Tian's voice, she turned her head in surprise and looked at her agent. Tian, why are you here? She remembered that her agent had recently told her that she would be very busy. She would be busy helping her with the image ambassador issue. Therefore, she wouldn't be looking for her for the time being. What was it? She had only said this a few days ago, and this busy agent of hers had already come looking for her? I have something to tell you. Su Tian didn't beat around the bush. She knew that Xianxia was a straightforward person, so she didn't hide anything. She told Xianxia about how someone had recently jumped out to cause trouble and slander her online. After hearing Su Tian's words, Xianxia's first reaction was, it's wise. Xia Jinghao, that scum, was tricking her again. However, she quickly reacted. This time it might not be Xia Jinghao. After all, no matter how powerful Xia Jinghao's background was, he shouldn't be able to reach so far and reach all the way to the US. As expected, just as Xianxia confirmed this thought, she heard Su Tian's answer. Sister Xianxia, when I came looking for you just now, I already found out who was slandering you this time. At this point, Su Tian snorted again. Her tone seemed to be full of disdain for that person. Not bad, Tian. You're already so amazing. Xianxia smiled and patted Su Tian's shoulder as she praised her. Then who is the person you've investigated? Liang Jie. Speaking of which, this matter wasn't difficult to investigate at all. After all, only the higher-ups of Gucci knew about the collaboration between Xiaoan and Gucci. And the person who spread rumors in the country and wanted to kill Xiaoan was definitely the person who replaced Xiaoan as the new ambassador after Gucci rejected the collaboration with Gucci. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to investigate the person who wanted to set a trap for Xiaoan in the country. When Su Tiantian said the name, Xiaoan was stunned. Who? Liang Jie. Who's that? Xiaoan looked at Su Tiantian with a dumbfounded expression. She couldn't remember who this person was at all. Her memory was so good that she was certain that she didn't know this person called Liang Jie. She's an A-list female celebrity in the country. Because of her good acting skills, she recently won the title of Best Actress and Best Actress. Su Tiantian looked at Xiaoan's dumbfounded expression and shook her head helplessly. Her goddess was already in the entertainment industry, but she didn't know who she was. In the end, he did not know anyone. If he were to return to the domestic entertainment industry, he would probably offend a lot of celebrities. Huh? Does Liang Jie have anything to do with me? After listening to Su Tiantian's detailed explanation, Xiaoan was even more confused. Did this person have anything to do with her? Relationship? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Su Tiantian sighed softly and told him everything that she had found out for the time being. Speaking of which, the entertainment industry was very small. If one wanted to know something in the industry, as long as it wasn't a secret that couldn't be exposed, it was very easy to find out. Therefore, on the way here, Su Tiantian had already figured out what kind of grudge Liang Jie, the best actress who had nothing to do with her goddess, had against them. Liang Jie stole the female lead role from her once and almost stole her ambassador the second time. Speaking of which, it seemed that the female celebrities in the industry were indeed angry because of this. However, while Su Tiantian could understand, Xiaoan didn't understand at all. What's going on? Since when did I steal her role? And she wants to take revenge on me over such a trivial matter? Xiaoan simply couldn't believe it. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Su Tiantian. Sister Xiaoan, everyone in the industry is probably like this. Su Tiantian comforted Xiaoan and then continued speaking. But Sister Xiaoan, you don't have to worry. This matter isn't that serious. It will be easily resolved. With that said, Xiaoan reported all her solutions to Xiaoan and let her choose. Sister Xiaoan, do you want to clarify as soon as possible to suppress all the negative comments about you? Or? Su Tiantian's lips curved upwards as a sinister smile appeared on her face. Or should we teach Liang Jie a good lesson and let her know that we're not to be trifled with? Su Tiantian had been working with Xiaoan for a while now, so she was becoming more and more open in front of Xiaoan. Although Su Tiantian's name was indeed Tiantian's and she looked like Tiantian's, if this young lady was really so naive and sweet, she wouldn't have been able to run Xiaoan's entertainment business so well. When she was with Xiaoan, she was Tiantian's little fangirl, just like a naive and sweet girl. However, when she was facing anyone other than Xiaoan, especially Xiaoan's enemies, she was merciless and cold-blooded. Seeing that Su Tiantian was following Han Yu's mischievous attitude, the corners of her lips curled upwards as a sly look flashed across her eyes. Of course, it's the second option. Teach her a lesson. Xiaoan wasn't a good person. Although she couldn't touch Xia Jinghao for the time being and didn't have any substantial evidence to punish Xia Jinghao, that scumbag. However, Liang Jie was nothing. Anyone who dared to plot against her, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, would be punished to death. Okay, Xiaoan, leave this to me. You just wait and see. Su Tiantian tried hard to suppress the urge to scream as she looked at her goddess's mischievous expression. Although she didn't have any exaggerated expression on her face at this moment. However, at this moment, she was screaming in her heart. She was completely mesmerized. Ah! How can my goddess be so handsome? What should I do? I really want to see our goddess act as the villain. This kind of mischievous aura should be recorded forever and kept on TV. Suddenly, Su Tiantian remembered that some time ago, a famous American director had called her and said that he wanted to collaborate with Xiaoan on an American TV series. He even said that he was a friend of director Grace. At that time, she knew that the director was very famous, so she accepted the script from him. However, at that time, she saw that the character in the script was a bit like a villain. Moreover, it was a neutral character that was both good and evil. At that time, she didn't want to help her goddess accept the role. Firstly, he felt that such a role was a little difficult to play. For his goddess, the difficulty might be too great. Secondly, she felt that this character was too neutral. Her goddess was so beautiful, so she should dress up beautifully and be pleasing to the eyes on TV, but now, Su Tiantian's mind suddenly flashed with Xianxia's mischievous smile just now. She suddenly felt that if her goddess acted in such a mischievous character, and it was a neutral one, in an instant, Su Tiantian had the urge to have a nosebleed. Sister Xian. I'll get you an American TV series. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian was shocked. Wasn't this topic changed a little too quickly, and, an American TV series? Could it be the one that Director Grace mentioned? Did Director Grace also look for you? Xian looked at Su Tiantian in surprise. She felt that it was unbelievable. For a friend's script, Grace, who was so afraid of trouble, actually called Su Tiantian, so, this friend of hers is very important to Director Grace. You know about this American TV series? Su Tiantian also looked at Xian in surprise. She did not expect Xian to know about this American TV series. Yes, she wants me to play a supporting role in it. Sister Xian, why didn't you tell me anything? Seeing that Su Tiantian was questioning her, Xian pursed her lips and said helplessly. I don't want to act in a TV series. Listening to his goddess's answer, it really did seem reasonable. After all, their goddess was really lazy and had no ambition at all. Sister Xian, I think we can take on this American TV series. It's a good opportunity for us. Originally, Su Tiantian also felt that Xian's image was definitely not suitable for the role of the neutral female mafia boss in the script. After all, their goddess was so beautiful. She was as beautiful as an angel. Didn't they know that the foreigners had given their goddess the English name of Angel? But from that fleeting expression, Su Tiantian instantly understood that the role was made for Xian, because she had read the script before. Su Tiantian knew that it was a good script. And the role that they wanted Xian to play was indeed a good one. If she acted well, then this role would be even better than the male and female leads. Moreover, they could really showcase their goddesses' acting skills and attract more young male and female fans, as well as a large number of female fans. Right now, their goddesses' fans were losing because most of them were male fans. So, when it came to the battle strength of their fans, they were really not as good as other celebrities. After all, in a huge group of fans, male fans were the least able to control the situation and fight. And the support team was basically useless. They couldn't let loose and were completely beaten by the female fans. Even if they had more people, it was useless. But now, things were different. If she acted in this American TV series, she would act. Her goddess had to act in it. But I really don't want to act anymore. Acting is too tiring. It's much more tiring than shooting commercials. Before Xian could finish her rejection, she was interrupted by Su Tiantian. This was the first time that Su Tiantian had interrupted Xian. It was also the first time that she was so firm and unyielding as she stood on Xian's other side. Xian, I'll give you the script now. Take a good look at it. I'll be discussing a collaboration with director Brian soon. After speaking, Su Tiantian left without waiting for Xian's response. Otherwise, she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be influenced by her goddess and change her mind. Xian's eyes widened as she watched Su Tiantian disappear in a flash. What just happened? She was her most loyal fan. How could her manager, who had always listened to her, disobey her? Su Tiantian. Are you rebelling? However, even though Xian was shouting, it was useless. As soon as Su Tiantian had left, she had contacted Grace's friend, Brian, as fast as she could. After calling Su Tiantian several times and being told that she was busy, Xian gave up on calling her manager. Forget it, it's just acting. I'm not the main character, so I don't have many scenes. Let's just act. Xian pursed her lips and continued to eat her junk food and watch the movie. Just as she pressed the play button again, her phone rang again after a few minutes of watching. Xian originally thought that it was Su Tian calling. However, as soon as the call went through, Xian was shocked. The call was not from Su Tian, but from her son's teacher. Is this Xiaoxingchen's mother? Yes, it's me. I'm Xiaoxingchen's mother. I'm Xiaoxingchen's teacher, Kathleen. Your son got into trouble at school. Please come to school as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Xian still felt that it was a little unreal. Did her son get into trouble? Her son, who had always been very sensible, got into trouble? How could this be? It was Gu Shimo's naughty son who got into trouble. Thinking of this, Xian felt that the teacher couldn't have made a mistake. However, it was a pity that when Xian put on her sunglasses and rushed to school, she realized that the teacher did not make a mistake. The one who made the mistake was really her son, who was usually very well behaved. Xiaoxing. What happened to you? When she walked into the teacher's office, Xian saw a lot of bruised and swollen boys standing in the room. She quickly walked to her son's side. After carefully examining him and seeing that there were no injuries on her son's body, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, I'm fine. The little boy saw that Xian was so worried about him and that there was no one else in her eyes. He grinned happily and smiled brightly. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Just as the atmosphere between the mother and son was so warm, a pitiful voice reached Xian's ears and broke the warm atmosphere between the two of them. Fairy sister, you didn't even notice Xiaokan is injured and needs a hug at this moment. Xian realized that Gu Shimo was standing beside her son. She was too worried about her son just now and really didn't have time to notice anything else. Xiaokan, what happened to you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Since old Master Gu had given her so much help, Xian dutifully checked Gu Shimo's injuries. Here. Here. And here. Fairy sister, I'm in so much pain. Seeing that Xian had been babbling in bird language ever since she came in and ignored everyone as if they were air, the only teacher in the office was really angry. Madam, please be serious. Catherine knocked on the table and said to Xian in a very strict tone. You must be teacher Catherine. After confirming that Xiaoxingchen and Gu Shimo were fine, Xian then communicated with the teacher of the two little guys. And during this communication, Xian was surprised to find that her son, who had always been very obedient and sensible in front of her, often got into fights in school. He didn't get along well with all the boys? Teacher, did you make a mistake? In fact, Xian also understood that the teacher definitely wouldn't make a mistake. But in fact, the impression that her son gave her was too sensible and well-behaved. He didn't look like a bad student who would fight and cause trouble. I made a mistake? Look at how your son beat up his other classmates. Catherine snorted coldly and pointed at the group of boys who were standing in a row against the wall. Because Xiaoxingchen and Gu Shimo had skipped a grade, they were younger than the other students. In particular, there was a clear difference in physique between Asians and Europeans. Therefore, Xiaoxingchen and Gu Shimo's male classmates were taller and stronger than the two little guys. However, just like that, this group of boys who were taller and stronger than the two little fellows were beaten black and blue by them. Pfft. After Xian observed carefully, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Son, well done. With that, Xian gave Xiaoxingchen and Gu Shimo a thumbs up secretly. It was a good thing that Miss Catherine did not understand Chinese. Otherwise, she would definitely be angered to death if she heard Xian praising the two little fellows who had beaten people up until their noses and faces were swollen. The two little guys originally thought that Xian would criticize them for being too heavy-handed. When they saw that Xian not only didn't scold them, but also praised them, the two little guys widened their eyes. There was no need to mention how adorable that little look was. Ahem. Xian coughed softly and looked at teacher Catherine with an apologetic expression. Teacher, I'm really sorry. I'll pay for the children's medical expenses. They're all children. Don't be too angry with my son. Seeing that Cheyenne's attitude was not bad, Catherine's expression softened a little. I've also informed their parents. You can negotiate with their parents yourself. All right, no problem. When Xian heard that she still had to wait for the other parents, she frowned slightly. She remembered that this was the best school in the country and that her son was going to study here in the future. Thus, she patiently waited for the other students' parents. During this somewhat long wait, Xian took off her sunglasses. The moment she took off her sunglasses, the little boys who were originally very hostile towards Xianxia widened their eyes in shock. Angel. It's Angel. It's Sister Angel. When Xian saw the group of little boys suddenly become excited, she was really shocked. She looked at the group of little rascals in confusion. She didn't know what was wrong with them. However, Xian didn't expect that she would also be able to deal with a bunch of little fans while she was at school to deal with her son's problem. Sister Angel, let's take a picture together. Sister Angel, are you Xiaoxingchen's mother? Sister Angel. The corners of Xiao's mouth twitched slightly as she was surrounded by a swarm of little kids. Well, it turned out that there were little kids in her fan club. When Xian thought about how badly her son was beaten up by this group of little rascals, she thought that she might as well bribe this group of little rascals before their parents arrived. Come one by one. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone has a share. In an instant, Catherine's office seemed to have turned into a signing event. Xian took pictures with this group of little rascals and took pictures for them. She was really busy. Catherine was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. Gu Shimo was helpless. As for Xiaoxingchen, he was angry. Damn it. There were so many more people fighting with him for his mother. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so impulsive and hit them too hard. They were two superstars. When the parents of the students who were beaten up arrived at school, they saw that their children were still smiling foolishly even though they were beaten black and blue. They all thought that their children must have been beaten silly. Therefore, this group of full-time wives rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight Xian. Cough, cough, cough. Of course, they were all rich ladies after all. They couldn't do something like fighting. Everyone took out their trump cards. I'll hire a lawyer to settle this matter. Xian blinked speechlessly when she saw this group of rich ladies angrily talking about the law. She silently complained in her heart. How big of a deal was this? It was just a small conflict between little kids and a fight. Who hasn't fought when they were young? Hire a lawyer. Although Xian complained, she still smiled and tried to smooth things over for the sake of her son being able to continue studying at this school. She even madly winked at her group of elementary school chicken fans. Thus, there was another wave of noise and coquettish voices in Catherine's office. In the end, under Xiao's kind apology and the children's request, the group of rich ladies who loved their children gave in. Okay, since you're so sincere in apologizing, I'll let it go this time. That's right. If our children are beaten up by your children next time, I'll definitely call the police and hire a lawyer. After pacifying his wife's group with great difficulty, Xian was a little exhausted and wanted to take his two little guys and leave this place as soon as possible. However, before she could leave with the two children, she heard a voice behind her. Wait. Xian turned around and saw the blonde, blue-eyed rich lady. She seemed a little embarrassed, but in the end, she still opened her mouth. Madam Xia, may I ask? How do you usually take care of your skin? Actually, when the group of wives first entered the office, the first thing they noticed was not their children. Instead, it was Xia's skin that couldn't be any better. She was clearly the mother of two children, but her skin was still so well maintained, not to mention wrinkles, even pores were basically invisible. This made the group of full-time wives extremely envious. This group of people had money and time, so they were always thinking about things related to beauty. Therefore, they were really curious about how Xian could have such good skin. However, because of the awkward encounter just now, they were too embarrassed to ask. Now that Xian was about to leave, they couldn't resist the pursuit of beauty in their hearts, so they weakly asked the question they wanted to know the most. Seeing the group of rich ladies looking at her expectantly, she blinked her eyes and was stunned for a moment. In an instant, her brain reacted and she made a wave of advertising for the store that was about to open for business. I don't usually take care of my skin. I only use this skincare product called Xianxia. What kind of skincare brand is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? I haven't heard of it either. Is it a brand that just released this skincare product? When the group of wives heard Xian's words, they looked at Xian in confusion. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The skincare product I use is custom made for me. It's not sold on the market. When they heard that it was a custom-made skincare product, the eyes of the group of wives lit up. One had to know that custom-made skincare products were all good stuff. No wonder the mother of 2 children in front of them could take care of her skin so well. Can you introduce the custom-made skincare product maker to us? For the sake of their beauty, the group of wives really went all out. They completely forgot that they were treating Xianxia differently just a moment ago. Under the expectant gazes of the group of wives, Xianxia calmly shook her head. Which of the group of wives wasn't a descendant of a rich and powerful family? When had they ever been treated like this? However, just as they were getting a little angry, they heard Xianxia speak again. Sorry, this master doesn't do custom-made skincare products anymore. He started a company. CH is the name of his company's product. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the eyes of the group of wives lit up again. Where is this company? Is it not open yet? Seeing how excited the group of women was, Xianxia smirked proudly. The company hadn't even opened yet, but she had already pulled in a big business for herself. With this group of rich ladies as her living signboard, she didn't have to worry about the sales of her products. Just as Xianxia was trying to attract customers for his company's products and promote them, on the Chinese internet, the news that Xianxia was about to become Gucci's brand ambassador was getting more and more intense. The more the story spread, the more it seemed to be true. Everyone really thought that Xianxia was going to be Gucci's China brand ambassador. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia was Gucci's ambassador for the China region, and she was already at the top of the search rankings, praising the fact that a newcomer like Xianxia managed to secure a fashion resource that all celebrities yearned for. However, a huge reversal occurred. No one thought that Gucci's Weibo in China would announce a brand ambassador. Of course, what no one expected was that Gucci's brand ambassador on Weibo wasn't Xianxia. Instead, it was Liang Jia, Gucci China. Congratulations Liang Jia for becoming our first China brand ambassador for women's accessories. Looking at Gucci's Weibo announcement and Xianxia's name at the top of Weibo's trending topic list, it was simply ironic. During this period of time, all the trending topics were saying that Xianxia was going to be Gucci's brand ambassador. Moreover, they were hyping it up so well. But now, it wasn't Xianxia, so, is Xianxia really going to be Gucci's brand ambassador or not? I told you. Xianxia is using Gucci to create hype. How could she be Gucci's brand ambassador? How could she be qualified? To be fair, although Xianxia is popular now, she doesn't have any representative works or experience to speak of. Gucci is a top international brand, so why would they use Xianxia? Gucci has so many brands. Maybe Xianxia is the brand ambassador for bags? Forget it. Xianxia's fans, stop trying to defend her. Gucci has already announced that Liang Jia is going to be their brand ambassador. Can they stop trying to whitewash her? I just want to know how Xianxia is going to cover up Gucci's scandal now. After reading everyone's comments, I'm really sorry. And I've also been taught a lesson by my editor. I really won't install anti-theft ads in the future. I'll finish writing the next 2 anti-theft ads today and tomorrow and turn over a new leaf. I'll turn over a new leaf. Smiley face, angle. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone for your support and for being able to endure until now. You're all true love, so I won't do it again. If I install anti-theft ads again, I'm a pig. Infinity, G Chapter 81. As soon as Gucci's official announcement was posted on Weibo, it caused a huge reaction on the internet. After all, the top trending topic on Weibo was still Xianxia, and the topic of Gucci's ambassador was still trending. Comparing the two, it really made one feel that Xianxia's face really hurt this time, compared to Xianxia, whose face had been slapped swollen. Another female celebrity related to Gucci, Liang Jia, was much more glamorous. As the ambassador of Gucci's women's accessories brand in China, Liang Jia had been in the limelight recently. Because Gucci's official Weibo had announced that she was the ambassador of China, her net worth had risen again. Even though she hadn't officially started shooting a commercial for Gucci, she had already been invited to the Paris fashion show this spring. Especially since Gucci had personally invited Liang Jia to attend the spring fashion show in Paris. Although there were a lot of celebrities who could attend Fashion Week, there weren't many who were invited by the top luxury brands in the world. Therefore, Liang Jia was in the limelight recently, while Xianxia's reputation on the internet was as bad as his reputation. For a moment, Liang Jia's limelight seemed to have overshadowed Xian's. Everyone on the internet was praising Liang Jia. Liang Jia does seem more qualified than Xian to be Gucci's ambassador. Compared to Xian, I prefer Liang Jia to be Gucci's ambassador. Xian is beautiful, but when it comes to texture, Liang Jia is better. Gucci has good taste. Liang Jia's face is obviously better. America, Sister Tian, the public opinion in the country is getting worse and worse for Sister Xian. Should we take action now? In the office of Xian's assistant team, Xiaoli saw that there were more and more negative public opinions about Xian on the internet. She was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. However, compared to the anxious Xiaoli, Su Tian was like a fake fan and a fake manager. She wasn't anxious at all. No need. Let's wait a little longer. The corners of Su Tian's lips curled up. Looking at the public opinion that was not very friendly to Xian, which had been sorted out by her assistant, Xiaoli, her eyes were cold. Based on the public opinion in China, it wasn't hard for her to guess what tricks Liang Jia was up to. If those little tricks were used on someone else, they might be a little useful, but on their goddess, they were completely useless. Apart from being able to hurt him, it was useless. Wait. Tian, how long are we going to wait? They are bullying us. Hearing Su Tian say that she wanted to wait, Xiaoli, who had been dealing with negative public opinion about Xian all day long, was furious. It's Xian is a Chinese is, Xian is a Chinese ta. Su Tian shook her head speechlessly. She tapped Xian's head and looked at Xian like she was an idiot. Although Xian didn't quite understand what Su Tian meant, she knew that Su Tian was holding back her ultimate move. Xian's heart ached for her goddess, but she didn't have the power to make the decision. Besides, she believed in Su Tian's ability. Okay, Tian, I got it. Su Tian smiled and looked at the comments that were slandering his goddess. She looked at the comments praising Liang Jia and the news that Liang Jia was going to Paris Fashion Week. A cold light flashed in Su Tian's eyes. It seemed like she had to be a little faster. With that thought in mind, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Mr. Dalton? I think we can. While Su Tian was busy with Xian's affairs, Xian was also busy with her company. The mall was the largest shopping mall in the United States. It had a total floor area of 5.1 million square feet and was divided into 6 floors. There was a wide variety of shops in the shopping center. There were affordable goods, light luxury brands, and similarly, there were also luxury brands. In any case, no matter what brand or item it was, there were only things you couldn't imagine here. There was nothing you couldn't buy. The company founded by Xian, was located in the largest shopping mall. The location of the store was very good. It was near the elevator on the skincare floor. It could be said that anyone who came to buy skincare products would see Xian's store at first glance. On this day, officially opened. The entrance of the store was full of opening flower baskets. However, as the owner, Xian didn't appear in the store. Instead, she used the high-definition surveillance camera in the store to watch every movement in the store and at the entrance. In fact, she wanted to go to the store on its first day. However, she was an artist after all. She didn't want people to know that she was the owner of for the time being. Therefore, she carefully chose to stay at home and watch the surveillance camera. Although there weren't many people in the store at the beginning, more and more people came in out of curiosity after her humanoid signboard was moved out. Wow! Isn't that Angel? Yeah, is this new skincare store related to Angel? Eh? That looks like Xian's humanoid signboard. Could it be that Xian is endorsing a product? Countless foreigners and domestic tourists were attracted by Xian's humanoid signboard and walked over. They walked in with the idea that it was free to go in and take a look. As soon as they walked in, everyone was stunned by the scene in the store. It wasn't the decoration of the store that surprised them. After all, no matter how beautiful the decoration was, it wasn't enough to surprise them. After all, this was the largest shopping mall in the United States. There were many stores with beautiful decorations. What really shocked them was the appearance of Xian on the countless advertising screens in the store, Whether it was the static posters of Xianxia or the moving advertisements of Xianxia, everyone was immersed in the breathtaking beauty of Xianxia's face. This was especially true for the moving advertisement video. When everyone saw Xianxia's incomparably tender, translucent, and impeccable skin without any makeup, they were all tempted by it. This set of skincare products looks really good. Angel's skin is really good. Does Angel usually use this kind of skincare products? I feel like I can buy a set. Honey, look at this set of skincare products endorsed by Xianxia. They're not expensive either. But, it's not easy for me to go abroad. I want to buy some rich women's products. Although Xianxia was a living brand, it was still a product that no one had heard of before. Moreover, in this group of people who came to watch the show, not many of them were Xianxia's fans. Therefore, although a lot of people rushed into the store, the price of the skincare products was indeed not too expensive. But even so, there were still very few people who bought them. And at this time, when everyone's desire to buy wasn't too strong, a scene that no one expected happened. A group of women dressed in luxurious brand clothes appeared. They were dressed very elegantly, and it was obvious that they were rich madams. After they appeared, the shop, which was quite large, became lively all of a sudden. This is the brand that Angel introduced to us, right? That's right. After I used the CH set that Angel gave me last time, I felt that the wrinkles under my eyes had faded a lot in just a week. I also feel that your crow's feet have faded a lot. It's just that this brand that Xianxia recommended is too cheap. It's obviously so easy to use. I don't understand what the boss of this brand is thinking. That's right. If Diana didn't use it and it didn't work, I would have lost face if I bought it at such a low price. Forget it, forget it. As long as it's easy to use. Let's buy more for the opening this time and treat it as a show of support for Angel. This group of people was none other than the group of women that Xianxia had met at Xianxia's school. As Xianxia wanted to attract a big customer for her company, she specially gave a set of skincare products to the woman who had asked her about them. She also told her when and where the store would be opening. As a result, this group of women who thought that it was really easy to use, actually came on the opening day. Xianxia did not expect this at all. This unintentional action of hers had actually brought her another huge surprise. Give me 100 sets of this set. When the counter lady heard this from one of the women in the group, she was stunned. Madam, do you really need that many sets? The counter lady was really shocked when she saw the large order of 100 sets. That's right. 100 sets. Send them to this address. Under the immense shock, the counter lady digested this information and nodded. Just as she memorized it, the other rich ladies also spoke up. 200 sets. 300 sets. This group of rich ladies seemed to be competing with each other. Each of them bought more than the other. As for the others, when they saw this group of extravagant-looking ladies, the clothes they were wearing, the jewelry they were wearing, the bags they were carrying, and the shoes they were wearing were all expensive luxury goods, but why would such a group of rich madams buy such cheap goods? This was absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong somewhere. However, after seeing the list of products signed by the rich ladies and swiped their cards, everyone realized that this was really not a dream, this was a real reality. F***ck, such rich women came here to buy skincare products and bought so many sets. It must mean that it's really easy to use, right? That group of women's skin is so good. It's obvious that they took good care of it. They bought so many skincare products. Is it really that easy to use? Honey, I really think that the skincare products here are not bad. Why don't we buy a set and try it first? It's only a little over 1,000 anyway. It's not that expensive. Yes, I think it's not bad too. Therefore, under the lead of the rich ladies, those who came to the shop and didn't buy anything became CHS customers. Everyone lined up in front of the counter and bought the set of products that the rich ladies had just bought. But soon, countless people began to regret not buying them in the first place, because, I'm really sorry. All the products in the store have been sold out today. If you want to buy more, you can come back in the afternoon. The manager of the store did not expect that the products in the store would sell out so quickly. The stock that they thought was enough was sold out so quickly. It wasn't even noon yet, but all the set products had already been sold out, leaving only a few scattered products. However, although the sets are sold out, we still have individual products. You can take a look at the individual products. They are the same as the sets. Hearing the words of the person in charge of the store, the others all held in grief. They regretted it in their hearts. They regretted not buying when they first came in. Sometimes, people were so cheap. They did not want to buy things when no one was buying them, but when they saw people buy them and they were sold out, they would eagerly buy them. Therefore, even though the manager of the store had already explained that the individual products were the same as the sets, most people still chose to wait until the afternoon to buy the sets. Xian blinked in disbelief when she saw that all the products in the store had been sold out. Then, a smile bloomed on her face. She really did not expect this. The rich ladies that she had inadvertently roped in were actually so generous. What's more, the number of purchases was in the hundreds. Putting aside the purchasing power, what surprised Xian the most was the sales driven by this group of rich ladies. Seeing that the more the products were sold out, the more people wanted to buy them, Xian truly understood what hunger marketing was. However, there was something else that Xian did not expect. No one would have thought that the scene of the madam's group coming to buy it would be recorded and posted on the internet. So this time, it caused a sensation. It was an indirect advertisement for Xian's store that didn't need money. As for why it was an advertisement, because after this video was posted on the internet, it aroused the curiosity of countless people. Within an hour of the video being posted, the gossipy netizens had already dug out the value of the clothes worn by this group of rich ladies. It really proved that this group of people was rich, and such a rich group of rich ladies actually bought so many products from a newly opened store. Didn't this indirectly prove that the products were really good? Therefore, it would have been better if this video had not been posted. Once it was posted, the CH skincare store in the afternoon was sold out again. What no one expected was that there were even more people in the afternoon than in the morning. After a busy day, the ladies at the front desk were practically crazy. At this time, Xia and CH skincare store had successfully become a hot topic on the internet abroad. Does everyone know about CH skincare store? The skincare products endorsed by Angel are simply too scary. I followed the trend in the afternoon to buy this set of skincare products that are not too expensive. In the end, when I arrived, not only were there so many people in the store, but the products in the store were also sold out. This is the first day after all. Although I've never used CH before, I somehow feel that it's very useful. So, I was lucky enough to buy 2 sets. I'm begging the friends who bought more to sell me 1 set. I can pay more. I have to say, Angel's advertisement is really beautiful. After I bought the products, I asked the staff to give me an Angel poster. It's beautiful. I'm so angry. Why did some people buy so many? I queued up the whole afternoon and still didn't buy anything. Although CH isn't expensive, I don't know if it's useful. Let's use it for a week first. I'll review it next week. I'm going to queue up to buy CH tomorrow morning. Is there anyone who wants to go with me? Me. Me too. Together. Xian did not spend a huge amount of money to advertise her products on the opening day. In fact, after filming the commercial for her skincare products, she did not broadcast it on TV. However, the sales volume still broke through a terrifying number on the first day. Originally, the staff thought that today was an exception and that the sales volume would drop and return to normal. However, on the second day and the third day, they still sold out the products in the store every day. Only then did they realize that their products were really popular. They really did not need to use any marketing strategy to become popular. One of the reasons why the skincare store became popular was because of the influence of Mrs. Gue, but more importantly, it was because of the celebrities' influence. Because of the poster of Xian, many of Xian's foreign fans came in groups to buy CH skincare products. Of course, most of them were men. On the 5th day, the situation in the store did not change. Some people still bought a lot of sets as soon as they arrived, causing many customers who were queuing behind to be unable to buy any. Because of this reason, some scalpers even doubled the price of their products. As a result, CH's sales team issued new sales rules in a timely manner. Every customer could only buy at most 2 sets a day. After this new rule was issued, unexpectedly, more people bought the products. Every day, there was never a lack of customers buying products in the CH store, and just as CH's sales volume was very impressive, Xian was forced by Su Tian to join the cast of The Big Bang Theory. Even if Xian did not want to act anymore, she had no choice but to do so. Firstly, it was because Su Tian had already signed a contract with them. Secondly, it was because her own product, CH, could appear on TV, her product would be shown on screen. Of course, this scene would definitely be shot from Xian's side. But speaking of which, Xian quite liked the script of The Big Bang Theory. The story was very interesting. It was about an ordinary, timid, and honest man. After the male lead found out that he had a terminal illness, he wrote a wish list and decided to have fun before he died. Thus, a crazy, hilarious, and slightly tearful journey began. She actually quite liked the character she played, Aurora. After all, this character was a big boss. In all the scenes that were shot, if they weren't enjoying themselves, they were fighting and killing, and they were eating and drinking. This was also one of the important reasons why Xian was willing to join the cast. Most importantly, Aurora didn't have a lot of screen time. If they were to shoot according to her scenes, this character's scenes could be finished in a few days. So, after Aurora's scenes were finished, her scenes for the day would be considered finished. Cut. Angel, you're great. Brian looked at Xian's style and recalled the aura she had when she made her appearance. He was overjoyed. Originally, he was very fond of this character that was both good and evil, but it was too difficult to play. There were many actresses in the entertainment industry who could play neutral roles, but there were very few actresses who could play such an aura and be good at fighting. Even if there were, they were all big stars. Why would they lower themselves to play a supporting role? Besides, they were acting in movies, not TV dramas. Therefore, in the end, there were no good candidates for the role of Aurora, so they could only reduce the number of scenes for this role. That was until he saw a short film clip sent by his friend, which introduced him to a Chinese actress, Xian. It wasn't easy for him to sign Xian at all costs. After that, he hurriedly started to fill in Aurora's role. Because this TV series had already filmed 2 episodes before Xian joined the cast. As long as Xian's 2 episodes were completed, it could be aired on TV. Thank you. Xian took a cup of milk tea from her assistant and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, the makeup artist and stylist began to style her for the next scene. Although the role didn't seem to have a lot of screen time, Aurora's appearance was basically a new look. Moreover, some of Aurora's looks required a lot of time to be done. The scene Xian had just filmed was her first scene. She had inadvertently saved the scene of the death-courting male lead. Her appearance had to be very domineering. Her aura had to be as high as 2.8 meters. Of course, if she could just stand there and act cool, Xian might not be very good at it. But, the scene that had just appeared was full of fighting scenes. Therefore, Xian could really act with that kind of awesome aura. Based on Xian's real skills, not to mention 2.8 meters, he would not be able to reach that height. Even if she was 3.8 meters, Xian could still fight. Oh, no, act like she was strong enough. Just as Xian was preparing for her next scene, she had no idea that she had already conquered the hearts of all the women in the cast and crew. Whether it was the female staff behind the scenes or the actresses in the cast and crew, they were all conquered by Xian's handsome appearance and clean fighting skills. Angel is so cool in a male outfit. Oh my god. I think I'm going to fall in love with her. This is the first time I've seen an actress look so good dressed as a man. She's so cool. She's so cool. Oh my god, I really want to be Angel's girlfriend. I was stunned just now. It's a pity that I don't have a scene with Angel. I'm so disappointed. Hee, I have a scene with Angel. I'm going to dance with Angel. Wow. I'm so envious of you. I want to dance with Angel too. The women on the set were all infatuated as they waited for Xian to appear again in a new look. When Xian appeared in her new appearance, everyone, oh, no, all the women, were stunned by Xian's handsomeness. Xian's new appearance had reached a whole new level of handsomeness. If Xian's appearance at the beginning was described as a domineering big boss, Xian's next appearance was wearing an elegant black tuxedo. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. Perhaps because of his new appearance, his aura was very reserved. He looked exactly like a noble and aloof young master. However, his deep eyes revealed that this man was mysterious and not simple. "Oh, Angel, this is amazing. The role of Aurora seems to have been created for you." Brian looked at Xianxia's second appearance and couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Brian's praise, Xianxia calmly thanked him. She actually quite liked the way she looked in men's clothes. She didn't expect that she could look so handsome in men's clothes. It was much more pleasing to the eye than women's clothes. Xianxia said narcissistically. Just as the second scene was about to start, an accident happened. No one expected Xianxia's appearance to be so handsome that the actress who was filming with Xianxia actually, did she faint? "Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Oh my God! She really fainted." No one knew what to say. Looking at the actress who had fainted on the ground, everyone fell silent. No one expected Xianxia's appearance to be so exaggerated. It was so handsome that it could make people faint. Then, let's change to another actress. However, no one expected that the second actress would also fail to live up to expectations and faint. Originally, Brian wanted to try changing to a third actress. However, because today's scene was to be res hot, there weren't many actresses present. More importantly, some of the actresses couldn't fight with Xianxia and otherwise, it would mess up the plot. So in the end, "Carl, come and waltz with Angel." "Huh? Me?" Carl wasn't just anyone. He was the loser male lead of this American drama. "That's right. It's you. Now that the plot has changed, it's like this." Brian also had a flash of inspiration as he thought of a very interesting plot. This plot was originally what the scriptwriter wanted to express. Because when the scriptwriter first wrote Aurora, he wrote it according to the female lead's identity. However, the more he wrote, the more the scriptwriter liked the character of Aurora. So, the more he felt that the male lead wasn't worthy of Aurora. In the end, Aurora became a big boss supporting character that was both good and evil. Now that Brian had no one to use, he couldn't help but think of a plot that the scriptwriter had joked about with him before. The plot was to have the male lead and Aurora dance the waltz together. The timid male lead would dance the female step. In the end, under the pressure of the director, Carl, as the male lead, unwillingly danced the female step. As for Xianxia, she also unwillingly danced with a strange man. Needless to say, although it did look weird for a man to do a woman's step. However, Xianxia's appearance and aura were too strong. As a result, this combination looked unusually harmonious. However, amidst this unusual harmony, one of the male leads couldn't remain calm. This was because he realized that as he danced the female step, he seemed to have been infected, and fainted. Soon, Xianxia finished filming the 2 additional episodes. After she finished filming, Xianxia left the set under the scorching gaze of the crowd. After returning home, Xianxia wanted to soak in a comfortable massage bath, but he didn't. However, as soon as she got into the bath, she was disturbed by a phone call. Xianxia opened her eyes and wiped her hands with a towel. Then, she picked up her phone that was placed on the wooden shelf next to the bathtub. When Xianxia saw the incoming phone call, she blinked confusedly and picked up the phone. "Hello, Hanyu, why are you calling?" Because everyone had been very busy recently, she didn't talk to Hanyu much. "What, can't I call you if there's nothing?" Hanyu snorted and joked. "Nothing? If there's nothing, I'm hanging up." Xianxia rolled her eyes and said calmly. When Hanyu heard Xianxia's words, he knew that Xianxia would really hang up on him. Therefore, he hurriedly spoke to Xianxia and no, I really do have something to talk to you about. When Xianxia heard Hanyu's words, she pouted and said. "What is it?" "Here's the thing, aren't you the spokesperson for CH skincare products?" As soon as Hanyu said this, Xianxia was a little surprised. How could a grown man like Hanyu know about the brand of skincare products, especially the CH skincare products that she founded? Could it be that Hanyu, that old fox, had guessed it? Xianxia said nervously. "Yeah, what's wrong?" However, Hanyu's next sentence quickly made Xianxia's nervousness disappear. "Oh, I just wanted to ask if I could buy CH skincare products from you." "Huh? What?" Brother Han, you want to buy CH? My sister must have heard wrong. When Xian heard Hanyu's words, she was completely dumbfounded. She really didn't expect Hanyu to call her for this kind of thing. Well, CH skincare products have been very popular recently. My wife and our relatives all want it. They know that we have a good relationship, so they want to buy some from you. After Hanyu explained, Xian was even more confused. She really didn't expect Hanyu to call her for this reason. She also didn't expect CH to be so awesome now. His fame had spread all the way to the country? Actually, it's not that we can't buy it, but CH skincare products are sold in limited quantities now. You can't buy it from China. Xian took a deep breath. After regaining her rationality, she decisively interrupted Hanyu. Brother Han, no problem. I'm the spokesperson for CH skincare products, so I can buy as many sets as I want. Give me the address, and I'll get Su Tian Tian to send it to you. Haha, okay, thank you so much this time. But Xian, you're really getting more and more popular. Don't worry about the negative public opinion in China. You can't do anything at all. Yeah, I know. After chatting with Hanyu for a while, Xian hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she began to think again. Was CH skincare products really that popular? She hadn't even planned to enter the Chinese market, but the Chinese market had already been opened. With this thought, Xian walked out of the bathtub. After a quick shower, she put on a bathrobe and walked to the study. She turned on her computer and went online. She was simply shocked by CH skincare products' situation in China. She really didn't expect CH skincare products to have such a big impact in China. Originally, Xian was being attacked by Liang Jia's paid netizens about the Gucci incident. The netizens' impression of Xian decreased a little. However, no one would have thought that under such circumstances, CH skincare products was born. However, the CH brand was originally just a skincare product sold in the United States. For China, where there was no publicity, it was like a transparent existence. But just a few days after CH skincare products opened, many China tourists went to buy Xia and skincare products out of admiration. After all, it was a Chinese endorsement, and most importantly, it was cheap. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what no one expected was that the China tourists who bought Xia and CH skincare products saw significant improvements in their skin after a week of using this set of products. And for those who had good skin to begin with, although there weren't any obvious changes after using it, it was still better than many of the more expensive skincare products. Among the tourists who bought it, there was also an internet celebrity blogger. Therefore, Xia and CH skincare products became popular in the Chinese skincare industry. Many Chinese people wanted to buy the CH skincare products that were said to be comparable to Sea Blue Mystery. However, CH skincare products were only sold in America. Moreover, it was a limited sale. Even residents in America might not be able to buy it, so it was even more difficult to buy CH skincare products in China. Under this kind of hunger marketing, CH skincare products became even more famous. There were more and more Chinese people who wanted to buy it. This was also why Hanyu called Xian to buy on her behalf. Looking at the popularity of CH skincare products on the Chinese internet, and the public opinion of the Chinese netizens who wanted to buy CH skincare products, Xian, who didn't know much about business, suddenly had a new idea, and that was, they had also started to sell CH skincare products in China. Good morning. Try to change to the next chapter before nightfall. Chirp Chapter 82, is CH really that useful? Could it be a product of marketing? It was clearly a product that couldn't be found before. As a user who has used CH, please show yourself and speak. The skincare products from CH were really good. Although some people say that CH is the cheap version of the mystery of the sea blue, I have to say that it's definitely fake. Because CH is much more useful than aquamarine mystery. I'm not exaggerating, but CH is definitely the best skincare product I've ever used. One set of CH is only worth a little more than 1,000 yuan. What a nice seller. It's definitely worth it. I originally bought it because my goddess was endorsing it, but after getting it, I didn't expect CH skincare to be so useful. What a profit. My goddess has such good taste. At first, I was wondering why Xia would endorse such a skincare brand. But now, it seems that Xia and skincare commercial is real. Xian has been using this store's skincare products all the time. That's why her skin is so good. Oh my god. Why is it so hard to buy CH? I really want to buy a set of CH. Oh my god, the purchasing agent is crazy. A set of American CH skincare products only cost a little more than 1,000 yuan, but the buyer asked for 3,000 yuan? Isn't it too much to double the price? Even though it's so expensive, people are still lining up to buy it. CH skincare products were not only sold like hotcakes in the US, but also in China. The purchasing agents were all queuing up at the CH store in the United States. Unfortunately, each person was limited to 2 sets per day. They couldn't buy more even if they wanted to. Therefore, wasn't the price of buying the goods at a heaven-defying price? However, even so, there were still people who bought it. As a result, the price of CH in China skyrocketed. It also made CH skincare products more and more famous in the country. This made Xian want to open the CH brand in China as soon as possible. Although living in the United States was quite comfortable, she was still a Chinese. He still wanted to go back to China. Therefore, when the time came, the company would definitely enter China. Therefore, Xian was already preparing to open CH in China. However, the sales of CH skincare products in the United States were also very good. Therefore, before opening a CH store in China, the CEO who replaced her in managing the company decided to open a few more CH stores in the United States. After all, there was only one store in the shopping mall in America. It was too busy. Even if the daily sales were limited, it still wasn't enough. Their company hadn't even had the time to do any marketing or advertising yet, but Xian and a group of rich ladies had already hyped up their reputation. However, the reason why the CEO of CH Corporation was so anxious to open stores in other malls in the United States was that Xian had informed him that her TV series, The Big Bang Theory, was about to be broadcast. In the first episode, there would be an advertisement for CH skincare products, and in the future, there would be a scene of her using CH in an episode every week. Although the CEO of CH Corporation wasn't sure if the ratings of The Big Bang Theory would really explode, he felt that Xian was very popular now, so it might be possible. Therefore, the CEO of CH Corporation was anxious. The opening of stores in other shopping malls in the United States was arranged at the front of the schedule. Thus, he put aside the matter of opening CH sales stores in China for later. However, Xian and her CEO didn't expect that the process of entering the China market would be brought forward. However, it was forced. After CH Corporation opened several stores in the United States, Xian's first TV series, The Big Bang Theory, was scheduled to be broadcast on CBTV at the end of the month. Since it was already set, there was a clear broadcast time. The TV station recently began to broadcast the trailer of the first episode of The Big Bang Theory to attract viewers. When the 13-second trailer of the first episode of The Big Bang Theory was broadcasted, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. This made countless people talk about this new American TV series. However, many netizens didn't focus on the plot or the male lead of the US TV series. Instead, who's the handsome and beautiful mafia boss that appeared in the 9th second? I've never seen this celebrity before. His hair is black. Could he be Asian? He's so handsome. Why didn't the trailer of The Big Bang Theory indicate who played the role? So, does anyone know who the mafia boss who only appeared for 2 seconds in the trailer is? The crew of The Big Bang Theory knew that Xian's role as Aurora was very good, but they didn't expect that the 2-second trailer would attract so much attention. Therefore, this also made the screenwriter and director want to give Xian's family more scenes later on. Xian, don't forget that you're going to the Paris Fashion Week this weekend to walk in Harry Winston's spring-summer haute couture wedding show. Xian, who was watching TV at home, said helplessly after hearing Su Tiantian's words. I know. Ever since I got you as my agent, I've been squeezed dry every day. As Xian spoke, she started to count how busy she was as a celebrity. Look, I was only going to act in a variety show. You said you wanted me to endorse a commercial? Fine, I'll do it. But now, not only do I have to do a commercial, but I also have to walk in a fashion week. Now, other than the fact that I haven't released any records, I'm involved in all other fields. She was an actress, a variety show star, and now she was even a model. Xian was very reluctant, she had been so busy during this period of time. She had to act, start a company, and when she was free, she had to learn how to walk. How could someone like her walk in a fashion show, especially when she had to wear 20 centimeters high heels? Just thinking about it made her feet hurt. No. She had already experienced the pain in her feet. 20 cm high heels, they weren't meant for humans to wear. Hehe, Xian, why don't we release an album too? Su Tian, who was familiar with Xian, said shamelessly. Xian rolled her eyes at her. Get lost. Xian, let's work a little harder for now. After the fashion week, I promise to give you a holiday. Su Tian looked at Xian with a smile. She couldn't wait for the fashion week to arrive. She was looking forward to seeing Liang Jia's expression when the time came. She was happy just thinking about it. I already don't believe in your promise, Mr. Zhou. Xian snorted softly. She had been tortured by the fashion shows recently and felt that her feet were stepping on 20 centimeters high heels every day. Seeing Xian's carefree attitude, Su Tian sighed silently in her heart. She was her goddess after all. Not only was her goddess the brand ambassador, but she was also able to wear haute couture in one of the 4 major fashion shows. This was the dream treatment of all female celebrities, especially when her goddess was wearing the haute couture wedding gown at the end of the show. She had won the love of the chief designer of the brand. But rather than love, it was better to call her a muse. When she was negotiating with the top international luxury brands, she really didn't expect that Harry Winston, the world's #1 jewelry brand, would extend an olive branch to her goddess and request to meet her. After the meeting, her goddess inexplicably became Harry Winston's only celebrity spokesperson. After all, luxury jewelry brands like Harry Winston generally didn't hire celebrities as spokespeople. This was because the more famous a luxury jewelry brand was, the less likely it was to find celebrities or public figures to be its spokespeople. For such an expensive luxury brand, its target audience would never be the general public. After all, the price was too high, and it was not something that ordinary people could afford. This also meant that people who could afford to buy would never choose to buy a brand just because of a celebrity spokesperson. Therefore, this was also the reason why top jewelry and luxury brands would not look for celebrities to be their spokespersons, and would only look for friends of the brand. However, her goddess had now become the spokesperson of Harry Winston, a super jewelry brand. Moreover, she was the global spokesperson. How could Su Tian not be moved? Therefore, she couldn't wait for the fashion week to arrive so that she could admire Liang Jia's shocked face. Xian, don't stay up late to watch TV. Go to bed early every day and adjust yourself to your best state. Okay. You can go now. Let me watch TV in peace. Xian sighed helplessly and waved at Su Tian. Su Tian sighed helplessly in the face of her goddess's otaku nature. She said goodbye to Xian and left. After Su Tian left, Xian could finally watch TV in peace. With this look, he saw that it was night time. After watching another episode of TV, Xian saw that it was almost time. She got up and went to the kitchen to prepare a not-so-sumptuous but not-so-simple dinner for the 2 kids. Fairy sister. We're back. By the time Xian finished cooking dinner, the 2 little guys had already arrived home from school. Wash your hands and come over to eat. Okay. After Xian put the dinner on the table, she realized that her good son's mood seemed to be a bit off recently. In the past, when her good son came home, he would greet her like Gushimo. Although this villain of his didn't like to smile too much, it wasn't to the point where she seemed to have a lot on her mind every day like she had been recently. Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy recently? Xian sat opposite Xiaoxing and Gushimo. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Hearing his fairy mother's question, Xiaoxing pursed his lips in annoyance, as if he regretted bringing those negative emotions home from school. I'm not unhappy, the little guy pouted and muttered in a low voice. However, Xian didn't believe his words at all. Did those kids at school bully you again? She knew her good son's skills. After all, she saw her good son's speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness last time. However, no matter how good her son was, he was still a child. Although he wouldn't be bullied physically, wouldn't he be hurt psychologically? No, they don't dare to bully me. Hearing Xian mention those kids, the little guy's dark eyes suddenly flashed. Then why have you been unhappy recently? Hearing her good son's words, Xian became anxious. Gu Shimo saw how anxious Xian was and didn't help Xiaoxingchen hide it. Xiaoxing, what's so hard to say? If you don't want to say it, I will. As soon as Gu Shimo finished speaking, Xian and Xiaoxingchen both looked at him. Gu Shimo. You. In particular, Xiaoxingchen's reaction was very big. He wanted to stop Gu Shimo from speaking, but unfortunately, how could he stop him? Before poor Xiaoxingchen could finish speaking, Gu Shimo had already told him the reason in one breath. Fairy sister, the reason why Xiaoxing has been unhappy recently is that the group of retarded classmates in our class all want to be Xiaoxing's stepfather. Huh? Xian listened to Gu Shimo's words and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, she understood every word Gu Shimo said, but when these words were put together, what do you mean? What stepfather? Seeing Xian's confused expression, Gu Shimo pursed his lips and spoke in a very disdainful tone about their classmates. Fairy sister, didn't you go to our school last time? The group of retarded classmates are all your fans. When they found out that Fairy sister is Xiaoxing's mother, they all treat Xiaoxing well. They all want to be Xiaoxing's stepfather. Before Gu Shimo could finish his sentence, Xiaoxingchen covered his mouth. Shut up. Seeing Xiaoxingchen cover Gu Shimo's mouth tightly and not let him speak, Xian shook her head speechlessly. She finally understood what Gu Shimo meant by those words just now. And why Xiaoxingchen had been unhappy recently. So it was because of this. Because he wanted to be his son's stepfather? Pfft. What were these little brats thinking? Okay, Xiaoxing, let go of Xiao Can. He's about to be suffocated by you. Xian clapped her hands in amusement and motioned for Xiaoxingchen to let go of Gu Shimo. After hearing Xian's words, even if Xiaoxingchen really wanted to choke Gu Shimo to death, he had to listen to Xian and let go of his hand. Phew. Gu Shimo took a deep breath and said with a coquettish smile. I knew Fairy sister was the best to me. You little brat. Xian looked at Gu Shimo, who had never behaved properly since he was young. She thought to herself, were the male protagonists in novels this naughty? Humph. Xian turned her head and saw her villain son looking at Gu Shimo angrily. She comforted her good son again. Xiaoxing, don't be angry. You're thinking too much. Xian really didn't expect that his son would be angry because of this kind of thing. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't talk about what your little brat classmates think. Mom didn't plan to find you a stepfather. Xian stood up and walked to the little guy's side. She gently patted the little guy's head and said with amusement. Now that she was reborn, she only wanted to be free, unrestrained, and live as she pleased. As for the other half, forget it, it was a waste of time and feelings. Hearing Xian's words, the little guy pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Okay, let's eat. After dinner, I'll take you guys to watch cartoons. After dinner, Xian took the two little guys to digest first. Then, she took the two little guys to watch cartoons. After watching cartoons, Xian quickly coaxed the two little guys to sleep. After a good night's sleep, Xian slept until dawn. Compared to Xian's good sleep, some people didn't sleep well at all. Xian again, she's really haunting us. Xianxia had been busy recently with the Gucci ambassador announcement. She flew around the world non-stop. As a result, she had just returned to China and wanted to search for news about herself. However, she found out that Xian had once again dominated the internet. The topics that ridiculed Xian for using Gucci to create hype were all gone. The entire screen was filled with topics about Xian endorsing CH skincare products. What brand is CH skincare products? How come I've never heard of it before? Hearing Liang Jia's question, her assistant Xie immediately replied. Oh, this CH skincare is a newly opened skincare company. However, although this company is new, the products are very good. When she mentioned this brand, Xie was quite excited. After all, this brand was not only effective, but the price was also very ordinary, For users like her who didn't have a very high salary but pursued good skincare products, it was simply too good. However, the only drawback was that it wasn't easy to buy. A small company that's just opened? Before Xiaoyi finished speaking, she was interrupted by Liang Jiayi. She sneered, her tone full of ridicule. Xian is really regressing. She's actually endorsing small unknown companies. How low is she? Hearing her boss's words, Xiaoyi tactfully stopped talking. She restrained the excitement on her face and went along with Liang Jiayi's words, agreeing with her. That's right, that's right. Xian can only endorse such a small and unknown company. How could she be as capable as you, Sister Jiayi? We're endorsing brands like Gucci, while Xian can only endorse those unknown, unreputable brands. She's not on the same level as you. It had to be said that the reason Xiaoyi was able to stay by Liang Jiayi's side and be her personal assistant was entirely because of her mouth. Her words made Liang Jiayi, who was still a little angry when she saw the news about Xian, feel very happy. Humph. That's right. Liang Jiayi snorted, her face full of pride. She was the ambassador of Gucci, how could Xian be compared to her? By the way, Sister Jiayi, if you go to the Paris Fashion Week this time, will Gucci lend you a haute couture gown? Xiaoyi asked Liang Jiayi a little curiously. Although Gucci's ready-made clothes were not her cup of tea, they were still a famous brand after all. A ready-made gown cost hundreds of thousands to millions. Ordinary people could not afford it at all. On the other hand, although celebrities could afford to buy gifts, gifts were basically one-time use items. No matter how much money a celebrity earned, it was impossible for them to buy such an expensive gift from a famous brand. After all, even if they had a lot of money, they could not wear a gown that cost more than 1,000,000 yuan the next time. It was too expensive. However, not everyone could borrow a luxury gown from a famous brand. Therefore, female stars who could wear branded high-end gifts to various events were really very, very prestigious. Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm the ambassador of Gucci. Speaking of this, Liang Jiayi became proud again. Although she was also an A-list celebrity in the past, it was not easy to borrow a gown. Therefore, the gowns she used to wear were all borrowed from the styling studio. Now that she could wear a Gucci haute couture gown, she really felt proud this time. She could not wait to go to the Paris Fashion Week. By the way, tell Sister Feng to buy me a set of jewelry to match the gown I borrowed from Gucci. This time, I must be the focus of attention at the Paris Fashion Week. After saying this, Liang Jiayi's mind was already fantasizing about her stunning appearance at the Paris Fashion Week. Oh, I wonder if Xian will go. I really want to see this old friend that I haven't seen in a long time. Sister Jiayi, not everyone can go to the Paris Fashion Week. Maybe no one will invite her. Huh. Xian yawned. As soon as she opened the bedroom door and walked into the living room, she saw her agent, Su Tian, walking toward her excitedly. Sister Xian, look, which one of these gowns do you like? At this time, Xian noticed that Su Tian was holding a tablet in her hand. Looking at the beautiful gown photo on the tablet, she rubbed her eyes in confusion. What is this? Okay. The anti-theft seals have all been replaced. I won't put them up again next time. I'll get as many as I can. P.S. The luxury brands in this chapter have been processed in virtual reality. In other words, I added a little bit of my own setting on the basis of reality, so don't think of it as a real-life brand. Also, some of the descriptions of the brands in this chapter are based on the introductions on the internet. Finally. Tweet. My dearest wife, one of Time Mirror. My money printing machine girlfriend by Time Mirror. This great writer's writing is very good. Good writing. The plot was also very good. Most importantly, my wife is really good at cheating people. Much better than 12 Sauce. He was the role model for 12 Sauce. Everyone, don't worry and jump into the pit. She puffed out her chest proudly. In short, it was very beautiful. So I really hope that everyone can support her new novel. Move your hands and leave a comment. Please O greater than over equal to OPS, and my wife is a super rich girl. If you leave a message, as long as you say that you are from 12 Sauce, you will be given a red packet. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Hashtag carrot carrot hashtag. Remember to say that it was recommended by 12 sauce when you leave a comment. Mua mua chirp greater than over equal to 3. Love you guys. Users of the My Money Printing Machine Girlfriend app can directly search for the title and collect it. Introduction. Xianxia, a best-selling author. His principle of creation is to write blindly. Single since birth, he has been unrestrained, but he has never failed. Finally, one day, he had eaten the guts of a leopard. He used the female lawyer Qingbai, who was at the level of a money printing machine, as inspiration and created a villain in the book who specialized in fighting lawsuits for scum. When he was drunk, he said arrogantly, "Even if I, Xianxia, am sued to death, I will never ask her for help." 2 days later, he was lying in front of Qingbai's desk, crying bitterly. "Miss Qing, I was wrong. Can you help me fight a lawsuit?" Qingbai coldly raised her eyebrows, took out her phone, and posted on her WeChat Moments, "Today, I'm fighting a lawsuit for a certain bien." 3 hours later, the trending topic exploded, scum bien, debuting in C position. WAP users can directly click Chapter 83 inch. What is this? Xiaoan's fingers gently swiped across the screen of the tablet, and one by one, exquisite gowns appeared under her fingers. What else could it be? Sister Xiaoan, this is your evening gown for the Paris Fashion Week. Seeing Xiaoan's lack of interest, Su Tian was extremely excited. Sister Xiaoan, the evening gowns this time are all Harry Winston's high-end evening gowns. The prices are all over 7 figures. If a celebrity could wear an evening gown of this price to Fashion Week, it would definitely make headlines in the entertainment industry. 7 digits? When Xian heard that these evening gowns cost 7 figures, she was simply stunned. It's just a piece of clothing. How can it be so expensive? Only a fool would buy it. Pouting his lips, Xiaoan's townsfolk attribute was acting up again. He was speechless as he complained. Listening to Xiaoan's down-to-earth ridicule, Su Tian burst out laughing. Yes, yes, yes. It's true that very few people would buy such an expensive dress. Most stars borrow gowns from luxury brand companies, but they may not be able to borrow them, so many people choose to fake evening gowns. At this point, Su Tian felt that his goddess was really amazing. If other celebrities wanted to borrow haute couture gowns, they had no choice. They could only wear whatever style the brand lent them. Sometimes, it would be better not to borrow the high-end evening gowns that big stars borrowed because they were ugly and did not fit. It was really ugly to wear. However, even if it was ugly, she still had to wear it. After all, she had already borrowed it. However, their goddess was different. She hadn't even asked Harry Winston to lend her a gown, and he had already prepared a bunch of high-end evening gowns for them to choose from. Moreover, he had chosen expensive and beautiful outfits for them. No matter which outfit their goddess chose, she would look beautiful when she finally wore it. It's also expensive. Looking at the gowns on the tablet, Xiaoan felt that she was not looking at the evening gowns, but at the money. A lot of money. Sister Xiaoan, these evening gowns are really worth the price. Especially Harry Winston's evening gowns. Their brand's high-end evening gowns are really worth the price. Su Tian pointed at the evening gowns in the photo and explained to Xiaoan with emotion. The handmade jewelry on these evening gowns are all real. That's why their evening gowns are so expensive. As for the Harry Winston brand, their main brand was still jewelry. Clothes, such as evening gowns and wedding dresses, were actually secondary products. However, even if it was a secondary product, Harry Winston's clothing still occupied the top position in the international market. Many royalty, aristocrats, celebrities liked Harry Winston's evening gowns because they were classy and expensive. Of course, it was also because Harry Winston's clothes were really beautiful. Therefore, as long as the news of Xia and being able to get the endorsement of this brand was spread out, it would definitely shock countless people. Especially the female celebrities in the industry. They would probably go crazy with jealousy for Xiaoan. They're all real. Xiaoan looked at the dazzling evening gowns in disbelief. She was really convinced. She originally thought that those shiny jewelry decorations were fake, but she didn't expect that those decorations were actually real. Forget it. Anyway, she didn't need to pay for these evening gowns. She would just choose one. She could also try to see how it felt to wear a 7-figure evening gown. Thus, Xian began to carefully choose the evening gown she wanted to borrow from the haute couture evening gowns one by one. Suddenly, a dark blue starry sky appeared in front of her eyes. This one. Almost without hesitation, Xian decided on the evening gown for Fashion Week. Let me see. Seeing that Xian had decided, Su Tiantian curiously went over. Looking at the evening gown that Xian pointed at, Su Tiantian blinked and spoke emotionally. Sister Xian, you really have good taste. You actually chose one of the most expensive evening gowns. Huh? Xian didn't expect that she would choose the most expensive evening gown. But it looks quite simple. Xian carefully looked at the evening gown again. There wasn't any complicated design. It looked like a simple strapless evening gown. Xian, let me tell you. Although the design of this dress is quite simple, this evening gown is studded with diamonds. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian glanced at the evening gown in surprise. The color of the picture on the screen gradually changed, like the starry sky. The sparkling stars made it look like the Milky Way. It was so dazzling that it was almost suffocating. Okay, now she was suffocating. Wearing a full body of diamonds was really too scary, too suffocating. Xian, why did you choose this evening gown? Su Tiantian looked at her goddess curiously. If one were to say that it was luxurious, beautiful, and eye-catching, then this evening gown was still too quiet. The beauty was still more reserved. Moreover, this wasn't Harry Winston's evening gown for the finale. Don't you think this dress is like a starry sky? Starry sky, stars, little stars. Xian smiled and winked at Su Tiantian. Subconsciously, Su Tiantian, this little fangirl, covered her chest. Ah. My goddess is really too beautiful. Just as Xian finished choosing her evening gown for the upcoming Paris Fashion Week, the TV series The Big Bang Theory also released the final makeup photos and introductions of the cast members. After seeing the final makeup photos of the characters in The Big Bang Theory, everyone was shocked. Because the super handsome mafia boss in the trailer of The Big Bang Theory was actually played by Xian. F***ck. That super handsome mafia boss is actually Angel. Angel. He's obviously as beautiful as an angel, but how can he be as handsome as a devil? I'm gay. I've been turned gay by Angel. I was still waiting for Return to Earth to be released, but who knew when Angel's American TV series would be released first? Who did Angel's makeup? It's amazing. I really didn't recognize him. Begging for more trailers. Angel's mafia boss is so handsome that no one has friends. Also, Angel knows China's kung fu. Will there be scenes of Angel fighting in the TV series? I'm looking forward to Angel's mafia boss. Looking for real people to fight. When everyone found out that the super handsome mafia boss in The Big Bang Theory was actually played by Xian, it was like a boiling pot of boiling water. The main leads in The Big Bang Theory were all well-known actors in the industry. There were actors with great acting skills, popular young models, and little fresh meats, and so on. After all, it was directed by the famous director, Brian. Therefore, the cast of The Big Bang Theory was really magnificent. However, no one expected that a supporting role that only appeared for 2 seconds in the trailer would become the focus of everyone's attention. Especially when they found out that the role was played by Xian, everyone's attention was focused on Xian. He stole the limelight from the other actors. However, these differences did not make the TV station and the production team of The Big Bang Theory feel bad. On the contrary, they were even more certain that the American TV series The Big Bang Theory would definitely be a hit. Compared to Brian's previous works, it would definitely be a hit. If it could hold on until the end of the production, it might even become a classic. At the same time, it wouldn't be a problem to film more than 10 seasons. Just as the American netizens were discussing The Big Bang Theory nonstop, in China, Xian was also in an uproar because of the American TV series The Big Bang Theory. Especially when they saw the 2-second scene where Xian played the mafia boss. Mrs. Xian is so handsome. Xian's facial features are so exquisite and beautiful. How can he be so handsome as a male character? It's unbelievable. Xian's male appearance is simply second to none of the little fresh meats in China. And he's not feminine at all. Is Xian better or is Xian's makeup artist better? Oh my god, when will Xian's TV series be broadcast? I really want to watch it now. Just as the netizens in China and abroad were looking forward to the broadcast of The Big Bang Theory played by Xian. To everyone's surprise, Xian gave everyone a stunning appearance at the Paris Fashion Week. Sorry, the update is very late. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow and post more. Finally, good night to the little cuties. Sweet dreams chirp. P.S. I didn't update yesterday. I took a leave of absence from the copywriting. If I don't update in the future, I'll take a leave of absence in my profile. Paris Fashion Week had the longest history in the entire fashion industry. It was also the center of fashion in the entire world. It had the greatest influence, and every fashion week had the most brands. Therefore, among the 4 major fashion weeks, the Paris Fashion Week was the most authoritative. It was also a place where many celebrities competed for attention. This year's Paris Fashion Week also attracted a lot of celebrities, especially those from China. Although not many female stars had been invited to sit in the front row to watch the fashion show, they had been invited by the brands to attend the Fashion Week. After all, it wasn't easy to get a front row seat in the fashion shows of major brands. If the fashion show was a small battlefield for celebrities, then the red carpet of Fashion Week was another big battlefield, because in this place, whether it was celebrities or people from the major fashion media, they would try their best to show off their unique features and charm. She hoped to carve out a path in the fashion industry and use her fashion sense to increase her international popularity. Kacha, that day was the start of Fashion Week. Countless celebrities and countless flashes of light began. No matter which country they were from, they were all dressed up to the nines and put on their best appearance to watch the fashion show. Big sis Jai, I just looked around. Among all the female celebrities from China, your gown is the most expensive and beautiful one. When the time comes, our refined pictures will be uploaded to the domestic internet, and you will definitely be the most attractive one. On this day, Liang Jia showed up at Paris Fashion Week in a Gucci haute couture gown. She found that none of the female stars she knew were wearing gowns that were more expensive than hers, and none of them were as beautiful as hers. She was very proud of herself. Her assistant was also reporting to her about the styling of the other female celebrities, which made her even happier. However, she suddenly remembered Xian, who had repeatedly tried to snatch resources from her. Where's Xian? Which gown is she wearing today? Hearing Liang Jia's words, Xie said excitedly. Sister Jia, I don't see Xian anywhere. She must not have been invited. After all she did was star in a variety show. I don't think she has the right. Poof. I don't think so, but her fashion resources are indeed not good enough. At this time, Liang Jia, whose beauty had surpassed many domestic female celebrities, snorted in disdain. At this time, she no longer put Xian in her eyes. She entered the show with her head held high amidst the flashing lights. The first show she was going to watch today was Gucci's Spring-Summer Haute Couture show. Although she didn't know if Gucci had invited other female celebrities, she knew that she was the only one who was qualified to sit in the front row. After all, she was Gucci's brand ambassador. However, Liang Jia didn't know that she was completely wrong. As Liang Jia stepped onto the red carpet, there weren't many celebrities around as the show was about to start. She attracted the attention of all the photographers and staff as she stepped onto the red carpet. A beautiful figure appeared on the red carpet, dressed in a dark blue gown that resembled the glittering stars of the Milky Way. Her ethereal tulle, snow-white skin, and translucent tube top made her look elegant and beautiful, yet sexy and seductive. The woman was wearing an evening gown that looked like the stars in the sky. As she walked, the hem of her dress seemed to be dancing with the stars, sparkling and sparkling. Xian looked as if she was wearing the stars in the sky. She was so dazzling and beautiful. If this dark blue evening gown was as beautiful as the stars, it was so eye-catching. Xian's appearance was like the sun, dazzling and stunning. She wore a lace leather hat, and her seaweed-like wavy hair draped lazily over her shoulders. She had exquisite and beautiful makeup, and her snow-white and slender neck, she didn't wear any hair accessories. She only wore a sparkling star bracelet and a pair of sparkling diamond earrings. However, this gave Xia an indescribable sense of nobility and elegance. After everyone was stunned for a moment, a look of excitement appeared on every photographer's face. They started to take photos of this female celebrity who was wearing the starry night gown. As they took photos, they were also amazed by this female celebrity's beauty and style. Oh my God, Angel's beauty is indeed worthy of her reputation. She is indeed an angel. I've never seen a female celebrity wearing a Harry Winston gown so beautifully. Harry Winston's haute couture evening gown. If I'm not mistaken, this is the most expensive evening gown of the day. Listening to the foreign photographers' chatter, China's fashion media continued to be dumbfounded. Originally, they had been shocked by Xianxia's last appearance, but she was the most beautiful of all. Now that they heard that Xianxia was wearing Harry Winston's haute couture evening gown, and it was the most expensive evening gown of the day, they couldn't stay calm anymore. Of course, they knew that Xianxia was very famous now and had a lot of fans. However, they didn't expect Xianxia to have such good fashion resources. She could even borrow Harry Winston's haute couture evening gown. Most importantly, it was the most expensive evening gown of the day. This group of domestic media reporters couldn't stay calm anymore. In order to avoid being preemptively published by their peers, they hurriedly took photos of Xianxia and began to edit the photos of the red carpet of Fashion Week that were to be published in China later, because they were too anxious. Some of the media reporters who wanted to be the first to publish didn't wait for the celebrities to post the edited photos online. They already planned to publish the original photos without editing. However, at this time, the celebrities who came to Fashion Week didn't know that because of Xianxia's appearance, they were really exposed this time. Sister Xianxia. Our seat seems to have been taken by someone else. Su Tian, who had finally arrived on time with Xianxia, saw that her goddess seat had been taken by someone else. This time, Su Tian was really angry. This was a front row seat of Fashion Week. If she sat at the back, how could she show her face on camera? Most importantly, this front row seat represented Xianxia's status in the fashion industry. How could Su Tian not be angry? However, in contrast to Su Tian's anger, Xianxia wasn't angry at all. She glanced at the full seats, pursed her lips, and said casually, "Forget it. It's just a seat. Let's find a seat and sit down first." Xianxia wasn't interested in watching a fashion show, so she didn't really care where she sat. Moreover, now that everyone was sitting, it felt a little strange for her to argue with someone to get her seat back. Hearing Xianxia's words and seeing how calm Xianxia was, Su Tian really didn't know what to say. However, she also understood that the seat had been taken. At this time, the ready-to-wear show was about to start, so they couldn't snatch the seat back. After all, it was a little too embarrassing. Hence, Su Tian took a deep breath and prepared to grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He brought his goddess to the back row and sat down first. In the end, she had just found a seat and was about to take Xianxia to it. In the end, things took a turn for the worse and they met another benefactor. A benefactor who helped Xianxia sit in the front row. "Oh. And? Are you looking for a seat? Do you want to sit next to me? Lionel?" Xianxia was surprised to see the man who suddenly appeared next to her. She subconsciously called out his name. "Hi, my partner, long time no see." Lionel looked at the surprised expression on Xianxia's face and smiled slightly. His blue eyes were as pure as the sea, intoxicating. "Yes, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Ever since she finished filming her scenes in Return to Earth, she hadn't seen Lionel again. They didn't even call or text each other. "Let's go, sit with me and talk. I heard that the American drama, The Big Bang Theory, that you recently acted in is about to air. I watched the trailer and am very curious about your role." Seeing how interested Lionel was, Xianxia was a little hesitant. However, under Su Tian's intense gaze, Xianxia finally nodded and followed Lionel to his seat. After arriving at Lionel's seat, Xianxia realized that his seat seemed to be in the middle of the show, and he was surrounded by a group of foreigners. Other than Lionel, she almost didn't know anyone else. However, the others seemed to know her and were all smiling kindly at her. "But, are you sure you can sit down?" Xianxia looked at the crowded seat and blinked. She was a little regretful that she had followed Lionel here. Due to the size of the show, the seats weren't arranged one by one. Instead, they were arranged in rows of long benches. Therefore, it was impossible to tell how many people were sitting at the same spot. However, the benches were limited in size. The number of people that could sit was already arranged. Sure, and you don't take up as much space as you think. As he spoke, Lionel gestured for Xian to sit down in a very gentlemanly manner. The other celebrities sitting next to Lionel also kindly moved aside to make more space for the two of them. Seeing this, Xian could only sit down and stop messing around. The moment Xian sat down, Gucci's Haute Couture show officially began. At the same time, Gucci's Haute Couture show began, and the battle between the female celebrities also began. Sorry, my cat is sick and I took it to see a doctor. So today's update will be much later. I will try my best to update everyone tomorrow. P.S. My cat's front paw is fractured. Have you ever raised a cute cat? The doctor doesn't recommend surgery. He recommends calcium tablets and chondroitin. However, the treatment is slow and it may not fully recover. I'm so worried that my cat will become a cripple. The music of the fashion show was played, and models in luxurious and high-class gowns appeared on the runway one by one, following the rhythm and swaying as they showed off their gowns. While the models were walking on the catwalk, the female stars were also showing their beauty off the stage. After all, the photographers would not only take pictures of the models on the runway, but also of the celebrities who were watching the show from below. Furthermore, they would also select the best and worst outfits of all the celebrities. Therefore, although every celebrity was watching the show very seriously on the surface, in fact, they were secretly fighting in the dark. Everyone was in the entertainment industry, and they were all very experienced. They knew which angle they looked the best and which smile was the most beautiful. Therefore, she was trying her best to control her expression and movements so that she could present her most beautiful image. Sister Jai, I think I saw an Asian female celebrity get seated in the first row by Lionel, but I didn't see her face clearly, so I don't know who she is. Liang Jai, who was trying her best to maintain her prettiest appearance and was constantly on guard against the photographer taking ugly photos of her, snorted coldly when she heard Tang Shue's words and rolled her eyes in her heart. Oh. Seeing that Liang Jai seemed to be ignoring her, Tang Shui, who had always been thick-skinned, did not feel defeated at all. Instead, she became more interested in chatting with Liang Jai. Sister Jai, that female celebrity is really shameless. The people sitting next to Lionel were all big shots in the European and American circles. How could a black-haired Asian celebrity like her have the nerve to sit there? Just wait and see. When the seating chart is out, she will definitely be scolded. Listening to Yu Sibei whispering in her ear, Liang Jai really wanted to roll her eyes at Tang Shui, who only had a diploma from a diploma school. If it weren't for the fact that she was afraid of being caught in an ugly photo, she was the one who had snatched someone else's seat, so how could she have the cheek to criticize others? However, Liang Jai was furious when she thought of that. She originally thought that she was definitely the only female celebrity in China to be invited to sit in the first row. In the end, when she arrived, not only were there a few Chinese male celebrities in the first row, but the Chinese female celebrities, what the F***ck. It was really a bunch of them. Her seat in the first row wasn't precious at all. However, she was certain that some of the female celebrities sitting in the first row had simply snatched the seats from others. For example, Tang Shui, who wasn't even in the second tier. Hee, is your seat yours? Finally, Liang Jai could not help but mock Tang Shui with a fake smile. At this moment, no matter how thick-skinned Tang Shui was, she could no longer sit still. However, she only panicked for a short while. Soon, she smiled again. Sister Jai, look, there are so many people sitting here. I was sitting in the first row. Looking at Tang Shui's shameless appearance and the other small stars who were fighting for seats with Tang Shui, Liang Jai took a deep breath and decided to ignore Tang Shui's shamelessness. Just sitting next to her made her feel like she was degrading herself, but who was the celebrity sitting next to her? Also, who was the Asian female celebrity that Lionel invited to sit in the first row? Oh, Angel, you're so beautiful. Angel, I recently saw your makeup photo in The Big Bang Theory. You're so handsome. Angel, Xian really didn't expect this group of foreign celebrities to be so curious about her. She was clearly dragged here by Lionel to catch up and chat, but now, it was a group of foreign celebrities who were chatting with her. Moreover, they were very friendly to her, even a little too enthusiastic. After politely answering the questions of these foreign celebrities one by one, Xian felt really helpless. After all, she was someone who didn't like chatting with strangers. Even if it was someone she knew, she would rather ignore them. For example, Lionel. "And I gave you my phone number. Why didn't you contact me?" Lionel looked at Xian helplessly. After Xian finished filming, he gave Xian his contact number. In the end, Xian not only did not give him her contact number, but she also did not send him a message after leaving. "Contact you? Why would I contact you for no reason?" Xian said very calmly. Looking at Xian's calm expression, Lionel really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He touched his nose and muttered in his heart, "I'm not that unattractive to girls, right?" Ahem. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lionel coughed lightly and changed the topic to ease his embarrassment. "And I know a lot of directors. If you need, I can introduce you to a few good movies." If other female celebrities, especially those from China, heard that the international movie king Lionel was going to introduce good movies to them, they would probably go crazy with joy. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to agree. However, when it came to Xian, it was the complete opposite. No, no, no. I'm quite busy right now, and I really don't need it right now. Thank you very much for your kindness. When Lionel saw Xian's expression, he was dumbfounded. She was a celebrity, didn't she especially want to get a good script? Why was it that when it came to Xian, it was so different? Okay, I understand. For a moment, Lionel didn't know what to say. He originally had the intention to work with Xian, but now, looking at Lionel's regretful expression, Xian's heart was extremely glad. She was glad that Su Tiantian wasn't by her side, otherwise, she reckoned that Su Tiantian would definitely agree to it on her behalf. Thinking of this, she was even more glad that she had escaped a disaster. If other female celebrities knew about Xian's feelings at this time, they would definitely want to beat Xian to death for not knowing how lucky he was. There wasn't any room for negotiation. Soon, the show ended with Xian and Lionel chatting happily. The other celebrities and photographers didn't agree on whether the show was good or not. However, regarding the relationship between Xian and Lionel, everyone who saw it unanimously felt that the two of them had a good relationship. It was really very good. They chatted happily and intimately whispered to each other. It was obvious that they had a good relationship in private. The group of photographers had taken a lot of photos of the two of them being intimate. However, they didn't know that the relationship between Xian and Lionel wasn't as intimate as they thought. Gucci's fashion show had just ended, and Xian couldn't wait to part with Lionel. She was really afraid that Su Tiantian and Lionel would meet in the next second. Then, the two of them chatted happily and sold her out. She left Gucci's show alone and met up with Su Tiantian. However, before she could leave, she was surrounded by a group of reporters. Kacha, Kacha. A group of people took out their cameras and started taking photos of Xian. Xian couldn't get used to it. "Miss Xian, what's your relationship with Mr. Lionel?" "Miss Xian, Angel." Countless reporters surrounded Xian and started taking photos of her. They also asked questions as they took photos. It was as if the main character of the show was Xian. At this moment, the other celebrities also realized that there seemed to be a celebrity in front of them who was surrounded by the media. The group of celebrities looked enviously at the surrounded celebrity. They didn't know which celebrity's colleague was. It must be a big Hollywood celebrity. Yes, only a big Hollywood celebrity can be surrounded by the media like this. Sigh. So what if we're here? Aren't we just supporting them? The foreign media don't even want to take photos of us. Liang Jie pursed her lips as she listened to the whispers of the people around her. She felt uncomfortable. In China, she was treated with respect and admiration. However, when she was overseas, she felt uncomfortable every time she came. Because a big shot like her was really nothing when she was overseas. It was as if she was a small-time celebrity with no value to be photographed. At the end of the day, this was all because she did not have any international film resources. Originally, the female lead of Return to Earth was an Asian. She thought that her opportunity had come and she fought desperately for it. She really used all her connections and resources. She even spent a lot of money. Because she understood that as long as she acted in this Hollywood movie, her international status would be completely different from before. In the end, someone else snatched the lead from her and caused her to be in vain. This really made her so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this thought, Xian's exquisite and beautiful face appeared in Liang Jia's mind. She was clearly just a small supporting role. How come she was riding on top of her now? Just as Liang Jia was thinking about Xian, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark blue figure that was as bright as the stars. That's strange. That woman seems to be Xian. Is Xian really here to watch the show? Just as Liang Jia wanted to take a closer look and see if the woman in the dark blue evening gown was Xian, she realized that the woman had disappeared. Sister Jia, are you tired? Suddenly, Xiaoyi's voice interrupted Liang Jia's search for Xia, and Liang Jia turned her head and looked at Xiaoyi. Did you see Xian? Huh? Xian? No, I didn't see her. What's wrong? I think I saw her. If Xian was really here to watch the show, that would be great. She really wanted to suppress that small celebrity who had snatched the role of Return to Earth and the role of Gucci's ambassador in China. She wanted to let that woman, who was always fighting with her, know who was better between the two of them. However, Liang Jia didn't know that it was wishful thinking for her to suppress Xian. In fact, it would be best not to be in the same frame as her. Otherwise, she would really be asking for humiliation. Meanwhile, on the internet in China, a large number of female celebrities in China had been suppressed by Xian. Even though these female celebrities weren't in the same frame as Xian, and they didn't know that Xian was here to watch the show. China. Wow. Did everyone see the red carpet show at Paris Fashion Week? Xian is really suppressing everyone. Oh my god. Xian is really a goddess. That dark blue evening gown with stars is so beautiful. Did the photos from Paris Fashion Week not be edited? I feel like all the female celebrities, except for Xian, have lost a level of beauty. Is the editor who posted the post a fan of Xian? Did he only edit Xian's photos and not the other celebrities? The second update will be very late. Little cuties, go to bed first. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Xiaomi. End of chapter 85. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.